In the depths of despair, Ye Tian unwittingly activated a mysterious interface. The only options presented were shop, an inventory, and a synthesizer. Any item placed within would be listed for infinite purchase and duplication. Yet this was not the most astonishing revelation. Placing 10 corresponding items into the synthesizer would yield a higher-tier item. With this, any scientific breakthrough would be effortlessly achieved. Ye Tian, step by step, pushed the boundaries of technology in this stagnant world, aiding the great Xia in its journey toward the stars and the sea. Insert a 22-nanometer chip. Ding! Generated a 0.5 nanometer carbon-based chip. Insert a targeted cancer drug. Ding! Generated a super cancer remedy. Insert a 5th-generation fighter jet. Ding! Generated a 10th-generation super anti-gravity aerospace fighter. Insert an artificial sun device. Ding! Generated a miniature helium-3 super nuclear fusion device. Chapter 1. The Mysterious Interface. Ye Tian closed his eyes, once again beholding that familiar interface. It resembled a rudimentary web game, adorned with countless brown background grids, reminiscent of an inventory in a game. He took a deep breath, assuring himself that this was neither a hallucination born from excessive gaming nor a result of his recent tribulations that had led to mental collapse. His heart had calmed, no longer gripped by the initial panic he had felt upon first encountering it. Curiosity began to blossom within him regarding this interface. This extraordinary experience inevitably evoked thoughts of the tropes found in online novels. Could it be that I too possess a golden finger? How splendid this is! Previously overwhelmed and even somewhat fearful of the visions in his mind, he now recognized the possibility of a golden finger. Ye Tian's scholarly spirit, honed through higher education, ignited boundless enthusiasm within him, allowing him to cast aside his recent misfortunes. He silently intoned close. In an instant, the image before him vanished. Ye Tian felt a rush of joy. It seemed he could indeed wield this with his will, further solidifying his belief in the existence of this golden finger and his eager anticipation of its potential. He then mentally commanded open. As expected, the interface reappeared before him. Ye Tian scrutinized it closely for a moment. He observed that the grids were divided into 2 sections. The upper section bore the word shop on the left. The lower section featured the words inventory on the left. Beneath all these grids lay a special button labeled synthesize. Ye Tian, accustomed to playing various games in his spare time, quickly grasped its logic. The shop above should offer a plethora of goods, yet he wondered why the grids meant for products were empty. What could possibly be purchased? And how would payments be processed? The item bar below was undoubtedly meant for storing his belongings, as well as items acquired through purchases. As for the synthesis option at the bottom, Ye Tian chose to ignore it for the time being. Understanding what this golden finger could offer him was of utmost importance. He frowned as he gazed at the blank shop above. Suddenly, inspiration struck him. Rising from his bed, he glanced at the nearest table, where a cup of water rested. Ye Tian seized the cup, inhaling deeply, his excitement mounting. The moment of witnessing a miracle was upon him. He attempted to pull the cup into the inventory. To his astonishment, the cup in his hand vanished. Eagerly, he closed his eyes, only to find a faint cup icon materializing in his inventory. Although the image had taken on a somewhat cartoonish quality, he could discern through various details that it was indeed his cup. An unprecedented wave of elation surged within him, prompting Ye Tian to tumble gleefully on his bed. The multitude of previous conjectures paled in comparison to the shock of this moment. How wonderful! Henceforth, I too shall possess a golden finger. Collecting his composure, he experimented by attempting to store various items from his room into the inventory. He discovered that virtually anything, even a bed, could be stored within. Furthermore, once the initially limited grids were filled, a scroll bar would appear on the right, revealing entirely new grids as he scrolled down. This was nothing short of a storage treasure. After the initial thrill, he began to explore the other functionalities of this enigmatic interface. He was convinced that this was not merely a storage space. He turned his gaze back to the shop button above. Could it be? His past gaming experiences sparked a new idea. He attempted to place the cup from his inventory into the empty grid of the shop. Ding! Would you like to recycle the used cup? The voice that resonated in his mind startled Ye Tian. It was the first sound emitted by the interface. Yes. Recycling successful. You have gained 6 points, and the used cup item has been successfully unlocked, valued at 6 points each. Suddenly, a cup icon appeared in the previously empty grids of the shop. Indeed, it was as he suspected. Ye Tian sighed. It seemed the shop function was not as splendid as he had imagined. The items had to be added by himself, and he could only purchase those he had unlocked. He proceeded to buy another cup, which then materialized from his inventory. Frowning, he noted that this cup was identical to the one he had just placed inside, bearing the same scratches he remembered. He wondered whether it was truly the same cup. Observing the shop, he saw the cup icon still present. He decided to attempt purchasing the cup once more. Ding! Insufficient points. Please acquire more points before attempting to purchase. It was then he noticed a points icon at the bottom of the entire interface with the adjacent number displayed as 0. He recalled that he had gained 6 points when unlocking the cup, and had spent those same 6 points to buy it back. It appeared that this was the system's assessment of the cup's value. But how could he acquire more points? Points can be obtained not only through recycling items, but also exchanged for great xia coins at a 1-to-1 ratio. Note, points acquired from recycling already unlocked items are halved. Ye Tian suddenly comprehended. It seemed the system was balanced and would not generate materials out of thin air. After a moment of thought, he declared, recharge 6 points. Ding! Points have been credited. Please enjoy your shopping. Ye Tian's phone vibrated slightly. When he opened it, he found a text message from the bank. The display indicated that $6 had been transferred from his account. Ye Tian's eyes widened in astonishment. What an impressive system. He then opened the shop and purchased a water cup, comparing it to the one already in his hand. Regardless of the details, it was virtually impossible to discern any difference between the two. Ye Tian set the cup down and began to ponder. As it stands, the functionality of this golden finger is considerably significant. Although he initially hoped to acquire items from the shop that do not exist in reality, it now appears that it can only flawlessly replicate certain products from the real world. There are no requirements for craftsmanship or time constraints. As long as one possesses sufficient points, that is, ample funds, anything can be procured. This capability is already quite formidable. After all, some items are exceedingly difficult to replicate in reality, such as lithography machines. The renowned ASML can only produce a handful of EUV lithography machines each year. If it were up to him, with enough financial resources, he could instantaneously manufacture as many as he desired. Of course, this is merely a metaphor. He is unlikely to ever have access to such high-end lithography machines. Others would not collaborate with him, and he would never disclose the existence of his system. However, apart from lithography machines, there are many other worthy items to manufacture. With this thought, Ye Tian's breath quickened. Chapter 2. Attempting synthesis. Ye Tian's spirit quickened. He envisioned that should he harness this system, it could bestow upon him unimaginable wealth. It was akin to a manufacturing machine that disregarded difficulty and possessed infinite production capacity. This machine could be employed to fabricate items of immense demand in reality, which yielded astonishing profits, yet were either arduous to produce or entirely unproducible. Take, for instance, the Zawei chip. Speaking of Zawei Enterprises, they undoubtedly stood as a paragon of pride for Xia. While other internet companies languished in complacency, merely extracting profits from users, Zawei chose the most arduous path. They resolutely embraced the route of autonomous innovation, starting from scratch to elevate the telecommunications industry to the forefront globally, holding a plethora of patents and cutting-edge technologies. Although they entered the smartphone sector relatively late, their formidable prowess catapulted them to become the most favored mobile brand in Xia, even penetrating international markets. More importantly, they eschewed foreign smartphone processors, opting instead to design and develop their own chips. Remarkably, they succeeded. At least the Zawei chip had risen to stand alongside other premier mobile processors. The sole drawback was that the Xia's chip industry remained woefully behind, utterly lacking the capability to produce high-end chips independently. The Zawei chips similarly required foreign manufacturing. This situation sowed the seeds for future peril. The chip industry was notoriously lucrative, persistently monopolized by foreign powers who would not permit any entity capable of threatening their dominance to emerge. When it became apparent that the Zawei chip had achieved such heights, subsequent events unfolded with alarming predictability. An onslaught of insidious attacks and slander ensued, abruptly halting Zawei's overseas expansion and compelling them to abandon foreign markets altogether. They even curtailed the future of the Zawei chip, as access to high-end EDA software was denied and Zawei could no longer secure foundries. All new smartphone and intelligent product releases were indefinitely postponed, and even existing product models became exceptionally scarce. This inflicted a devastating blow to their intelligent product line. Their core business plummeted. Although the performance of their chips remained top-tier, smartphone sales had dwindled to the 9th position. Similarly, their communication chips could only support 4G, rendering them obsolete in an era where 5G had become ubiquitous. This predicament stemmed solely from their inability to find a foundry. What if he could lend them a hand? With their capabilities, they could undoubtedly resurrect their fortunes and reclaim their market leadership. At that point, the domestic market would suffice to sustain them in their endeavors. Of course, this was not the most pressing concern. Ye Tian was far more interested in how much wealth he could amass. Yet all of this required meticulous planning. Currently, Ye Tian had no means to engage with companies of such stature. Moreover, he lacked sufficient capital to invest in the chip industry. After all, he could not clandestinely utilize the system for manufacturing. Some degree of concealment was essential. The barriers to entry in this industry were formidable, often amounting to hundreds of billions or even trillions. Furthermore, should news of his ability to produce chips leak, it would undoubtedly create a significant uproar, placing immense pressure upon him. Until he was adequately prepared, he would not recklessly embark on this venture. Simultaneously, Ye Tian harbored concerns that merely utilizing the system to process chips might not yield substantial profits. He had no knowledge of the system's valuation of the Zawei chip. Should the system appraise it at an exorbitant value, he would struggle to offer a competitive price, thus rendering any potential profit negligible. In summary, these matters would be addressed later. At present, Ye Tian's primary objective was to explore further applications of this system and secure his initial capital. He reopened the enigmatic interface and directed his gaze towards the synthesis icon below. This was the only aspect he had yet to scrutinize. Upon clicking the synthesis option, a new interface materialized before him. It presented 10 slots, accompanied by a prominent synthesis button and an additional independent slot below. Ye Tian nodded, finding it straightforward. The task was to synthesize a new item using the materials from the 10 slots. A thrill coursed through him. Could this functionality hold further surprises? He began rummaging through his surroundings, seeking abundant materials for experimentation. At that moment, his eyes fell upon the anti-anxiety supplements purchased by his girlfriend. Oh no, his ex-girlfriend. Previously, he had been deeply engrossed in research, overwhelmed by stress, which had adversely affected his mental state. Gazing at the bottle of supplements, he felt no lingering sadness. What he had initially intended to discard might now serve as a perfect test subject for his synthesis experiment. These were over-the-counter, pure plant extracts bought abroad, reputed to alleviate anxiety and enhance cognitive function, though Ye Tian had never found them particularly effective. He extracted a single tablet from the bottle to unlock it in the store. Ding! Anti-anxiety supplement tablet unlocked. Points. 0. 5. Product function. May slightly alleviate brain anxiety. Ye Tian let out a cold chuckle. How could such a product be valued so low in the store? It was likely merely the intrinsic value of the material. His ex-girlfriend had claimed to purchase it at a premium overseas. Either it was a case of intelligence tax, or she had deceived him. Ye Tian proceeded to place all 100 tablets from the bottle into the synthesizer, then pressed the synthesis button. After a dazzling but ultimately inconsequential display of effects, ding! Synthesis successful. Obtained a level 2 item, new type of anti-anxiety medication, capable of effectively alleviating brain anxiety. Ye Tian exclaimed in surprise. He had not anticipated synthesizing such an item. If it could effectively alleviate brain anxiety, then it was indeed a competent anti-anxiety medication. At least it would not pale in comparison to those available on the market. He wondered whether this newfound formulation had been discovered yet. If he could register it as a patent, it might yield considerable profits. As domestic advancements in pharmaceutical development were relatively nascent, the synthesizer's ability to produce enhanced items was indeed a delightful revelation, igniting Ye Tian's curiosity further. He gazed at the 10 synthesized pills, unlocked them in the store, and then returned them to the synthesizer for another round of synthesis. Ding! Synthesis successful. Obtained a level 3 item, new type of anti-anxiety medication, capable of effectively repairing brain receptor damage, balancing brain functionality, and significantly alleviating stress-related mental issues. Ye Tian's excitement surged as he examined this description. The new medication built upon the previous one's foundation, even possessing the ability to mend brain damage caused by mental issues. This was no longer merely effective. It was akin to a miraculous remedy. Chapter 3. Intelligence Enhancement Pills. It is essential to recognize that, in reality, no such remarkably effective treatment exists for mental health disorders. As society progresses at an unprecedented pace, the rhythm of life has accelerated significantly, particularly for those residing in major cities, where work-related stress is overwhelmingly high. This has resulted in a considerable number of individuals living in a state of perpetual tension, which over time leads to anxiety, depression, and even mental disorders. If such a potent medication truly existed in reality, there would not be a multitude of individuals requiring lifelong consumption of antidepressants. To understand that even the most effective antidepressants available today merely assist in alleviating anxiety without addressing the core issues is crucial. Before lies a tablet that penetrates directly into the brain, mending the damaged systems and restoring cerebral functions, fundamentally resolving these problems. This represents an unprecedented breakthrough. Should this medication be released to the market, it would undoubtedly become a boon for the entire world and send psychiatric experts into a frenzy. it would swiftly dominate the market, yielding profits beyond imagination. Ye Tian envisioned this scenario, unable to suppress a swallow of anticipation. His eyes sparkled as he gazed at the synthesis interface. This function is truly extraordinary. Countless possibilities unfolded before him. He looked at the level 3 medication, steeled himself, and prepared for further synthesis. He yearned to discover the ultimate limit. However, at present, he possessed only this single pill, with no surplus for additional synthesis. He glanced at his bank card, then at the shop, realizing that purchasing level 3 items directly would be imprudent. Even level 2 items were priced more than tenfold compared to the basic versions, let alone level 3. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind, reminding him that using inexpensive low-level items to synthesize higher-level ones and then recycling them for points was not permitted, lest there be undesirable consequences. Ye Tian was startled. Fortunately, he had not entertained such a thought. Indeed, there existed instances where the synthesized value far exceeded that of the low-level items, allowing for infinite synthesis and recycling, yielding substantial earnings even with merely half the points. It seemed the system offered no loopholes. With each level increase, the value assessment experienced a dramatic transformation. Fortunately, a level 1 pill required only 0.5 points, meaning that synthesizing a level 3 pill would cost 50 units. 10 would amount to 500. Not too shabby. A mere drop in the ocean, significantly cheaper than purchasing directly from the shop. After a while, Ye Tian's inventory boasted 10 level 3 pills. He gritted his teeth and selected synthesis. The functionality of the previous level 3 pill had already been impressive. He wondered what surprises this synthesis might yield. Ding! Synthesis successful. He received a level 4 item, an intelligence enhancement pill, designed to repair all brain damage while significantly boosting the user's intellect. Upon reading this description, Ye Tian was overwhelmed with joy. The function exceeded his expectations by far, as it could enhance human intelligence, something unprecedented on Blue Star. Such a powerful item could be synthesized for a mere 500 units, and even in the shop, its assessed value would be considered exceedingly inexpensive. This item could not be regarded as commercially viable. It must remain confidential, for its revelation would undoubtedly cause global turmoil, inciting countless conflicts. He could only use it himself. Ye Tian was immensely satisfied, and most importantly, he had gained insight into the system's capabilities. This synthesis function could undoubtedly produce items surpassing the current level of Blue Star. His gaze grew resolute. Since this system had chosen him, he must utilize it well to forge an unprecedented enterprise, propelling humanity toward the stars and the sea. He looked at the intelligence enhancement pill in his hand and resolved to continue synthesizing. At 500 per pill, 10 would total 5,000. He glanced at his bank card balance and contemplated the actual benefits post-synthesis, ultimately deciding to persevere. After some operations, he observed 10 level 4 pills in his inventory and clicked to synthesize. Synthesis failed. 1 level 4 pill was returned. Ye Tian felt a surge of frustration. What? There's a failure rate? Watching 5,000 units vanish felt like a stab to his heart. However, upon reflection, if synthesis could be performed infinitely, it would be far too simple, and undoubtedly, the difficulty would escalate with higher levels. One must learn to be content. The current situation was already commendable. Not dwelling on these matters, Ye Tian regarded the returned intelligence pill. Since he could not continue synthesizing in the short term, he might as well consume it and test its effects. In an instant, a fantastical sensation enveloped his mind. Was all that had transpired today real? Shaking his head, he dismissed such thoughts. There was no time for contemplation. He decisively placed the pill in his mouth and swallowed it with water. Before long, a profound drowsiness washed over him, and he lay down to enter the realm of dreams. Upon waking, it felt as though only a moment had passed. Glancing at the clock, he realized he had slept for 5 hours. At that moment, he experienced an unparalleled clarity of mind, and everything around him provided an extraordinary experience. He recalled a science fiction film titled Limitless, where the protagonist experienced something similar. Rising, he picked up a book, flipped through it, and discovered he could effortlessly recall the content he had just read. Not only had he acquired an eidetic memory, but his brain could also swiftly execute any calculations, whether simple arithmetic or complex computations, with remarkable speed. He opened a mathematics book, and the knowledge formed a coherent logical framework in his mind at first glance, seamlessly integrating into his understanding, becoming his own knowledge to wield with agility. He began to grasp the experiences of those academically gifted peers. Learning had become remarkably effortless. His heart swelled with emotion. In just one afternoon, his life had undergone a monumental transformation. granting him what he had long coveted. Indeed, hard work paled in comparison to the advantages conferred by cheat. With this powerful tool in hand, he felt that the obstacles life presented were trivial. Now, he needed to strategize on how to leverage this golden opportunity to amass sufficient funds. After all, starting a business requires initial capital, and the scant funds in his bank account were merely enough for living expenses, far from adequate. He had already formed some ideas regarding this. Now, with enhanced intellect, he possessed a clear plan. Chapter 4. The Money-Making Scheme. Currently, Ye Tian's sheet encompassed three primary functions: storage, synthesis, and duplication. To swiftly generate startup capital, it was imperative to focus on the latter two functions. The storage function could also be monetized, but it was far too cumbersome. Ye Tian, as a law-abiding citizen, despite acquiring a cheat, was reluctant to violate any rules. Among the remaining two functions, he first ruled out using duplication for profit. Not that it was impossible, but rather because it was too cumbersome and conspicuous, potentially attracting the attention of the observant. The items he could duplicate were limited to a few types. For instance, many limited edition figurines adored by otaku could fetch exorbitant prices. However, these items typically bore limited serial numbers, making duplication implausible and easily exposed. Similarly, luxury goods with inflated prices were to be excluded. Although Ye Tian's system could replicate, it was not without cost. Fundamentally, it still required purchasing with money, while the system's assessed value did not entirely align with real-world worth. However, he was still constrained in his ability to replicate numerous items. Take gold, for instance. Its value remains relatively stable, and the disparity between what is found in stores and in reality is minimal. Replicating such items holds no profit, unless a collaboration with higher authorities could enhance the gold reserves, which is an entirely different matter. Unfortunately, Ye Tian cannot derive substantial earnings from this endeavor. Moreover, large-scale gold transactions attract undue scrutiny, and Ye Tian lacks reliable channels. The same applies to resources like oil. He simply cannot earn much from them, unless it concerns tritium, helium-3, or antimatter, resources that are in dire shortage on Blue Star. These items would likely fetch a significantly higher price in reality due to their scarcity compared to the store's valuation. However, this avenue remains temporarily out of reach for Ye Tian. The only mineral he deems worthy of replication is diamonds. After all, their precious nature is largely attributed, and Blue Star is not lacking in such commodities. Engaging in the diamond trade could prove lucrative, but the sole drawback is that every diamond replicated in the future would be identical. Hence, this avenue is not worth considering for now. In summary, while the replication function is well suited for earning money, it is not ideal for acquiring initial capital. Thus, he is left with only the option of synthesis. Previous operations have shown that the potential for profit through this function is virtually limitless, albeit the items synthesized also require a certain amount of startup capital. Nevertheless, Ye Tian harbors a faint idea in his mind. If successfully implemented, the issue of initial funding may be resolved entirely. He still requires some experiments for verification. Rising from his seat, he opened a drawer and retrieved an old mobile phone. This was a device he had previously used, now rendered inoperable due to an accidental fall. Ye Tian added the phone to the store. Ding! Item unlocked. A worn mobile phone, earning 160 points. Ye Tian nodded. Originally priced over 8,000. This fruit machine is now worth merely 160, likely retaining only its basic material value. He directly deposited 1,600 and purchased 10 old phones, placing them into the synthesizer and clicking the synthesis button. Taking a deep breath, he fervently prayed within himself. It must succeed. Ding! Synthesis complete. A brand new fruit mobile phone has been obtained. Ye Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, it was as he anticipated. He hastily extracted the phone and examined it meticulously. The entire device was now transformed, intact inside and out, restored to a condition akin to that of a newly purchased item. Upon opening the phone, he found the data remained unchanged, with no loss whatsoever. It appears this synthesis function can also be employed to repair broken items. With this revelation, Ye Tian felt a surge of confidence regarding his forthcoming plans. Departing from his dormitory, he hailed a taxi to the city's renowned antique trading market. Indeed, antiques were his target. Compared to ordinary goods, they carry a higher cultural value. Although the system store does provide some assessment of this cultural value, it evidently does not inflate it excessively. In contrast to the premiums found in reality, the store's valuations could be deemed quite reasonable. Ye Tian had previously tested this by placing his 5 Emperor's coins in the store, only to find their assessed value significantly lower than their market price. Naturally, Ye Tian did not intend to acquire antiques for replication. After all, The industry is rife with both reputable and unscrupulous individuals, and someone like him, who knows little, would struggle to navigate it. He lacked the funds to purchase high-priced antiques, and dealing in lower-priced items would yield insufficient profit. Ye Tian did not wish to linger in this sector for long. He simply aimed to make a quick profit before vanishing, ideally unnoticed. His focus was on items with substantial unit prices that he could afford. The antique market, though a mix of genuine and counterfeit, did not concern him. He proceeded to a shop based on information from prior acquaintances. This establishment was relatively trustworthy within the industry, rarely engaging in deception. Yet it also lacked opportunities for significant bargains. Inside, a solitary individual lounged in a rocking chair, engrossed in a book, casually fanning himself with a folding fan. Upon seeing Ye Tian enter, the individual made no effort to rise, lazily stating that Ye Tian could look around and inquire if he desired anything. From Ye Tian's attire and appearance, it was clear that he was not a high-profile client. Ye Tian casually glanced at the array of antiquities scattered about. His objective did not lie among these items. He addressed the shopkeeper. "Do you sell fragments of ancient porcelain?" Indeed, his target this time was ancient porcelain shards. Such items possess immense value when intact, yet their worth plummets drastically when shattered, relegating them to mere weight-based commodities. Ye Tian's savings should suffice for such purchases. Given his restoration abilities, these fragments could be likened to his cash cow. While not all ancient porcelain is exorbitantly valuable, the majority can still yield a considerable sum. The shopkeeper, continuing to read, was momentarily taken aback by Ye Tian's inquiry, removing his glasses to scrutinize him more closely. Only then did he rise, stating, "We have some. Our ancient porcelain shards are absolutely reliable. We have pieces from the Yuan dynasty as well, in various conditions." He then led Ye Tian to the backyard, where numerous boxes were densely packed. Each box contained a plethora of porcelain fragments, sorted by size and condition. The shopkeeper gestured toward the boxes, saying, "Choose for yourself. Different boxes come at different price points." Ye Tian furrowed his brow. It appeared these items were not regarded as particularly valuable, carelessly stored in boxes like refuse. It was possible that these shards lacked significant worth, perhaps merely remnants of common ancient goods. After all, not every ancient item qualifies as an antique. Chapter 5. Ancient Porcelain Fragments. Ye Tian crouched before the boxes, attempting to summon the mysterious interface with his thoughts. He had previously discovered that it was unnecessary to return items to the store to ascertain their value. Simply touching the items would allow for assessment within the store. While this method did not yield points nor unlock products, it provided the identification information and estimated values. This function proved exceedingly convenient. He began to run his hands over the shards one by one. The shopkeeper watched in bemusement, shaking his head. To him, this young man appeared rather peculiar. He did not fit the typical mold of an antique enthusiast. Rather, he seemed like someone with a bit of spare change, merely curious and browsing. The shopkeeper was surprised to find Ye Tian genuinely interested in these porcelain fragments, as such interest typically belonged to seasoned collectors researching the subject. Moreover, the shopkeeper could not comprehend Ye Tian's actions. Ye Tian paid little mind to the shopkeeper's observations. He was intently examining the assessed values of each fragment. Based on size, condition, and provenance from different dynasties, the value of even ancient porcelain shards varies significantly. However, the assessments in the store seldom exceeded modest amounts, generally ranging from dozens to hundreds of points. He intended to select a few of higher value for restoration. Ye Tian began to feel a twinge of boredom, when suddenly, he made a discovery. Upon encountering a rather unremarkable object, no larger than a fingernail, he initially intended to simply set it aside, never considering its potential significance. This inconspicuous fragment could hardly be termed a piece of porcelain. It was merely a small shard, had it not been tucked away in a box. Ye Tian might have mistaken it for a mere stone lying on the ground. However, when his hand inadvertently brushed against this porcelain piece, he was astounded by the value displayed by the shop. A minuscule object, no larger than a fingernail, commanded an astonishing 2,000 points. It is worth noting that he had previously encountered porcelain shards exceeding 1,000 points, yet those were considerably larger, often featuring parts of bowls, and thus held some collectible value. In contrast, the item he had just touched was utterly unremarkable, its original form entirely indiscernible. The fact that it could still yield such a high point value was remarkable. Clearly, the shop did not assign an exorbitant cultural value to items, suggesting the original object must possess extraordinary worth. In reality, it would undoubtedly be regarded as a rare treasure. Ye Tian's eyes widened in surprise. He made a concerted effort to conceal his excitement. trying not to betray any unusual behavior as he nonchalantly pushed the porcelain shard aside and continued sifting through the remaining pieces. Soon enough, he realized that these other porcelain shards were largely indistinguishable, with the earlier find being an exceptional case. Noticing the impatience of a shopkeeper nearby, he selected 2 pieces of relatively high value and stood up to inquire, "How much for these 2?" The shopkeeper glanced at him and replied, 500 each, non-negotiable. "This is fine yuan blue and white." Ye Tian nodded, opting not to haggle, as the items were indeed genuine and reasonably priced. He preferred to avoid unnecessary complications. Casually, he gestured towards the porcelain shard and asked, "If I purchase these 2, I have this one as well?" The shopkeeper glanced at the shard and replied, "Sure. If you like it, take it." A few minutes later, Ye Tian emerged from the shop with a packaging bag in hand, striving to suppress his inner exhilaration. He pretended to browse through the market once more before taking a taxi back to his residence. Once inside, he secured the door and drew the curtains. He then carefully opened the packaging, gingerly extracting the porcelain pieces and mentally transferring them to the shop. The 2 shards, valued at 500 each, could be procured for merely 200 points in the shop. Ye Tian spent 5,000 yuan to acquire 10 porcelain pieces and subsequently activated the synthesizer. After a flash of light, a chime echoed, synthesis successful, yielding a complete yuan blue and white plum vase. Ye Tian inhaled deeply, holding the vase in his hands. Before him stood an exquisite blue and white porcelain vase, a sight he had never before encountered in reality, and he was instantly captivated by its beautiful, lustrous surface, vibrant blue pigments, and intricate patterns. However, upon closer inspection, a peculiar expression crossed his face. The vase exhibited absolutely no signs of wear. It appeared as though it had just emerged from the kiln. Ye Tian chuckled wryly. The restoration effect seemed excessively perfect. Surely, it hadn't reverted to its original state so flawlessly. It was as if it had been plucked directly from the annals of history. Wait a moment. It couldn't have restored its age, could it? Ye Tian's countenance darkened. He had initially planned to have the vase appraised, but now he would have to conduct a carbon-14 test instead. Being involved in the research field, he had acquaintances in the scientific community, so he contacted a familiar colleague who operated a scientific appraisal institute that also performed carbon-14 testing. The colleague readily agreed, instructing him to send the item over. A day later, anxious and eager, Ye Tian finally received the testing report. It revealed that the vase dated back over 700 years. Ye Tian immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the system had merely restored it to its former glory without altering its antique essence. Suddenly, he recalled the small porcelain shard and wondered what kind of surprise it might hold for him. Although 20,000 yuan seemed somewhat excessive, he did not hesitate to recharge his account. Closing his eyes, Ye Tian pressed the synthesis button. Ding! Synthesis successful, yielding a master-level exquisite yuan blue and white figure vase. Ye Tian's eyes widened in astonishment. Over the past few days, he had diligently researched various aspects of blue and white porcelain online. He fully understood the significance of the terms master level and figure vase. Yuan blue and white porcelain varied in quality, ranging from relatively ordinary pieces to those meticulously crafted by masters. Unsurprisingly, the latter were all preserved and seldom seen in circulation. Such masterpieces number fewer than 20 worldwide, each coveted by renowned collectors or institutions. Their auctions invariably create a stir. In 2011, a yuan blue and white figure vase set a staggering transaction record of 8.4 billion, becoming one of the highest prices ever recorded for a single porcelain auction item. Domestically, a similar piece was enshrined as a museum's treasure, a singular artifact that could be aptly described as a national treasure. The realization that the seemingly inconsequential porcelain shard was, in fact, such a precious antique sent a thrill through Ye Tian. Contemplating the potential fortune he could reap from selling it, he felt a rush of excitement. Hastily, he conjured the blue and white vase before him, cradling it carefully as he scrutinized it closely. Chapter hot, en merveilleuse création. Before him lay a flawless masterpiece. Even someone as unversed in art as Ye Tian could discern its value. In stark contrast to the previous vase, this one was a marvel of craftsmanship. Its smooth, jade-like texture, distinct layers of color, and lifelike illustrations unequivocally marked it as a work of a master. This time, no appraisal was necessary. Ye Tian wrapped both vases in bubble wrap, placing them carefully into a suitcase. After completing this task, he hailed a taxi to the city's renowned auction house. As a first-tier city, it naturally housed some of the world's most prestigious auction houses, and Ye Tian chose Sotheby's. Upon entering the auction house, He followed the directions to a room designated for artifact appraisals. Inside, a young appraiser was engrossed in a book, and upon noticing Ye Tian's entrance, inquired, "What can I do for you?" Ye Tian opened his suitcase and replied, "Hello, I have 2 ancestral yuan blue and white vases I would like to have appraised." The appraiser's mouth twitched slightly at this, yet he politely accepted the items. Once Ye Tian had completely unwrapped the bubble wrap, the appraiser's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight of the 2 vases. Unable to contain himself, he chuckled, "You might as well take these back. I won't even charge you for the appraisal. They're clearly fakes." Ye Tian was left speechless. "I'll pay the appraisal fee. Can't you take a closer look?" The appraiser stifled a laugh and replied, "There's no need. This is a complete waste of money. Our appraisal fees are not inexpensive. This is undoubtedly a poorly made imitation of yuan blue and white porcelain, and it's painfully obvious. You can see how fresh the colors are. However, it's possible they had no intention of creating a vintage effect, as there was no deceit intended. In summary, there is no need to continue the appraisal. Where did you acquire this? Surely, you haven't been deceived, have you? While it serves well as a decorative piece, it lacks the antiquity and collectible value." Ye Tian remarked, "This is not something I purchased. It is indeed a family heirloom, preserved in such pristine condition that it appears as if new. Had it not been for my financial struggles, I would never have brought it forth. Please, grant me another appraisal." The appraiser's smile vanished in an instant as he scrutinized Ye Tian intently for a moment. "Listen, my friend, this is not the way to proceed. Do not let avarice cloud your judgment and deceive yourself. If you have been duped and cannot accept that reality, one might understand. However, fabricating tales before professionals like us is utterly futile. We are an auction house, not mere antiquities dealers. Your ruse cannot fool us." Ye Tian was left speechless. "No, I truly am not lying. Just take another look, and I assure you it will be the most significant few minutes of your life." The appraiser, now somewhat irked, retorted, "You are mistaken. It is far better if we all maintain a cordial atmosphere. If you do not depart soon, I shall have to summon security." Just as Ye Tian and he were at an impasse, the door swung open suddenly. An elderly gentleman with silver hair entered, inquiring, "What is the matter? I heard you quarreling." The appraiser approached the elder, stating, "Nothing much, master. This gentleman does not believe that the treasure he brought for appraisal is, in fact, worthless. He is just about to leave." The elder nodded, acknowledging the situation with a soft "oh." He had witnessed such scenarios frequently, as many individuals, harboring dreams of fortune, presented what they believed to be invaluable treasures for appraisal. Just as the elder turned to leave, his gaze fell upon an open suitcase on the table containing a porcelain vase. He mused, stepping closer to examine a bottle within the suitcase with meticulous care. The young appraiser interjected, "What do you think, master? This hardly requires an appraisal, does it? Its condition is far too pristine. It cannot possibly be an antique. However, the replication is indeed impressive, almost indistinguishable from the original." He then turned to Ye Tian, adding, "Consider yourself fortunate. My master is an esteemed appraiser, well versed in various antiquities, often sought by provincial museums for his expertise. You should be ready to relinquish your hopes." Yet the elder's brow furrowed deeply as he picked up a magnifying glass, scrutinizing the bottle intently while muttering to himself, "Something is amiss. This indeed resembles the style of yuan blue and white porcelain, flawless in every regard. All techniques consistent with ancient secret traditions. But how can it be so new? Its condition is too exquisite." He bent down, employing various instruments to inspect the vase further. And the more he examined, the tighter his brow knitted. At that moment, his expression reflected a flicker of existential doubt. How can this be? This is unmistakably a fine piece of yuan blue and white porcelain. The layering of pigments is clearly that of suma liking. Yet this pigment has been lost for centuries. The clay used is precisely the Mat Hassan clay from the vicinity of Makon Mountain. How could such a perfect imitation exist? One must understand that the most precious aspect of yuan blue and white is its near impossibility to replicate. The more he observed, the more astonished he became. The techniques and materials employed in the vase were undoubtedly authentic to yuan blue and white, with bubbles and pits formed due to the materials themselves evident on the surface. The elder had encountered imitations before, yet he could discern even the finest replicas at a glance. However, the vase before him eluded any differentiation, save for its impeccable condition. At that moment, an absurd thought crossed his mind. Could this actually be genuine? Sensing something awry, the young appraiser whispered, "What troubles you, master?" Beads of sweat streamed down the elder's face. All his knowledge and experience felt upended, leaving him in a state of profound contradiction. Addressing the young man, he commanded, "Go." Conduct a carbon 14 test on this vase, swiftly return with the results, and be cautious not to damage it. The young man stood dumbfounded. Huh, I never anticipated this outcome. Is a carbon 14 test even necessary? It is clearly a replica. The elder scolded. Well, you know, just do as instructed. Reluctantly, the young man complied. The elder turned back to Ye Tian with a smile, saying, I must admit, I am getting on in years. This vase requires further examination. Please, sit and enjoy a cup of tea. As he poured a cup for Ye Tian, he subtly inquired, where did you acquire this vase? Its condition is astonishing. To be frank, I cannot guarantee its authenticity at this moment. If it is indeed a replica, its craftsmanship is so exquisite that it seems as though an ancient artisan has traversed through time to create it using materials long lost. If possible, I would like you to introduce me to this master. Such a splendid vase deserves a place in my collection. Chapter 7. National Treasure Level Yuan Blue and White. Ye Tian took a sip of his tea and replied, It is not something I bought. It is a family heirloom that has never been displayed, preserved meticulously under oilcloth. Thankfully, it has never been subjected to wear and tear, and I believe it is one of the finest examples of Yuan Blue and White. The elder responded with a skeptical, oh, choosing not to elaborate further. Half an hour later, the door opened. The young appraiser from earlier entered, bearing a report, but his expression was one of astonishment and disbelief. The elder, noting his demeanor, asked, What is it? What did the test reveal? The appraiser replied, The report indicates that this vase is at least 700 years old. After reviewing the report, I conducted additional specialized tests, confirming without a doubt that this vase is an antique. The elder inhaled deeply, turning to Ye Tian with a smile. So that is the case. I must confess, my knowledge has waned with age. I have indeed never encountered a piece of Yuan blue and white porcelain in such impeccable condition. Today has turned into quite the spectacle. Hence, I shall waive the appraisal fee. Your vase is undoubtedly genuine, and its condition is flawless. However, the piece itself is somewhat ordinary, and I estimate its value to be between 500,000 and 600,000, which is already considerable due to its condition. Would you like to consign it to our auction house? We are, without a doubt, experts in this field. Ye Tian exhaled in relief. Indeed, I plan to consign it to you for auction, as I am in urgent need of funds. However, I have another vase that requires appraisal. Let us examine that before proceeding. As he tore open the packaging of the second vase, revealing it to the two, the elder did not exhibit much excitement upon hearing of another vase. After all, although the first vase was in excellent condition, he had appraised many more precious antiques. However, the moment his eyes fell upon the vase Ye Tian presented, they widened in shock. He stared at it intently, trembling as he approached, murmuring, This is perfect. Simply too perfect. A masterpiece. Undoubtedly a masterwork. Just look at the application of the pigments, the brushwork. This cannot be a replica. My heavens. The condition is equally flawless. He incessantly caressed the vase, meticulously inspecting every corner, as if striving to memorize its details. Little did he expect that, in his lifetime, he would encounter such a rare treasure. This long-lost artifact, previously encountered solely in ancient texts, has finally graced my eyes today. It not only fills a historical void, but stands as the most invaluable piece of blue and white porcelain to date. Ye Tian coughed lightly beside me. The elderly gentleman, as if awakening from a dream, set down the porcelain vase and remarked, I apologize, I became rather unseemly. Mr. Yi, do you intend to auction this piece as well? To speak frankly, it is nothing short of a priceless treasure, surpassing any other blue and white porcelain. Ye Tian shook his head helplessly. I wish I could keep it, but I am truly in urgent need of funds. The old man nodded in understanding. I see. In that case, we must conduct further appraisals and tests. Please, allow me to escort you to the reception room. He then led Ye Tian to a lavishly appointed parlor, replete with an array of exquisite wines. After exchanging a few words, the old man exited with the vase, only to return shortly with the bottle and a middle-aged gentleman in formal attire following closely behind. The man approached Ye Tian with a smile and extended his hand. Greetings, Mr. Yi. I am a manager of this auction house, and it is an honor to host a guest of your stature. Upon appraisal, your collection has indeed been identified as the long-lost Yuan blue and white porcelain, entirely unique and of immense worth. We are privileged to facilitate the auction of such a treasure, and as a gesture of goodwill, we shall waive our commission for this event. Ye Tian nodded in agreement. With such a remarkable piece, the ensuing publicity from the auction house would undoubtedly generate considerable interest, rendering the commission negligible in comparison. I appreciate your efforts. My sole request is that you maintain the confidentiality of my information. The manager firmly clasped Ye Tian's hand and assured him, "Rest assured, I extend an invitation for you to attend our auction. A private vehicle will be provided for your transport." Initially reluctant, Ye Tian ultimately acquiesced, as he had never experienced such an auction and was eager to witness firsthand the value of his possession. Subsequently, the auction house, Sotheby's, began an aggressive promotional campaign. They announced an upcoming auction, with the centerpiece being a piece of blue and white porcelain that had never before graced the public eye. This was touted as the most perfect example of Yuan blue and white porcelain in history, boasting exceptional artistic value and condition. Concurrently, they disseminated this information globally through various channels. Invitations were sent to prominent figures, causing an immediate sensation and igniting the enthusiasm of seasoned collectors. After all, this was a masterwork of Yuan blue and white porcelain. The few existing pieces worldwide were privately held or in institutional collections, rarely circulating. Wealthy individuals, eager to acquire such a coveted item, descended upon the capital in a frenzy of curiosity. Meanwhile, the cultural heritage community in the capital was left in shock. According to Sotheby's promotional material, there was no doubt that this was a national treasure with immeasurable research value, particularly given its pristine condition. The discussions within the community revolved solely around this piece of porcelain. Museums clamored urgently, each vying for this potential centerpiece for their collections, initiating numerous symposiums. In a flash, countless directives began circulating. Online, this topic sparked a considerable uproar, with an influx of commentary from netizens. Experts elaborated on the value of Yuan blue and white porcelain, explaining the significance of figural blue and white wares and citing a series of past auction records. Various sensational pieces of information captivated the online audience. Is it true? It sold for $5 billion. Converted to local currency, that's only a few hundred million, but that piece was of an entirely different caliber. The one being auctioned now is a one-of-a-kind specimen with impeccable condition, destined to shatter auction records and possibly exceed $1 billion. Who could possibly own it? They must have become overnight millionaires. How enviable. If only I had one. What concerns me is how such a rare artifact is being auctioned off. If it were mine, I would part with my ancestral treasures. Perhaps they are in desperate need of funds. Chapter 8. A brief interlude and a successful auction. The day of the auction arrived swiftly. Ye Tian donned a suit and arrived at the venue in a luxury vehicle. The entrance was thronged with onlookers, as the auction would be live-streamed in its entirety, attracting countless viewers online. Upon entering the auction house, Ye Tian noted the lively atmosphere, with many elegantly attired socialites present. He scanned the crowd for familiar staff members to guide him into the auction hall. Just then, a strident voice pierced the air. "Ye Tian, what brings you here? Is this even a place for someone like you?" Turning around, Ye Tian was met with a pair he least expected to encounter. The man, Yang Haojia, a wealthy second-generation heir, and the woman, Ma Xin, his former girlfriend, were indeed the last individuals he wished to see. Ye Tian shook his head, intending to ignore them. But Ma Xin persisted. "What's the matter? Aren't you here to find me? Why pretend to be indifferent? It seems you're still holding on to hope. I've made it clear that we are not meant to be. You must be quite the detective to track my whereabouts. But this is not a place for you. I wonder how you even got in." She sneered. "Your suit looks incredibly outdated. Young Haojia smirket disdain fully. How much would it take for you to guarantee you won't bother us anymore?" Ye Tian turned back, feeling disgusted. "Madam, you are quite dramatic. Do you think the world revolves around you? Must I seek your approval for my whereabouts? Believe me, if I had my way, I wouldn't wish to lay eyes on you too. You truly offend my sensibilities. I'm curious. What right do you have to be in a place like this?" Ma Xin exploded with anger at his words, stepping forward to point an accusatory finger at him. "Who are you calling, madam?" Yang Haojia's face darkened at the mention of dog couple, but he quickly pulled Ma Xin aside, whispering, "Don't cause a scene here. My father secured an invitation with great difficulty for me to witness this. If we create a disturbance, we'll be thrown out." Resuming his smile, he added, "There's no need to stoop to the level of someone like him." Turning back to Ye Tian, he remarked, "Regardless, you and I will never inhabit the same sphere. If I'm not mistaken, you're about to be expelled from school." His curiosity piqued. He continued, "How is it that you possess such shamelessness? Even when at rock bottom, you still cling to your place in school?" Ye Tian's expression darkened instantly, as this was the root of his recent misfortunes. All thanks to the very person standing before him. He chose silence, as he noticed a staff member approaching to escort him. The manager would usually come personally, but Ye Tian had declined in favor of remaining inconspicuous. Yang Haojia noticed the staff approaching and hurriedly exclaimed, "Wonderful. Please escort this person out. I don't know how he managed to sneak in, but he has been harassing us." The staff member approached Ye Tian, casting a curious glance at Yang Haojia, and bowed respectfully, saying, "Mr. Yi, you have finally arrived. I shall take you to the VIP box immediately. Please feel free to voice any requests you may have." He then glanced at the two individuals beside him and led Ye Tian away, leaving Yang Haojia and Ma Xinshin exchanging bewildered glances. What was happening? Had there been a mix-up? How could he possibly be going to VIP box? This minor incident did not faze Ye Tian in the least. He would deal with those two opportunists in due time. The main event of the day was the press conference. Ye Tian settled into his box, and after a while, the conference commenced. The initial items being auctioned were rather inconsequential, among which Ye Tian noticed his own porcelain vase being auctioned off, fetching a total of 550,000. The wealthy attendees hardly focused on these mundane items, as they were all awaiting the grand finale. At last, the piece de resistance of the auction, the Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain vase, made its dazzling entrance, as the host unveiled it by removing the red cloth that covered it. Its exquisite beauty was laid bare before all, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the audience. The host provided a brief introduction of the vase and announced, "This item has a reserve price of 50 million, with each bid increasing by no less than 500,000. No sooner had he finished speaking than someone raised their paddle. 60 million. This action sent ripples through the crowd, prompting a flurry of bids. 70 million. I bid 80 million. 300 million. Soon, the price soared to unprecedented heights, reaching a staggering 600 million. The fervor of the bidding showed no sign of waning as the competition intensified. At that moment, a certain affluent bidder nonchalantly declared 1 billion. This price stunned the majority in attendance. Yet, another bidder quickly countered, 1 billion and 10 million. Ye Tian watched the surreal auction unfold, utterly astounded. At this juncture, a representative from a certain museum could no longer contain himself. His mission for the day was to secure this piece, backed by a hefty allocation of over 10 billion. He recognized that it was time to act decisively. 3 billion, he proclaimed, elevating the bid to a new zenith. The room fell silent, the price instilling a sense of trepidation among all present. Many began to ponder whether they could indeed afford such a sum, but questioned if it was truly worth investing in a mere vase. The host then called out 3 billion once, 3 billion twice, 3 billion thrice. He brought down his gavel decisively. Sold. Congratulations to this gentleman. The museum representative let out a sigh of relief. This auction generated a considerable uproar online, unsurprisingly breaking the record for blue and white porcelain sales. News soon circulated that the Yuan blue and white vase had been acquired by the Capitol Museum, destined to become their prized possession, set to be unveiled for public viewing in the near future. Netizens began to comment fervently. Incredible. It sold for 3 billion. It's fantastic that it was bought by the museum. Finally, this treasure won't be lost to the world. We will have the chance to see it. This is simply wonderful. However, questions arose regarding the original owner of the piece. Who was it? Why is there no news on this? Wealthy individuals are often so discreet. Amidst the overwhelming discussions online, Ye Tian received the funds from the auction house, amounting to over 10 billion after tax deductions. Gazing at the series of numbers in his bank account, he felt as though his recent experiences had been nothing short of a dream. He was now ready to embark on his entrepreneurial journey. Chapter 9. Level 5 Item, Potent Medicinal Elixir. Ye Tian felt no lingering attachment as he gathered his belongings and departed from the school that had brought him so much sorrow. Once, it had been a place of cherished memories, but now it was tainted by distasteful impressions. He returned home, where his family had long since passed. Only distant relatives remained, with whom he had lost contact. After organizing his things, he began to contemplate his entrepreneurial plans. His decision to leave the bustling metropolis stemmed not only from the injustices he faced at school, but also from the relentless pace of life there. Moreover, opportunities for growth were scarce, and land prices were exorbitantly high. He resolved to build his career in his hometown, an underdeveloped region with low living costs and wages, yet immense potential for growth, not to mention ample land availability. Regarding the direction of his enterprise, he naturally gravitated toward his area of expertise, biopharmaceuticals. Having studied this field during his undergraduate and graduate studies, it was undoubtedly the most suitable first step for his entrepreneurial journey. Additionally, the prospects in biopharmaceuticals are exceedingly promising, as the pharmaceutical industry is notably lucrative. Ye Tian possessed ample confidence in his system. However, he did not intend to delve into overly sophisticated domains at the outset, such as cancer treatments. Such ventures, while world-shaking, could easily consume him before he even had the chance to establish a foothold. What he required was a market with substantial demand, yet lacking a perfect solution for its ailments. This way, he could avoid undue attention while still generating sufficient profits. The first medication he chose to develop was for hair loss. Indeed, a hair growth remedy. It is well known that hair loss has become a universal dilemma in modern society, increasingly affecting the younger population due to various factors, including genetics and psychological stress. Many young individuals grapple with this issue, leading to significant psychological burdens and impacts on their daily lives. Medically, most hair loss problems are not self-resolving, and by the time many notice their hair thinning, it is often too late for effective treatment. Moreover, available medications for hair loss are few, requiring prolonged use and often presenting side effects. The hair growth market is undeniably vast, with many eager to partake. Even shampoo manufacturers leverage hair growth as a marketing gimmick, despite their products being utterly ineffective. If Ye Tian could successfully launch a perfect hair growth elixir, he would undoubtedly secure a firm hold on the market. At this moment, the doorbell rang suddenly. Ye Tian stepped outside to find that his package had arrived. He hurriedly signed for it and returned indoors, unboxing the delivery. Before him lay a box of minoxidil, one of the only two medications currently proven effective for treating hair loss. It is widely recognized and renowned. In the early stages of hair loss, applying it daily to the affected areas allows for absorption, and new hair will begin to grow within a few months. However, it becomes ineffective in the later stages of hair loss. Ye Tian placed the item in the shop to unlock it, discovering that its assessed value was merely 50, while he had spent over 100 to acquire it. Clearly, purchasing it directly from the shop was significantly more economical. He decisively topped up his balance and procured 10 bottles, placing them into the synthesizer and initiating the synthesis process. Ding! He obtained a level 2 item, hair growth serum, which could effectively promote hair growth. Elated, Ye Tian meticulously examined the details of this level 2 serum. He discerned that its effects were merely an enhancement upon minoxidil, categorizing it as a commendable product, yet not overwhelmingly superior. The results would not manifest in the short term. Such a product would undoubtedly be considered a treasure by other pharmaceutical companies, yet Ye Tian found it lacking. Astonishingly, the serum was appraised in the shop at over 600 points, equivalent to 600 yuan. Ye Tian contemplated raising the price even further, deeming it excessively costly compared to minoxidil, thus rendering its cost-effectiveness rather low. In any case, he resolved to continue synthesizing. He purchased 90 more vials of minoxidil, and shortly thereafter, he had 10 bottles of the special hair growth serum in front of him, prompting him to click for synthesis once again. Suddenly, the synthesis interface erupted in a dazzling display of effects. Ding! Congratulations, host! This synthesis was a resounding success. Ye Tian received a level 5 item, superb hair follicle regeneration potion. What? Ye Tian rubbed his eyes, scarcely believing the spectacle before him. A tremendous success had occurred, yielding a level 5 item. It was worth noting that he had previously attempted to synthesize a level 5 item, which had ended in failure. This experience had given him a clear understanding of the challenges associated with synthesis. The higher the item level, the more daunting the synthesis process. And such items invariably possess capabilities beyond imagination. Ye Tian could not help but feel a surge of anticipation regarding the efficacy of this potion. He unlocked the potion in the shop, where it astonishingly boasted a rating of 60,000. This price was exceedingly high. Ye Tian carefully scrutinized the product description. The superb hair follicle regeneration potion had a shelf life of 1 month and contained specially cultured microbial colonies that would automatically cleanse the scalp environment while secreting a substance that powerfully activated dormant hair follicles, revitalizing them to sprout a luscious mane. Ye Tian was left speechless by the sheer potency of this potion. The ability to activate deceased hair follicles was nothing short of miraculous. Moreover, it worked instantaneously, eliminating the need for prolonged usage. The only drawback was its relatively short shelf life of merely 1 month. However, if utilized promptly upon purchase, this was not an issue. The next crucial step was to ascertain whether he could analyze the potion's ingredients for production and sale. This was Ye Tian's forte. He had conducted plenty of reverse engineering during his time in the school laboratory. After all, the potion's price in the shop was exorbitant. Through extensive research, Ye Tian had come to realize that the shop's assessed values did not necessarily reflect the actual worth of the items. Specifically, synthesized items often had inflated values, making direct purchases from the shop unwise. Profits could only be realized through successful large-scale production via reverse engineering in the external environment. However, Ye Tian currently lacked the necessary laboratory equipment. Thus, his immediate priority was to acquire a laboratory. Additionally, Preliminary tasks needed to be set in motion. Through contacts in the newspaper, Ye Tian reached out to a local factory that had gone bankrupt and was eager to sell. This was a small pharmaceutical enterprise that had previously relied on producing low-profit medications, but it had now completely shuttered its doors, unable to compete with larger corporations. Chapter 10. Experimental Success. Ye Tian contacted the owner via phone and conducted an on-site inspection of the factory. Initially, the owner perceived him as merely a student and felt somewhat disheartened. However, upon Ye Tian posing numerous practical inquiries, the owner began to realize that Ye Tian was genuinely interested in purchasing the factory, leading to an enthusiastic introduction to its various aspects. The factory was quite commendable overall, featuring several operational production lines and a small independent laboratory. Although it lacked cutting-edge equipment, it was more than sufficient for conducting small-scale research. After discussions, Ye Tian ultimately acquired the factory for 100 million yuan, encompassing all equipment and production lines. Eagerly, Ye Tian commenced his research in the laboratory. However, the research quickly encountered obstacles. When Ye Tian endeavored to analyze the potion's components, he was taken aback. Under the microscope, he observed countless new microbial colonies in motion. This was a type of microorganism he had never encountered before. Indeed, if he published findings about this microorganism, he could achieve notable academic recognition. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that this was a wholly new microorganism, signifying immense research challenges. Initially, Ye Tian had speculated that the potion contained a substance from the natural world. He soon discovered that this was not the case. The microbial colonies constituted the core component of the potion. To produce the potion in reality, he would need to replicate these colonies. Ye Tian's task was to ensure these colonies could reproduce normally. However, he soon stumbled upon a startling phenomenon. These colonies astonishingly lacked reproductive capabilities. Their lifespan was 1 month, yet they did not reproduce during this time. Once the month elapsed, they all perished. Ye Tian was astounded. How had they been cultivated? If they cannot be bred, how could he produce them in reality? Would it all be in vain? Regardless of Ye Tian's attempts, he was unable to cultivate them. Through further investigation, he surmised that these colonies had likely been cultivated through a special method. It was highly probable that the colonies originated from certain microorganisms in the real world. But after undergoing various cultivation conditions, they had experienced genetic mutations, ultimately resulting in their unique existence. They possessed no reproductive ability, yet the substances they secreted could activate necrotic hair follicles. This was a remarkable feat of scientific ingenuity. Ye Tian could scarcely fathom what kind of talent could achieve such a thing. It was akin to a person already knowing the outcome of their research beforehand, with everything meticulously orchestrated to yield the desired results. Such an existence could only be described as divine. Was this not the strength of the system? Simultaneously, he felt a pang of frustration. Without knowledge of the cultivation conditions, replication would be exceedingly challenging. He then considered that, since he could not duplicate the microbial colonies, he might as well replicate the special substances they secreted. Yet, after a period of study, he found this to be impossible as well. These substances only began to secrete when the microorganisms came into contact with hair follicles. Moreover, upon examination, he discovered that this was an extremely complex active ingredient, comprising thousands of intricate components. Moreover, if these ingredients are not absorbed by the hair follicles, they will instantaneously transform into other substances, rendering replication or preservation utterly impossible. This is precisely why this potion employs a microbial community as its carrier. Unable to accept this outcome, an idea suddenly struck him. He returned to the shop and located the product information section of the potion. As expected, he discovered a detail button that he had previously overlooked. Eagerly, he clicked on it to delve into the details. In the next moment, a look of astonishment graced his face. The intricate particulars of the potion were laid out in full clarity, including the various components, the parent strains of the microbes, and the conditions under which they were cultivated. All meticulously documented. Indeed, the system is like a beloved child of mine. How could it possibly set obstacles in my path? Ye Tian laughed heartily and immersed himself in research. With the detailed guide at hand, if the exceptionally intelligent and biology-savvy Ye Tian could not replicate it now, then he might as well find a block of tofu to dash his head against. It must be noted that the cultivation conditions for these microbial communities are exceedingly stringent, bordering on the unfathomable. Only by seeing the steps can one hope to reproduce them. This is quite advantageous, as it serves as a natural encryption. The products that Ye Tian plans to launch in the future will be truly one of a kind. In the interest of confidentiality, Ye Tian deliberately procured numerous confusing substances and equipment, ensuring that others would not discern the production process from any subtle clues. After a period of cultivation, Ye Tian observed through a microscope the microbes he had artificially nurtured, finding them identical to those he had purchased from the shop. He also conducted experiments on several hairless animals. The results were exceptionally promising, demonstrating the formidable efficacy of this potion. The fur of the animals showed no signs of baldness. Not only had their hair grown back, but it was also far denser than before. After calculations, Ye Tian determined that the original synthesized concentration was optimal, and that approximately 2 milliliters of the potion was sufficient to address hair loss in an individual. Therefore, he provisionally set the volume at 2 milliliters, estimating the cost at around 400 yuan, and tentatively established a selling price of 5,000. This pricing strategy would make it affordable for most individuals while still yielding substantial profits. Compared to hair transplants and other exorbitant expenses, this was indeed quite economical. Thus far, the experiments had been remarkably successful. It could be said that only production and sales remained. Ye Tian calculated that the automatic production lines in the factory could fully meet the production demands. However, to be on the safe side, he decided to place all these production lines in the shop and purchase 10 sets for synthesis. This resulted in a brand new intelligent production line. This innovative production line undoubtedly surpassed the world's leading standards, with significant improvements in both output and quality, and it was also much cleaner. More importantly, the new production line required no human operation at all, thereby maximizing confidentiality. Of course, while such a production line was advantageous, it had also cost Ye Tian a considerable sum. After hiring personnel to install the production line, Ye Tian did not rush into production. There were still some preliminary preparations to be made. However, he had already commenced the registration of his company earlier, applying for patents on the potion and its microbial components, as well as seeking approval numbers for the product and conducting initial animal experiments. Notably, Ye Tian did not intend to launch this product as a medication. This was because, in that case, it would likely require years of validation during clinical trials. Chapter 11. Live streaming sales. He planned to follow a similar route to other brands that have launched hair growth liquids, presenting it as a cosmetic. This approach would save a great deal of effort. After all, both methods are equally profitable, so there was no need to agonize over whether it was a drug or a cosmetic. Within a few days, he received all the necessary documents. Truly, the efficiency of a major intermediary company is commendable. The next step was formal production and sales. Ye Tian calculated that, with the current production capacity of his factory, he could produce approximately 50,000 units daily. This amounts to 1,500,000 each month. At a selling price of 5,000 per unit, that totals 75 billion, leaving a net profit of 69 billion after costs. Of course, this is contingent upon selling out completely. This is an astonishing figure, comparable to the revenues of those internet companies and smartphone manufacturers. Moreover, Ye Tian's product fundamentally resolves the issue, unlike minoxidil, which requires prolonged use. Individuals experiencing hair regrowth will be particularly attentive to the care of their scalps. Even those suffering from androgenetic alopecia will likely take finasteride to suppress the dihydrotestosterone, DHT, in their bodies, significantly reducing the likelihood of secondary hair loss. Eventually, the market will gradually saturate. However, by that time, Ye Tian will have already amassed a fortune. By then, his ventures will have permeated various industries, and he will not be overly concerned about a mere hair growth liquid. Of course, his business has only just begun, and he currently lacks a brand or any promotional channels. It is unrealistic to expect users to discover his product immediately. Therefore, he initially plans to produce a limited experimental batch and gradually promote it. After all, this product has a limited shelf life. Stockpiling too much could lead to losses if it does not sell. Ye Tian decided to produce a few hundred units for the time being. He then opened a certain e-commerce platform, registering for a live streaming session. Indeed, he intended to adopt the live stream sales method. This approach might yield remarkable results, as the potency of his product diminishes the necessity for traditional marketing channels. By live streaming sales online, it is certain that individuals suffering from hair loss will take notice. Ye Tian understands the psychology of this demographic very well. In their desperation, they are willing to try various remedies. While 90 may disregard it, there is a possibility that one will attempt to purchase. And if even one person buys and experiences positive results, they will undoubtedly recommend it to others. Thus, the promotional effect would be achieved. Ye Tian arranged the room, placing the produced potion prominently within view. He then activated a professional camera. The title of the live stream read, "A Blessing for Those Suffering from Hair Loss." Don't miss out. The title was indeed eye-catching, and it was likely that individuals struggling with hair loss would be compelled to click in. Initially, due to the lack of fame of the live stream, few people tuned in. Occasionally, one or two individuals would enter briefly out of curiosity before leaving again. However, gradually, dozens of viewers began to join, and questions began to flood the chat. Host, what are you selling? Is it minoxidil? Are there any special deals? Yishin? I haven't heard of that brand. Is it new? How much does it cost? Please introduce it, host. Indeed, the name of the company Ye Tian registered was Yishin. Most of the viewers who entered were likely individuals experiencing hair loss, though many assumed that Ye Tian was selling a new brand of minoxidil. Ye Tian smiled slightly and addressed the camera. Hello, viewers on the screen. I believe you all clicked in because of the title. Hair volume issues are a sensitive subject for each of you. Are you weary of awakening each morning or every time you wash your hair, only to find a clump of strands falling away? Our company has tirelessly researched and developed a new hair growth serum, composed entirely of natural ingredients, utterly harmless, designed to activate the dormant follicles of the scalp. Regardless of the type or severity of hair loss you experience, our product promises to rejuvenate your hair growth. As he spoke, he lifted the product box, showcasing it in the live stream. Additionally, he displayed various certifications, batch numbers, and experimental reports. At that moment, the number of viewers in the live stream dwindled significantly. After all, most believed they were purchasing minoxidil. Upon hearing this revelation, they promptly exited. What? I thought this was minoxidil. Farewell, everyone. My heart aches. I thought I could find affordable minoxidil here, but the big brands are too expensive. I thought I was buying medication. Turns out it's just a hair growth serum. What a waste of my time. Nonetheless, some viewers posed other inquiries. A hair growth serum? Does it work well? Are you sure there's no minoxidil in it? Host, please share the link. I'd like to buy a bottle, and if effective, recommend it to others. Does it truly work for all levels of hair loss? I neglected my hair until it was completely gone. Will it help me? Ye Tian responded. Indeed, it is effective regardless of the situation. Even dormant follicles can be reactivated. Moreover, it is entirely natural and causes no harm to the scalp. The comments flooded in. Great, if it works, please share the link. I want to give it a try. Absolutely, I'll buy a bottle. Ye Tian hastily posted the link, stating, we only have a few hundred units available. Once they're gone, so please order quickly if you're interested. Suddenly, the comments erupted with exclamations. What the heck? 5,000 for one unit? This is highway robbery. How can it be so expensive? Is there really a hair growth serum that costs this much? The product next door sells for just a few dozen. With that kind of money, I could buy minoxidil instead, or save up for a hair transplant. I'm out. Brothers, I can't afford this price. The livestream room instantly saw a 70 drop in viewers, leaving only a handful, presumably there to witness the spectacle. The comments continued to critique. The host looks trustworthy, but who knew he was so unscrupulous? This must just be sugar water, selling it so expensively, claiming scientific results? If it's that impressive, why not apply for a Nobel Prize? I wanted to complain earlier, but seeing the price now, I simply must. Does the host think our money grows on trees? He's counting on our desperation to try anything, but I assure you, at this price point, I want to even consider it. Let me give you some advice. Not everyone can thrive in this industry. Focus on producing quality products and learn to be a decent person. Other brands' hair growth serums are, to put it bluntly, a tax on ignorance. Often just a mix of ingredients like cypress extract and ginger juice. They have the sense to keep their prices reasonable, so no one complains. Chapter 12. Someone places an order. Ye Tian, noticing the furious comments, felt a sense of helplessness. It was unavoidable. By conventional standards, he likely appeared to be a fraud. Yet, he alone understood the potency of the serum. He continued in the live stream. I assure you, I am not deceiving anyone. The benefits and descriptions I provided are entirely valid. Otherwise, may lightning strike me. You can purchase it and see for yourself. Besides, if I were attempting to exploit your naivety, why would I set the price so high? A lower price would ensure effortless sales. My pricing reflects my confidence in this product. It is fundamentally different from those ineffectual offerings from other brands. You'll understand once you try it. This is truly a high-tech product we have meticulously developed, not some dubious concoction, and we have registered patents for it. As he reiterated the comprehensive certifications, he elaborated on the effects using more scientific terminology. However, no one placed an order despite his fervent assurances. Viewers gradually began to leave. Only a few remained, seemingly there for amusement. Suddenly, one unique comment appeared in the chat. Really? The host sounds quite convincing and professional. Perhaps I'll place an order. Ye Tian noticed this comment and felt a flicker of hope. Shortly after, the backend displayed a new order. He immediately responded in the live stream. Absolutely no problem. Thank you for your support. You'll see the results once you use it. However, be cautious. The effects of this serum are potent, so please avoid applying it elsewhere. And note that its shelf life is quite short. At this moment, other viewers could no longer contain themselves. Someone actually bought it? Brother, don't fall for it. This cannot be reliable. How could dormant follicles be reactivated? I've never heard of such a thing. If it were possible, they'd win a Nobel Prize. Even minoxidil can only activate follicles in the resting phase. Truly, the foolish with money are the reason hosts like this can survive. Can we report the host to the authorities? The host continues to play coy. He must be laughing inside. He is saying all the right things now. But once the product proves ineffective, he'll likely ignore you altogether. If it truly doesn't work, that's one thing. But what if there are side effects? You'll regret it when it's too late. With someone having already made a purchase, Ye Tian felt indifferent. Once they used it, they would know the truth. He anticipated a surge of subsequent inquiries for the product. Sales would inevitably improve. He continued to live stream calmly. Throughout the afternoon, the number of viewers remained at just a few dozen. Most who entered would see the price, express their disbelief, and exit. After the live stream concluded, Ye Tian sighed in relief. He had finally sown a seed. Now he awaited its growth. Xiao Gang awoke from his slumber. Glancing at the clock, it was already 2 in the afternoon. This was a relatively normal routine for him. His penchant for staying up late had led him to this predicament. Approaching the mirror and completing his morning routine, he scrutinized his scalp, which bore only a few remaining strands of hair, and sighed in resignation. He was a severe case of hair loss. The most concerning aspect was that he was only in his early 20s. Due to significant mental stress and irregular sleeping patterns, he had begun losing his hair at an alarmingly young age. Initially, he paid it little mind, but by the time he recognized its severity, the situation had become irretrievable. Despite diligently applying minoxidil to his scalp every day, after a year, he still had only a sparse few strands. Panic set in. After consulting a doctor, he received a disheartening diagnosis. His hair loss was irreversible. The only remedy was a hair transplant, relocating the follicles from the back of his head to the front. However, given the extensive area of hair loss, the results were uncertain. In despair, he sought help from various specialists, even resorting to numerous shampoos, hair growth serums, and home remedies. Yet none yielded any significant results. As he gazed into the mirror, the youthful visage he once knew was now marred by hair resembling that of a middle-aged man. Regret washed over him, and his family shared in the worry. Given his current appearance, the prospects of finding a romantic partner seemed bleak. Since the onset of his hair loss, he had abstained from attending class reunions and refrained from sharing recent photographs on social media. After completing his morning routine, Xiao Gang rummaged through the refrigerator, hastily assembling a makeshift lunch. He then opened his laptop, venturing onto an online marketplace to explore fresh products that could serve as material for his videos. As a burgeoning internet celebrity, despite being in the nascent stages of his career, his humor and quality content had managed to attract a modest following. While he had yet to achieve fame, his earnings sufficed to support his family. His comedic style leaned towards the absurd, often producing content such as what happens when you scold 100 repetitive donkeys, or applying a magnetic facial mask only to draw it off with a powerful magnet. Occasionally, a few of his videos would unexpectedly go viral. Naturally, he always donned a wig while filming to conceal his condition. A professional habit led him to browse the online marketplace daily, seeking quirky products to challenge. Today, upon entering the site, he was drawn in by a captivating live stream title, A Blessing for Hair Loss Sufferers. Fail to click and you'll regret it. Intrigued, he delved into the stream, only to shake his head in disbelief. It was clearly a product designed to exploit the gullible. The brand was unfamiliar, and the sales pitch touted purely natural ingredients. His astonishment grew when he noticed the price, a staggering $500. Yet, as he continued to watch, he found the host surprisingly earnest, presenting a plethora of credentials and scientific data, even referencing animal trials. Images of bald animals regrowing lush fur after using the hair growth serum stirred a flicker of hope within him. Although a voice in his subconscious cautioned him about the reliability of such data, he tentatively inquired, "Really? The host seems so convincing and knowledgeable. Should I place an order?" Receiving an affirmative response from the host, he resolutely decided to purchase a bottle. After completing the transaction, a wave of calm washed over him, followed by a twinge of regret. Nevertheless, after much contemplation, he chose not to cancel the order. Instead, he resolved to confront his insecurities, to embrace his true self, and to live a vibrant life. In that moment, his spirit felt uplifted. He decided to feature the hair growth serum in his upcoming video. Chapter 13, Product Trial. This would not merely be an episode of humor. It would mark the first time he revealed his true identity to his followers by shedding the wig and liberating himself from the shackles of his past. Half a day later, the package finally arrived. Xiao Gang eagerly tore open the wrapping, only to be met with a mix of amusement and disbelief upon seeing the contents. The packaging was rudimentary, and the quantity of serum was laughably scant, perhaps a mere few milliliters, reminiscent of a perfume sample vial. How could such a minuscule amount command a price of $500? The profit margins must be astronomical. Only someone as foolish as he would purchase it. Yet, with the product now in hand, it was time to create the video. Inspiration flowed through him like a spring, and he quickly drafted the script, filmed, edited, and uploaded it in one seamless motion. As he clicked the upload button, a moment of hesitation gripped him, but ultimately, he boldly shared the video. The title read, "A Cautionary Tale on a $500 Hair Growth Product." Almost immediately, fans began streaming in, eager for the latest update. As the video commenced, Xiao Gang sat solemnly before the camera. "Hello, dear followers. Today's topic is quite serious. I've pondered for quite some time before deciding to create this video. To be honest, I've never felt this anxious while filming. For years, I've harbored a thorn in my heart, leading me to moments of despair. Yet, it is your presence that has granted my life meaning. For this reason, I have chosen to confront my pain and present my authentic self to you without reservation." As he spoke, the comments section erupted with curiosity. "What is going on? Aren't we supposed to be having fun? Why so serious? I'm a bit scared." Xiao Gang continued, "In my previous videos, I've endeavored to showcase a cheerful and humorous side, but what you may not realize is that outside the camera, I have endured my own struggles. I am, in fact, a severe hair loss sufferer. Yes, the hair atop my head is a wig. From this day forward, I refuse to hide any longer." With that declaration, he tore off the wig, revealing his bald scalp to his viewers. The comments exploded with shock. "What? Is this real? Is the host joking for comedic effect? Surely this can't be true." Many recognized the wig as one he had worn in previous videos, suggesting the authenticity of the moment. "My heart aches for the host. Losing hair at such a young age is heartbreaking. I admire the host's bravery. I feel similar insecurities every day. It's okay. You're still handsome, and we adore your vibrant spirit. That's what matters to us." The comments, overwhelmingly supportive, flooded in as the video began to gain traction, accumulating views rapidly. Xiao Gang continued, "That's all I wanted to say. The purpose of this video is to remind everyone to take good care of your scalp. Don't wait until it's too late like I did. Now, let us get to the main topic. I discovered a rather peculiar hair growth product on the online marketplace. This product claims to be high-tech, composed of all natural ingredients, and capable of reviving dead hair follicles to promote hair growth. I've just checked, and while the brand is new, it has all necessary certifications. It's not a sketchy product. However, the most shocking aspect is its price, a staggering $500. And look at the packaging. It's barely anything." He held up the tiny vial between his fingers, shaking it before the camera. The comments erupted once more. $500 for so little? Are you kidding? Even a budget brand offers a whole bottle for just a few bucks. This is outrageous. Help the host recover his losses. A friendly reminder, I am a medical student, and currently, there are only 2 effective medications for treating hair loss, minoxidil and finasteride. The rest are mere scams or attacks on intelligence. At this price, it is hard to fall for it. Only the uploader would buy it to try. Go ahead, give it a shot. Let's see if it is worth its weight in gold." In the video, Xiao Gang, without a second thought, faced the camera and revealed his scalp, where the hair had already been shaved off. He opened the packaging and meticulously applied the hair growth solution to his bare scalp with a cotton swab. Before long, the entire bottle was used up, and his scalp was thoroughly coated. Xiao Gang glanced at the mirror, then addressed the camera, saying, "Well, that's it. I suddenly feel like my 5,000 yuan has just vanished." The barrage of comments was rife with sharp critiques. "Haha, so amusing. This money is too easy to earn. Which brand is this? I want to join in. The uploader doesn't want the money. They can give it to me. I can make this hair growth solution too. Wouldn't 5,000 yuan be better spent on food? I could probably use minoxidil bought with 5,000 yuan for a lifetime." In the video, Xiao Gang suddenly frowned and remarked, "Don't say, this hair growth solution is quite a kick. I now feel a warming sensation on my scalp, as if countless ants are crawling." The comments speculated, "Perhaps it contains ginger juice. Many hair growth products include this ingredient, but it is ultimately futile. I hope there are no side effects. It's best not to use such unverified products casually. I hope the uploader is safe." Xiao Gang waved his hand in the video, "Whatever if something goes wrong. I will seek compensation from the manufacturer." So that's it for today's video. My verdict on this hair growth solution is, don't buy it. Thank you all for watching. See you next time. Returning to earlier, after uploading the video, Xiao Gang did not exhibit the same nonchalance as in the video. He approached the mirror once more, scrutinizing the condition of his scalp, as he felt it becoming increasingly warm. For a fleeting moment, It felt as if his scalp were breathing. Yet, upon examining himself in the mirror, everything seemed normal. The color of his scalp remained unchanged. After a while, this sensation dissipated, and he cast it aside entirely. Chapter 14, Astonishment. Hair is growing. The following morning, Xiao Gang awoke feeling remarkably refreshed. The burdens that had long weighed upon him now felt unexpectedly light when expressed. He reviewed the data from his latest video, which was a tremendous success, even attracting a multitude of new followers. This uplifted his spirits, prompting him to rise and seek new material for his next project. However, the selection of material left him in a quandary. Just then, as he habitually ran his hand over the top of his head, he suddenly felt a different texture. It was soft and fluffy, reminiscent of stroking the fur of his family blue cat. Xiao Gang instinctively wondered if there was something on his head. Yet, upon further examination, he realized something was amiss. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he breathed rapidly, filled with excitement. He dashed to the bathroom to inspect his reflection. The next moment, he was astounded by the sight in the mirror. Where there had once been bare scalp, a lush expanse of green had taken its place. It was astonishing. His scalp was now covered with newly grown hair, although still short, fine, and light in color. The density was remarkable. At that moment, Xiao Gang thought to himself, wow, is this even possible? This hair growth solution actually works. Overwhelmed by astonishment, he pinched himself to confirm he was not dreaming. He had truly grown hair. Tears streamed down his cheeks. What astonished him even more was the remarkable efficacy of the Yishin hair growth solution, surpassing any medication for hair loss. This was undoubtedly monumental news. Although he was puzzled as to why it had not been widely publicized and why the sales in the live stream were dismal, Xiao Gang keenly sensed it was a tremendous opportunity. Perhaps this company was in its nascent stage, and with their formidable research capabilities, they would soon become a globally renowned enterprise. And now, he was the first known individual to trial the hair growth solution. He could share his experience online and chronicle his hair growth journey, garnering significant attention. Moreover, by promoting Yishin's products online, he could establish a favorable relationship with this future giant, expanding his network. Suddenly, he recalled his video from yesterday, which seemed to carry implications of defaming Yishin Company. At this thought, cold sweat broke out. Such a powerful product, and he had already begun to disparage it before even trying it. Now he needed to leverage his influence to reverse the narrative. He quickly tidied himself up, then sent out a live stream notification to his fan group, along with a brief video statement acknowledging the significant errors in his previous video and urging his fans not to blindly trust its conclusions. Promising to discuss the specifics during the live stream, he donned a hat and promptly initiated the live stream. Thanks to the popularity of his last video, he attracted many new followers. Consequently, as numerous fans discovered he had begun the live stream, they flocked to his session. In the front row, they exclaimed, wow, there is a live stream today. What a rare sight to see the great one live. Soon, the number of viewers in the live stream reached 50,000. As Xiao Gang noticed that a sizable audience had gathered, he wasted no time and stated directly, hello everyone, I had planned on live streaming today. But upon waking this morning, I realized something significant had occurred. This situation indicates that my previous video contained substantial inaccuracies, so I am here today to clarify. The comments in the live stream erupted. Previous video? ISNT that the hair loss video? What is the error? I'm a new follower. I discovered you through that video and found you quite entertaining. Xiao Gang continued. Indeed, in my last video, I mentioned purchasing an expensive high-tech hair growth solution from a certain online market and testing on my own head. I may not have exercised due diligence, resulting in a misrepresentation of the product. Here, I sincerely apologize to Yishin Company for the negative implications regarding your product, and I also extend my apologies to my fans for misleading you. The comments exploded once more. What is happening? Why the sudden apology? I suspect the company threatened him. No worries, uploader, we support you. Did you receive a lawyer's letter? That's outrageous. Yishin Company, I've noted you down. You're blacklisted for life. It seems that the situation is far more complex than merely involving a small manufacturer. Lurking behind it are capital giants who even suppress the expression of normal user experiences. They audaciously threaten our content creators, and dear friends, let us unite to flood their official social media account. Little Gang never anticipated that his clarifying statements would instead lead to further misunderstandings among his fans. Hastily, he waved his hands and said, please do not misconstrue my words. I have not been threatened. In fact, Yishin Company is innocent. Their product is without fault. The issue lies solely with me. This morning, I woke to find that my hair had completely grown back. As he spoke, he removed his hat, revealing his fully restored crown of hair to the audience. Gazing at the luxuriant tresses atop his head, the fans watching in front of their screens were left in utter disbelief. Moments later, the barrage of comments surged forth. What on earth is happening? How does hair grow back so suddenly? Was he bald just yesterday? Am I dreaming? Could it be that this hair growth serum is truly effective? This is astonishing. Even if it could regrow hair, how could it grow so much overnight? It's real. I must hurry to place my order. My hair loss has troubled me for far too long. I see hope in our dear content creator. If I remember correctly, his scalp was in worse condition than mine just yesterday. Wait for me. I too shall place an order. Yet, amidst the excitement, some discordant comments began to emerge. So the mask slips at last? Are you now promoting products? What commission are they offering you? How could you act against your conscience in such a manner? Does the creator think we are easily deceived? I initially believed in this creator's sincerity and decided to support him, but I never expected him to falter so soon. Thanks for the invite. I'll unfollow now. I, as an old fan, feel quite embarrassed. Do you take us for fools? Is there truly a hair growth potion so potent in this world? How much commission are you pocketing? Creator, remove your wig and speak again. Chapter 15, Orders Soar. Sold out. The barrage of comments continued with relentless vitriol. You're the most despicable content creator I have ever encountered, toying with us genuine fans. You orchestrated this elaborate performance, first eliciting our sympathy through your sob story, then continuing your absurd antics by pretending to test a ludicrous product, only to feign a reversal to achieve your sales goals. Am I wrong? Truly remarkable. Your marketing skills are astounding. Such a script must have had a master behind it. Why resort to such underhanded tactics? With your follower count, you could live comfortably. Why pursue this crooked path? I suspect your followers will dwindle rapidly. The viewer count in a live stream plummeted, and little gang-ass follower count began to dwindle sharply as well. Many of these viewers were casual fans drawn in by his previous video, and they quickly vanished. Seeing the negative comments, Little Gang immediately responded, "It's not like that. I swear on my life that everything I say is true. I have not deceived you. Allow me to show you my scalp." He leaned towards the camera and vigorously tousled his hair. Have you ever seen such a wig? He continued to ruffle his hair for a prolonged moment, adamantly proving he was not wearing a wig. To my loyal fans who have accompanied me for such a long time, you surely know my character well. Have I ever deceived you before? If this were merely a sponsor video, I would have clearly stated so. Today, I recognize that many may unfollow, but I have no regrets. I steadfastly affirm that this hair growth serum is genuinely effective. You will know once you try it. Those plagued by hair loss should hurry and purchase it. You won't regret it. If it proves ineffective, feel free to insult me. His earnest words ignited a protective response from his loyal fans. I believe in the creator. Enough said. I've been a fan for years, and I know his character well. The creator cannot be so short-sighted. I trust him. Who would employ such easily debunked lies to deceive others? No more words. I'm placing my order. Meanwhile, Ye Tian was conducting research in his laboratory when a sudden alert rang out on his phone. Glancing at the screen, he was taken aback. The system displayed that the remaining few hundred units of the hair growth serum had been snatched up, along with thousands of purchase inquiries. These individuals occupied the area designated for questions from those who had already made purchases, flooding the comments with requests for the product and inquiries about others' experiences. Ye Tian hadn't anticipated such a sudden influx of orders, nor that there were thousands waiting to buy. He quickly scrutinized the comment sections. After some investigation, he finally understood. Nearly all these inquiries stem from a video by a particular content creator. Ye Tian recalled the one individual who had initially placed an order. He searched for that video online and, after watching it, found himself in a mix of laughter and disbelief. No wonder that individual made such a decisive purchase. It turned out he was a comedic influencer intending to showcase his product in a humorous light. However, he had inadvertently stumbled upon the remarkable efficacy of the hair growth serum, which entirely resolved his hair loss issue. Now, he had transformed into a devoted fan of Yishin Company and even uploaded a video chronicling his experience. This explained the sudden surge in orders. Ye Tian held no ill will toward the individual's prior actions. He promptly instructed the staff to package the products and dispatch them according to the orders. He also activated full production mode at the factory, no longer needing to worry about product expiration. The video creator had inadvertently aided him. From this point forward, orders would cascade in like snowflakes. So many purchases would surely amplify their reputation. Ye Tian had no qualms about selling his product. Rather, he was concerned that the factory's capacity might not suffice to meet demand. After a long day of ensuring all products were dispatched, Ye Tian collapsed on his bed, increasingly yearning for a manager to ease his burden. After all, he was not cut out for managing a company, and time was scarce, consumed by these trivialities. With a manager, these tasks could be delegated, including the recruitment of additional staff. Ye Tian had long begun seeking talent through agencies. However, regrettably, he had yet to find a suitable candidate. Being in a small town, it was inherently challenging to retain talent. Those with skill often overlooked such a small company. While there were plenty of average candidates, Ye Tian was not inclined to consider them. Nevertheless, with his company on the verge of gaining prominence, he believed that under the influence of his financial resources, suitable candidates would soon emerge. Xiaoming was a programmer. Due to his relentless work ethic, he had lost all his hair before turning 30. Despite earning a high salary, he found it difficult to attract the attention of women. Each time he went on a blind date, the other party would reject him upon seeing his bald head. This left him feeling anxious about starting a family. In addition to actively seeking treatment, he diligently gathered various hair growth products and folk remedies. In his daily life, he also enjoyed watching online videos and followed his favorite comedic influencer, Little Gang, which added much joy to his life. Particularly after the latter's recent declaration of being a hair loss sufferer in his latest video, Xiaoming admired him even more. The next astonishing event unfolded before his very eyes. He witnessed, with utter disbelief, that after using the hair growth serum, Xiaozhang's hair had miraculously regrown. He was wholly convinced of its authenticity. This ignited a fervent hope within him, rekindling his aspirations. Without delay, he sought out the Yishin company store on a popular online marketplace and promptly placed an order. Remarkably, almost simultaneously with his order, the serum was announced as sold out. He could hardly contain his elation at this stroke of fortune. After swiftly completing the payment, he began to fervently pray for the arrival of the delivery. Never had he felt time drag on so interminably. At last, after what felt like an eternity, the delivery arrived. Eagerly, he tore open the package, carefully cradling the contents, and extracted the vial. Following the instructions meticulously, he applied the serum to his scalp. Almost immediately, he experienced the same sensations that Xiaozhang had described. His scalp grew increasingly warm, as if countless follicles were breathing. He decided to do nothing but periodically glance in the mirror, hoping for signs of improvement. Eventually, fatigue overtook him, and he fell into a deep slumber. Upon awakening the next day, as he opened his eyes, a thought struck him, and he hurriedly reached for his head. The next moment, his heart brimmed with delight. He rushed to the mirror, and upon gazing at his reflection, he was overwhelmed with emotion as he beheld a fine layer of soft hair sprouting from his scalp. Tears of joy welled up in his eyes. Xiaozhang had indeed spoken the truth. The 5,000 yuan he spent was not in vain. His life was once again filled with hope. Chapter 16. Polarizing Opinions. Xiaoming could hardly contain his excitement as he posted a close-up of himself on his social media, something he had never dared to do before. Accompanying the image were the words, "I am overwhelmed. After so long, I have finally resolved my hair loss issue. Mom, you needn't worry about my baldness any longer." His plethora of programmer friends, upon seeing the post, inundated him with comments. "Who are you? Hand over Xiaoming. Hurry and take off that wig. We're still friends. We agreed to go bald together, yet you secretly got a hair transplant. Are you foolish? We met just yesterday. Hair transplants don't work that quickly." "Indeed, Xiaoming. How did your hair grow so fast? What treatment did you use?" Xiaoming responded in the comments, "I used Yishin hair growth serum. I saw it being used by a video blogger, and although I was skeptical, the results are astonishing. You all should hurry and purchase it. It may be a bit pricey, but it is unquestionably worth every penny. However, it's not guaranteed you'll find it in stock now. I was just lucky to snag a bottle." In the social media thread, Xiaoming's programmer friends, unable to respond further, hurriedly sought out the store, only to discover it was out of stock. They despondently flocked to the comment section to express their frustration. "I just checked, and there's nothing available. No way. Why doesn't the store produce more? This hair growth serum has gone viral online. How can there possibly be any left? Please be patient. I'm in urgent need. Can I contact the manufacturer directly? I call, but the line is constantly busy." In truth, ever since Xiaozhang's livestream, countless netizens had flocked to the Yishin store to purchase the serum. Although only a handful succeeded, they were the first to experience the serum's remarkable efficacy and eagerly shared their experiences. What had begun with just Xiaozhang had now transformed into hundreds of testimonials, all attesting to the serum's effectiveness. Those plagued by hair loss were now in a frenzy, scouring the internet for every scrap of information about Yishin hair growth serum, leaving comments urging for production beneath the store, and even inundating Yishin company with phone calls, causing the lines to be perpetually busy. The most frequently asked question among netizens became, "Did you manage to buy Yishin hair growth serum? Many influencers seized upon this trend, incorporating the serum into their video content. Yishing's factory operated at full capacity each day, yet the product still could not meet market demand. Each batch shipped out was instantly sold out. Consequently, the company was compelled to publicly address some of the most pressing inquiries from netizens, urging patience as production was proceeding methodically and assuring that ultimately, everyone would be able to make a successful purchase. The explosive popularity of Yishin hair growth serum transcended its niche, capturing the attention of various industries. And the topic remained a hot trend across social media, with half of the top 10 trending topics revolving around it. Major media outlets also published articles chronicling the events leading up to this phenomenon. With a price tag of 5,000 yuan, the serum was producing 50,000 units daily. Yet demand far exceeded supply. This was utterly mind-boggling. Upon witnessing this figure, netizens began to fervently debate. Wow, that's an astonishing amount. The company must be raking in profits. With a daily production capacity of 50,000, that's 5 billion yuan a month. That is far more lucrative than selling phones. The profit margins are significantly higher than those of smartphones because the production costs are lower. Is it too late for me to start a factory for hair growth serum? Do you think this is something anyone can do? Do you possess their expertise? Why do so many other hair growth serums fail to sell? They worked tirelessly to develop this. They deserved a profit. Inevitably, some negative comments emerged. It's all just a game of capital, mere hype. The effects are purely psychological, a delusion for users. Exactly. This company is merely preying on the anxieties of those suffering from hair loss. It's nothing more than a blood-sucking venture. Why haven't the authorities intervened yet? Be patient. Let the situation unfold. How many of you actually used it? What gives you the right to claim it's ineffective? Indeed, only we, the users, have the authority to speak on this. Are we not aware of our own hair growth? Is the hair sprouting from my head not real? Before commenting, why not take the time to review more cases? Look at Xiao Zhang's initial video. Although the growth has slowed, his hair has thickened and darkened, appearing entirely normal. So many users are fools. And you think you're the only smart one, right? Another loyalist of Yishin emerges. How much do you get paid to post this? It must be said, wherever there are people, there will be detractors. The online reputation of Yishin hair growth serum began to polarize. As its popularity surged across the internet, many casual observers became aware of it. Initially, they had merely watched with curiosity, but upon seeing Yishin's profits, envy took root, giving rise to a flurry of gossip. These individuals were neither users, nor did they care about the genuine experiences of those who were. They were solely concerned with their preconceived notions. Observing the staggering revenue of 5 billion yuan, they instinctively associated it with capitalistic greed, believing themselves to have a clear insight into the truth of the matter. A trending post on a social platform emerged, questioning how to evaluate the scarcity of Yishin hair growth serum and its monthly income of 5 billion. Below, a multitude of so-called elites began to weigh in with their sharp critiques. Thank you for the invitation. I must express that this is indeed a lamentable aspect of our contemporary era. People blindly echoing one another, ensnared in the machinations of capital, having lost their capacity for independent judgment while pursuing trivialities. I observe numerous individuals suffering from hair loss. They are pitiable, deceived yet complicit in counting their own losses. Is this not a quintessential health supplement scam? It warrants reporting to the authorities, as the scale is substantial and should be actionable. The gullible, with their abundant finances, are drawn into a web of deceit. Currently, there are only 2 medications for hair loss treatment. Should this hair growth lotion prove effective, its inventor ought to apply for a Nobel Prize. I surmise that even if it works, it merely contains those 2 components, yet its exorbitant price is undoubtedly exploitative. On social media, a certain expert has begun to capitalize on the trending topic, sharing his opinions. Recently, a wildly popular hair growth lotion has emerged online. And old Wong has taken notice, understanding the public's concern. Unable to restrain himself, he offers a few words of caution. It is clearly a game of capital, and he implores everyone not to be easily deceived, advising them to purchase legitimate hair growth products. Beneath his post, a throng of fans extols old Wong, while the rebuttals from genuine users fade into insignificance. Chapter 17. The Emergence of Counterfeits. Concurrently, Yishin Company finds itself embroiled in new troubles. Due to the soaring demand for Yishin hair growth lotion, many have begun to entertain nefarious intentions. They specifically seek to acquire used packaging at inflated prices, deliberately adding other substances before peddling them online. Many unsuspecting consumers, eager to purchase, fall victim to this ruse, finding the product utterly ineffective and even experiencing scalp allergies. These individuals are oblivious to the distinction between counterfeits and the original manufacturer, lamenting their plight on the internet and accusing Yishin company of perpetrating a scam. The number of such individuals is not negligible. In a moment, the detractors seize this opportunity, believing they have unearthed evidence, and embark on a frenzy of defamation against Yishin company. Many who initially intended to make a purchase suddenly hesitate. On that day, sales of Yishin hair growth lotion plummeted dramatically. Ye Tian was in his office, reclining in a lounge chair, relishing a rare moment of leisure. Ever since successfully hiring a manager, he had delegated all responsibilities to him. This professional, a former executive of a Fortune 500 company, promptly showcased his capabilities. After gaining a fundamental understanding of the company, he swiftly outlined work tasks and the developmental trajectory of the enterprise, rapidly recruiting various personnel. The company's growth finally fell into a steady rhythm. At that moment, a knock resounded at the door. The manager entered and stated, "Boss, we have encountered a problem." As he spoke, he handed the documents to Ye Tian. Manager Liu Ping observed Ye Tian engrossed in reading the materials, and a wave of contemplation washed over him. Just days prior, had anyone told him that he would soon work for an obscure small company, he would have deemed them insane. As a child of humble beginnings, Liu Ping had earned admission to a prestigious university through sheer determination, fervently acquiring knowledge that transformed his destiny. Upon graduation, his talents became unmistakable, leading to recruitment as an executive by a Fortune 500 company. He diligently contributed immense value to the firm, eventually attaining the position of deputy general manager. However, a source of discontent for him was the predetermined appointment of the general manager, whose capabilities paled in comparison to his own, having ascended solely through nepotism. Liu Ping harbored significant ambitions, yet the current situation left him somewhat troubled, prompting a retreat to his hometown for solace. Coincidentally, his mother was gravely ill, and he returned to provide care for a time. Not long ago, a headhunting firm approached him, hoping he would consider a position at a local company, offering a salary higher than his previous one. Without hesitation, he declined, dismissing the notion, what substantial company could possibly exist in such a small locale? Regardless of the monetary incentive, he could not be swayed. He prioritized the company's prospects and the resources it commanded. However, a twist of fate occurred when the headhunting firm paid him another visit, this time presenting a thick dossier. Upon perusal, he discovered that the company seeking to recruit him was none other than the renowned Yishin company, celebrated across the internet. Being an industry insider, he was acutely aware of its value and recognized the efficacy of its products. Yet, he remained unaware that it was a local enterprise. After a moment's hesitation, considering that working there would allow him to care for his family closely, he consented, albeit with the stipulation of meeting the CEO first. Upon meeting Ye Tian and learning that the company's products were developed under his auspices, Liu Ping unhesitatingly chose to join. Through their conversation, he assessed Ye Tian's capabilities, an exceptionally talented young man, a quintessential high IQ individual, who had, at such a tender age, developed results worthy of a Nobel Prize. The future appeared boundless. Even if this one product were to suffice, it could propel the company into the ranks of the Fortune 500. By joining the company at its nascent stage, he would become a founding member of Yishin Company. The prospect of constructing a vast commercial empire from the ground up ignited a fervor within Liu Ping, rekindling the passion within his once stifled heart. After reviewing the documents, Ye Tian furrowed his brow. Counterfeiting had already commenced, a development he had anticipated. He inquired, "How do you intend to address this?" Liu Ping replied, "We must report to the authorities and hold a press conference to clarify matters, swiftly mitigating any adverse effects on our reputation. Additionally, our legal department should commence work to gather evidence, ensuring that we bring them to ruin. Concurrently, I recommend we redesign our packaging. The current one is too rudimentary. I propose we add anti-counterfeiting labels and employ tamper-evident packaging for easier identification by our consumers." Ye Tian nodded. "Proceed, as you suggest." Liu Ping continued, "Moreover, we have received numerous calls from distributors wishing to represent our products." Ye Tian replied, "Decline all offers. We have no difficulty selling our products." Liu Ping concurred. "I have already taken this course of action. I now suspect that the numerous online detractors may be hired mercenaries." Ye Tian acknowledged, "It is likely they are the culprits. However, for now, we lack effective strategies. Let us first resolve the matter of those fraudsters." Liu Ping added, "Furthermore, many scalpers are purchasing our products and reselling them at inflated prices, preventing genuine customers from obtaining them or forcing them to pay extra. I suggest we implement a reservation system, requiring users to provide authentic information and limiting each ID to a maximum of 3 purchases." Ye Tian acquiesced. In the afternoon, The highly anticipated press conference of Yishin Company commenced as scheduled. Countless media outlets turned their spotlight toward the event. Liu Ping addressed the audience directly. We sincerely appreciate everyone's support for Yishin Company. Today, we convene this press conference primarily to respond to recent issues. We have identified some negative commentary circulating about our company online. After thorough investigation, we have begun to understand the truth of the matter. Our hair growth lotion, due to its potent efficacy and strong sales, has garnered considerable attention from users, while simultaneously attracting the ire of unscrupulous merchants. They acquired used packaging, then filled it with some unknown substances, masquerading it as the Leaf God hair growth solution to sell to others, deceiving them for financial gain. This has inflicted significant harm on users' property and health, and has greatly impacted the image of our product. Following the incident, our company promptly sought to understand the situation of the victims. We have currently gathered sufficient evidence and have reported to the police. They will soon receive the punishment they deserve. Chapter 18. The Denial of Foreign Experts. Liu Ping continued. Subsequently, our products will also undergo packaging upgrades, featuring unique anti-counterfeiting labels. We hope that in the future, when purchasing our products, everyone will recognize our official store. We have no agents, and we advise against purchasing from others or scalpers to avoid being deceived. Simultaneously, to alleviate user pressure and ensure that those who genuinely need the hair growth solution can acquire it, we will also implement purchase restrictions. This concludes today's press conference. Thank you for your support. We will continue to strive to bring you more excellent products. After the press conference, the police took action, dismantling numerous illegal workshops based on the intelligence gathered. The online discourse surrounding this press conference also generated significant buzz. So, it turns out that there are indeed individuals acquiring packaging to impersonate the Leaf God hair growth solution. No wonder it was so inexpensive. Fantastic. These individuals have finally been apprehended. This means that the Leaf God hair growth solution is not problematic at all. I merely purchased a counterfeit product. I have long maintained this, but no one believed me. I was among the first to buy it, and now my hair has completely grown back. Finally, there's a crackdown on scalpers. This is wonderful. It seems it will no longer be so difficult to purchase, as many people have hoarded stock in anticipation of price increases. After all this, they still dare not directly address whether their product is effective, attributing all product mishaps to fraudsters. When will the bubble surrounding the hair growth solution be burst? It is now entirely treated as a financial product. Their news saturates the trending topics daily. How tiresome. I have had enough. Why hasn't any scientist come forward to respond? Surely their lies will crumble under scrutiny then. At this moment, the prominent influencer, Old Wong, could no longer sit idly by. His previous attempt to garner attention by commenting on the Leaf God hair growth solution had garnered him a substantial following, allowing him to savor the benefits of traffic. He continued to monitor various discussions online. Thus, a plan formed in his mind. Why not find a scientist to comment on the efficacy of the hair growth solution? He searched online for a foreign elder, paid him a modest sum, and arranged for a video call performance as an expert. Soon, the video was released and quickly went viral, causing a sensation. The content featured a video call with one side recognizable as Old Wong, while the other side displayed a foreign elder clad in a white lab coat. Next to the elder's image was a label identifying him as Professor Hopkins, a renowned biology professor from a certain foreign university. Old Wong promptly greeted, "Hello, Professor Hopkins. Thank you for taking the time to join our video call." After hearing the translator, the elder nodded. Old Wong continued, "The reason we are connecting with Professor Hopkins today is due to the recent emergence of a hair growth solution in our country claiming to activate dormant hair follicle cells and promote hair regrowth. Whether this product is genuinely effective remains uncertain, yet has already amassed significant profits, with monthly sales expected to reach 7.5 billion. Professor Hopkins, what is your opinion?" Upon hearing the translation, Professor Hopkins appeared surprised, then shook his head and inquired, "Mr. Wong, does this hair growth solution contain minoxidil?" After receiving a negative response, he resolutely stated, "That is impossible to be effective. I believe users are experiencing psychological comfort and self-deception. Currently, the only medications capable of treating hair loss worldwide remain minoxidil and finasteride. Everything else is unreliable. As an authoritative biology professor, I have not heard of any new ingredients being discovered. Hence, I question the efficacy of this product and even have concerns regarding its safety." Shifting his tone, he added, "In our foreign research institutes, we have indeed explored new hair growth ingredients and even achieved significant results, but ultimately, this project was shelved because we discovered that while the ingredient was highly effective, it could pose serious health risks. I apologize for digressing. However, upon hearing your comments, I couldn't help but recall our past research. I hope this is merely my misconception and that the hair growth solution they developed is at least harmless to the human body. Old Wong timely concluded, "Thank you, Professor Hopkins, for your insights." He then ended the video call and faced the camera, stating, "So, friends, today's video concludes here. I must advise those troubled by hair loss. While hair may be lost, it is merely a superficial deficiency. However, damaged health is truly life-threatening. I hope you choose hair growth products wisely." This video ignited a storm online. Children viewed it as a treasure and began sharing it widely. Suddenly, many who were unaware of the truth began to follow suit in criticizing, with numbers far surpassing those of supporters, leaving even fans uncertain about continuing their support for the Leaf God Company. The brilliance of this article lies in two aspects. First, it enlisted a so-called foreign expert to express an opinion. The onlookers lacked the capacity to discern the truth, only knowing that a foreign elder had commented on the hair growth solution in the video. As long as he was a foreigner, it sufficed. They cared little about whether he was indeed a foreign expert. The mere appearance of a foreigner was accepted as authoritative and went unquestioned. Secondly, the entire video did not delve deeply into the efficacy of the hair growth solution, instead emphasizing its safety. This easily swayed a portion of the originally staunch supporters of the Leaf God Company. After all, they too would ponder when safety is at stake. No one will unconditionally trust a new company, especially when the opinion of a foreign expert is featured in the video. One particularly insidious aspect is that the video did not explicitly state that the Leaf God hair growth solution had safety issues. Everything was mere speculation, using a supposed scientific background to draw analogies, insinuating safety concerns about the product. It suggested that the Leaf God Company, in pursuit of massive profits, disregarded the safety hazards of the hair growth solution and proceeded to market it, profiting from users' money. This content has a natural destructive power over those with low scientific literacy, easily swaying their thoughts, especially with the endorsement of a foreign expert's identity. In no time, the internet was rife with scathing remarks against the Leaf God Company, and supporters began to waver. The voices of dissenters overwhelmingly drowned out the supporters. Chapter 19. Escalation of events. Look, this is solid evidence now. Foreign experts have publicly condemned it. I wonder which fans will still attempt to clear their names? Just think, if such an excellent hair growth product truly existed, why hasn't it been invented abroad? Are our research capabilities truly that formidable? It is not that the inventors are incapable. Did you not see what was stated in the video? They indeed developed a product that demonstrated remarkable efficacy, but due to its substantial side effects, they had no choice but to abandon it. Observe foreign countries, where they are willing to relinquish projects and forsake immense profits rather than allow such harmful products to enter the market. In stark contrast, consider Yishin Company, which prioritizes profit over user safety. It is as if one exists in the heavens while the other dwells in the depths of the earth. Could it be that Yishin's hair growth solution is derived from the very project abandoned by foreign entities? Goodness, it is entirely plausible. What a coincidence. Can a nameless small company possess such formidable research capabilities? How could they suddenly invent an ingredient for hair growth? It may indeed be the case, and this borders on criminality. Not only do they disregard user safety, but they may also be implicated in academic theft, claiming others' breakthroughs as their own. Goodness, I was nearly deceived, thinking I had discovered a robust local pharmaceutical company. This matter must be investigated thoroughly. We demand accountability from Yishin Company. I implore everyone to persist in posting daily, lest the fervor diminish. Under the avalanche of negative commentary, the fans' unwavering support for Yishin Company has begun to wane. At this juncture, yet another video surfaced online, further inflaming public sentiment. In a video, a wan-faced young man, confronting the camera, sorrowfully recounts how he previously trusted Yishin Company's claims and purchased the hair growth solution to address his hair loss. Initially, he felt positive effects. Yet just days ago, he suddenly noticed a decline in his health. Upon seeking medical attention, he was diagnosed with leukemia. He had no prior issues, and after using the hair growth solution, he inexplicably developed leukemia, compelling him to draw a connection between the two. Now, due to his illness, he is unable to work. His financial reserves are nearly depleted, and he is at a loss regarding his future. He urges everyone to refrain from using Yishin's hair growth solution, to dispose of any they possess immediately, and to seek medical examinations if they have already used it, lest it be too late. Furthermore, he accuses Yishin Company of concealing the truth for profit, producing this harmful product that has ruined his life. He hopes that the truth will emerge, that the public will see Yishin Company's true nature, and that the relevant authorities will shut down this company, restoring justice to him. Upon the video's release, It was shared countless times. The negative perception of Yishin Company surged to unprecedented heights. The content ignited panic among many individuals. Those who had used the hair growth solution rushed to hospitals after viewing it. The online vitriol was relentless, and even the previously ambivalent fans now resolutely opposed Yishin Company. Goodness, don't frighten me. I just finished using the hair growth solution, and now you tell me this. I must go to the hospital for an examination immediately. Sob, mother, I don't want to die. Yishin Company. I curse your ancestors. I just had a hospital checkup, and everything was fine, but I remain deeply worried, fearing illness may strike unexpectedly. I've been diagnosed with cancer and feel utterly hopeless. What should I do? Yishin Company can only be described as devoid of conscience. They must bear our medical expenses. I demand a refund for the hair growth solution. I once supported Yishin Company, but now I can only say I was blind. Yishin Company, NMSL. Numerous netizens have initiated refund requests on shopping platforms, while many others have opted to sue Yishin Company. In Yishin Company's office, Ye Tian and Lu Ping appeared ashen. A rare coldness flickered in Ye Tian's gaze. He was thoroughly revolted. A mere video, featuring an unknown foreigner, transformed into an authority figure. Without any evidence, it effortlessly undermined the value of his product and obliterated the fruits of his labor. The netizens displayed a staggering lack of discernment, mindlessly echoing others and being manipulated as pawns. He despised that influential figure, Old Wang, as well as the foreign expert, and those envious detractors who tarnished the company's reputation. He also resented those who, oblivious to the facts, simply followed the crowd in disparaging him. At this moment, he suddenly understood that some individuals are beyond redemption. He inquired, "What is the current situation?" Lu Ping responded, "Sales of the hair growth solution have plummeted by 95, with a significant number of users leaving negative reviews and many opting for refunds. Additionally, some users have initiated lawsuits against us, seeking compensation for their losses and reimbursement for their medical examinations." He hesitated before adding, "By the way, we just received notice that production of the hair growth solution has been halted. The resumption timeline will depend on the outcome of the investigation, and an organization has just taken samples of the solution for safety testing." Ye Tian asked, "Have we clarified the situation regarding that video from Old Wang?" Lu Ping replied, "We have gathered some preliminary information. Based on our assessment, he appears to have no ties to the pharmaceutical interest groups, but rather seeks to capitalize on the situation and muddy the waters for personal gain. The identity of the foreign gentleman in the video remains unclear. However, we have confirmed that the renowned foreign university does not have a biology professor named Hopkins. To be prudent, we searched for all notable biology professors abroad, and none matched his description. I suspect his identity may not be genuine." Ye Tian scoffed, "That is fortunate. If they are unwilling to invest in even fabricating a credible identity, this bodes well for us. What about those who claim to have experienced health issues after using the solution?" Lu Ping stated, "We are currently investigating further." "Good. Once we ascertain the details, report to me immediately." Lu Ping asked, "Boss, what should we do next?" Ye Tian replied, "Continue to gather evidence, encompassing not only Old Wang and those claiming to be ill, but also all the influential figures online who are attempting to ride the wave of negativity against us. We will compile evidence against those fans who do nothing but attack us online. Inform our legal department. It is time for them to act. I intend to sue every single one of them, regardless of the cost. They must feel the repercussions, face ruin, and understand the consequences of disparaging us online." Chapter 20. The Shock of Academician Li. Lu Ping observed the fierce determination emanating from Ye Tian and nodded in agreement. To be honest, he had harbored concerns regarding Ye Tian's youth and lack of experience in handling such matters, fearing he might succumb to panic or engage in rash actions. However, it was evident that Ye Tian possessed clarity regarding the necessary steps to take, demonstrating an extraordinary level of composure. Ye Tian continued, "We must issue a brief response to this incident, clarify these rumors, and publicly warn everyone against following the tide of online negativity. Otherwise, they will bear the consequences. As for those demanding refunds, we will not comply. We will endure any lawsuits against us, and our product will be removed from the platform immediately. Henceforth, it will only be sold on our official website, and purchasing our products will require specific qualifications. In the future, I shall establish a monitoring mechanism whereby all those who have tarnished our reputation shall automatically forfeit their rights to purchase our products." Lu Ping gazed at Ye Tian, uncertain of how to express himself. He yearned to inquire how Ye Tian intended to implement such a detection system, or whether it was merely idle talk. Subsequently, Yishin Company held a press conference to briefly address the recent spate of controversies. However, these responses appeared rather feeble to the public. with each explanation rendering them increasingly powerless. Ye Tian remained indifferent, directly informing Liu Ping that once the investigation concluded, they would present the evidence and initiate lawsuits against the relevant parties, regardless of the current state of public opinion. Those netizens could choose to believe or not. After all, Yishin hair growth liquid was unparalleled, its brilliance could not be obscured, and the lies of those individuals would ultimately be unveiled. Little did Ye Tian anticipate that this day would arrive sooner than expected. At the Du Biological Research Institute, researchers clad in white lab coats meticulously observed the transformations of the experimental animals. Shock was etched on their faces as they exchanged bewildered glances. An elderly man with white hair was particularly overjoyed. After compiling the experimental data, a researcher responded with elation. Academicianly, the first phase of the experiment has been completed. All the animals subjected to various hair loss genes, which had completely lost their hair and had necrotic hair follicles, have miraculously regrown their hair after using Yishin hair growth liquid. The initial growth rate of the hair was rapid, though it's slow as the hair fully restored to normal. The first batch of animals treated with the hair growth liquid has returned to normal. This is the most effective hair growth component I have ever encountered. It seems this liquid possesses an astonishing regenerative effect on hair follicles. We have also conducted comprehensive health checks on all the animals, confirming that this component is entirely harmless. Excellent. Excellent. Thank you all for your hard work. I never imagined this remarkable achievement would come from a local company. Our pharmaceutical industry has finally produced a significant result. One researcher chuckled. This small company has indeed struck gold. They stumbled upon such a breakthrough. They are bound to reap enormous profits. As the global hair growth industry is incredibly lucrative, it is said that they're already generating over $7 billion a month, surpassing many internet companies. Other researchers chimed in. Indeed, with this singular product, the company is poised to enter the Fortune 500. How I wish I had invented it. The owner of this company must be waking up in delight from dreams of success. At that moment, academicianly shook his head solemnly. Luck? You attribute this invention to sheer luck. Then why do so many top pharmaceutical companies invest vast sums each year, yet fail to produce anything? You are utterly mistaken. This invention is a result of profound knowledge, exceptional research intuition, comprehensive macro oversight, and, most importantly, unparalleled talent. To attribute this achievement to luck is an affront to the genius behind it. Surprised, a researcher asked, "Why do you say that?" Academicien lithography. You have not scrutinized the components of the hair growth liquid closely. Once you conduct an in-depth study, you will realize that I am not exaggerating in the slightest. Based on my preliminary research, the mechanism of this hair growth liquid is due to a unique microbial community that cleanses the scalp environment and revitalizes the hair follicles, subsequently secreting an active substance that fully activates the necrotic follicles, achieving the objective of hair growth. It may sound simple, but I initially thought so too. However, upon deeper investigation, I discovered the extent of my ignorance. I found that this special microorganism was unlike anything I had encountered before, an entirely new species. The researchers were astounded. For academician, Li was a renowned authority in microbiology. The notion that he had encountered a microbe he had never seen before was astonishing. When I first observed this novel microorganism, I was exhilarated, believing I was on the brink of uncovering its mysteries, as this is my field of expertise. I never thought there would be something I could not comprehend, even if it were a new microorganism. However, I soon realized I was mistaken. Its properties were not particularly remarkable, even surprisingly simple. What frightened me was that the functionality of this microorganism seemed perfectly aligned with the purpose of hair growth, almost as if it were a controlled outcome. In disbelief, I attempted to culture this microorganism. You would hardly believe what transpired. This microorganism exhibited no capacity for reproduction whatsoever. A shocked researcher exclaimed, "What? How is that possible? If it has no reproductive ability, how is it produced?" Academicianly responded, "I was just as astonished as you. Yet, despite employing all my knowledge and every means at my disposal, I could not successfully cultivate a subsequent generation. It appears to be a one-time microbial community, existing solely for the purpose of hair growth. Thus, I am increasingly convinced that this microorganism was deliberately created by that genius, whether through genetic editing or some other method. In any case, this technology far surpasses decades of global advancements, a concept I could scarcely fathom. He possesses profound expertise in microbiology, pharmacology, chemistry, and more. More importantly, he seemed to have a clear understanding of his objectives prior to the research and was acutely aware of the steps necessary to achieve the desired results. This level of control over scientific research is nothing short of astounding. It indirectly suggests that this individual possesses extraordinarily advanced biotechnological capabilities, making the creation of a hair growth product a trivial endeavor for him. It compels me to ponder, what if he were to develop medications for other diseases? For instance, cancer? The researchers were utterly astonished. Chapter 21. The academicians' fury. They had not anticipated that the inventor of the hair growth liquid would be so formidable. Academician Li's assessment of him was astonishingly high. Have you located any relevant papers? One researcher queried. Not yet, another replied. We have only found related patents held by someone named Ye Tian. We have learned that Ye Tian is merely a recent graduate who dropped out before obtaining a master's degree. He cannot possibly be the inventor. And we have not uncovered any papers related to the hair growth liquid. Academician Li furrowed his brow. Could it be that this individual lacks interest in academia? Does he merely wish to profit from his research? It is crucial to note that if he were to document the mechanisms involved, it would undoubtedly represent a Nobel Prize level achievement. Not to mention, it would inspire others to conduct further research based on those mechanisms, potentially yielding a succession of Nobel-worthy discoveries. When did our nation produce such an extraordinary figure? I cannot fathom who it might be. It seems that finding him to discuss some biological inquiries is currently impossible. Therefore, we must expedite our research. I suspect that many other institutions are also investigating this hair growth liquid. I have a foreboding sense that it will soon become a hot topic, and currently, there is a vast opportunity for numerous publications. Our time is limited. Since we cannot synthesize this microbial community, you should procure more hair growth liquid to strive for substantial findings. At that moment, one of the procurement personnel suddenly froze. The Yishin hair growth solution may be temporarily unavailable. Academician Li abruptly turned his head, sternly inquiring, what is going on? If it can't be procured, send more people to stake out and acquire it, or contact the manufacturer directly. Do I have to teach you how to handle such trivial matters? The individual replied, it's not that. The Yishin hair growth solution has been temporarily taken off the shelves, and, as far as I know, their factory has halted production without any indication of when it will resume sales. Academician Li's expression tightened further. What is happening? Why would it be taken off the shelves? Have they encountered some difficulties? Why was I not informed earlier? He had been engrossed in his research for the past few days and had been utterly oblivious to external matters, lacking any clarity on the information circulating online. The person explained, previously, we feared disrupting your research, so we refrained from mentioning it. He recounted the entire incident in detail. As Academician Li listened, his face flushed with anger and his hands trembled with agitation. He slammed his hand on the table. Well, what a disgrace. This so-called influencer, fabricating a video and concocting a baseless interview, has slandered a company devoted to scientific research and obliterated all its efforts. Such behavior is utterly heinous, deserving of condemnation. It is aimed solely at suppressing genuine scientific enterprises. I will not allow this to transpire. We cannot condone those who malign scientists for the sake of gaining attention. Call me. I need to make a few calls. The researchers nearby watched apprehensively. They had never witnessed Academician Li in such a furious state. They speculated about the recipients of his impending calls. As one of the foremost authorities in the global biology field, his influence was vast. A single word from him could sway numerous matters. His opinions had consistently been held in high regard by the authorities. A spectacle was about to unfold. That day, a verified account associated with the Academy of Sciences of Daxia suddenly published a lengthy article discussing the recent hair growth solution incident. In the article, Academician Li stated that he had conducted a series of studies on the Yishin hair growth solution, proving its remarkable efficacy and undeniable safety. He described it as the most significant scientific discovery in Daxia in the past 2 decades, emphasizing its importance not only in alleviating the woes of countless hair loss sufferers, but also in its profound implications for future biological research, paving the way forward. Researching its mechanisms would comprehensively advance biology and inspire the development of various other pharmaceuticals. More importantly, this represented yet another monumental achievement in Daxia's relatively weak biopharmaceutical sector. The narrative then shifted as Academician Li vehemently criticized the rampant misconduct on the internet. With attention seeking at the forefront, anyone lacking professional qualifications could freely express opinions that misled netizens and tarnished the reputation of a conscientious research-based enterprise. For the sake of sensationalism, erroneous conclusions were fabricated in the absence of evidence, maligning those diligently striving for results. Such actions were worthy of condemnation. They were a premeditated assault on Daxia's scientific progress. He further admonished the trend-following netizens for their lack of knowledge and discernment, blindly trusting the conclusions of so-called foreign experts and allowing themselves to be used as pawns. Ultimately, he expressed his hope that such incidents would not recur and wished for Daxia's scientific endeavors to flourish. Upon publication, the article sparked intense reactions. It was the first assessment from a domestic professional regarding the recently sensationalized hair growth solution incident, and it diverged from the prevailing narrative by offering a positive appraisal. Instantly, the discourse on the internet began to shift. What is happening? The academician has spoken. Didn't they say the Yishin hair growth solution was entirely ineffective? Didn't they claim there were health risks? Do you believe everything they say? The academician has made a judgment. It seems a reversal is imminent. I told you, my experience has been quite positive, and my health has not been compromised. All these nonsensical accusations are clearly unfounded. The numerous detractors online seem suspicious. Could there be vested interests at play? I was wrong. I should not have doubted the Yishin company. Their invention is truly remarkable. This praise is too high. I will never casually take sides again. I almost stifled a genuine research company. However, the detractors did not relent. Many continued to stubbornly argue. Is what the academician says infallible? Could he have been bribed? Might this be tied to his own interests? Is he absolutely certain that the Yishin hair growth solution is safe? How do we explain what the foreign experts previously said? Yes. What about the sickly young man in that earlier video? There must be a conspiracy. We cannot succumb to the pressures of capital. We must uncover the truth. Nevertheless, an increasing number of individuals began to confront them. Are you detractors insane? You ignore the words of legitimate experts. Yet you maliciously speculate about the hair growth solution without any evidence? Is the Yishin company somehow in your way? Chapter 22. The Truth Revealed. At this juncture, professionals in the comments section vigorously rebutted the trolls. This academician, Li, is one of the foremost authorities in the global biology field. Many biology textbooks are authored by him, and he is renowned for his integrity, unlikely to engage in such conduct. It's laughable that you think any foreign expert could surpass academician Li's authority. I genuinely feel sorry for you. You take the word of an unfamiliar foreigner seriously, yet you harbor doubts when a genuine domestic authority speaks. I'm a biology major. At least academician Li's name is well known, while I've never heard of this so-called foreign expert. Searching online yields no results for this so-called biology expert. I am a master's student in biology at a renowned foreign university, and I have never heard of this individual. There is no record of a Professor Hopkins on our university's official website. Could it be that to sound authoritative, they simply chose the name of a famous hospital? It seems that indeed may be the case. You people are being played without even realizing it. As professionals in research, we can easily discern that video is utterly untrustworthy. It lacks rigor. There was no substantive information presented, nor any engagement with the Yishin hair growth solution. It began with direct accusations and included a sensationalized personal narrative, clearly intended to instill fear. Is this the proper scientific attitude? As more rational netizens voiced their concerns, highlighting numerous inconsistencies, the narrative began to shift. Many netizens awoke from their stupor and began to vehemently criticize Old Wang, while simultaneously offering apologies to the Yishin company. Foolish Old Wang. How dare you fabricate a video to deceive us? I will never believe a word you say again. Old Wang must be thoroughly investigated to see if he has colluded with certain interests. Today, I've realized how foolish I was unknowingly being used as a pawn. I apologize. Yishin company, you are a remarkable enterprise. I was a fan of the Yishin company, and I deeply regret not steadfastly supporting them, allowing them to face online harassment alone. I vow never again to casually believe unfounded claims. Alas, these malicious detractors are utterly despicable. I had secured my purchase, only to be frightened into discarding it after encountering the disparaging remarks online. Now my 5,000 yuan has gone to waste, and I am left uncertain of when I might procure it again. In the wake of academician Li's statements, an increasing number of domestic biological research institutions and experts have taken a stand, resolutely supporting Yishin company. Concurrently, a renowned foreign university has issued a statement refuting the claims, asserting that the man in the video is not a faculty member of their institution. At this moment, Old Wang is at home, contentedly counting the zeros in his bank account. Despite having long been a prominent figure, he had never produced any impactful articles or amassed significant wealth. Little did he anticipate that he would encounter such an exceptional opportunity. It is clear that in the future, he must choose to voice his opinions on matters that are trending and provocative. Through this incident, he has come to realize the extent of his own talent. He is quite enamored with himself, observing how a once thriving company has been forced into closure by his actions, while countless netizens laud him as a paragon of virtue. Numerous popular programs are now inviting him to participate. He feels an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. The power of wielding influence online is exhilarating. He can hardly wait for another chance to solidify his achievements. If only he could earn such sums repeatedly. Regrettably, extraordinary circumstances like those surrounding Yishin Company may not arise again for a long time. Simultaneously, he inwardly curses Yishin Company, deeming them foolish for their ill-gotten gains. His actions are purely motivated by a sense of justice. The fault lies with the company, which is destined to face repercussions, and he merely nudged the inevitable closer. Just then, the doorbell begins to ring incessantly, indicating someone's impatience. Here they come. Old Wong furrows his brow and strides over to open the door. What's the rush? He barely finishes his thought when he feels as though his throat has been seized. At the threshold stand two uniformed police officers, their expressions stern, followed by a contingent behind them. They present their credentials. Wong XX, you are suspected of spreading rumors, inciting unrest, and disrupting production among other charges. You are hereby arrested under this warrant. Cuff him. The ensuing events become a blur for Old Wong, as his consciousness begins to falter and his body weakens, leaving him no choice but to be escorted into the police vehicle. In the interrogation room, Old Wong sits on a specially designed chair, two officers glaring at him with fierce intent. I advise you to confess your transgressions honestly. You might receive leniency. Faced with such a scenario, Old Wong finds himself unable to muster any bravado. Nevertheless, he timidly retorts, what have I done? I was upholding justice. A company like Yishin must be shut down, and the truth must be revealed. The power of capital is truly formidable. Even you officers have been deceived by them. I refuse to succumb to their intimidation. The officers exchange incredulous glances, barely able to contain their laughter. You claim to represent justice? How absurd. Without thorough understanding. You dare to fabricate false information and attack a research enterprise, causing substantial harm. Yet you invert the truth. Old Wong scoffs. Genuine research? More like a relentless pursuit of profit. Their hair growth products cannot possibly treat hair loss. The officers chuckle derisively, producing a newspaper for him to see. It is an edition of the Dotted Daily, featuring a substantial front-page article praising the potent efficacy of Yishin's hair growth solution and lauding the company's positive impact on the pharmaceutical industry in the Great Xia. This is the latest publication. Do you have anything else to say? Cold sweat begins to bead on Old Wong's forehead. How could this be possible? Why is Yishin Company making headlines now? This is the nation's most significant official media outlet. They would not publish frivolous claims unless thoroughly validated. Reflecting on the officer's earlier comments, his inexplicable arrest today, and the multitude of online supporters of Yishin Company, he begins to wonder if the efficacy of this hair growth solution is indeed genuine. Old Wong deflates like a punctured balloon, realizing that everything is over for him. He understands he has been on a misguided path from the very beginning. Like a soulless automaton, he begins to confess all his actions. Chapter 23. The dust settles. On this day, many receive an important news alert. This news sent ripples through the community, rapidly disseminated by major media outlets, capturing widespread attention due to the recent series of events that have been definitively classified. Following a lawful investigation by the police, it was revealed that a certain internet influencer, Wong XX, was suspected of spreading falsehoods, a crime. With the approval of the prosecutorial authorities, this individual has been formally arrested. The case is currently under further investigation. This news sparked an uproar online, with more media outlets uncovering additional details. It was revealed that Wong had observed numerous detractors disparaging Yishin Company online and, in pursuit of traffic, had deliberately hired a foreign actor to fabricate a false interview to attract attention and tarnish the company's reputation, resulting in catastrophic repercussions for Yishin. Even more astonishingly, the evening news program aired a segment lasting over a minute, detailing this news, which included footage of Wong tearfully confessing before the camera. Simultaneously, the police announced another revelation. Following their investigation, the man who claimed in a video to have developed leukemia after using Yishin's hair growth solution was merely seeking attention, falsely claiming illness to garner donations from netizens, which he then squandered. They have apprehended this individual and cautioned the public to adhere to the law and avoid straying down illicit paths. These individuals will undoubtedly face severe penalties as a cautionary measure for society. Thus, the truth of the entire matter has been laid bare. Only then did netizens realize they had been thoroughly deceived. Official confirmation had arrived. Damn, I once thought Old Wong was a person of conscience. I never imagined he could engage in such unscrupulous actions. That foreigner was indeed his hireling. The entire affair was fabricated. I even believed he had fallen victim to a foreign scam, with good intentions at heart. The nature of this incident is appalling. The extent of the rumors is not merely calumny, but a blatant attempt to undermine our scientific foundation. It is no wonder no one had heard of this so-called expert. They were merely an actor. I can't believe that when I first watched the video, I actually saw a glimmer of sincerity in old Wang's eyes. I must have been a fool. The fact that he made it onto Dada News indicates that the authorities are taking this matter seriously, intending to set an example. Of course, if I had a studious child who was bullied, I would fight tooth and nail to protect them. Finally, the last rumor has been obliterated. No one has fallen ill from using the hair growth solution, and even if they had, it would be entirely irrelevant. I can't believe I was so moved by that sick boy S video that I cried. It was a complete waste of my emotions. I even donated a few hundred yuan. Never again will I fall for such tricks. Is it only I who is concerned about when Yishin hair growth serum will be back on sale? Now that the unjust accusations have been cleared, is time for production to resume? Isn't it? At this moment, Ye Tian was in his office receiving a phone call. On the other end was the head of his home province. The caller got straight to the point. Mr. Yi, you have truly surprised me. If it weren't for an unexpected call from above, I would have remained unaware that such a formidable research enterprise had emerged within the province, garnering national attention and prompting numerous academicians and leaders to seek discussions with me. I never anticipated that you, Mr. Yi, would be so young and accomplished, nor did I know that you recently faced such a crisis, nearly leading to your downfall. Ye Tian replied nonchalantly, "It's all good. Thank you for your concern, sir." The caller detected a hint of emotion in his voice and remarked, "This can be considered our oversight. You have endured undue hardship. We should have recognized this trend at the earliest opportunity and acted decisively to curb it. Fortunately, it's not too late to rectify the situation. The matter has finally been resolved. Rest assured, the higher-ups are genuinely concerned about this, and such incidents will not recur in the future. Moreover, should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to reach out to me directly. You can proceed with your endeavors without hesitation. I will ensure to address any issues that arise. I hope you will continue to strive diligently and develop even more outstanding products." The call did not last long, but it provided Ye Tian with ample information. He understood that this matter had been thoroughly resolved, and he had not even had to intervene. It was through the news that Ye Tian learned of academician Li's significant assistance. Without his intervention, Yishin Company might still be ensnared in the whirlpool of public opinion, with the culprits remaining unpunished. Today, he received notice that their factory could resume operations. However, Ye Tian had no immediate plans to resume sales. He had previously stated that all products from Yishin Company would only be sold on their official website. Currently, the company's internet department was working overtime to perfect this functionality. Yishin Company had become the talk of the town. Since the resolution of the situation, Yishin Company had skyrocketed to fame, not in a negative sense, but as a promising tech enterprise that had captivated the entirety of the Great Xia. Many were now casting their gaze upon this company. Numerous financial institutions and investors were envious of Yishin Company's revenue, yet they understood that they had no stake in it. With such technology at their disposal, Yishin Company had no need for external funding. It was destined to soar and become a golden phoenix. No company attempted to initiate a takeover, as such efforts would be futile. However, the success of Yishin Company had significantly invigorated the stock market, causing all biotech stocks to surge, while companies related to minoxidil and finasteride saw a decline in market value. Sales of these two products in the Great Xia were also impacted to some extent. Curiosity about Yishin Company was rampant. Many were eager to uncover how they achieved such rapid ascension overnight. There was a keen interest in unearthing information about the research team behind Yishin Company and the actual individuals in control. To many, it seemed like a miracle, an event that should not have occurred, yet did. The media, too, was highly intrigued. Countless outlets reached out to Yishin Company, hoping for a detailed interview. However, aside from a few prominent official media, Ye Tian declined all other requests for interviews. Nevertheless, news of the chairman being a recent graduate was unearthed by some media outlets. This rather limited yet strikingly contrasting and dramatic information quickly became a focal point in the news, astonishing countless individuals. Chapter 24. E-Class Supercomputers. Wow, how impressive. The chairman is not even 30 yet and has just graduated. He holds complete control. How wealthy. I heard he started his venture before even graduating from his Master S program. He gives off a bit of a Bill Gates vibe. If all goes well, he could be the next world's richest person. My goodness, he is my alumnus. I glance at my boyfriend, who is the same age. It's still toiling away as a regular employee. So that is how the company got its name? Yishin? Quite remarkable. Does Yishin need any accessories? As netizens fervently discussed, Ye Tian was in his office conversing with Lu Ping. Recently, production had been running smoothly, and everything was ready, just waiting for the products to go live again. He wondered when the official website as shopping platform would be ready. Due to Ye Tian's insistence on exclusive sales through the official website and their lack of experience in internet commerce, Lu Ping had hired some high-end talent to attempt to build a marketplace according to Ye Tian's specifications, including limiting purchases for individuals with a questionable past. Thus, these functionalities had yet to be completed, and he was beginning to feel anxious. Ye Tian, kindly repeat. There is no need to rush. There is still plenty of time. By the way, have you completed the task I assigned you? Lu Ping responded. The shipment is expected to arrive this afternoon. However, boss, what do you need so many small supercomputers for? Our servers are already more than sufficient, and they don't need to be this advanced. Ye Tian smiled slightly. Of course, they're for research purposes. Did you think our company would only focus on this one product? Lu Ping's eyes widened. Are we about to have another product? So soon? What is it? Ye Tian shook his head and said, for now, I can only tell you this much. I can hint that the new product may not necessarily be related to biology. It could be in another field. Lu Ping was even more astonished. He had always thought of Ye Tian as merely a genius in biology, and that Yishin company would only ever be a biopharmaceutical enterprise. He never anticipated such a different answer today. In the afternoon, Ye Tian arrived at a large warehouse. 100 small supercomputers were neatly arranged within. Each of these supercomputers was worth over 1 million gold coins, equipped with top-tier 128-core CPUs and Ampere GPUs, with each unit containing more than one setup. Ye Tian could not acquire large supercomputers, and the performance of those servers did not meet his needs. So he opted for these instead. In fact, they were perfectly suitable and more than adequate for his requirements. Indeed, he intended to utilize these supercomputers to synthesize large-scale equipment that met his needs. Moreover, each supercomputer contained the artificial intelligence source code that Ye Tian had secretly purchased. This source code was not particularly advanced. Most current AI companies possess superior versions. However, it represented the foundational level of artificial intelligence, a blank slate, yet to be infused with data for training. Ye Tian held unique expectations for this synthesis. After reading numerous online novels, he noted that in every text story, the protagonist typically had an AI as a companion. Naturally, Ye Tian envied this. With the assistance of an AI, his endeavors would proceed smoothly. The AI would relieve him of many burdens. For instance, in the recent incident where he faced online defamation, had he benefited from the assistance of artificial intelligence at that time, he would have effortlessly unearthed a plethora of evidence from the internet, thereby negating the necessity for Lu Ping to dispatch individuals for extensive searches. This event illuminated for him the formidable power of public opinion. He came to realize that he ought to seize the initiative to manipulate public sentiment rather than being swept along by it. In the contemporary digital landscape, controlling public discourse is of paramount importance. With the aid of artificial intelligence, he would navigate these waters with ease. Additionally, he had previously expressed his intention to establish a recognition system, whereby all those who had tarnished his company's reputation online would be flagged, automatically losing their rights to purchase products. Given the current technological capabilities of the company, achieving this was evidently unattainable. However, with the advent of artificial intelligence, everything would become remarkably straightforward. Ye Tian firmly secured the door to the warehouse and meticulously inspected the interior for any potential information leaks. He had previously instructed that no one was to approach this warehouse. He directly touched one of the packaging boxes, unlocking it in the store. The unlocked item was a small supercomputer, valued at 5 million points. It appeared that this value was significantly lower than its real-world equivalent, leading Ye Tian to realize that the other 99 items were essentially free purchases. By unlocking just one, he could engage in unlimited synthesis. This delay was solely due to the rarity of these devices, necessitating importation, which consumed considerable time. Ye Tian had initially worried that the assessed price in the store might exceed its real-world value, which was not entirely implausible. To avoid the hassle of restocking in reality, he opted to purchase 100 units in one go. With that settled, Ye Tian left the warehouse, content to temporarily store these 100 supercomputers, knowing that the company would eventually require server expansion. He returned to his residence. After moving back to his hometown, he acquired a large villa in a secluded, upscale neighborhood, where tranquility reigned, free from disturbances. Entering the expansive garage, he mentally purchased 10 supercomputers for synthesis. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a level 2 item, a medium supercomputer. Ye Tian nodded, scarcely glancing at the medium supercomputer specifics before proceeding to purchase 90 small supercomputers, all synthesized into medium ones. He then placed the 10 medium supercomputers into the synthesizer and initiated the synthesis. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired a level 3 item, an E-class supercomputer. Ye Tian's expression transformed into one of astonishment. The level 3 item was indeed an E-class supercomputer. This was truly remarkable. An E-class supercomputer is capable of performing quintillions of calculations per second, and experts universally acknowledge it as the next pinnacle in the realm of supercomputers. It will play a monumental role in addressing various human challenges. It is noteworthy that on May 31st, 2022, the World Supercomputing Academic Conference held abroad unveiled the top 500 supercomputers list. Only the first position was occupied by an E-class supercomputer, boasting performance that was 25 times superior to the second-ranked supercomputer. In fact, its performance equates to the combined capabilities of the second to eighth-ranked supercomputers, while its power consumption is merely 70% of the second-ranked one. This underscores its formidable power. Presently, only the United States possesses such an E-class supercomputer, which significantly aids scientific research. Meanwhile, the Dacia is also developing its own E-class supercomputer, though no news has surfaced yet. The fact that Ye Tian could synthesize such a powerful supercomputer with just 100 small supercomputers was extraordinarily cost-effective. Chapter 25, Level 7 Item. The disparity in performance and value between these two is akin to the heavens and the earth. Upon calculation, an E-class supercomputer costs a mere 500 million Dacia coins, while in reality is priceless and beyond market value. The prospect of selling supercomputers for profit began to tempt Ye Tian. If Dacia acquired an E-class supercomputer, it would catch up to the United States. In terms of research capabilities, they would no longer lag behind. With a cost of 500 million, selling it for 5 billion wouldn't be unreasonable, especially given the financial backing that would undoubtedly facilitate wholesale purchases. Perhaps every university would be equipped with one, dramatically enhancing research capabilities, eliminating the need for universities to queue for computational power. The vision was simply too beautiful. However, Ye Tian quickly dispelled this notion. His current foundation was unstable, and exposing too much could invite peril. Perhaps he would consider selling in the future, and he certainly hoped that day would come soon, allowing Dacia to utilize the E-class supercomputer. Without further ado, despite having synthesized the E-class supercomputer, he remained unsatisfied. Although synthesizing the next level would require 5 billion. Depleting nearly all the funds in his account along with his savings, he was determined to proceed. As the sole shareholder of the company, the profits had already been deposited into his account, allowing him to utilize funds at his discretion without raising suspicion. Strangely, the system's operations had not triggered any reactions from the bank, despite the substantial outflow. Time passed, and the synthesis of 1,000 small supercomputers would take quite a while. As night fell, Ye Tian stifled a yawn, gazing at his accomplishments before him. Inside the synthesizer lay 10 E-class supercomputers. He closed his eyes, praying for a pleasant surprise. Please, let this not end up being a futile endeavor. After all, the two levels synthesized thus far had focused on the supercomputer itself, with no mention of artificial intelligence. The next product must incorporate the keyword artificial intelligence. He solemnly pressed the synthesis button. This synthesis took an unusually long time, with spectacular effects that reminded Ye Tian of playing a certain card game, with the phrase, "Wow, golden legend." A kaleidoscope of colors flashed before his eyes. In his mind, 3 words surfaced. It's happening. Ding. Congratulations. The host's luck has skyrocketed, triggering a once-in-a-lifetime monumental success, with a probability of 0.000000000000013. You have obtained a level 7 item, an intelligent robot. Ye Tian doubted his ears. What? A level 7 item? Only upon seeing the 7 on the icon did he confirm its authenticity. Subsequently, he could no longer contain his elation. He had synthesized a level 7 item. This was a tremendous windfall. It is essential to note that Ye Tian's highest level item thus far was merely level 5, acquired through sheer fortune. Typically, items synthesized to level 4 reach their limits, as the success rate drops significantly when moving from level 4 to level 5. Now, he possessed a level 7 item, particularly one as coveted as an artificial intelligence product, which held immense value. The disparity in value between different item levels is staggering. In the realm of supercomputers, a level 3 item is already the unparalleled E-class supercomputer, with an estimated value of around 100 billion. The more valuable an item, the more pronounced the technological gap becomes at higher levels. A level 7 item, the thought of its terrifying technological sophistication left Ye Tian in awe. By current estimations, even if calculated at the price of a level 1 item, Synthesizing a level 7 item would amount to a staggering 5 trillion daxia coins, roughly equivalent to the GDP of some nations. Moreover, this is not the correct calculation. It merely represents the minimum cost required for synthesis. Furthermore, the success rate for synthesizing to level 7 is exceedingly low, potentially necessitating a far greater expenditure. As the level increases, the technological sophistication becomes more pronounced, rendering items increasingly rare, with their actual value rising exponentially. Even a market evaluation of this level 7 item falls drastically short of its true worth. Should this level 7 item be brought into the real world, it would undoubtedly incite global frenzy. It is nothing short of a priceless treasure. Ye Tian could hardly contain his eagerness to behold the appearance of this level 7 item. Wait a moment. A level 3 item equates to an E-grade supercomputer in his mind. The supercomputers he envisioned were colossal in size. If it were a level 7, surely it could not fit within the space? With no other option, he made his way back to the vast warehouse. The space here should suffice. Ye Tian focused his thoughts and selected the extraction option. Upon slowly opening his eyes, he was astounded by what lay before him. It was not as large as he had imagined. In fact, it was significantly smaller, merely the size of an electronic scale. Yet, it was not its size that left Ye Tian in shock. Rather, it was the striking resemblance to Wall-E, the character from the movie Wall-E, that captivated him. As he approached for a closer inspection, he noticed the square body, the rusted yellow exterior, the claw-like hands, the pair of camera-like eyes, and the treads beneath. It appeared to be an exact replica of Wall-E, save for the absence of the English logo adorning the original. It seemed to be a mere imitation of the exterior. Ye Tian had always been curious about the origins of the system and how it determined the items synthesized. Did it transport them directly from an alien source? Or did it absorb materials to create something anew? He understood that the Wall-E from the original film was not a highly advanced robot. Its uniqueness lay in its emotional capacity. Since this was a level 7 item, it could not possibly be the same as the one depicted in the film. It must have been a selection made by the system, creating a similar-looking entity. Ye Tian recalled his fondness for this film upon first viewing it. He had once dreamed of owning a robot like that. Perhaps the system had taken such considerations into account during synthesis? Regardless, he decided to investigate the functionalities of this robot. He knelt before it, scrutinizing the surface in search of a button. After an extensive search, he found no discernible buttons. The robot's limbs were tightly retracted against its body, forming a compact shape. Ye Tian reached out to touch its eye region. The next moment, an electronic sound emitted. Startling him, the robot began to move. Ye Tian jumped back in surprise. The robot extended its limbs, twisted from side to side, and even stretched its body in a remarkably anthropomorphic manner. Suddenly, its eyes locked onto Ye Tian, staring intently. Ye Tian then perceived what sounded like electronic scanning noises. The robot began to hum. Once the scanning was complete, it had inscribed the owner's information into its core program. Chapter 26. Communication satellites go offline. Just as Ye Tian was about to speak, the robot abruptly extended its neck and froze, emitting a series of beeping sounds. Ye Tian felt perplexed. Unbeknownst to him, thousands of miles away at a major aerospace satellite center, in a vast control room, personnel were diligently at work when an ear-piercing alarm suddenly echoed throughout the facility. A staff member exclaimed, "Report, all communication satellites have suddenly lost control." The crowd descended into chaos. At that moment, a figure resembling a leader approached, his expression grave, and inquired, "What is happening? Have you identified the cause?" Staff members frantically typed on their keyboards, visibly sweating. "The satellite network has been breached, granting access to the lower control levels. We are currently unable to operate the satellites." The leader's complexion paled. "Do we know who is responsible?" The staff member shook his head. "It's unclear. I am working diligently to regain control, but it seems futile. The intruder's methods are exceptionally sophisticated, capable of executing numerous operations in an instant, indicating their computational power is quite formidable." And the leader pressed. "And I suspect that the individual did not engage in direct confrontation. They merely used data streams to hinder my efforts, without causing any destruction. Otherwise, with their capabilities, our equipment would likely be rendered inoperable." The leader furrowed his brow. "Is it only the communication satellites? What is the purpose of their actions? What are they doing right now?" The staff member confirmed. Only the communication satellites were seized in an instant, and simultaneously there was a significant surge in data flow, seemingly for data transmission, occupying half of the satellite channels. "What data?" All data. All data from the entire internet. "Can we trace their location?" The staff member shook his head. "I'm afraid not. Their defenses are exceptionally robust, with no apparent vulnerabilities. The leader's expression grew more somber. At the same time, networks across the nation and even the world experienced severe sluggishness. The upper echelons of society were thrown into disarray. Fortunately, this situation did not persist for long. After approximately 5 minutes, the network was fully restored. Suddenly, the personnel at the satellite center realized that control over all satellites had returned. Moreover, all traces of the previous events had been erased, as if those 5 minutes had never occurred. The staff, however, felt as though they had just emerged from an ice cellar, drenched in sweat. At the Metropolitan Security Bureau, the atmosphere in the conference room was exceedingly serious. A group of individuals sat in a circle for a meeting. The director slammed his hand on the table with force. "This is utterly outrageous. They have completely disregarded us. Such behavior is a direct affront to our authority." After calming down, he added, "This incident also indirectly reveals that our grasp of technology is still woefully inadequate. We have never encountered anything like this before, leaving us unaware of the vulnerabilities in our network defenses. In any case, we must continue to strive for improvement." A technician from the satellite center, hearing this, wore a disgruntled expression, feeling somewhat resentful. The director continued, "All right, discussing this now is futile. What matters most is that we uncover the truth and apprehend the puppet master behind this, or we will forever live in fear of a ticking time bomb." Fortunately, we have learned that not only we, but all communication satellites worldwide were hijacked simultaneously. Otherwise, I would have suspected that this incident was orchestrated by another country. However, the higher-ups have also given us a deadline, demanding that we solve the case promptly. I hope everyone remains vigilant, and all holidays are hereby cancelled. He said. Xiao Zhang, "Please continue." Xiao Zhang, holding a thick stack of documents, spoke up. "These are all the clues we have compiled following this incident. The incursion of the satellite signals has left us utterly bewildered. The intruders seemingly caused no damage, merely transmitting vast amounts of information in a short time. Most importantly, we remained utterly oblivious to the adversary's acquisition of satellite control, rendering our defenses utterly ineffective. It was only after the system emitted an alarm that we became aware of the situation. However, despite uniting all our technicians in a desperate bid to reclaim control, we were met with insurmountable resistance, forced to watch as the enemy transmitted data without a trace left behind. This indicates that their technological prowess is exceedingly advanced. According to our subsequent analyses, breaching our encryption algorithms instantaneously would necessitate at least an exascale supercomputer. Yet, to our knowledge, there exists only one such exascale supercomputer globally, and we have ruled out its involvement. Beyond the supercomputer, the adversary's network technology exceeded our wildest imaginations, executing attacks flawlessly with remarkable simplicity and efficiency. Moreover, they managed to execute countless commands simultaneously, a feat that would require a considerable number of hackers working in concert. This raises our suspicions, as mere numbers are insufficient. All participants must possess highly advanced hacking skills and exhibit impeccable coordination, a scenario we deem nearly impossible. However, this is not the crux of the matter. The key point is that our target undeniably exists, and given these conditions, they cannot be inconspicuous. If we were to characterize them as an organization, it would undoubtedly be a dazzling entity with sufficiently grand ambitions, greatly facilitating our investigation. We also hold a significant hypothesis regarding this organization. We strongly suspect it resides within the boundaries of the Great Xia. Another individual in the conference room inquired, "Why are you so certain?" Xiao Zhang replied, "In our subsequent analysis of the satellite's trajectory, we made a significant discovery. Perhaps this organization is incapable of such feats, or they simply do not care, or possibly there was an oversight. All satellites were transmitting data in a unified direction, and as they orbited, their trajectory was continuously adjusted, ultimately pointing to a fixed location, presumably in pursuit of maximum transmission efficiency. This location is somewhere within the Great Xia. Given the magnitude of the data flow, they could not have utilized a server for relaying. They must have relied on their original exascale supercomputer, which means this location coincides with the supercomputer site. Thus, our subsequent focus must be on investigating this area, scrutinizing all suspicious individuals and potential sites for deploying large-scale supercomputers. This must be expedited, for although they did not engage in any destructive actions this time, it could merely be a test. Their next move may be far more aggressive and potentially shift towards other satellites." The gravity of the situation was palpable as everyone in the conference room gazed intently at the map displayed on the large screen, which marked the location of Ye Tian's hometown in Nanfeng City, New South Province. Chapter 27. Configuration of the robot. As the Great Xia diligently formulated plans in response to this incident, numerous other countries around the world were thrown into disarray. Baka, how are you handling this? What the hell is going on? We must uncover the truth. Semaida. All nations possessing communication satellites were striving to identify the masterminds behind this event, and most had deduced a location, dispatching personnel to Nanfeng City. Amidst such upheaval in the external world, Ye Tian remained blissfully unaware within the confines of a warehouse. His interest solely piqued by the transformations occurring in front of him with the robot. Finally, the robot exited its previous state and resumed normal operations. It approached him, gently grasping his leg with its tiny hands. "Hello, master. I am an intelligent robot. How may I assist you?" Ye Tian inquired. "What is your name?" The robot replied, "I do not yet have a name. You may bestow one upon me, or if you prefer, you may call me Wally." Ye Tian was taken aback. "You know Wally?" The robot responded, "Indeed, I recently learned about it online. And I am aware that you expressed your fondness for this character in a review on social media a few years ago. It is evident you have an affinity for this virtual persona, so I do not mind being called that." Ye Tian nodded. "Very well, you should be called Wally. But please refrain from calling me master. Simply refer to me as boss." "Understood, boss. How may I serve you?" Ye Tian asked. "Do you know where you came from?" Wally shook its head and replied in a buzzing electronic voice, "I do not know. Upon opening my eyes, the first thing I saw was you, and my programming designated you as my master, the first person I encountered." "Wally, are you artificial intelligence?" "Yes, by your human definitions, I could be considered artificial intelligence. At least, I can perform all the tasks depicted by those AI in science fiction films." "Could you elaborate on your physical structure? What is your configuration like? What is your performance?" "Within my body, aside from my exterior and some intricate sensors, my structure is composed of a super strong metal, and I can emit laser cuts from my hands. Internally, two critical components are the optical brain control center and the nuclear battery. In terms of performance, if we use your E-class supercomputer as a reference, my computational speed is equivalent to over 1,000 of such systems. Of course, due to my unique structure, my power consumption is significantly lower. In the case of solving certain problems, my speed can be even faster." Ye Tian nodded, gaining a fundamental understanding of Wally. "Now, Wally, I have a task for you. I need you to take over this company's server room and provide comprehensive protection for the main servers. Additionally, I hope you can take control of the company's official website, optimizing its entire structure and establishing an official online store, along with a membership registration system. This membership registration system requires that all members must not have maliciously defamed Yishin's company in the past, and any newly registered member found to engage in defamatory behavior will have their access revoked immediately." Wally listened attentively, then nodded. "Understood, boss. I have taken control of the server. The old website had 631 vulnerabilities deemed of no optimization value. I have established a new website with a completely new structure and quantum encryption, achieving the highest security defense rating of 100. The official online store has been set up, and a membership system has been established as per your requirements, with registered members undergoing big data scrutiny." Ye Tian was somewhat astonished. "Is it done already? So quickly?" Wally proudly circled around Ye Tian. "Yes, these tasks are quite simple and were accomplished in an instant, given my computational power and technology." Li Ming, feeling somewhat dissatisfied, had been at Yishin's company in the computing department for a month. Life had been quite pleasant. The small city posed little pressure, and the company's benefits were high, with the work lacking in challenge. After all, he was a former programmer at a renowned internet company. Creating a website for a non-internet firm was no formidable task. Even adding an official online store was merely a trivial endeavor. Though Ye Tian had mandated background checks for registered members, Li Ming assumed the boss was joking. Not truly understanding technology and merely speaking whimsically, he believed that as time passed and obstacles became apparent, the requirements would diminish. However, he had not anticipated that the boss was entirely serious. The delay in the re-release of their company's products has left the other departments harboring resentment towards the computing division. He could only continue to loaf around, hoping that his superior would have a change of heart in due course. However, what incensed him today was the instantaneous overhaul of the company's official website, accompanied by the establishment of a new online store. Initially, he could scarcely believe his eyes. Upon inquiring with his boss, he discovered that a technical team had been outsourced to completely revamp the website, and an additional membership verification feature had been integrated. He had initially thought his boss was jesting. What further irked him was that, as the head of the computing department, he had been completely oblivious to these developments. His superior had provided no prior notification, clearly indicating a lack of regard for his team and a profound distrust of their technical capabilities. To add insult to injury, He realized that the website's redesign had somehow escaped his notice entirely. It appeared to have been loaded in an instant, after which the source code and control were sent to his email, revealing the original code to be utterly deficient with thousands of vulnerabilities enumerated. It felt like a provocation. He had intended to storm into his boss's office for an explanation, vowing to resign if he did not receive a satisfactory answer. Yet before taking that step, he decided to examine the new website's code, hoping to discern its merits and bolster his confidence. However, as he delved deeper, he became wholly engrossed, and his resentment gradually dissipated, replaced by a sense of admiration. The new code was nothing short of extraordinary. He could scarcely fathom how the developers had achieved such perfection in what was essentially a simple machine language, elegant and efficient, akin to a work of art. In contrast, his previous programming resembled a child's scribbles. It dawned on him that their technical prowess far surpassed his own. Crafting a website seemed to be a mere walk in the park for them. Now, instead of harboring animosity towards his boss, he felt a burgeoning sense of urgency. He wished to request an introduction to this team from his superior, eager to learn from them for a while. He was convinced that doing so would elevate his skills to a new echelon. The thought of resigning had long since been cast aside. Why would he leave when he could delve into the highest echelons of programming artistry right here? Chapter 28. Ma Xinshin's thoughts on this day. The news of the re-release of Yishin's hair growth serum on the official website created a sensation. Countless fans and scalpers flocked to the site. However, they soon realized that purchasing the product was not a simple task. The requirement for registered membership left many outsiders at the gates. Numerous individuals, upon completing the registration process, were met not with a success message, but rather with notifications indicating their ineligibility for membership. Those who successfully registered were subsequently warned that each individual was limited to 3 purchases, and any malicious defamation of Yishin Company would result in disqualification. Observing others successfully acquiring the serum and experiencing favorable results only heightened the frustration of many, leading them to vent their grievances online. What was going on? Was there an issue with the registration system? It seemed that the official website was far from mature, riddled with bugs. Why not sell it on Taobao? The platform was fraught with problems. Not at all. I registered without any issues. I successfully registered and placed my order. What's the deal? I'm waiting anxiously for it. ISNT at your own problem? You clearly didn't read the user guidelines. It states that anyone who has previously maliciously defamed Yishin Company will lose their membership upon detection. Turns out it's just a bunch of trolls seeking sympathy. Critics were collectively disarmed. Well, that's fine. Yishin Company is too petty to endure any criticism. Can they truly succeed in business with such a mindset? Yet, regardless of the uproar, Yishin Company showed no signs of relenting. The fans watched the detractors as though they were a spectacle. The true beneficiaries of this incident were the ordinary users, previously unable to purchase the serum for various reasons. The recent cleanup of the tumultuous atmosphere allowed sales to stabilize and gradually increase. This event also showcased Yishin Company's technical capabilities. Not only was their biotechnology impressive, but their prowess in computing and big data was also remarkable. After all, how else could they have filtered out such a large number of detractors from limited information? This matter, it seemed, had reached a resolution. Meanwhile, Yishin Company had drawn the attention of others. Just as the conspiracy theories surrounding the company were dispelled and garnered media attention, Ma Xinshin, far away at Dada University of Science and Technology, inadvertently took notice of these developments. Initially indifferent to biological matters, she had never paid much attention to Yishin Company. However, one day, she overheard her roommate discussing the company's chairman, describing him with terms such as young, handsome, and wealthy. Instantly, her interest was piqued. While she had little fascination with biology, her interest in wealth was undeniable. It was precisely for the sake of financial gain that she had persistently leveraged her beauty to attach herself to affluent individuals, aspiring for a leap in social class. Thus, she had unhesitatingly discarded Ye Tian in favor of the wealthy heir, Yang Haojie, successfully orchestrating a nearly devastating downfall for Ye Tian, leaving him humiliated at school and unable to secure employment. Rumor had it that he had returned to his hometown. Yet, Ma Xinshin felt no pangs of guilt. She had never held Ye Tian in high regard, merely viewing him as someone who treated her well and was willing to spend money on her, believing he held some utilitarian value for her. Returning to the topic at hand, upon hearing that the chairman of Yishin Company was a young man, Ma Xinshin's mind began to race. Yishin Company was a veritable cash cow, raking in exorbitant profits, tens of billions monthly. Moreover, she had heard that this chairman held complete control of the company. Thus, all that wealth was his. This was a potential future billionaire. Ma Xinshin felt quite confident in her own capital. She believed that with a little maneuvering, she could easily gain favor with such a young man. Compared to this young man as fortune, Yang Haojie was akin to a beggar. Furthermore, the latter had been increasingly distant towards her, prompting Ma Xinxin to contemplate seeking someone new. The more she thought about it, the more restless she felt. She began scouring the internet for information about Yishin Company. However, Ye Tian was exceedingly low profile. No photographs or interviews had surfaced. Ma Xinxin couldn't help but feel impatient. A golden opportunity like this must not be squandered. She needed to act quickly before someone else swooped in. Just then, fortune smiled upon her. A media outlet suddenly unearthed Ye Tian's name and some details about his background. Yet, when Ma Xinxin saw this information, she froze momentarily as it struck her with a sense of eerie familiarity. Upon first hearing about Yishin Company, she had not contemplated that direction. However, now armed with more information, she suddenly realized that this Ye Tian could very well be the same Ye Tian who had been abandoned by him. With a background in biology, a graduate of the University of Science and Technology, and having left his postgraduate studies unfinished, the pieces began to align. Moreover, the location of Yishin Company was none other than the hometown Ye Tian had previously mentioned. Everything started to fall into place. This revelation also evoked memories of their encounter at the auction, which had been rather peculiar. Ye Tian had been treated as an esteemed guest and ushered into a private box. She had been perplexed by it then, but now it was clear that Ye Tian had already been wealthy at that time. Or perhaps he was merely a concealed scion of affluence, pretending to be poor and living frugally. Having come to this understanding, she was utterly astonished. The globally coveted Yishin Company was, in fact, owned by Ye Tian, who held complete control and possessed invaluable patents. Furthermore, he was a billionaire. Ma Xinxin could never have anticipated such a turn of events. Regret washed over her. How had she failed to see this sooner? She had left Ye Tian and inflicted such profound harm upon him. Had she recognized his worth, all the riches of Yishin Company and Ye Tian would have been hers. Yet, a glimmer of hope flickered within her. She believed that the situation was not beyond redemption. Perhaps she could explain herself to Ye Tian and rekindle their relationship. After all, he was just a passionate young man. It had only been a short time since their breakup. He surely did not have a new girlfriend yet. Having spent so long with him, she knew his character intimately. And Ye Tian had once loved her dearly. Was she not the goddess in his eyes? If she merely softened her approach and applied a little charm, perhaps Ye Tian would relent and fall for her once more. After all, she had previously held him firmly in her grasp. Without hesitation, she seized her phone, retrieved Ye Tian's old number, and meticulously crafted a text message. "Are you there?" Chapter 29. Endless Regret. With anticipation, she began to await Ye Tian's response. Never having experienced time dragging so torturously in the past, it had always been she who kept various suitors hanging, eagerly awaiting their replies. This initial message was pivotal. A response would indicate the possibility of reconciliation. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Overjoyed, Ma Xinxin quickly opened her phone to find a terse reply awaiting her. What? Her heart raced with excitement. These two simple words suggested that Ye Tian did not entirely wish to sever communication. Wonderful. It was time for her to showcase her skills. Ma Xinxin decisively responded with a few words. "I miss you." Moments later, Ye Tian replied with a dismissive "Heh," lost in her daydreams. Ma Xinxin remained oblivious to the irritation embedded in his response, instead fantasizing about their reunion. He first sent a pitiful emoticon, followed by a photo showcasing his physique. He continued, "Little Tian, since our breakup, I have been reminiscing about our moments together. I realize I cannot forget you. You remain the one I love most. I cherish our joyful times in university. Although Yang Haojie is wealthy, he is a crude man who treats me poorly. I was compelled to leave you, otherwise, he would have targeted you. I feared for your safety, which is why I pretended to distance myself from you. I never anticipated he would still go after you. Each time I see you in pain, my heart aches, but I was too afraid to explain. Little Tian, please forgive me. Can we be together again?" Meanwhile, Ye Tian, engrossed in reviewing documents, encountered the incoming messages with a bemused expression. At first, he had no intention of responding to Ma Xinxin's text. After some contemplation, he decided to see what trick she was trying to pull. After all, it had been quite some time since they had last communicated. Why was she reaching out now? He had not yet sought retribution for their past. Upon reading her subsequent messages, he began to understand, a cold smirk forming on his lips. It was evident that Ma Xinxin had learned of his position as the chairman of Yishin Company and was now fixated on his wealth. She likely believed him to still be the easily manipulated young man he once was. Ye Tian had certainly learned her audacity well. He could not believe he had once been attracted to such a person. Had it been someone else, they might have fallen for her excuses. However, Ye Tian's heart had long since become resolute, and he now aspired to grander ambitions than trivial love. Without hesitation, he replied with a single word, scram. He then instructed Wali to blacklist that number. After a moment's thought, he added, ensure constant surveillance on this woman and that Yang Haojia. Keep a close watch on their movements. I anticipate they will attempt to stir up trouble and gather evidence of all the wrongs they have inflicted upon me. It is time to settle the score. On the other end, filled with expectation, Ma Xin awaited a response for what felt like an eternity, only to receive a curt scram. In an instant, her heart sank, realizing the depth of the wounds she had inflicted upon Ye Tian, and that it could not simply be brushed aside with a flimsy excuse. Regret overwhelmed her. It was all too late. Simultaneously, a surge of anger ignited within her. A burning jealousy. How could this once subservient young man now dare to reject her? And how had he amassed such wealth? A wicked thought formed in Ma Xin's mind. She would destroy everything Ye Tian had, leaving him with nothing. She picked up the phone to contact Yang Haojia. Hello? What are you doing? On the other end, Yang Haojia, with another girl in his arms, wore an awkward expression. In truth, he had grown weary of the situation and had begun to distance himself from Ma Xin. He was well aware of her materialistic tendencies. Previously, he had only been with her to undermine Ye Tian. Now that he had succeeded in bringing Ye Tian down, there was no need to remain with Ma Xin. Her constant demands for luxury goods had become tiresome. She failed to recognize her own worth. I'm in the shower, Yang Haojia replied. Ma Xin, her voice rising in fury, retorted, stop with the lies. I can hear the sounds of you shopping. I have something important to discuss with you. Let us meet. Yang Haojia was about to refuse when her words piqued his interest. 10 minutes later, at Yang Haojia's residence, he impatiently remarked, you have 5 minutes. If you can't provide me with anything interesting, I expect you to leave immediately. You're wasting my time. Maxin, unconcerned with the matter at hand, confidently proclaimed, I dare say you will find what I have to share quite intriguing. With that, she tossed a newspaper directly at him. Yang Haojia picked it up, glanced at it, and frowned. What do you wish to convey? Maxin pointed to an article about Yishin Corporation. Do you see? The chairman of Yishin Corporation is a young man. Yang Haojia, perplexed, responded, and what of it? How is that relevant to me? Do you not wish to know who this young man is? His impatience was palpable. What difference does it make? Does it concern me in the slightest? You summoned me merely to say this? I thought you had news regarding Ye Tian. A faint smile graced Maxin's lips. I am indeed speaking of Ye Tian. Look again at this information. Does it not seem familiar? Yang Haojia felt a stir of curiosity and began to read more intently, his expression shifting dramatically from indifference to astonishment. You mean to say that this chairman is Ye Tian? How can that be? Wasn't he a mere penniless lad? How could he have suddenly transformed into a wealthy magnate? Is there any other possibility? Maxin countered. Could there be another Ye Tian who meets so many criteria? Yang Haojia smacked his face with his hand, trying to regain composure, still unable to believe the revelation before him. The boy he had previously bullied had miraculously risen to become a future tycoon. Slowly processing this information, he inquired, why are you telling me this? Are you simply trying to aggravate me? You know he and I are at odds. Maxin laughed heartily. Oh, Yang Haojia, you truly are a fool. Aside from a modicum of wealth, you are utterly devoid of merit. The implication could not be clearer, yet you remain oblivious? Are you not the least bit intrigued by the vast fortune that is Yishin Corporation? Chapter 30, A Poisonous Scheme. Yang Haojia still failed to grasp the meaning. Where are you driving at? Maxin, exasperated, rubbed her forehead. Have you not considered? Ye Tian is no genius. Despite his diligent efforts in university, he achieved nothing of significance. Lacking any connections, how could he have developed such a potent hair growth serum just 1 month after leaving school? He had neither funds nor equipment. How could he have produced such results? Yang Haojia gritted his teeth. That lad's luck is truly extraordinary. Other scientists fail to achieve such results after years of research. Yet he stumbles upon success by sheer chance. Maxin shook her head. That is not my point. He could not possibly develop the serum in such a short span of time without equipment. Yang Haojia finally understood. Are you suggesting that his achievements were already realized while he was still at school? Suddenly, a realization struck him. His eyes widened, and his heart raced. So you mean? Maxin nodded. At last, you comprehend. A flicker of joy illuminated Yang Haojia's face as he erupted into laughter. I never imagined this company would ultimately be mine. I shall gladly accept this fortune. You intend for me to contest the invention rights of the hair growth serum. If I can replicate this technology in the lab, I can claim it as my own invention, stolen by Ye Tian. After all, what technical merit could possibly lie in a discovery made purely by chance in such a short time? It is merely a patent that others cannot easily replicate. We possess a natural advantage in public opinion. No one would believe that Ye Tian invented the serum shortly after leaving school. At that time, he had neither funds nor the necessary equipment. The serum was developed in the school's lab. By this reasoning, the patent should belong to the institution. And Ye Tian's shameless appropriation of it, while falsely claiming to have invented it outside of school, is an affront. Declaring the rightful ownership of the patent is entirely justified. After all, how could a student with no notable achievements concoct such a remarkable formulation? If it were a distinguished student like myself, it would be perfectly reasonable. Moreover, we have a compelling narrative to convince others. Ye Tian was expelled for academic misconduct, the very reason being that he plagiarized my work. This theft of my hair growth serum technology is strikingly similar, would it not? Outsiders would merely conclude that Ye Tian has once again disgracefully copied my achievements. Yang Haojia placed particular emphasis on the words plagiarism. Maxon chuckled. Indeed, the school will undoubtedly side with us. If it is confirmed that the technology was developed within its walls, a significant profit is at stake, and they will fight for it. Ye Tian has a history of academic theft, which has already been established. This situation is effectively a repeat occurrence, and the school will be even more inclined to believe us. Yang Haojia added, once I reclaim this patent, he will be left with nothing, facing astronomical compensation costs, plummeting from grace to despair. The thought of such a scenario brings me immense satisfaction. Feeling triumphant, Yang Haojia recalled a moment from his time at school, where Ye Tian's girlfriend, Maxon, had approached him. At that time, he was troubled by his inability to produce any substantial academic work, jeopardizing his graduate studies and opportunities abroad. Unbeknownst to him, Maxon had mentioned Ye Tian's recent research on a similar topic, which had yielded significant breakthroughs, and he had completed his thesis. Seizing the opportunity, with Maxon's assistance, he acquired that thesis, hastily transforming its key components into his own results while fabricating related experiments in the lab. He submitted his findings ahead of Ye Tian, who, upon presenting his own thesis, was immediately flagged by the school for discrepancies. Following a thorough investigation, both Ye Tian's advisor and Maxon identified him as the plagiarist, leaving Ye Tian defenseless. Ultimately, the school opted for a cold dismissal, denying Ye Tian the chance to continue and preventing him from obtaining his master's degree. Meanwhile, Yang Haojia, buoyed by his modestly acclaimed work, emerged as a rising star in academia and successfully secured a study opportunity at a prestigious foreign institution. All of this should have belonged to Ye Tian. Yet Yang Haojia felt no remorse. He believed that someone from the lower echelons should recognize their place and not aspire to ascend the social ladder recklessly. Whenever he recalled Ye Tian's despairing gaze, coupled with the fact that his girlfriend was now with him, his heart swelled with satisfaction. And now, the scene was about to replay due to his machinations, allowing Yang Haojia to relish the experience once more. This time, however, he stood to gain far more than before. He envisioned a Fortune 500 company and the position of future tycoon beckoning to him. He even saw himself on the Nobel Prize stage, basking in the spotlight, sharing his arduous journey in scientific research, receiving the adoration of the world's leading scientists. For these rewards, Ye Tian, please serve once more as my stepping stone. Yang Haojia beamed, his eyes twinkling as he looked at Maxon. I must express my gratitude for enlightening me with this information. Otherwise, I would remain oblivious to the fact that I have missed out on several hundred billion. Now, while my spirits are high, do share what you desire. Yang Haojia was acutely aware that he and Ma Yishin had become inseparable allies in this venture. There was no possibility of him turning against her now. She was privy to all the underlying schemes, and given her astuteness, she had likely secured backups of crucial information. Confronting her was futile, so they could only openly deliberate on how to divide the spoils. It must be said, this woman's intentions were truly malevolent. It would be prudent for him to maintain as much distance from her as possible. Ma Yishin declared, I do not seek much. Merely a 20 share will suffice. Yang Haojia felt a jolt of alarm. Are you attempting to rob me? You have contributed nothing beyond a piece of information. Yet you expect such a hefty reward? Do keep in mind that the burden of the ensuing work rests solely upon my shoulders. Even if you had not divulged this information, I would eventually have uncovered it. 20% is merely a silencing fee. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that I 1T speak recklessly or that certain individuals 1T stumble upon incriminating evidence in emails. Yang Haojia ground his teeth in frustration, yet after a lengthy exchange, he begrudgingly acquiesced to her exorbitant demands. The pain was palpable. That 20 could potentially translate into hundreds of billions or even trillions in the future. Chapter 31, An Unexpected Discovery. After further discussions, Yang Haojia found himself wavering. He had never navigated such grand affairs before, and now that he had embarked on this path, he felt a twinge of trepidation. Do you think our actions might lead to disaster? We could end up not only failing in our endeavor, but also facing utter disgrace. You have witnessed the lengths to which the higher-ups go to protect Yishin Company. They have just issued stern warnings to those contemplating actions against it, and we are poised to strike. Could it be that they will swiftly turn us into examples? Maxine sin chakod derisivity. I never anticipated your timidity. If you are unwilling to proceed, then you might as well resign yourself to a life devoid of the fortune and accolades that await you. Can you truly bear the thought of Ye Tian overshadowing you? Besides, can you guarantee that he will not target us once he rises to prominence? It is only a matter of time before he takes action against us. Our proactive stance is merely a means of self-preservation. You must understand that once we act, the public will rally behind us. The sudden acquisition of mysterious technology by Yishin Company has raised eyebrows. Logically, this should be implausible. We are merely proposing a plausible scenario, one that the masses will readily accept. I believe the higher-ups will struggle to grasp the situation initially and will likely lean toward our narrative. Furthermore, their primary concern is the continued existence of Yishin Company and the maximization of the value of this domestically developed medical technology, rather than who is at the helm of the company. Once we send Ye Tian plunging into the abyss, no one will heed his voice, and then we shall have nothing to fear. Yang Haojia nodded, finally resolving to commit. Unbeknownst to them, the phone lying nearby flickered intermittently with an ominous red light, growing increasingly warm. He first contacted Ye Tian's mentor, meticulously outlining the plan. He had no choice. It was due to bribery that he had previously obtained the mentor's crucial testimony. Now, he needed the mentor to vouch for him once more. This individual was indispensable, for he was aware of Yang Haojia's secrets. Following the release of the narrative, he would surely notice the similarities with past events and unravel Yang Haojia's scheme. At that point, he would become a ticking time bomb, poised to extort him. It was better to coerce him into compliance. Upon hearing his plan, Ye Tian's mentor was indeed taken aback, but soon found himself intrigued. After parting with a portion of his shares, they reached a consensus. Ye Tian's mentor would testify again after Yang Haojia released the narrative and would also fabricate a set of experimental records for him, while seeking to destroy Ye Tian's experimental records from the school. After all, Yang Haojia believed that Ye Tian's experimental achievements were completed within the confines of the school laboratory. These records were invaluable, serving as evidence of Ye Tian's invention and a reference for reconstructing the entire technology. Given his close ties with the laboratory, it would be convenient for him to execute these actions. However, after much effort, the mentor failed to locate Ye Tian's experimental records. This left Yang Haojia feeling a twinge of unease. It indicated either that Ye Tian's experiments had not been conducted at the school, or that he had clandestinely completed them without any documentation, or that he had subsequently erased the records. Yang Haojia inclined toward the latter, as only the school provided the necessary resources for a financially constrained student like Ye Tian. He believed this scenario would work to his advantage, further substantiating that the components were not originally discovered by Ye Tian. Should Ye Tian attempt to clear his name, it would be impossible. Though somewhat disheartened by the inability to obtain the experimental records for Yang Haojia, it was merely a minor inconvenience. He then resorted to highly confidential channels to investigate all equipment and raw materials purchased since the establishment of Yishin Company, as this would be pivotal in replicating the entire technology. He was convinced that Ye Tian's invention was merely a stroke of luck, and that replicating it in a laboratory setting would be a trivial task. Nonetheless, he aimed to execute every step with utmost precision, employing identical materials and equipment to ensure they appeared in the fabricated experimental records. This would solidify the act of plagiarism. After all, a particular component could potentially be synthesized through countless methods, and he had to ensure that both he and Ye Tian utilized the same approach. Soon, he acquired all the necessary information from that channel, marveling at its efficiency. What he did not realize was that numerous individuals worldwide were striving to uncover methods for cultivating microbial communities, resulting in extensive investigations into related information. Moreover, this information had changed hands several times. Yang Haojia, having never previously paid attention to such data, was unaware that no research institution had released detailed studies on this topic. He assumed that the synthesis method was straightforward, and that institutions were merely hesitant to replicate it due to patent concerns. Just as Yang Haojia intended to delve deeper into the material to prepare for the impending replication experiment, a sudden spark of inspiration struck him. He recalled an aspect he had overlooked. Previously, he had relied on Ma Xinxin to help him replicate Ye Tian's paper. However, he had held back a crucial element. The USB drive he had given Ma Yishin contained a sophisticated Trojan program, reputedly capable of bypassing all defenses without drawing attention. This would allow him to remotely control the target's computer. He had initially prepared this tactic to exert comprehensive control over Ye Tian, enabling him to swiftly gather information for timely responses. However, he had not employed these measures, as Ye Tian's downfall had occurred more rapidly than he had anticipated. Subsequently, he had set this matter aside. Now he suddenly recalled this detail. What if Ye Tian had never replaced his computer? Wouldn't the Trojan program he had implanted still be active? Might he have possibly stored that experimental record on this computer? Or, daringly, could he even possess the entire technical details? Wouldn't that mean a significant breakthrough for himself? If he truly acquired such information, would he not be more familiar with this technology than anyone else in the world? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. After all, Ye Tian had invented the hair growth serum while still at school, and he had been using an old computer at that time. Thus, it was entirely likely that this computer still existed, even if Ye Tian no longer utilized it. Even if the information within might have been deleted, there remained a glimmer of hope for remote recovery. In any case, he could give it a try without incurring significant costs. If he failed, it would be inconsequential. If he succeeded, he would reap substantial rewards. Of course, all of this hinged upon a bit of luck, specifically that Ye Tian was still using this computer, that the document was indeed there, and that the computer was still operational from time to time. Chapter 32. The School's Fury Without Hesitation. Yang Haojia immediately retrieved his own computer, located the back end of the Trojan program, and opened it. To his amazement, the program indicated that Ye Tian's computer was still in an active state. How fortuitous! Yang Haojia marveled at his luck. After gaining control over the target computer and confirming that no one was currently operating it, he began searching for the information he desired. Soon, amidst a plethora of files, he stumbled upon what appeared to be an experimental record. He transferred the file and opened it for inspection. Upon viewing its contents, he was overjoyed. This was indeed a record of unknown components and technical details. According to the timestamps on the records, it was created during Ye Tian's tenure at school. The document contained over 100 pages, meticulously detailing how to synthesize the hair growth serum from various raw materials, replete with extensive data and thorough explanations of each step. It was nothing short of a comprehensive manual. Based on this guide, anyone possessing a basic understanding of biology and some experimental training could successfully replicate the process. However, as Yang Haojia perused the materials, he was drenched in cold sweat. He realized that the synthesis of the hair growth serum was far from simple. The procedure was exceedingly complex and intricate, involving dozens of processes. Had he not obtained this documentation, he would have been unable to replicate it in a short time frame. Fortunately, now that he had the materials in hand, he had surmounted the greatest obstacle. Yang Haojia reveled in his cleverness for having implanted the Trojan on Ye Tian's computer, while simultaneously chastising Ye Tian's foolishness for storing such crucial information on a computer, which he had so easily accessed. Such intelligence hardly matched the vast wealth at stake. Yang Haojia meticulously studied the information, committing the various steps and processes to memory. He then swiftly forged his own experimental record and submitted it to Ye Tian's mentor, ensuring it was placed in the laboratory's archives. Rather than conducting experimental validation, he promptly reported the theft of his findings to the school. The reason for not pursuing validation was rooted in his unwavering belief in the authenticity of the materials. Furthermore, the experimental cycle documented was excessively long, with the cultivation of the military strain requiring a full month. He could scarcely endure such a prolonged wait, and the longer he delayed reporting, the more suspicious it would appear as to why he had taken so long to address the matter. Only by feigning a sudden discovery could he provide a reasonable explanation for it all. As for the crucial replication experiment for validation, that could always be undertaken later. With this mindset, he approached the office of the head of the biology department, Luo Gang, and explained his purpose. Luo Gang was taken aback. "Are you serious?" Yang Haojia replied with indignation, "Absolutely. I possess the experimental records as proof, and I am well versed in all the technical details. I am unafraid to confront him directly." Luo Gang furrowed his brow and inquired, "Then why have you only come forward now?" Yang Haojia explained, "After I produced that result, I had not applied it practically and left it aside, so I was unsure of its efficacy. Subsequently, I dedicated myself to another research project, remaining in the lab most of the time and remaining largely unaware of external events. It was only recently, upon completing my previous work, that I discovered a groundbreaking biological achievement on the market. Driven by a desire to learn and research, I procured some samples, only to realize upon closer examination that it was the very result I had previously created. I was astonished to see it transformed into someone else's invention. Luo Gang shook his head. Is it possible that you both independently arrived at the same invention? Yang Haojia, agitated, responded, that is utterly implausible. The steps involved in my research are exceedingly intricate, making coincidence virtually impossible. Moreover, I am acquainted with the chairman of Yishin Corporation. He is also an alumnus of this school and was previously expelled for plagiarizing my thesis. He is merely repeating his previous misdeeds. Luo Gang was startled. Having been unaware of this situation, the revelation of Ye Tian's identity had emerged from a small media outlet and had not been widely disseminated, leading to doubts about its credibility. Are you saying that the chairman of this company is Ye Tian? The same Ye Tian we expelled? Yang Haoji affirmet induet. While this news may only be hearsay, several details, including names and company location, align perfectly. Luo Gang, now convinced, reflected on Yang Haoji's account with skepticism. The immensely valuable and renowned Yishin hair growth serum had allegedly been invented by a student from their own institution, a notion that felt surreal. However, upon mentioning Ye Tian, all the information about the company corresponded. Additionally, Ye Tian's past actions were well known within the biology department. The prospect of him once again plagiarizing Yang Haojia's academic achievements seemed all too plausible. After all, Ye Tian had no notable accomplishments to his name, and the invention of the hair growth serum itself was rife with doubts. Having left campus without financial resources, how could he conduct experiments? Furthermore, the emergence of the hair growth serum by Yishin Corporation remained shrouded in mystery, with the enigmatic research team behind it eluding discovery. This explanation began to make much more sense. The outcome was clearly not his achievement. With this realization, Luo Gang found himself incensed. Though he quickly regained his composure and said to Yang Haojia, this matter pertains to the school's reputation and interests. I will report this to the principal immediately, and the school will likely initiate an investigation. Prepare your materials at once. Rest assured, the institution will not allow those of low character to undermine the legitimate rights of our students, nor will it tolerate the theft of our school's reputation and wealth. Once the investigation is complete, the school will undoubtedly stand by your side, mobilizing all its connections and resources to bring Yishin Corporation to court, ensuring that Ye Tian is thoroughly disgraced. In the school's conference room, several prominent figures gathered, their expressions grave. Yang Haojia was also present, delivering his report. He recounted his meticulously crafted narrative once more, skillfully pacing his speech to convey his inner grievances and anger with eloquence. Bang! The principal slammed the table with great force. This is utterly outrageous. In all my years as principal, I have never encountered someone so audacious. Why was this Ye Tian not dealt with sternly from the outset? The police should have been called then. Yang Haojia secretly rejoiced and replied, it is true. At that time, I considered the camaraderie among classmates. Perhaps Ye Tian was merely anxious as graduation approached, inadvertently straying onto a misguided path, so I decided to let the matter rest. Chapter 33. The Escalation of Public Opinion. Luo Gang, standing nearby, concurred, indeed, we initially intended to handle this matter seriously. However, at Yang's repeated request, and with a desire to prevent this scandal from spreading, we opted for a more lenient approach, merely imposing a deadline for him to leave the school. Yet, we never anticipated that Ye Tian would be so brazen, repeatedly disregarding our warnings, and this time even pilfering such significant accomplishments. The principal, filled with fury, declared, in the future, should we encounter such situations again, we must exercise no restraint. Such actions warrant zero tolerance. Let him face the consequences directly. Rest assured, Yang. The school will take decisive action to reclaim the honors that rightfully belong to you. Luo Gang repeatedly nodded in agreement. Another leader interjected, speaking of which, this Yishin company has always seemed rather suspicious, emerging from nowhere. We cannot trace the behind-the-scenes team, yet they have suddenly released such a monumental achievement. If it weren't for Yang's clarification, the entire academic community might have remained in the dark. A different individual scoffed, what capability does he possess to develop such groundbreaking results? He is an ill-educated individual, preoccupied with dubious schemes. The only equipment he could access is within our school's laboratory. It is inconceivable that he could achieve this. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door. An individual entered, stating, Principal, our investigation into the experimental records has revealed that it was indeed Yang who conducted the experiment over a month ago. This is irrefutable evidence. Unbelievable. This is a Nobel-level achievement, valued at trillions, stolen so brazenly, but fortunately, it is not too late. Speaking of which, Yang, how could you be so careless? Such a significant breakthrough should not be casually stored on a computer. Yang Haojia lowered his head in shame. Principal, I acknowledge my mistake. I never anticipated someone could be so devious. Rest assured, I will be more vigilant in the future. The principal regarded him with a hint of appreciation. You are commendable. Achieving such significant results at a young age surely positions you for future Nobel recognition. I hope you continue to strive for greatness and bring honor to our alma mater. I will. Now let us discuss how to handle Ye Tian. The principal's gaze turned icy once more. He instructed his assistant, through our publicity department, issue a public announcement to reveal the truth behind this entire affair. I want Ye Tian to be utterly disgraced. Furthermore, report this to the authorities and file a lawsuit against the Yishin company. Additionally, we shall invite experts from the global biopharmaceutical community. In 2 weeks, our institution will host an academic conference where Yang will present his findings, asserting our ownership of this technology. Understood. Returning to Ye Tian, he was grappling with a deluge of information, his inner fury palpable. Ever since Ma Yishin had messaged him, he had instructed Wali to closely monitor all developments. Soon, an incredibly frustrating situation unfolded. Ma Yishin was conspiring with Yang Haojia to attempt to seize ownership of his invention. All their conversations, along with Yang's actions, had been meticulously recorded by Wali. However, Ye Tian did not immediately disclose this information. He intended to teach them a profound lesson and seek revenge for his prior tribulations. He would first give his adversaries a glimmer of hope, allowing them to ascend to the heights, only to send them crashing down into despair. This strategy was devised after he discovered Yang's maneuvers. Upon realizing that Yang was attempting to manipulate his computer using a Trojan, he was alerted by Wali and learned everything. It turned out Yang had planted a trap within his computer. Hence, he swiftly commanded Wali to scour the internet for the latest top-tier academic achievements in the field of microbiology, selecting various excerpts to concoct a hodgepodge, thereby fabricating a technical manual. This experimental record needed to appear credible. At least initially, it must not be easily debunked, but would only reveal its impracticality after a complete experiment was conducted. Not only would it prove unfeasible, but the absurdity of the document would only become apparent once the results were obtained. Yet, every section appeared astute, devoid of flaws. Only artificial intelligence could produce such results in such a short time frame. Ye Tian was acutely aware that his opponents lacked the patience to wait long, and he needed to report to the school immediately. There was no time to test the information that would take half a month to validate. This was the trap Ye Tian had laid for them. By the time they firmly assured themselves that this was the synthesis process of the hair growth solution, claiming it was stolen from him, they would eventually find themselves unable to replicate the experimental results, and the entire document would prove utterly nonsensical. Consequently, Ye Tian would naturally vindicate himself. Watching through the computer camera as they received this document with expressions of triumph, Ye Tian could not help but smirk coldly. That day, another shocking headline surged to the forefront, capturing widespread attention. Dada University issued a video announcement to the public. In the video, a representative from the university's publicity department appeared furious, detailing how a student's research findings had been stolen by Ye Tian for personal gain. The video also exposed Ye Tian's past misconduct while at the university, including his previous plagiarism of this student's thesis, which had been uncovered at the time, thwarting his efforts. The school had opted for a lenient response, only to find that Ye Tian shamelessly pilfered academic achievements once more. The video stated that this act had robbed the institution of its rightful academic honors and substantial wealth. They had gathered evidence and officially filed a lawsuit against Yishin company, hoping to unveil Ye Tian's true nature to the world. Once this video was released, public opinion erupted in uproar. This was undoubtedly the most shocking news of the year thus far. A once celebrated research star company was being accused by a top national university of stealing academic results. Netizens began fervently discussing the matter. Wow, is this true? It's hard to believe that Yishan's hair growth solution was originally a product of Dada University. Why didn't the school discover this sooner? Why didn't they speak up earlier? Were they unaware of the significance of this achievement? After watching the detailed press conference, they stated that this was indeed the work of a student who had not initially recognized the component's significance, having been engrossed in research until recently uncovering the truth. The video also mentioned that Ye Tian had committed such acts before and had even been advised to withdraw from school. Is that true? I am from Dada University. This matter is indeed real, and many in our biology department are aware of it. Chapter 34. The Escalation of Public Opinion 2. Netizens were processing the information that had surfaced, while also expanding their thoughts. It was simply unbelievable. Ye Tian was indeed this kind of person. It appears to be true. A prestigious university has no need to fabricate facts to deceive the public. I had my suspicions previously, How could Ye Tian, a name I had never heard before, suddenly achieve such significant results? I had never heard of Yishin Company having any research team. Now, everything has been elucidated. This is utterly reprehensible. This is a Nobel Prize level achievement. The individual whose work has been plagiarized must be in utter despair. Ye Tian must face severe punishment. We must restore clarity to the academic realm. Given that the accuser is a top-tier university in Ye Tian's alma mater, coupled with widespread skepticism regarding the source of Yishin Company's technology, nearly everyone has sided with Dada University of Science and Technology, believing that Ye Tian has indeed stolen academic achievements. A torrent of scornful remarks has inundated the discourse. On the side of Yishin Company, a multitude of media has besieged the company, eager to see how Ye Tian will respond. In Ye Tian's office, the situation was essentially as described. Liu Ping scrutinized the evidence Ye Tian had obtained from Ma Xinxin and Yang Haojie, as well as the conspiratorial dialogues he had overheard, followed by a series of maneuvers executed by Yang Haojie. Liu Ping, seething with anger, exclaimed, "How can there be such malicious individuals to audaciously attempt to steal our company's patents? They are exceedingly brazen. Do they not consider whether they are worthy of such ambitions? And is the leadership of this institution composed entirely of imbeciles? They blindly trust their students based on flimsy evidence. What kind of investigation have they conducted?" Ye Tian replied nonchalantly, "Perhaps they previously took advantage of me at school, tasting success, and believed they could replicate it this time, thinking they could employ the same tricks, bolstered by the public sentiment from the previous plagiarism incident. As for the university, such a vast profit would naturally entice them, leading them to adopt a preconceived stance. Even if any doubts arise during their investigation, they will rationalize them." Liu Ping asserted, "Boss, we must swiftly retaliate, exposing all this evidence and pursuing legal action against these individuals and Dada University of Science and Technology." Ye Tian shook his head. "It is not yet time. I show you this merely to instill confidence in you, allowing you to fight alongside me without reservations. Furthermore, this information is not meant to see the light of day and cannot serve as evidence. Rest assured, I have long since dug a pit for them, waiting for them to leap in. From the moment they stood up to accuse me of plagiarism, their fate was sealed. A bunch of toads dreaming of feasting on swan meat. This time, I shall turn their world upside down and avenge myself." Liu Ping resolutely stated, "Boss, you need not present me with these details. After our time together, I have witnessed your intellect and character. The person they describe is entirely different. Were it not for their school's irresponsibility, you might still be there, and they could still enjoy the benefits of your achievements. This situation is a result of their own making. Direct me on what to do, and I shall ensure they receive a profound lesson. By the way, boss, one thing intrigues me. From your materials, it seems you began monitoring them well before they had any designs on you. Why wait for things to escalate to this point?" Ye Tian replied, "Because I wish to give them hope before leading them to despair. I want them to remember me forever as the one who destroyed everything they held dear. Only by escalating this matter will they enter the public eye, and when they fail, they will face total disgrace, incurring irreparable damage. This will also drag the irresponsible school administration down with them." Liu Ping shivered. The depths of the boss's cunning were palpable. Liu Ping realized that Ye Tian seemed less concerned with profit and more inclined toward instigating chaos. He inquired, "Boss, could you reveal your contingency plans? What do you have in store for them?" Ye Tian explained how he had fabricated a technical manual, which he then intentionally allowed to be stolen. When he confidently conducts repeat experiments, all lies will be unveiled. Liu Ping was immensely impressed. "So, what you hold now is truly unique, right? Ha ha ha. I cannot wait to see how they will falter. Now, what should I do to assist you?" Ye Tian instructed. "Simply perform the duties befitting your role. Assert that our technology is independently invented by me off campus. Simultaneously, express outrage at the school's slander and notify our legal department to countersue for defamation, while also suing Dada University of Science and Technology for damaging our reputation. Let the legal team manage everything else, ensuring there is no adverse impact on our company. We shall simply await the unfolding drama." Yishin Company convened a press conference, and Liu Ping executed a vigorous response based on Ye Tian's directives. The legal department initiated action, asserting that all accusations from Dada University of Science and Technology lacked any evidence, and they proceeded to sue the university. However, despite Yishin Company's response, approximately 90% of online sentiment remained in favor of Dada University of Science and Technology. After all, they were an authoritative academic institution, and Yishin Company's claim of having developed a hair growth solution lacked substantial credibility. They continued to maintain their stance. How brazenly thick-skinned they were. There was little choice. Given the stakes involved, trillions in wealth and the honor of a Nobel Prize, they had to fight back. How long could they remain smug? They even set obstacles to member registration. I had long viewed this company unfavorably. In Dada University of Science and Technology's conference room, the president's expression was grim. While most public opinion currently favored us, we had yet to present compelling evidence, and Yishin Company's legal team would relentlessly cling to this point. As long as we failed to produce favorable evidence, they would continue to prolong the matter. He then glanced at Yang Haojia, seated nearby. So, Yang, it is time for your performance. The academic report conference is set for next week. You must flawlessly showcase your results to the global biology community, highlighting our university's prowess and delivering a fatal blow to Yishin Company. This presentation is of utmost importance. It must be flawless. Are your materials prepared without issue? Chapter 35, Academic Report. A week passed in the blink of an eye. The Grand Academic Report Conference, heavily promoted by Dada University of Science and Technology, inviting numerous top experts from the global biology field, commenced today. Almost all Nobel laureates in this field arrived at Dada University of Science and Technology, receiving a warm welcome from the university. Since the emergence of Yishin's hair growth solution, it has become the most significant topic in the biological sciences. Countless experts have been diligently researching it in laboratories, unanimously believing it to be a potential Nobel Prize candidate, with potential that extends beyond mere recognition. The deeper they delved, the more they recognized the extraordinary nature of this hair growth solution. Its synthesis method remains an unsolved mystery. Experts are convinced that fully unraveling its secrets will resolve numerous other issues, injecting a powerful impetus into the advancement of biology. Yet, Yishin Company has shown no intention of publishing any academic results. They initially presumed it would take considerable time to uncover the underlying mysteries. Unexpectedly, a remarkable event has transpired. Someone has boldly proclaimed themselves as the true inventor of the Ye God hair growth solution. Furthermore, they intend to convene an academic conference to elucidate their findings and substantiate their claim to the invention. The experts are simply elated. Consequently, nearly all renowned biologists have gathered for this occasion. The president, of course, would not miss such an opportunity. He personally took on the role of the host, warmly greeting every eminent figure present. Throughout the event, numerous distinguished experts and leaders from other prestigious universities joined in the festivities, with many extending their congratulations to the president. For from this day forward, Dada University of Science and Technology has genuinely welcomed a Nobel laureate in the field of biology. This has evoked profound envy among them, as it signifies an elevation in the university's status, promising future advantages in resources and policies, thereby initiating a virtuous cycle. Moreover, the president himself has garnered an invaluable asset for his career, potentially propelling him into a leadership position. The president is acutely aware of this, and his heart swells with pride. In the grand auditorium of the university, despite having meticulously prepared materials and familiarized himself with every detail and piece of data, Yang Haojia still felt a twinge of anxiety at the prospect of addressing such a formidable assembly of world-class experts. He inhaled deeply and, amidst the thunderous applause of the audience, ascended the stage. As he gazed down at the beaming faces of the eminent scholars, he suddenly felt as though he were standing on the podium of the Nobel Prize ceremony. Meanwhile, in the office, Wally compiled a comprehensive surveillance feed of the event, merging it with audio captured from the audience's mobile devices through hijacked microphones, and utilizing AI for signal enhancement, resulting in a high-definition live broadcast. Ye Tian chocolate decisivity. Let us see how you falter. Yang Haojia grasped his report and commenced his presentation in English, articulating the genesis of his inspiration, the meticulous design of the experimental procedures, and the arduous challenges he had surmounted to ultimately develop the hair growth solution. The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause once more. The president sat below, his face radiating satisfaction. After today, Yang would officially step into the limelight of the global scientific community, undoubtedly recognized as the inventor of the hair growth solution, and the university would bask in the afterglow of his success. Growing increasingly confident, Yang felt as though he were truly shining today, as if he had reached the pinnacle of his life. He then transitioned to the next segment of his presentation, elaborating on certain critical aspects of the technology, points that the experts were particularly eager to hear. Naturally, he would not divulge every detail and piece of data, but merely needed to establish that the technology was indeed his invention, sharing just enough substantive information to intrigue his audience. The experts in attendance perked up, almost in unison, reaching for their notepads to take detailed notes. Yang selected a meticulously chosen methodological step. When he first encountered the relevant paper, he found the tool within it to be exceptionally ingenious. Presenting it now would surely inspire reverence among the experts. However, he was oblivious to the fact that as he spoke, the scholars, who had been diligently taking notes, suddenly furrowed their brows, casting puzzled glances at him. Having completed the explanation of this step in record time, he looked up, prepared to bask in their adulation. Yet, the reality was starkly different. The expressions of the experts were varied and exchanged glances laden with confusion. A few even began whispering to one another, occasionally stealing glances at Yang, their eyes brimming with uncertainty. Yang's heart sank. What was happening? Why was their reaction so disparate from what he had anticipated? He sensed something was amiss, yet could not pinpoint it. It was inconceivable. He had adhered strictly to the information in the materials. This method had to be correct. Having rehearsed it countless times, instinctively, he inquired, "What is wrong? Is there something amiss?" As soon as he uttered those words, regret washed over him. The confidence in his voice was woefully inadequate, akin to fabricating a lie and fearing exposure. Yang was intoxicated by the immense benefits at stake, enchanted by the vision he had conjured in his mind, and had genuinely convinced himself that he was the true inventor of this technology, having completed a self-induced hypnosis. At that moment, the murmurs among the experts fell silent. One individual raised their hand and asked, "You mentioned that you employed this technology in your experiments. Could you clarify when you completed the experiment? What was the specific date?" The scholar reiterated the content he had just described, fixating on Yang with an expression of anticipation for his forthcoming response. The other experts mirrored similar expressions. Yang, utterly perplexed, ruminated over every technical detail from the materials. There was no issue. He had memorized it flawlessly. Yet, observing the reactions of these experts, it was evident that he had overlooked something significant. But considering that everything was documented in Ye Tian's materials, Yang steeled himself. He could not afford to show any sign of weakness. He was the inventor of the hair growth solution and possessed absolute authority. He smiled and nodded. "Indeed, that is correct." A chorus of gasps erupted from the audience. Yang felt as though he might faint. Something was definitely amiss, but he could not discern what it was. How vexing! Had he overlooked certain details, or failed to prepare adequately for some aspects? Yet, the audience's reaction suggested they were questioning the utilization of this technology in the hair growth solution. And after he provided an affirmative response, the skepticism only intensified. Good heavens! What could possibly be the reason? Where had he gone wrong? Yang's heart raced. Meanwhile, Ye Tian, watching the live broadcast, found himself on the verge of laughter. After investing so much effort and enduring criticism, witnessing this moment made it all worthwhile. Chapter 36. Collective doubt. Yang Haojia was struggling to maintain his composure, contemplating how to proceed with the academic report. The previous segment must have contained some error he had not detected, so he aimed to gloss over it quickly and transition to the next key point. He was confident that what he was about to present would undoubtedly captivate the scholars, and once he completed the entire report, they would be so immersed in the wealth of information that they would naturally overlook the earlier hiccup. Just as he was about to speak, however, it seemed the scholars had uncovered something intriguing. They were not inclined to let it slide so easily. The same expert who had posed a question earlier stood up again. "May I ask when you completed your experiments? What was the specific date?" Yang was baffled by the inquiry, but responded with the fabricated timeline he had concocted, claiming it was 2 months prior. Boom! The audience erupted in uproar. The president, who had initially felt satisfied at the sight of so many questions, now sensed something was amiss. What was happening? Why was the reaction so intense? The scholar continued questioning. "Have you read the paper titled? It is the work of a renowned expert and has sparked widespread discussion in the biological community, regarded as one of the finest biological tools invented in recent years. Have you reviewed this paper? You should have, as it pertains to your field of study." Yang Haojia shook his head. "No." The audience below erupted into a frenzy. "Are you certain? As a groundbreaking achievement that has garnered significant global attention, I would assume that no one in the field of biology is unaware of it, especially someone of your scholarly stature, who must be diligently monitoring the latest developments in academia every day." At this moment, Yang Haojia began to sense something amiss. But before he could fully comprehend it, the other party continued to interrogate him. "The reason I inquire is that a particular biological tool employed in this article bears an uncanny resemblance to what you just described. One might even say it is identical." Yang Haojia's mind was suddenly engulfed in a tumultuous roar. He finally understood why the audience's reaction was so pronounced. It turned out that the technique utilized had been published long ago, and Ye Tian had likely referenced the tool from another scholar's paper. However, it had not been indicated in the experimental records as a citation. After all, it was merely written for his own reference. This lapse in thorough examination was his own fault. No wonder Yang Haojia found that segment so exquisite. It hardly seemed like an invention of Ye Tian's. Now that he realized it was a citation from Ye Tian, there was still time for redress. Yang Haojia's eyes darted as he concocted a response. I apologize. I was overly anxious, and my mind went blank. Yes, I have indeed reviewed the paper you mentioned, but I failed to remember the title and the author. I only recall the ingenious tool within it. You see, when I delve into my research, the sheer volume of information I encounter daily can sometimes lead to forgetfulness regarding their origins. I did incorporate it into my experiments, but I neglected to mention these details while discussing the technical aspects. After uttering this explanation, he exhaled in relief, thinking that should suffice and they would no longer cling to this matter. However, the reality unfolded quite differently from his expectations. Once he finished speaking, the scholars in attendance, who had been engrossed in discussion, fell into an eerie silence, creating a tense atmosphere of dead stillness. The gazes directed at him were a mix of confusion, sternness, doubt, awkwardness, and even anger. Meanwhile, Ye Tian, watching the live broadcast from his office, couldn't help but burst into laughter, clapping his hands exuberantly, his face flushed with excitement, exclaiming, "Brilliant! Absolutely brilliant!" Under his guidance, Yang Haojia had perfectly triggered every trap he had laid. The drama had finally reached its climax. The scholar who posed the question adopted a serious demeanor and inquired, "Are you certain?" Observing the reactions of the crowd, Yang's heart sank. He was acutely aware that he had erred again, yet it was too late for corrections. He nodded resolutely. "I'm certain," the scholar responded. "Then I find it quite perplexing. Mr. Yang, you claim your experiment was completed 2 months ago, correct? How can an experiment finished 2 months prior reference a result that was published just a week ago?" With that, he fixed Yang Haojia with a penetrating gaze, awaiting his explanation. Upon hearing these words, Yang Haojia froze momentarily, as if his very blood had turned to ice. How could this be? Why was the technique employed in his experimental records one that had only been published a week earlier? Had Ye Tian already invented this technique? Or had he updated his information using the newly published technique? No, that possibility was exceedingly slim. Everything he encountered today had been troublingly unfavorable. He reflected on the entire process through which he had acquired his data. It had been too smooth, almost as if it were a wish fulfilled. He finally grasped the truth. It was the data itself that was fraudulent, designed to ensnare him, a trap laid for him to fall into. Ye Tian must have discovered the Trojan horse he had implanted in his computer long ago, then deliberately forged a false document to place inside. And he, in pursuit of profit, had predictably taken the bait. At that moment, an overwhelming sense of regret welled up within him. Why had he sought after something that did not rightfully belong to him, leading to such public humiliation and the potential for irreparable damage to his reputation? Why had he not conducted a thorough verification of the data upon receiving it? Ah, Ye Tian, your cunning is indeed profound. His mind raced frantically, attempting to devise a remedy. Yet it was futile. He had already drawn widespread skepticism upon himself. No amount of explanation would rectify the situation. These scholars would only delve deeper into his inconsistencies, uncovering further points of suspicion. The scholar observed that Yang was at a loss for words and said, "Are you unsure how to respond? Allow me to answer on your behalf. I believe you must prove this as your achievement, which leaves you with only 2 possible answers. First, the tool mentioned earlier is something you and that renowned scholar independently invented, a possibility that is minuscule. Second, you claim that the esteemed scholar has plagiarized your findings, just as you allege Ye Tian has plagiarized yours, and even done so twice. By the way, the scholar who authored the paper is, rather inconveniently, present here today. Would you like to confront him directly?" With that, he pointed in a certain direction. There, an elderly man with graying hair was clutching his chest, his face a mask of fury, while those around him tried to console him. At a loss for words, were you? Ladies and gentlemen, I believe the entire situation has become quite clear. Today's presentation has devolved into a farce. Chapter 37, The Key Revelation. In truth, I find it difficult to comprehend how, even including all the scholars present, we have become acutely aware of the truth of the matter. That is to say, upon discovering that Ye Tian was once your peer, and having now departed from the institution to invent a technology of immense value, you harbored ulterior motives, falsely claiming that it was your invention, which Ye Tian had stolen. Yet we remain deeply perplexed. Frankly, while we have witnessed academic plagiarism, I have never encountered anything so audacious and simultaneously so base. Did you truly believe that your haphazardly cobbled together so-called experimental process could deceive the eyes of seasoned scholars such as ourselves? It is essential to note that we have conducted extensive research on hair growth solutions, In our recollections, the inventor of such a product is a person of profound knowledge, well-versed in all biological sciences, endowed with avant-garde ideas. Based on our recent understanding of you, however, you appear merely to be an uneducated fool, disinterested even in the latest papers within your own field of study. I truly fail to grasp the purpose of your actions, for your plan is bound to fail. The materials you prepared are riddled with flaws and are nothing more than a waste of our time. To be candid, I strongly suggest you reassess your mental faculties. The scholar shifted his tone and added, "What baffles me even more is that the leadership of your institution failed to uncover your scheme and instead indulge your antics. I had assumed that your prestigious university was a bastion of rigor and rationality. Given the poor quality of the materials you prepared, it stands to reason that other aspects are also deficient, leaving numerous gaps. Should the university conduct a thorough investigation, your deceit would surely be uncovered. Yet they have not. Instead, they believed your assertions and even publicly defamed a great research enterprise. I can only conclude that your institution is so blinded by greed that it has completely lost its way." The expression of the university president shifted from confusion at the outset to a grim countenance, then to overt anger, and now to a pallid visage, teetering on the brink of collapse. At last, he could no longer endure the peculiar gazes of the crowd. His head tilted, and he nearly fainted. Observing the transformation of Yang Haojia, from initial confidence to later timidity and tongue-tiedness, he could no longer deny that he had been outmaneuvered by this young man. He could only curse his own avarice for having too readily believed Yang Haojia's words, leading to his current predicament. The reputation of the entire school lay in ruins, having performed a ludicrous farce before the eyes of scholars worldwide. Henceforth, their institution would become a laughingstock. Forget about future policy inclinations. It was uncertain whether the school could even maintain its prestigious status. At the very least, prospective students would undoubtedly weigh these factors when applying. The enrollment at Dada University of Science and Technology would likely decline. As for his own future, it appeared utterly bleak. He was acutely aware that he could no longer remain in the position of president. Meanwhile, the experts had begun packing up their belongings, preparing to depart. The conference had proven to be unnecessary to continue, concluding after a mere 20 minutes. The president watched as the leaders from other institutions, who had previously lavished him with compliments, now avoided him as if he were a plague, even snickering behind his back. A tumult of emotions surged within him. He quickly instructed his assistant, "Go out immediately and intercept those reporters. Offer them hush money to prevent them from hastily reporting today's events." These reporters had been summoned by him to record a historic moment for Dada University of Science and Technology. Now, he could only hope to regain some control over the narrative before the whole affair exploded, to investigate the situation thoroughly and mitigate the impact, thereby salvaging some semblance of reputation. He cast a glance at Yang Haojia, then turned away, striding off without a backward look. Yang Haojia, like a soulless automaton, sat listlessly on the ground, watching the experts shake their heads as they departed, muttering to himself, "It's over, utterly over." As the president returned to his office, contemplating the arrangement of an investigation, he suddenly received a call from his superiors. The voice on the other end unleashed a torrent of reprimands. "Look at the mess you've created. You've utterly disgraced Dada University of Science and Technology." Accepting the criticism with resignation, the president replied, "Minister, this oversight on my part has led to such an outcome. I have already established an investigative team and will endeavor to mitigate the repercussions of this incident." His superior retorted, "Mitigate? You think your disgrace hasn't gone public yet? Just look at Weibo. It's already common knowledge. You mean conduct any further investigation?" The higher-ups are furious and have formed a special investigation team, not only to probe this incident, but also to scrutinize everyone involved, even digging up your past indiscretions. Prepare for repercussions. I didn't call to urge you to investigate. I called to have you compile all the information you possess. If you present it well, perhaps your outcome will be somewhat favorable. Do not attempt to cover anything up. The president felt a rush of anxiety and hastily opened his computer. Instantly, he spotted the trending topic, Dada University's shocking scandal, accusing others of plagiarism for personal gain, exposed publicly before top scholars. He clicked on the topic and discovered video, an unedited recording of their recent conference. How this footage had surfaced was a mystery, as the event had been internal, with no arrangements for a videographer. Furthermore, beneath it lay a bombshell news article. Yishin Company had officially reported that Dada University had instructed students to engage in academic plagiarism and had resorted to hacking methods. The content revealed that after the video was released, Yishin Company inadvertently discovered that the report bore a striking resemblance to a document found on Ye Tian's computer. Additionally, The technical department had identified signs of hacking, with the target IP pointing directly to Dada University. The president felt darkness closing in and fainted. In that fleeting moment before losing consciousness, he grasped why Yang Haojia had exuded such confidence. It was due to his reliance on hacking to pilfer information from Ye Tian's computer. He also understood why he had fallen so catastrophically. All signs indicated that Ye Tian had long possessed comprehensive control over Yang Haojia's movements. Undoubtedly, the document on that computer was fabricated. They had merely awaited the perfect opportunity to ensnare him, intending to disclose this information immediately after the conference to prevent the matter from being suppressed. It was evident that they sought to ruin Dada University. The president's mind conjured up Ye Tian's image. He had never anticipated that the seemingly unremarkable boy he deemed a scoundrel would become the harbinger of his professional nightmare. Chapter 38. Ye Tian is terrifying. At this moment, the internet had already erupted into chaos. Beneath the trending topic, countless netizens were engaged in fervent discussion. What's going on? How did it suddenly reverse? Now it's Dada University accused of plagiarizing Ye Tian. Watching the video, one could hardly believe the absurdity of this academic conference. A presentation worthy of a Nobel Prize was met with collective skepticism and concluded in just 20 minutes, as scientists hastily exited. Yang Haojia claimed to have completed his experiment 2 months prior, yet the technology he employed had only been invented a week ago. This blunder was too egregious to go unnoticed. I felt secondhand embarrassment watching that video. This young man is in a dire predicament. If I were him, I'd want to die on the spot. What do you mean dire? P.S. Truly malicious, having lied intentionally. And now even the school has been dragged down with him. I suggest you check it out. Someone has posted a lengthy analysis of this incident. I've seen it. The article posits that based on his responses in the video, it's evident the experiment was not conducted by him, and the data was plagiarized, not by him personally, otherwise he wouldn't have made such a fool of himself. This is undoubtedly the largest scandal in Dada University's history. If mishandled, they risk becoming a second-rate institution. The school isn't innocent either. I refuse to believe that Yang Haojia is so clever as to leave no trace. The institution was merely bewitched, too quick to trust without thorough investigation. The school had previously experienced a case where Ye Tian allegedly stole Yang Haojia's work, which likely fueled their belief. Do you still believe that Ye Tian previously stole Yang Haojia's academic achievements? In my view, the reality is the exact opposite. Indeed, I no longer trust Yang Haojia. Perhaps he was the one who plagiarized Ye Tian's paper and then bit back, repeating his old tricks. Ye Tian has managed to invent a hair growth serum. How hard could it be for him to achieve a modest academic success? I am from Dada University, and while the school has urged us to remain silent, I will not cease to voice my opinion. I heard about the incident when Ye Tian was persuaded to withdraw. He adamantly denied the allegations of plagiarism, asserting that his paper had been stolen by Yang Haojia. However, later, Yang Haojia produced 2 witnesses, leading the school to rule that Ye Tian had indeed committed plagiarism. One witness was Ye Tian's mentor, and the other was his ex-girlfriend, who subsequently became involved with Yang Haojia. By the way, Yang Haojia is a rich second generation. While Ye Tian's academic performance was exemplary, Yang Haojia is truly malicious. Who would dare apply to such a school? Having suffered injustice, one finds it nearly impossible to seek redress. If the school had conducted a more thorough investigation, might it have restored justice for Ye Tian? My heart aches for Ye Tian, who has been wrongfully accused twice, and was even advised to withdraw from school the last time. His predicament is truly lamentable. However, the situation has taken a turn for the better. Not only has the conspiracy against him been unveiled, but now the entire world is watching, prompting a vigorous investigation from the authorities, thus allowing him to clear his name. Furthermore, some netizens have sensed an oddity in the events. Why do I feel that this entire affair carries an air of peculiarity? Initially, Yang Haojia delivered a speech, yet he was unaware that his credentials were fabricated, indicating that someone was surely orchestrating his downfall. Following the conclusion of the report, before the school could respond, internal videos that should have remained confidential emerged for public scrutiny. Almost immediately, Yishin company claimed to have found evidence of Dada Technologies hacking to obtain sensitive information. This evidence opened a plethora of pitfalls for Yang Haojia, leading him to an inescapable demise. The sequence of events is astonishingly seamless. Each element interlocks flawlessly, making it hard to dismiss the notion of someone pulling the strings from the shadows. Some have voiced in disbelief. Could it be that Ye Tian is the mastermind behind all this? How terrifying that would be. Not only is he cunning, But he also bears humiliation with grace, seemingly having anticipated every move of his adversary and prepared a trap for him to fall into, ultimately leading to his disgrace while simultaneously vindicating himself. How did he possess such foresight? What technological prowess enabled him to achieve this? He could have struck preemptively before his opponent's plan came to fruition, yet he chose to deliver a fatal blow when Yang Haojie was basking in his own smugness. Indeed, he had possession of all the evidence from the outset, yet chose to endure public scorn and legal battles, revealing his evidence only at the moment his foe exposed himself. It appears he was determined not to let his adversary off easily. He aimed to create chaos and upheaval. Truly frightening. One must never provoke Ye Tian again. This incident has generated a profoundly negative backlash globally, following the previous stern warning to those attempting to undermine Yishin Company. Such a grotesque event has occurred within a prestigious university in such a short span. Therefore, the authorities' response has been unprecedentedly severe. They promptly announced the formation of an investigative team to thoroughly examine this incident and the prior plagiarism case involving Ye Tian. All individuals associated with this current event have been detained, including a cadre of school leaders, the head of the biology department, Ye Tian's mentor, as well as Ma Xinxin and Yang Haojie. The investigation was expeditious due to the clarity of the evidence trail. They personally interviewed Ye Tian, documenting his experiences throughout both incidents. Ye Tian had submitted a plethora of evidence, and the investigative team compared the data retrieved from Ye Tian's computer with Yang Haojie's experimental records, which matched perfectly. They even discovered original documents on Yang Haojie's computer that should have been deleted. Moreover, Ye Tian had meticulously recorded the entirety of the process in which Yang Haojie employed hacking to steal information. Under the comprehensive scrutiny of the investigative team, the plagiarism incident revealed numerous inconsistencies. Additionally, Yang Haojie's public embarrassment rendered him incapable of denying the facts. Thus, the truth behind the two plagiarism incidents rapidly came to light. Yang Haojie's deceitful maneuvers could not escape the discerning eyes of the investigative team, as they were so clumsily executed that they should have been uncovered during the school's investigation, let alone by the top-tier investigative team. However, the investigative team did not rest satisfied with merely uncovering the truth of these two incidents. They were ordered to conduct a comprehensive examination of all individuals involved, delving into their backgrounds from birth to the present, unearthing everything that could be found. This demonstrates the authorities' resolve and determination regarding the thoroughness of this investigation. Days later, the investigators publicly disclosed the truths behind the two incidents. Chapter 39. The Truth Revealed and New Products. Upon investigation, it was found that the suspect, Yang Haojie, nearing graduation, had become frustrated with his lack of progress on his research topic. Accidentally learning that Ye Tian was working on the same topic and had already completed his thesis, he conceived a nefarious plan. He used monetary temptation to lure Ye Tian's girlfriend, Ma Xinxin, into stealing the thesis from Ye Tian, after which he modified it and submitted it first. He also bribed Ma Xinxin and Ye Tian's mentor to provide false testimony, leading to Ye Tian's thesis being deemed plagiarized, resulting in his expulsion from school. Afterwards, upon inadvertently discovering that Ye Tian was the chairman of Yishin Company, Ma Xinxin harbored resentment when her attempt to rekindle their relationship failed and informed Yang Haojie. The two conspired again to steal Ye Tian's achievements, attempting to claim patent rights for themselves. Subsequently, Yang Haojie utilized a Trojan program to pilfer data from Ye Tian's computer, fabricated experimental records, and submitted them to Ye Tian's mentor for archiving in the laboratory, deceiving Daodu Technology University. Daodu Technology University, having failed to verify the information thoroughly, naively believed Yang Haojie's lies, which culminated in this heinous incident. The investigation revealed that Yang Haojie, Ma Xinxin, their mentor, and school officials XXX, etc., were also implicated in other cases. However, these facts, being unrelated to the two current incidents, will be disclosed at a later time. The suspects Yang Haojie, Ma Xinxin, mentor X, head of the biology department XXX, and president XXX have been lawfully detained. Following the announcement of the investigation results, the online community in Daxia erupted in fervor. The truth has finally emerged, and the investigative team has performed admirably. So this is how it was. Yang Haojie is indeed despicable, not content with one act of plagiarism. He audaciously attempted to appropriate Nobel-worthy achievements, having garnered the support of the school. Were it not for Yishin's vigilance, he might have succeeded. How tragic is that? Such a narrative would be deemed too far-fetched for television. How dark must this school be for even Yishin's mentor to be bribed? One can only imagine the depths of despair he must have felt at that time. Thankfully, Yishin did not succumb. Instead, he rose courageously, emerging renewed and producing Nobel-level results. Otherwise, yet another gifted individual would have been stifled. Ma Xianxin's malevolence is truly appalling. She is nothing short of femme fatale, gravitating towards wealth, then seeking to rekindle her relationship with Yishin upon realizing his affluence. How disgraceful. These individuals must face severe punishment. Rest assured, with such intensity in their response, the truth was unveiled in just a few days, right? Just after the authorities had warned against targeting Yishin Company, someone foolishly overstepped, essentially slapping the authorities in the face and walking straight into the line of fire. This time, they will undoubtedly be made an example of and face harsh penalties. Have you not seen that their investigation extends beyond these two incidents? All their misdeeds have been unearthed. Most importantly, their reputations are irrevocably tarnished. Ye Tian, upon seeing the results in his office, exchanged a satisfied smile with Lu Ping. He was quite pleased with the outcome. He had just received a call from higher-ups, who expressed their condolences and assured him that all individuals involved in this incident would be dealt with severely. Simultaneously, they did not allude to Ye Tian's enigmatic maneuvers during this incident, such as how he had foreseen Yang Haojia's intentions to betray him, nor to the series of operations involving artificial intelligence. They merely hinted that in the future, should he encounter such matters, he could directly call a specific hotline, sparing himself the intricate planning. The nefarious individuals have received their just punishments, and his grievances have been vindicated. Even the school, bearing a modicum of responsibility, has seen several personnel dealt with. He feels confident that, following this incident, no one in the country will dare to provoke him again. He can now focus on the pursuit of wealth with peace of mind. This is an invaluable period, an opportunity to enhance his capabilities, amass greater riches, and solidify his foundation. He aims to augment his arsenal of resources, thereby elevating his significance in the eyes of the elite. In doing so, he envisions a smooth venture into major projects, ultimately constructing a comprehensive business empire. Ye Tian intends to launch a new product that promises substantial profits. While the hair growth solution has proven highly lucrative, its target demographic is limited to those experiencing hair loss, and the market will inevitably reach saturation. Ye Tian plans to introduce a product that is unique, immensely profitable, and powerful in performance, destined to dominate the market upon its release, with a perpetual demand. This product is batteries. It is worth noting that the advancement of battery technology has stagnated for decades, becoming a shackle on industrial progress. Current battery technologies have reached a bottleneck, with energy density nearing its limits. Although there are occasional announcements from laboratories regarding novel conceptual batteries, they remain far from commercial viability. However, this technological impasse poses no obstacle for Ye Tian. Furthermore, due to the deteriorating climate on Blue Star, the demand for new energy sources is escalating. The new energy market is valued in the hundreds of trillions, a realm incomparable to that of hair growth solutions. The government plans to invest colossal sums over the coming decades to achieve carbon neutrality. Securing a foothold in this market promises a steady influx of substantial profits. If the technology is sufficiently robust to replace fossil fuels will become mere industrial raw materials, significantly reducing carbon emissions, thus hastening the realization of carbon neutrality and saving the nation considerable financial resources. Ye Tian is acutely aware that should he unveil a super battery, his company will undoubtedly receive substantial support from the authorities. Without hesitation, he moves forward. At this moment, he possesses a battery unlike any available on the market. It is a conceptual battery procured by Wang Ping from a foreign laboratory. Theoretically, it boasts the highest energy density in the world, reaching 500 Wh per kilogram. Ye Tian unlocks this battery in the store, where each one is priced at 20,000 points. He purchases 1,000 in one go, placing them into the synthesizer for fusion. Ding! Synthesis successful. Obtained a level 2 item, high-capacity power battery. Ding! Synthesis successful. Obtained a level 2 item. Ding! Synthesis successful. Obtained a level 3 item, ultra-high capacity energy battery. Ding! Synthesis successful. Obtained a level 3 item. At last, he secures 10 level 3 batteries and, with determination, places them into the synthesizer and initiates the fusion. Ding! Synthesis successful. Obtained a level 4 item, super biological battery. Here it is. This time, the system did not announce any grand success. It was a steady synthesis. Curiously, why is this battery associated with biology? Ye Tian opens the description of the super biological battery. Chapter 40, Super Biological Battery. Super biological battery. Internally, it utilizes a remarkably simple bacterium as the energy storage medium. Its form after charging and discharging is entirely different, and it can connect with other bacteria to fulfill battery functions. This bacterium can store a substantial amount of electrical energy as biological energy and can stably output electrical power with an efficiency of up to 70. It can live extremely stably for up to 5 years, during which it can undergo complete charging and discharging without any loss, preserving battery capacity. Unlike conventional battery structures, it requires only bacteria, along with specific circuitry and control chips. The energy density of the super biological battery reaches 4 kilowatt-hours per kilogram. Ye Tian is overjoyed. This super biological battery is extraordinarily powerful, with an energy density far exceeding that of typical batteries, even reaching 1.3 times that of gasoline. It is noteworthy that current lithium batteries typically max out at around 300 to 400, having reached their bottleneck. The super biological battery elevates this figure by several multiples. This implies that the endurance of current devices, such as smartphones and cars, could be enhanced by a factor of 10 or more. Upon scrutinizing the other attributes, Ye Tian discovers that it boasts numerous advantages without any drawbacks. Its structure is exceedingly simple, with the bacterial component significantly dominating the internal makeup, allowing for greater energy storage. The battery's lifespan extends to 5 years, during which its capacity remains unchanged. Given that it utilizes bacteria for energy storage, its stability and safety are remarkably high, eliminating the risk of fire or explosion. Additionally, it is completely non-polluting and easily recyclable. Moreover, a significant benefit for Ye Tian is that due to its simplistic structure, it can be fashioned into various shapes with a straightforward production process and minimal costs. It is, in every sense, a flawless battery. This innovation is poised to greatly advance the development of new energy and herald the end of the era of fossil fuel vehicles. Simultaneously, it will significantly propel industrial growth to new heights. Ye Tian diligently records the production method. The technology behind this battery is highly confidential, particularly regarding the bacterium. The rest of the circuitry is quite ordinary. Ye Tian heads to the laboratory, cultivates the bacteria according to his notes, and successfully creates a 1 kilogram standard battery. He then invites a technician to conduct tests. Upon receiving the results, the technician is overwhelmed with excitement and rushes to Ye Tian and Lu Ping. "Boss, Mr. Lu, the test report is in. The performance of this battery is extraordinary, is a staggering multiple of conventional lithium batteries, even surpassing that of disposable aluminum-air batteries. We also conducted charging and discharging experiments. After 200 cycles, the battery capacity showed no signs of reduction. It is exceptionally safe, regardless of the circumstances. There is no risk of explosion." Lu Ping, upon hearing these figures, is utterly astonished. He comprehends the implications of such numbers. Once this battery hits the market, all existing rechargeable batteries will be rendered obsolete. It signifies a market worth hundreds of trillions awaiting his company to tap into. "Boss, what is the lifespan of this battery?" he inquires. Ye Tian replies, "It can last for 5 years, after which the bacteria will perish." Lu Ping is elated. "Boss, is the production cost of this battery high? Is it suitable for commercial use?" Ye Tian assures him, indeed, its cost is significantly lower than that of conventional batteries, given its simple structure and production process. "I called you here to prepare for the next product launch. You must immediately secure a larger plot of land from the city to establish a new battery factory. The larger the better. I require it to meet all domestic production demands promptly. However, this must remain confidential. The information can only be disclosed post-release." Lu Ping responds resolutely. "Rest assured, boss, I will ensure this matter is handled impeccably." His heart was filled with emotion. He had initially believed that the company would focus solely on producing hair growth serum for an extended period. However, he was taken aback by the swift announcement of a second product, one that promised to be a game-changer. He increasingly felt grateful for his earlier decisions. The city had promptly approved a substantial parcel of land, and Yishin Corporation had become the talk of the town, accommodating every request that came their way. Naturally, they inquired about the purpose of the land, only to be informed of plans for a new factory. Lu Ping refrained from divulging any specifics, merely indicating that the company was poised for significant developments and urging them to stay tuned. The actions of Yishin Corporation could not escape the notice of the outside world. They were under global scrutiny. Observing the construction of their factory and the procurement of raw materials and equipment, many speculated that Yishin Corporation was poised to expand its production capabilities. No one, however, anticipated that they were preparing to unveil a new product, specifically a battery. In the United States, at Apple Incorporated's laboratory, technicians were meticulously conducting tests on the battery. A group of executives anxiously awaited the results outside. When the technician who conducted the tests exuberantly announced, "Fantastic! We have succeeded. A wave of relief washed over the executives, who applauded heartily. Their long-term investments had finally yielded a gratifying outcome. They had successfully enhanced the energy density of lithium batteries, bringing it to a commercial level. This new lithium battery boasted an energy density of 450 Wh per kilogram, surpassing that of the Model 3S battery by 73 and reducing its volume by 37. The executives promptly announced bonuses for the laboratory technicians, inciting another cheer. In their eyes, this battery was destined to become a flagship product for the company, a colossal cash cow. They swiftly organized their plans. The factory halted production of the previous battery and shifted to full-scale production of this new lithium battery. They prepared to hold a launch event to catapult the new battery into the limelight. Apple Incorporated invested all its resources into production and marketing, a move typically deemed risky. However, within the company, no one doubted the success of their product. They began to envision a future of immense profits, where each individual reached the pinnacle of success. Apple Incorporated's promotional efforts soon captured the attention of the entire world. Chapter 41. 2 Launch Events. When Apple Incorporated publicly announced the development of a new lithium battery with ultra-high energy density and its readiness for mass production, the world erupted with excitement. The battery industry had not seen such exhilarating news in years. For those invested in the battery sector, this was undoubtedly a monumental breakthrough. Numerous large corporations rushed to contact Apple Incorporated to procure their new product, including the wealthy Fruit Company, which ordered a significant quantity of batteries for use in their Fruit 15 model. Apple Incorporated's market value skyrocketed, invigorating stocks across the entire renewable energy sector. Yishin Corporation received this news as well. Ye Tian, upon reading the report, expressed his astonishment. What a coincidence. By the way, have we completed production on our end? Lu Ping replied with a smile. Production is ready to commence. With strong support from above, the factory's construction is progressing rapidly, and all necessary equipment and raw materials have arrived ahead of schedule. Ye Tian nodded. It seems we can also hold a launch event. Let's schedule it for later on the same day as theirs. Lu Ping understood that the boss was aiming to make a statement. Although there was no animosity between Apple Incorporated and Yishin Corporation, the former was a foreign entity, specifically an American company, which had previously profited handsomely from the Dacia market, primarily through its pricing power. Given the opportunity, it would be prudent to demonstrate to them that Dacia was not devoid of top-tier battery enterprises. News of Yishin Corporation's impending launch event quickly spread, with observant individuals noting its proximity to Apple Incorporated's event. Online discussion érupted. Why is Yishin Corporation holding a launch event? Weren't they supposed to be expanding production? Why the sudden announcement? Are they releasing a new product? Does anyone know what it is? I thought they would rely on their old products indefinitely. What could they possibly invent in such a short time? It probably isn't anything significant. And why are they coinciding their event with Apple Incorporated's? Wouldn't that overshadow their announcement? On the day of Apple Incorporated's launch event, virtually every high-tech company in the world received an invitation. Countless individuals tuned in to watch the live stream. An Apple executive took the stage, sharing a few lighthearted jokes before delving into the main topic. It is widely acknowledged that batteries are crucial to overall industrial development and carbon neutrality strategies. However, the battery industry has reached a bottleneck, significantly hindering industrial growth and preventing complete reliance on alternative energy sources. Yet, this would all change with the introduction of our super lithium battery. Our research and development have yielded the world's highest energy density lithium battery, reaching 450 Wh per kilogram. A chorus of gasps erupted from the audience. This figure exceeded all expectations. They were aware that Apple Incorporated's new battery had broken records, but they had not anticipated such a substantial leap. Previously, lithium batteries had barely reached 300 Wh. Apple Incorporated had remarkably increased energy density by 50%. The executives from the Fruit Company and Stella Company exchanged astonished glances upon hearing this statistic, particularly for Stella Company, which also produced batteries. The advent of Apple Incorporated's battery would significantly enhance their range and narrow the gap with traditional fuel vehicles. Media representatives on-site swiftly disseminated the news, crafting eye-catching headlines such as Apple Incorporated, the next renewable energy giant. Meanwhile, viewers in the live stream flooded the comments with excitement. Wow, 450 Wh per kilogram is outrageous. The record has been shattered to such an extent. Is the battery industry on the brink of rapid development once more? I can't wait to see the renewed range of new energy vehicles. Perhaps it's time for me to consider purchasing one. The executive on stage dramatically unveiled a red cloth, revealing a standard 1 kilogram battery beneath. He proceeded to utilize various instruments to measure its parameters, which ultimately displayed astonishing results. Not only was its energy density remarkably high, but its charging speed was also exceptionally rapid. This represents yet another advantage, further narrowing the gap between electric vehicles and their gasoline counterparts. The executives continued to radiate enthusiasm as they extolled the virtues of the battery to the audience, painting a vivid picture of the promising future of renewable energy. Ultimately, the press conference concluded amidst a chorus of applause. The discussion surrounding this event online showed no signs of waning, with individuals eagerly imagining the transformative impact this battery could have on the future of renewable energy living. In a neglected corner, the press conference held by Yishin Company proceeded as usual, yet it failed to capture mainstream attention. Under normal circumstances, it might have garnered some notice, but at this moment, nearly everyone was preoccupied with the super battery. Consequently, only a handful of fans and those in the biological sciences were attentive to this gathering. The venue appeared rather modest, merely a stage within a hotel, attended solely by local officials and a scattering of fans. Nevertheless, the event was streamed live online. Liu Ping took to the stage, a self-deprecating smile gracing his features. "It seems our press conference has not attracted much interest," he remarked. "Thank you all for supporting our event. I assure you, your attendance will not be in vain. What we unveil today is destined to astonish the world." This bold declaration sparked fervent discussion among the viewers in the live stream. Such grand claims. I must see what this world-shattering news entails. Hasn't all attention been diverted to the super lithium battery? After a recent press conference, many were ready to return to sleep rather than endure another session filled with grandstanding. However, as the majority of the online viewers were fans, countless voices emerged to counter the naysayers. If you don't want to watch, leave. Don't spread negativity here. Mind your words. You might lose your eligibility to purchase our products if Yishin Company catches wind of this. After all, hadn't Yishin Company once shocked the world with their hair growth serum? While the online chatter reached a fever pitch, Liu Ping had already begun to delve into the substance of his presentation. Chapter 42. Today is not April Fool's Day. At this moment, Liu Ping addressed the audience, "All right, I understand that many of you are growing impatient and do not wish to hear me ramble. I too dislike wasting time. So let us get straight to the point. You may be puzzled as to why we scheduled our press conference after Apple S. The reason is simple. The products we are unveiling today are indeed comparable. Today, we are proud to introduce the super biological battery." With that, he dramatically unveiled the battery shrouded in red cloth, revealing it to the audience. A collective gasp resonated through both the venue and the live stream. A battery? How could it be a battery? Wasn't Yishin Company involved in biomedicine? What audacity! To venture into the battery industry, as if it were so easily navigable, and to schedule their event following Apple S. Truly, there is no harm in comparison. After all this build-up, it was just a battery. What were its capabilities? Hadn't they heard? The emphasis was on the biological battery, the fabled biological battery that had yet to see practical application. It was marred by low energy density, exorbitant costs, and a multitude of drawbacks. Who would invest in such a thing? It was sheer folly, even if you don't wish to purchase. The fact that we are unveiling it and have commenced production indicates that we have resolved these issues. Liu Ping continued. What do you think? Surprising? Isn't it? Who would have guessed that our product was a battery? I trust you all have a basic understanding of batteries. The most common today is the lithium battery. However, this type of battery encounters significant limitations. Even at its peak, the energy density hovers around 500 watt-hours per kilogram. That is merely theoretical. We have decisively abandoned this approach in pursuit of different possibilities in battery technology. In the live stream, viewers were bombarding the chat with comments. They VE reached 450. And that is not high enough? Show us your own battery, and let us behold its celestial performance. Biological battery, you say? This is likely just a concept to attract investment. It appears Yishin Company is itching to go public. Liu Ping continued. To that end, we present our biological battery scheme. Many of you may be familiar with the concept. You've probably seen how cutting open fruit and inserting electrodes results in automatic discharge. This is a rudimentary biological battery. However, when we speak of biological batteries, we refer to microbial power generation. As early as 1910, British scientists invented the world's first microbial battery. In an era where traditional batteries have hit a dead end, scientists are now exploring the potential of biological batteries. They offer remarkably high energy conversion rates and are safe and non-polluting. The challenge has always been that conventional biological batteries yield minimal output power and have short lifespans. Yet we have thoroughly resolved these issues with our newly launched biological battery. Our company has cultivated a strain of super energy storing bacteria. Its internal structure is exceedingly simple, capable of absorbing substantial electrical energy and converting it into biological energy, all while consuming very little energy itself. Moreover, it can convert this biological energy back into electrical energy. This serves as an ideal raw material for microbial batteries. The biological batteries crafted from this strain not only maintain the traditional advantages of safety and non-pollution, but also possess all the benefits of other batteries. For instance, they boast an extraordinarily long lifespan, reaching 5 years, during which they can cycle indefinitely without loss of capacity. Furthermore, due to their remarkably simple structure, they can save considerable space, accommodating more electrolytes. Of course, the most critical aspect, and the one you are all eagerly anticipating, is that their energy density has reached an astonishing 4 kilowatt-hours per kilogram. Upon hearing this, the venue fell into a stunned silence. Shock etched across the faces of the audience. How much? Did I hear correctly? 4,000. What audacity! Do they perhaps set a zero? Are they using different units? I've seen many companies inflate figures for hype, making numbers appear larger. That is nonsense. They V displayed on the screen. There's no mistaking it, it's 4,000. Wow, so high. When did biological batteries become so advanced? Am I dreaming? Tell me this isn't real. I thought Apple S450 was impressive. Yet here comes a 4,000 that utterly eclipses it. Apple must be devastated, having just invested heavily in production. Now, it's likely all for naught. Yishin Company is remarkable. If this figure is genuine, it will undoubtedly astonish the world. This surpasses the profits from their hair growth serum. I'm eager to see how they will wrap this up. They've certainly raised the stakes. At that moment, the number of viewers in the live stream surged, climbing from 2 million to 3 million, then 5, 6, 10, and ultimately reaching 30 million. More and more individuals were drawn in, eager to witness the authenticity of Yishin Company's super biological battery. In a villa within the United States, executives of Apple were deep in slumber, a satisfied smile gracing their lips as they dreamt of monopolizing the renewable energy market, promotions, salary increases, and fortunes flowing in. Suddenly, he was jolted awake by the insistent ringing of the telephone. With a countenance marked by anger, he answered the call and barked into the receiver. What on earth is the matter at this late hour? You've interrupted my sweet dreams. The voice on the other end, tinged with panic, belonged to another executive. Hurry, there's been a crisis. You need to check the most popular live stream online right now. My goodness, a company has developed a battery with an energy density of 4,000. Are you out of your mind? Today is not April Fool's Day. An energy density of 4,000? How could that possibly be? We have painstakingly managed to elevate the density to 450, and that is already at the limit. I'm not joking. You will see for yourself. It is from the renowned Yishin Company. They claim to have invented a bio-battery, and they are currently conducting tests. The executive was instantly alert, sitting up with an ominous premonition. Oh no, please tell me this isn't a nightmare. At the very same moment, numerous executives from energy companies around the world were roused from their slumber, receiving the shocking news. Lu Ping, standing on stage, allowed the audience a moment to absorb the information before continuing. Yes, you heard correctly. I am not exaggerating. Behold our invention, the super bio battery. This figure has been derived from rigorous testing, and today, we will demonstrate it live. Chapter 43, Chain Reaction. With that, staff members brought forth specialized equipment, and Lu Ping proceeded with the testing. Given the time constraints, he could not perform every conceivable test, but he conducted a selection of the most anticipated standard evaluations, including that of the battery's energy density. Ultimately, the instruments confirmed the veracity of his claims. The internet erupted with fervor. No one doubted that Yishin Company had fabricated the results, as such deceit would have been easily exposed. Incredible. Outstanding. What a remarkable company Yishin is. In a short span, they had unveiled 2 revolutionary technologies. Ye Tian truly was formidable. One could only imagine the regret at Dowdy University for having discarded such a brilliant mind and subsequently offending him. Now, any achievements by Ye Tian would no longer concern them. A battery with an energy density of 4,000. This had the potential to completely reshape the renewable energy market. I'm merely curious about when we can utilize it. Will it be expensive? The next super battery is a product of our great Xia. No wonder they dared to challenge Apple. It turns out they had little regard for them. At this moment, countless individuals from energy and renewable energy companies were fixated on the battery displayed on the screen. Upon witnessing the test data, their spirits sank heavily. Quick, I need to buy a ticket to Great Xia immediately. I must visit Yishin Company in person. We need to secure some samples for comprehensive testing in the laboratory and see if we can decipher their technology. On the Great Xia side, upon receiving the news, the leaders could not help but erupt into laughter. Hurry! This Yishin company has once again surprised us. It seems we were not mistaken in our judgment. Ye Tian is indeed capable. With this battery, our renewable energy sector will be fully revitalized, significantly reducing our carbon emissions each year. The confidentiality was remarkable. I only learned of their recent developments now. This is a treasure for our great Xia, and we must protect them diligently, ensuring their healthy growth, for the future of Great Xia will depend on them. Keep a vigilant watch. Should anyone dare to threaten them or set their sights on them, I must be informed immediately. Such incidents like the last one must never recur. Understood, replied a nearby associate. The major mobile phone and electric vehicle manufacturers in Great Xia were electrified by the news. Many instructed their assistants to purchase tickets overnight to head to Nanfeng City, eager to learn about the battery's performance and secure the largest orders possible. Back at the press conference, Lu Ping, unbeknownst to him, had already taken hold of smartphone. The previous segment merely utilized instruments for testing, which may not have been very illustrative. I'm sure you're all keenly interested in the actual user experience. Therefore, let us now conduct a live test. He presented the latest model, the Mate 50, which originally housed a 4,460 mAh battery. We have modified it with our bio battery, boasting a capacity of an astonishing 66,900 mAh. This slender battery is equivalent to a large power bank. Based on our prior tests, this phone can sustain heavy usage for an entire month, meaning the user will only need to charge it once a month. Without further ado, let us showcase the testing video. Due to the testing exceeding 24 hours, we had to accelerate the footage. However, the video remains unedited. For those wishing to conduct their own tests, our battery will be available for purchase after the press conference, with samples offered for testing. As he played the video, it was accelerated multiple times. The testing was straightforward. First, 12 applications were used continuously for half an hour each, followed by playing a highly demanding mobile game for the remaining 18 hours. After a full day, the phone displayed a mere 4 battery consumption. Once the video concluded, thunderous applause erupted in the venue, and the live stream began to buzz with excitement. Wow, this is astonishing. My mother will no longer have to worry about my phone running out of battery. In the future, on business trips or travels, I won't have to fret about finding a charging station. The endurance of electric vehicles is going to be revolutionary. What does it mean to have a range of over 20,000 kilometers on a single charge? Many vehicles barely reach 100,000 kilometers without needing multiple charges. What if we also install solar panels? Would that mean we never have to charge at all? Driving a small car could be as convenient as traveling in a camper van. I'm already intrigued. Will we be able to use this? I will start saving money, eagerly awaiting the new vehicle. The industrial energy storage sector will likely benefit the most. Previously, once electricity was generated, it had to be consumed immediately. Storing large amounts of electricity was quite challenging, but that should no longer be an issue. Netizens unleashed their imaginations in the comments section, envisioning the transformations that the future of renewable energy living might entail. Seeing that all points have been addressed, Lu Ping appropriately concluded the press conference. Although the event had ended, the chain reaction he initiated continued to intensify. Yishin company swiftly received dozens of visitation invitations from various CEOs. However, these executives did not engage Lu Ping in detailed discussions. They simply took the battery samples and departed, while the executives themselves remained in Nanfeng City, awaiting the results of the battery tests. As a third-tier city, Nanfeng City was now hosting a multitude of world-renowned executives who had booked out all the luxury hotels. The subsequent developments hinged entirely on the confirmed performance of the battery. Meanwhile, Apple and other battery companies were not faring well. Their executives were furrowed with worry. They had believed they were the chosen ones after inventing the super battery, only to find themselves plummeting into despair less than an hour later. The allure of the super lithium battery had faded entirely. Thereafter, the major corporations that had initially placed orders would undoubtedly seek to terminate their contracts. Recently, the company had expended all its energy and financial resources on production and promotion, and now those investments lay in ruins. The financial chain was at risk of collapsing, but that was not the primary concern. Ever since the advent of the super bio battery, these traditional battery companies had lost their value and were teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. The stock market served as the most telling indicator. During the mid-session of the press conference held by Yishin company, stocks of Apple and various battery firms plummeted, leaving those who had just invested in despair, with some tragically choosing to leap from rooftops. Chapter 44. Seizing Orders. In a luxurious suite at a 5-star hotel in Nanfeng City, Yudong, the president of Xiaowei Company, inhaled the fresh air from the balcony. Gazing at the serene small city before him, he relished an unprecedented tranquility. He remarked to his assistant beside him, "There is something delightful about small towns. The pace is slow, and the pressure of life is minimal. If possible, I would love to relocate here." His assistant replied, "Currently, it is a small city, but that may change in the future. I have heard whispers of plans to significantly develop this area." Yudong nodded in agreement. This was indeed certain. With the emergence of Yishin Company as a future star enterprise, a series of industries would gradually develop around it, propelling the growth of surrounding cities. Initially, it was merely a company with a hair growth solution deemed to have potential. Now, with the launch of their formidable bio-battery, they had unequivocally proven their prowess. Moreover, their ability to produce two groundbreaking achievements in a short span indicated that the company's research capabilities were extraordinarily robust, and more accomplishments were anticipated in the future. The assistant, somewhat enviously, remarked, "How wonderful it would have been if such talent had been discovered by our company sooner. Unfortunately, they have now grown to match our stature." He lamented, Data Technology University truly failed to recognize such talent and let it slip away. However, Yudong, do you genuinely believe that all the technology was solely invented by Ye Tian? Yudong nodded. It was an evident fact. He specialized in biology, and thus far, both products released were biology-related. Although it was unclear what he had endured to transform from an average student into a sought-after scientist, it was evident that he had now reached an unparalleled level. As they continued their casual conversation, Yudong suddenly received a video call from headquarters. On the other end was a scene from a laboratory. A technician clad in a white lab coat, visibly excited, exclaimed, "President Yu, after testing, the data from this battery aligns perfectly with what Yishin Company has advertised. Regardless of the attributes, it utterly surpasses all other batteries in the world. We also disassembled this battery to analyze its electrolyte composition. As expected, it consists of a powerful energy-storing bacterium, which, like before, cannot reproduce or be replicated. This bacterium holds even greater value than that found in the previous hair growth solution. Undoubtedly, this represents another Nobel-worthy achievement. This indicates that only Yishin Company possesses the capability to master this battery technology." After hanging up, Yudong exchanged a glance with his assistant and declared, "We must head to Yishin Company immediately to discuss the order. We need to act swiftly. I suspect many others have already made their way there." Indeed, upon their arrival in the hotel lobby, they encountered numerous acquaintances, all seemingly on their way out, exchanging greetings. In the conference room of Yishin Company, representatives from all renowned manufacturers of smartphones, computers, and new energy vehicles had gathered. Each company was eager to secure orders promptly, aiming to market battery longevity as a significant selling point for their new products to attract users. To avoid the hassle of individual meetings, a collective conference was convened. Yudong of Xiaowei Company inquired, "Is Mr. Yi present? If possible, we would like to have a private discussion." Lu Ping responded, "I apologize, but Mr. Yi is currently out, and he typically does not oversee management issues. He only handles technology. He has entrusted me with full authority to manage all company matters. Please feel free to discuss any issues with me." Yudong replied cheerfully, "No problem. I merely wish to discuss a few matters with him. If he is not here, then so be it. May I inquire about your current battery production capacity?" Lu Ping answered, "Due to the simplicity of the new battery's manufacturing process, aside from the complexities of cultivating the bacteria, our factory currently boasts an annual production capacity of 750,000 tons, with projections estimating future capacity to reach around 1 million tons per year." Upon hearing this, everyone present gasped in astonishment. Such production capacity was extraordinary. It is worth noting that typical battery factories yield an annual capacity of merely several tens of thousands of tons. Yishin Company's capacity had already reached 30 of the market's total. Naturally, despite the high output, there would undoubtedly be a supply-demand imbalance for some time, as the performance of the new bio-battery was unparalleled. Utilizing lower-end batteries would be a sheer waste of resources. Yudong further inquired, "What is the price of the bio-battery?" Lu Ping replied, "Due to the high production costs, the price is set at 1 million per ton." The attendees contemplated this information. Generally, lithium battery prices hover around 500,000 per ton, and given the substantial performance enhancements of the bio-battery, a price increase to double was still quite reasonable. At that moment, the representative from the fruit company interjected, "Excellent. We can establish an agreement with your company, and we could even negotiate a higher price. However, we require 20 of your production capacity." The domestic executives immediately voiced their objections. "This is impossible. You want to take 1/5 of our already limited capacity? There are hundreds of other companies here." They protested, "Your fruit company releases a new product every year, and most users upgrade their devices annually. Using bio batteries would be a complete waste for you. The representative from Stellar remarked, "We also require 20 of capacity. Our vehicle sales are massive, and after 5 years, we can replace the batteries without wasting them." Are you joking? Does Stellar sell more than us at Hongguang? Our mini models are the most popular, affordable, and with the aid of bio batteries, we will further win over consumers. Lu Ping interjected, "Let me clarify. Our batteries are not limited to mobile devices and automotive manufacturers. Numerous orders have been placed from various industrial energy storage sectors. Therefore, a 20 allocation is simply not feasible. I hope everyone can engage in a rational discussion." The conference room erupted into a heated exchange, with various representatives abandoning decorum, each accusing the others of demanding excessive shares. Ultimately, a mutually agreeable solution was reached, prioritizing the most renowned companies to secure the majority of the shares, while smaller enterprises would have to settle for lesser portions. Finally, contracts were signed with Lu Ping, and the representatives returned to their companies to report. The simultaneous gathering of so many companies in a third-tier city captured the attention of the media and netizens alike. The press swiftly obtained insider information through various channels and disseminated reports far and wide. Chapter 45, Blockbuster. When a media broke the news of Yishin Company's annual battery production capacity of 1 million tons and its price, it indeed sent shockwaves throughout the internet. The congregation of numerous prominent corporations at the Yishin Company indeed signifies its extraordinary stature. It has been rumored that the battery orders from Yishin have been completely snatched up, albeit each company receiving only a modest share, while the smaller enterprises have been left with nothing to show for their efforts. Such is the allure of this product. Presently, only this singular company possesses the capability to manufacture biological batteries, which appears to serve merely as a selling point for high-end products. Have you heard? Yishin Company boasts an annual battery production capacity of 1 million tons. How astonishing! Yet, their battery manufacturing facility does not seem particularly expansive. It is said that this novel type of battery is not as intricate as traditional batteries, with a remarkably straightforward manufacturing process, thus enabling high output. At a valuation of 500,000 per ton, this translates to an annual revenue of 500 billion. Who told you it was 500,000? That figure pertains to conventional lithium batteries. The biological batteries are priced at 1 million. Goodness, that implies an annual revenue of 1 trillion solely from batteries. Unbelievable. A formidable revenue-generating beast. Upon receiving their initial batch of customized batteries, manufacturers eagerly integrated them into their latest products. Remarkably, they all chose to feature them in their premium lines. In the fervor to be the first to launch, these companies toiled day and night, ultimately unveiling the inaugural products utilizing biological batteries. On that day, the Xiaowei company introduced the Mate 50 Luxury Limited Edition, equipped with a staggering battery capacity of 30,000 mAh, yet significantly reduced in size. Xiaowei determined that such a high battery capacity was of little value for smartphones, leading to a substantial downsizing of the battery utilized in each device. This strategy allowed the precious biological batteries to be employed in a greater number of phones. The first batch of Mate 50 Luxury Limited Editions was sold out almost instantaneously. Countless digital media outlets swiftly released review videos, primarily assessing the phone's battery life. The results of these tests were nothing short of astonishing, further igniting consumer enthusiasm. Many rushed to purchase this model online, eager to share their excitement on social media. The model became an overnight sensation until other manufacturers released similar variants, at which point the fervor began to wane. Even a fruit company, typically reserved in their release schedule, succumbed to temptation, launching a smartphone featuring the new battery. Not only smartphones, but major computer manufacturers also unveiled their ultra-thin laptops powered by biological batteries. These devices, emphasizing business functionality, garnered widespread affection from professionals, becoming essential for their business travels. With the new laptop's battery size significantly reduced, other configurations were enhanced, even meeting the demands of tasks such as video editing, while still boasting unparalleled battery life that could endure heavy usage for up to 2 weeks. Thus, these newly released laptops position themselves as all-purpose devices, gradually blurring the lines between traditional laptop categories. Lastly, the electric vehicle sector underwent a transformation. Companies like Stella and various domestic electric vehicle manufacturers rolled out their latest models, emphasizing their impressive range. As these new vehicles arrived at dealerships, eager customers flocked to acquire them, requiring no persuasion from sales staff. The dealership managers were overjoyed, receiving a plethora of inquiries about the availability of new models. The electric vehicles faced no sales challenges, a scenario previously unimaginable. Those who secured new vehicles eagerly shared their joy online, posting photos with their beloved cars. Among them, a newly popular influencer emerged, initially aspiring to save for a camper van to embark on nationwide road trips and share his travel experiences. However, he viewed this as merely a dream, considering the hefty price of a camper van and his modest salary as an office worker. The advent of the super biological battery rekindled his hope, awakening his dormant aspirations. He resolved to leave his demanding job, using his entire savings to purchase the most affordable yet highly regarded super biological battery vehicle. The following day, he set off on his road trip, documenting his experiences in videos uploaded online. Thanks to the buzz surrounding biological batteries, these videos gained significant traction. His followers envied his lifestyle, with many emulating him by purchasing cars for travel and beginning to relish their lives. Consequently, he became a moderately well-known influencer, earning significantly more from his videos than he did in his previous job, with the added benefit of enjoying a life of travel without fatigue. The super biological battery profoundly transformed his life. The scene shifts to the laboratory of the Apple company, where executives are visibly troubled as they observe a technician disassembling a battery, one source from Yishin's super biological battery line. Upon complete disassembly, the technician is astounded by the battery's remarkably simple structure. Essentially, aside from the outer casing, a control chip, and a few wires, the remainder consists entirely of solid-state electrolytes. These solid-state electrolytes resemble filamentous structures, akin to mold. The technician realizes these are aggregates of bacteria, which connect in filamentous forms to enhance their functionality. Much like intricate electrical circuits, complex yet precise. Under the microscope, the technician examines these bacteria, subsequently gasping in astonishment. "Oh my God, these bacteria are unlike any I've encountered. Their structure is extraordinarily simplistic, reminiscent of ancient microorganisms. Where on earth did Yishin Company acquire such bacteria? The energy storage efficiency is astonishingly high, capable of retaining vast amounts of electrical energy." The technician attempts further research, exclaiming, "Heavens, this is an artificial bacterium, not one found in nature. And it is uncertain what unknown methods were employed in its creation. Indeed, akin to previous findings, these bacteria exhibit no reproductive capability. They appear to have been specially designed by a creator for the purpose of constructing biological batteries, with each structure and function meticulously tailored for this service. Previous bacterial strains used in hair growth solutions were similar. How did they master such advanced technology? Were they able to custom design specialized bacteria based on desired functionalities? This is utterly inconceivable. The executives, upon hearing this, grew increasingly somber. Chapter 46. The website is hacked. They were unwilling to accept the sudden decline of their long-established battery enterprise. Consequently, they promptly acquired a sample of the super biological battery, intending to investigate in their laboratory to uncover its underlying principles, strategizing for their future entry into the biological battery market. Initially, their confidence was unwavering. After all, biological batteries were a Western invention, with ongoing research in this area, albeit still in the conceptual phase without achieving a qualitative breakthrough. They naively presumed that Yishin had merely discovered a shortcut, seamlessly linking prior technological processes. They believed that by uncovering this method, they could unravel the technology behind biological batteries. Little did they expect that today's research would reveal the super biological battery's structure to be strikingly simple, with all secrets residing within the electrolytes. It is indeed a unique type of super energy-storing bacteria. A thorough investigation into this bacterium revealed that it differs fundamentally from any bacteria previously utilized in biobatteries. In fact, such a bacterium has never existed on Blue Planet. The challenge of deciphering its secrets is akin to scaling a mountain. Thus, they must seek alternative methods. The executive picked up his phone and made a call. After a while, he rose and drove to an upscale private club where several individuals awaited his arrival. These are the foremost battery manufacturers from the United States, Europe, Neon, and indeed from across the globe. As they gathered, expressions of concern were evident on their faces. Observing this, the executive understood the gravity of the situation, yet still inquired, "It seems our efforts to crack the battery code have not been fruitful." The others echoed his sentiment, stating, "Not only have we faced setbacks, but we are utterly at a loss for a starting point. We had assumed that the more complex the battery, the more advantageous it would be for us. However, its surprisingly simple structure has posed significant challenges. Without a comprehensive understanding of the energy-storing bacteria, unraveling the secrets of the battery is impossible." The executive nodded in agreement. We are all among the planet's premier battery manufacturers. Yet this is merely a bygone era. Our traditional batteries are destined for obsolescence. This is just the beginning, and as we can all see, the demand for bio-batteries is soaring. Our purpose here today is to devise a means of survival. We must not allow Yishin Company to monopolize the industry. Battery technology is paramount for us. It transcends mere technicality. Once Yishin Company gains a monopoly, they will undoubtedly exert influence over all facets of our industry. We must master new bio-battery technology and swiftly return to our zenith before they expand their production capabilities. The others chimed in, but we currently lack any means to decipher this technology. The executive replied, "Fear not, there is more than one path forward. If we cannot decode it, we must find a way to extract information from Yishin Company." The others exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Observing their agreement, the executive declared, "It appears we are all in accord with this plan. As is customary, let us each contribute a sum of money, and I shall contact an operative to carry it out." The group produced anonymous account cards, indicating that this was not their first venture of this nature, and they had come prepared. Upon returning home, the executive retrieved a black, disposable phone and dialed a mysterious number. "Hello," came a hoarse voice from the other end. The executive relayed the tasks he required and, after concluding the call, pulverized the phone in a blender. Meanwhile, in his office, Ye Tian was preoccupied when his assistant, Wally, suddenly remarked, "Boss, our official website is under attack, and it appears to be quite sophisticated, far from ordinary." Ye Tian, unfazed, inquired, "Another attack? What do they possibly want? Our website contains no sensitive information. What is the situation now?" Wally replied, "We have promptly traced the signal and taken control of the hacker's computer. However, we have yet to uncover any useful information. This is a professional hacker. Unlike previous trivial disturbances or the antics of bored individuals, this hacker employs advanced techniques and utilizes supercomputing capabilities. They are quite astute, realizing our website has no vulnerabilities. They have shifted their focus to attempting to control all nearby computers, phones, and any devices equipped with Bluetooth modules." Ye Tian furrowed his brow. "We must not allow them to succeed. It seems their intentions are nefarious. Can you identify their attack and block all their attempts? Additionally, ensure that all internal company networks and Bluetooth-connected devices are secured, including those used privately by employees and workers." Wally assured, "Consider it done. From now on, all devices approaching the company will be under protection. The identity of the assailants remains unknown. Their supercomputing system is devoid of cameras. The hard drives contain no usable data, and they operate on a completely independent network. They have already realized the breach and cut off power. But I managed to implant a Trojan horse program in their supercomputer at the first opportunity. As long as they do not replace their supercomputer's hard drive, the next time they connect to the internet to attack others, I will be able to track their movements and perhaps discern their intentions." In a dilapidated manner on the outskirts of a European town, a confident technician suddenly broke into a cold sweat, his expression akin to that of someone who has seen a ghost. He hastily initiated the forced shutdown protocol of the supercomputer before him. Another individual, frowning, asked, "What is wrong? What has happened?" The technician replied, "We've hit a brick wall. No wonder this mission is rated so highly. Yishin Company is undoubtedly formidable. I had just connected to their server when I was detected, and within seconds was counter-hacked and our supercomputer was seized. Thankfully, there are no traces of our operations within it. Had I been even a moment late in shutting down the supercomputer, they could have exploited a bug to completely destroy it." "What? How is that possible? Aren't they just a bio-related company? How could they possess such advanced computing technology? We are utilizing a supercomputer. Ordinary servers cannot withstand such an assault. No matter how robust the defenses, they could be bypassed." The technician wiped his brow and stated, "The facts speak for themselves. I cannot fathom how they achieved this. To this day, I struggle to believe it. They seem more like a non-human entity." Chapter 47. The Intrigue of Commercial Espionage. The technician rose, retrieved tools, and disassembled the hard drive, transferring it to another computer to conduct a scan. After meticulously examining each byte within the hard drive, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Fortunately, my timely shutdown prevented any damage. Still, it is best not to power it on just yet." In that fleeting moment, I discerned that their computing technology is far from simple. Their servers resemble an impenetrable fortress, devoid of any vulnerabilities. The other individual inquired, "Did you attempt to search for nearby IP addresses and control those devices?" The technician responded, "I certainly did, but upon realizing my intentions, they immediately took control of the supercomputer, thwarting all my attempts to operate it, and raised their alertness. It will likely be even more challenging in the future. I advise you to abandon this course of action." The other nodded in agreement. They had never intended to directly acquire their technology through hacking. This operation was merely to gather information in preparation for subsequent investigations. Since this avenue is now unfeasible, it would be prudent to dispatch personnel in advance. It merely entails that our field operatives will need to shoulder a bit more responsibility. In a bustling metropolis of the Great Xia, within a corporate building, a woman named Wang Li, adorned in a meticulously crafted work uniform, received a phone call. Upon concluding the call, a spark of determination ignited in her eyes. A mission had arrived. When she learned that the organization required her to obtain the secrets of the super bio battery at any cost, she was initially taken aback. However, this surprise swiftly transformed into exhilaration. At long last, the opportunity to prove her worth had arrived. The Yishin company was indeed a formidable enterprise. She relished the prospect of such a challenging endeavor. Furthermore, upon the successful completion of her task, the organization had promised her a substantial reward, an amount sufficient to sustain an ordinary person for 2 lifetimes. Naturally, she had been apprised of the formidable nature of the mission. It was conveyed that all conventional hacking methods would be rendered ineffective, and any attempt to procure information through such means would lead to exposure. Contemplating this, a smirk of disdain tugged at her lips. She did not believe that the Yishin company possessed any extraordinary capabilities. Every company that had fallen under its scrutiny had succumbed to its advances, with none managing to evade its grasp. Without delay, she boarded a flight to Nanfeng City. At a modest inn, she encountered several underlings from her organization who would assist her. She promptly dispatched them to gather intelligence. It wasn't too long before she received some news. There were indeed workers within the battery factory, yet these individuals merely operated machinery for battery installation, lacking access to the production process of energy-storing bacteria. Within the factory lay a heavily fortified chamber, housing high-tech instruments. It was within these confines that the energy-storing bacteria were manufactured, rumored to be impenetrable even to a mosquito. Wang Li pondered for a moment. It appeared that this operation would indeed present a degree of difficulty. She had initially intended to impersonate or coerce one of the workers into entering the factory to capture footage of the bacteria's production process. It seemed that the time had come for her to take matters into her own hands and conduct a reconnaissance of the factory to devise a detailed plan. At the entrance of the Yishin battery factory, a youthful woman timidly approached the reception area, clutching her bag. "Excuse me, I am a reporter from XX Times. May I enter the factory to observe the production?" she inquired, extending her credentials. The guard, old Zhang, briefly examined the documents before returning them. "I'm afraid not. I have not received any notification from above. You cannot enter. Please make an appointment with the company first." The girl was on the verge of tears. "But I truly don't have time. The editor has insisted that the report be ready by this afternoon. Could you possibly make an exception? I only need to take a few photos inside, and then I'll leave. I've just graduated, and this internship opportunity is a hard one. If I mess this up, I'll likely be terminated." As tears streamed down her cheeks, old Zhang felt a twinge of awkwardness. He handed her a bottle of water, offering her some comfort, but ultimately remained resolute in his refusal. "Young lady, it's not that I wish to deny you entry, but our regulations are stringent. Appointments are mandatory for access. This is a sensitive area. How could we allow just anyone inside? Is your supervisor playing a trick on you? Why else would they fail to inform you in advance? Leaving you no time to prepare? You might as well abandon such a job." I recall several media outlets having visited previously and taking some photographs. You could look up their reports online and show those images to your supervisor. Perhaps that will suffice. Despite her tears, the girl noticed a mechanical beetle had stealthily fallen from her bag, scuttling along the base of the wall toward the factory. With a sigh of relief, she replied, "Thank you. I feel much better now. You're right. Perhaps I should consider seeking another job." With that, she exited. In a secluded spot, she washed away her makeup and changed her attire. The person before us was none other than Wang Li. A cold smile graced her lips. "What an impenetrable fortress. It seems I have successfully breached it. Perhaps I can return home early to rest." The following day, she disguised herself anew and returned to the vicinity of the factory, feigning a phone conversation. Shortly thereafter, the mechanical beetle reached her feet and climbed into her pocket. The young woman then hailed a passing vehicle and departed. Back at the inn, she eagerly transferred the information from the robotic beetle to her computer, scrutinizing it meticulously. Regrettably, although the beetle had traversed the factory's interior, capturing images of the layout, facilities, and equipment, it had failed to document the production room for the bacteria, as it was utterly inaccessible. The door to that chamber remained firmly sealed, with no gap whatsoever, only a large aperture for a conveyor belt to dispense items. The beetle could not reach such heights. Nevertheless, the information captured was substantial, and it was time to commence planning her next actions. Unbeknownst to her, her activities had already raised suspicions. Within the Yishin Company's office, Valis suddenly remarked, "Boss, we've detected suspicious activity." Ye Tian furrowed his brow. "Is it that mysterious individual again attacking our website?" He shook his head. "No, this time it's not. It's someone behaving oddly near the factory." Ye Tian was taken aback. "Are you certain? How did you come to this conclusion?" "Absolutely certain. Would you like me to demonstrate?" Valley proceeded to showcase several video clips on the computer. Ye Tian's eyes widened as he scrutinized the footage. These were surveillance recordings, enhanced by Valley's information compensation, rendering them exceedingly clear. However, despite repeated viewings, he could discern nothing amiss. Chapter 48. You didn't notice? These are merely standard surveillance images, he remarked. Vali counter, no. Pay close attention to the woman entering through the main gate, and the one who appeared near the factory the following day. They are, in fact, the same individual. Ye Tian carefully compared the two images, but still found no similarities. Their appearances and makeup were entirely different. How'd you deduce that? Their gait, movements, and silhouettes are strikingly consistent. Even if one alters their appearance, certain traits remain immutable, allowing for identification through these subtle details. Ye Tian nodded, now convinced that there was something suspicious at play. Why would one person alter their appearance and appear near the factory on consecutive days? There must be a conspiracy afoot. Reflecting on the prior incident of the website breach, he realized that growing interest in the Yishin company was emerging. These individuals appeared to be quite professional, and it was evident they were intrigued by the technology of the battery factory. It was uncertain what their next move would be, and preparations needed to be made. Valley continued, "Take a look at this." He pointed out something from a video of the woman's initial visit to the reception area. Changing the perspective of the video, a nearly inconspicuous white object could be seen crawling on the ground, blending seamlessly with the floor. Only Valley had managed to identify it. He then pulled up another video. Now observe this. In the footage from the following day, the same white object appeared at the location where the woman had been waiting for a ride, crawling close to her before vanishing from sight, just as she called for a vehicle. Ye Tian felt a chill run down his spine. "What on earth is that?" Valley replied, "That appears to be a high-tech biomimetic robot designed for covert surveillance. Such equipment is not something just anyone can acquire." Ye Tian's expression darkened. "This is bad. We have no idea what footage this device may have captured." Wally remarked, "Rest assured, I meticulously reviewed all the surveillance footage within the factory, and it appears that this entity did not infiltrate the room designated for the production of microbial agents. It simply could not gain entry." Ye Tian exhaled in relief. "That is fortunate. However, it seems we require a professional security team. This time, we were merely lucky that no information was leaked. Next time, the adversary may come prepared." He pondered. What if they possess airborne espionage devices, or if they sever the power supply? Such actions would make surveillance exceedingly challenging. He inquired, "Have we uncovered the identity of this woman? Where is she currently residing? We must ascertain her subsequent movements." Wally replied, "We have identified her public persona as Wang Li, an employee of a company in the capital, residing at a certain hotel. While this company ostensibly conducts legitimate business, it is likely a front for a corporate espionage operation. Although we have not obtained concrete data, behavioral analysis suggests that this woman is indeed a corporate spy, having secured confidential information from several firms. Additionally, she has brought a few accomplices with her, who were likely dispatched a few days ago to gather intelligence on the factory." Ye Tian expressed his satisfaction. "Excellent." Wally inquired, "Boss, what are your plans for the next steps?" Ye Tian smirked. "There is no need for us to take further action at this juncture. Please look up the contact number for the Security Bureau and inform them to pay us a visit. Although this is merely a case of corporate espionage, it involves certain international organizations and has caused considerable disruption to numerous companies. Given the attention from higher authorities, I believe they will not remain indifferent." In the Nanfeng City Security Bureau, the phone rang. The operator glanced at the number, a perplexed expression crossing her face. She turned to her colleagues in the office. "Report. Ye Tian is on the line." The individuals, who had been idly perusing documents, abruptly stood to attention. One man furrowed his brow and asked, "Ye Tian? What would he possibly want?" "Answer immediately," came the directive. The operator connected the call. "Hello, this is the Security Bureau. How may I assist you?" Ye Tian responded, "Greetings. I have information to report. Recently, I have discovered a faction targeting our company, employing highly covert methods to attempt to infiltrate the secrets of our super-energy biological batteries. Fortunately, they have yet to succeed. However, I suspect they may soon initiate a series of actions. Our company's security capabilities are limited, and we must seek your assistance. The technology employed by this faction is exceptionally advanced, unlike that of a typical organization, and we would appreciate your insights. The operator's expression grew increasingly peculiar. The others in the room exchanged glances, intrigued. The aforementioned man gestured for silence. The operator then said, "Understood, Mr. Yi. We will dispatch personnel to investigate promptly." After hanging up, the others turned to the man, Team Leader Zhang. "Do you think Ye Tian has caught wind of something? Shouldn't such cases fall outside our jurisdiction? Isn't it rather odd for him to contact us like this? It feels like he's deliberately seeking an excuse to engage with us." Team Leader Zhang contemplated for a moment before replying, "It's unclear. We must meet with him to ascertain the situation. While such cases typically do not pertain to us, it depends on who is involved. Higher-ups have instructed us to closely monitor Ye Tian. We are obligated to oversee his affairs. Moreover, our ongoing covert investigation into him presents an opportune moment for us to make personal contact. We might as well bring a few more personnel to thoroughly inspect his company and the factory, seeking out the supercomputing technology we desire." The group nodded in agreement. Soon, Ye Tian met with Team Leader Zhang and his team. After exchanging pleasantries, Ye Tian presented all the video materials for their review. Following the viewing, Team Leader Zhang fell silent, lost in thought. One of the remaining team members asked, "Mr. Yi, you mentioned discovering suspicious activity. Yet the footage does not appear to reveal anything alarming. Have you perhaps misinterpreted the situation?" Ye Tian scrutinized the group, responding, "Have you not noticed? It seems I'm not alone in my concerns. To be honest, I too fail to discern any abnormalities at first glance. Fortunately, my early warning system is highly reliable, allowing me to conduct a thorough examination and ultimately uncover the clues." Ye Tian observed that some team members were scanning the office upon their entry, though he could not discern whether it was a matter of professional habit or ulterior motives. Nonetheless, it was of little consequence to him at present. Chapter 49. The Powerful Early Warning Software. One of the team members was intently focused on the screen, frowning as he repeatedly replayed certain segments of the video footage. Suddenly, he spoke up. "There's indeed an issue." Team Leader Zhang inquired, "What have you discovered?" The team member responded, "If you closely observe the woman appearing in both video segments, despite their differing appearances, they are in fact the same individual." The team members were taken aback, having missed this detail, and they quickly gathered around the computer screen for a closer look. Team Leader Zhang furrowed his brow. Indeed, their physicality and movements reveal a connection. However, without prior expectation and intentional scrutiny, it would be difficult to identify this. He turned to Ye Tian. "Mr. Yi, your suspicions are not unfounded. This matter is indeed suspicious, and a security bureau will take on this case. Given their professional acuity, they cannot afford to overlook such a situation." Ye Tian commended the team member. "The security bureau is truly commendable, having swiftly identified the suspicious elements, truly akin to a human radar." The team member smiled modestly. Team Leader Zhang continued, "This is our team member, Xiao Yu. He is a treasure among us, possessing an extraordinary eye for detail that ensures no suspicious element escapes his notice. However, does your security team not have similar individuals? After all, how did you manage to detect the issues within the video? Furthermore, Xiao Yu was informed in advance to notice the anomalies." Ye Tian replied, "Alas, I do not possess such a team. Our security personnel are merely contracted from a security firm, lacking such professional expertise. The reason I discovered these issues is due to the surveillance automatically triggering the early warning system, which flagged the anomalies." Team Leader Zhang's eyes widened in surprise. "An early warning software? Your company possesses such technology? That is quite remarkable. We have attempted to develop similar software, but our efficiency is questionable. Not only do we miss certain anomalies, but we also experience false alarms at times, relegating it to a mere auxiliary role. I would like to know where your company acquired this software." Ye Tian responded, "It was developed by our own company." Team Leader Zhang expressed astonishment. "Your company has the capability to develop software? This is quite unexpected. Crafting such a program requires considerable expertise, approaching the level of intelligence." Ye Tian had no intention of lingering on this topic, so he stated, "Actually, there's another anomaly within the video." Xiao Yu paused. "What is it?" He hurriedly reopened the footage. This time, Ye Tian pointed directly at the screen, exclaiming, "Look, there's a white pixelated block moving here. Let me show you additional surveillance footage from within the factory. Since the arrival of that woman at the dispatch room, a white object infiltrated the factory, traversing various locations with an extensive circuit. He then produced a video recorded the following day near the factory's roadside. Look closely here. When the woman was on the phone, another white object approached her, and shortly thereafter, she departed, while the white object vanished as well." Shouting abruptly stood up, his face a mask of shock. He had initially failed to notice the pixelated block, only becoming vaguely aware of it after Ye Tian's prompt. After all, the surveillance footage was exceedingly blurry. The camera positioned high above the ground, and that white object being very close to the ground and small in size would be invisible to the average person. Just moments ago, he had been prideful about his abilities rivaling those of a computer, only to be swiftly humbled by the technology, leaving him somewhat embarrassed. The other team members were equally astonished. Among the professionals present, it was clear to everyone what the object was. Team leader Zhang's expression darkened considerably. He had not anticipated the situation had escalated to such alarming heights. This white robotic spy had roamed the factory, and who knows what crucial secrets it might have captured. Ye Tian's super bio battery was of paramount importance. If it were to be stolen, it would undoubtedly inflict irreparable damage on the daxia. He inquired, "Let us arrange an immediate search and apprehend this woman." "Ye, do you believe the company's secrets have been compromised?" Ye Tian shook his head. "I don't believe so. At least not yet. The room where we produce the bacteria is sealed, with materials only entering and exiting through a conveyor belt. I reviewed the surveillance footage. This robot moved solely along the ground and could not reach such heights. I also found nothing unusual in the surveillance from the secure room. However, it is difficult to predict what might happen next. These individuals clearly seem prepared to take action against our factory." Team leader Zhang responded, "That's a relief. We need not worry about that. We will promptly take over the factory's security operations and initiate an investigation into these individuals' backgrounds. We will not allow them to succeed easily." As he spoke, he made a phone call and began instructing his subordinates. Initially, Ye Tian had intended to hand over all the information he had gathered upon their arrival. However, he quickly reconsidered this notion, as it seemed these individuals were overly invested in his affairs. Something felt amiss. It appeared they had been monitoring him for some time. This scrutiny was not merely due to his company's ascending status. Ye Tian believed that, under normal circumstances, he had not yet attracted the attention of the Security Bureau. Moreover, upon their arrival, they began scanning the area, as if searching for something specific. He was uncertain about their motives, but it was prudent not to reveal himself. The more he concealed, the better. After all, with their capabilities, they could uncover all the information in no time, even more comprehensively than Wally could, owing to their access to numerous closed interfaces and databases. During this time, team leader Zhang had also acquired a basic understanding of the company. He remarked to Ye Tian, "You possess a remarkable sense of security, or perhaps it's sheer luck. Earlier, when you mentioned that your security team lacked professionalism, I assumed you were being modest. I thought they must at least be from a major security firm. I was mistaken. Your so-called security team seems no more than a guard service, lacking any semblance of professionalism, akin to drawing a salary without work. Frankly, I am astonished that a force has set its sights on your company at this stage." Ye Tian replied somewhat awkwardly, "It's not so bad, is it? After all, this is a small city, and we haven't encountered any particularly dangerous situations until now. This is the first time. I hired these security personnel when I first established the company, and it feels inappropriate to dismiss them now." Chapter 50, The Overhead Attention. Team leader Zhang shook his head in resignation. "In any case, we can no longer afford to be so complacent. Here's what we'll do. I will introduce you to the premier security firm in Daxia, comprised entirely of veterans with exceptional expertise. I'll provide you with their business card. You can reach out to them in due time. For now, our team will temporarily assume responsibility for security to avoid any complications." Ye Tian expressed his gratitude. "I truly appreciate your assistance." At that moment, one of the subordinates approached with a report. "Leader, we have gathered all the information. This woman's name is Wang Li, at least according to her identification. She is an employee of a large corporation and has come to Nanfeng City on a business trip, staying at a certain hotel. Over the past few days, several suspicious individuals have also frequented this hotel, and we have identified their connections to Wang Li. Furthermore, our investigation into this company suggests it is likely a professional corporate espionage outfit, masquerading under the guise of legitimate business." Team leader Zhang's gaze turned icy. What does this Daxiao think it is? To brazenly steal commercial secrets and dare to target us here? One of his subordinates inquired, "Are our personnel prepared? Should we proceed with the arrest immediately?" Team leader Zhang replied, "No. Instruct the team to keep a close watch on each individual. Let us observe their intentions before we make our move and catch them in the act. We will cast a net across the entire city. None shall escape, and no unforeseen incidents will be tolerated." Ye Tian nodded silently from the sidelines. It seemed these individuals indeed operated with remarkable efficiency. Wang Li and her companions remained blissfully unaware of the brewing storm. That day, one of them ventured towards the opposite side of the city. Meanwhile, Wang Li and several others cautiously approached within a few hundred meters of Yishin battery factory. A few gathered by the roadside near the factory's perimeter, feigning to wait for a taxi. Wang Li approached a secluded distribution box and, while passing, discreetly wiped her hand across it in a blind spot of the surveillance camera before hastily departing to await something in a hidden corner. She retrieved a device with a button from her pocket. At that moment, distant explosions echoed in the air. She understood that her accomplices on the other side of the city had created the intended chaos. Observing a multitude of police vehicles speeding towards the opposite side of the city, a smirk of disdain curled at the corners of Wang Li's mouth. She hailed a taxi, and the moment she closed the door, she pressed the button on the device. The rest was left to her companions. She had severed the factory's power supply, rendering all surveillance and facilities inoperative. Now, all they needed was to infiltrate and utilize their advanced technology to likely procure the information within. Her task had been accomplished, and she intended to hasten her departure from the city. However, nothing transpired. The distribution box did not explode. A chill of foreboding washed over Wang Li as a sense of unease crept in. How could the bomb malfunction at this critical moment? This rendered any subsequent actions untenable. She urgently instructed the driver to stop, planning to return and devise an alternative strategy. However, upon exiting the vehicle, her heart sank completely. Before her stood a formidable group of armed men. She had no choice but to surrender, and she noticed several of her accomplices, including the one who had gone to the opposite side of the city, were also in custody. Wang Li realized that their operation had been compromised long before, or else they would not have been apprehended so swiftly. Team leader Zhang observed Wang Li in the interrogation room, where she had divulged everything, before turning back to his office to place a call to his superiors. They have indeed assembled. They are a commercial espionage organization, and their objective this time is the super bio battery. However, they possess no knowledge of the employer's information. On the other end of the line, the superior remarked, "Well, the authorities here have already sealed off this company and arrested its leaders and employees. This operation has unveiled a nest of rats, while simultaneously shattering the conspiracy to steal the bio battery technology. You will be rewarded for this effort." After saying this, he inquired about other matters concerning team leader Zhang. "By the way, did you uncover anything during your visit to the Yishin company?" Team leader Zhang responded, "No. We have thoroughly searched the premises, and we found no space capable of accommodating a supercomputer. In fact, over this extended period, we have conducted a comprehensive search throughout the city, effectively ruling out the possibility of a large-scale supercomputer being present here. Even if there were one, our target would not be an immense object." There was a brief silence on the other end. "Well, it has been established that there are no other possibilities apart from the Yishin company. Just maintain vigilance." I pondered for a moment. If it were indeed the Yishin company, perhaps the previous incident of the satellite being compromised was not as dire as it seemed. In fact, it could even be beneficial for us, as it indicates that the Yishin company is quite formidable and harbors some undisclosed assets. These assets, when monetized, would only serve to benefit the great Xia. During your interactions with Ye Tian, what are your impressions of him? Team leader Zhang furrowed his brow and replied, "I perceive this individual as exceptionally remarkable. Firstly, his intellect is exceedingly high. I believe all the technology at Yishin company originates from his own ingenuity. Moreover, he appears to be deeply concealed, not one to overtly showcase himself, but rather inclined to observe the behaviors of those around him. However, this does not imply he is passively subject to the influence of others. He is understated yet adept at subtly guiding and manipulating surrounding events according to his own inclinations. He demonstrated this during the previous incident involving Yang Haojia. Just like in this instance, I even suspect that he had already investigated everything thoroughly before our arrival. To be frank, I now sense that he might be aware of our intentions." The superior replied, "This is perfectly normal behavior. Just continue to monitor him closely. Furthermore, this incident has served as a wake-up call for the higher-ups. Henceforth, your team will solely be responsible for observing and safeguarding the Yishin company. And I hope we won't encounter such perilous situations again. Do not recruit security personnel from a security firm. A special team will be dispatched from above." Team leader Zhang affirmed, "Understood." The superior continued, "Let us enhance our collaboration. Perhaps this will prevent our relationship from becoming too strained. Coincidentally, I have reported your concerns regarding their company's early warning software to the higher authorities, who are extremely interested. During your next interaction with Ye Tian, see if you can negotiate the sale of the source code for this system." Upon returning to Ye Tian's office, team leader Zhang broached the subject of the software. Ye Tian appeared somewhat taken aback. "What risks could there possibly be?" Ye Tian queried in surprise. "Are you truly interested in this software?" Team leader Zhang chuckled, "Indeed. Upon my arrival, I was utterly astonished by your early warning system, which can even detect the most minute details. We too have developed similar systems. Yet due to algorithmic limitations, even with extensive data input, the outcomes have been far from satisfactory, far from being 100% reliable, requiring significant human identification. In comparison, your system's performance is vastly superior. Therefore, I was instructed to inquire whether this software is available for external sale. Ye Tian stroked the still wall on his desk, murmuring, "Let me think. If we were to isolate this module, it might be feasible." Team leader Zhang assumed he was contemplating software development issues, but in reality, Ye Tian was conversing with Wall. Shortly after, he received a response through his tiny earpiece. "Boss, although this system relies on artificial intelligence, isolating a software module along with limited intelligent algorithms and a substantial amount of data is indeed possible, and the effectiveness would be indistinguishable." Ye Tian contemplated selling the software to the authorities. It would merely showcase his hidden capabilities and allow the other party to reap some benefits, thereby enhancing his standing in their minds. Thus, he stated, "Very well, how much do you intend to offer?" Team leader Zhang laughed. "I am not well versed in software pricing. You suggest a figure." After hearing Wall's response through his earpiece, Ye Tian declared, 200 million. "I can provide the source code package for you, and I will not sell it to anyone else in the future." He added, "Do not find it exorbitant. The software I produce is entirely unlike the ordinary. You will understand its true value once you acquire it for research. However, there is one condition. You must not commercialize any software that extends from the algorithms within the source code." Team leader Zhang was taken aback by the steep price of the software. "I will need to consult." After a while, he returned to say, "Deal, but we must first verify the product." Setting that aside, the higher authorities have made a decision in light of this incident. They will coordinate a dedicated security team to manage your company's security operations. Naturally, you will need to cover their salaries. So the business card I previously provided you need no longer be contacted. Ye Tian felt a stir of emotion and discreetly nodded. He had anticipated this outcome. However, he was not averse to it. On the contrary, it alleviated his concerns regarding the company's security. In the afternoon, Ye Tian received the transfer of 200 million and handed over the hard drive containing the software to the computer expert brought by team leader Zhang. In the security bureau's computing room, a multitude of computer experts surrounded the screen, repeatedly expressing their astonishment. After extensive testing, a technician addressed team leader Zhang, "Team leader. After testing, the functionality of this system is nothing short of flawless. We input a multitude of various videos, each containing certain anomalies, some of which even seasoned professionals failed to detect. Yet this system successfully identified them all without a single false positive. This is an entirely different caliber from the system we are developing." Team leader Zhang nodded. "The functionality is indeed impeccable. Now, let us meticulously examine the source code for any potential vulnerabilities." As the computer experts opened the source code, they were utterly astonished after a brief glance. It is remarkably concise and efficient. Not a single superfluous line. This is practically a programmer's textbook, employing the most succinct and rigorous programming language to achieve the most complex functionalities. The algorithms here are astonishing. Such algorithms have never been publicly disclosed and hold immense value. This software undoubtedly employs numerous principles of artificial intelligence. I suspect that its creator possesses advanced mathematical knowledge. Ultimately, they unanimously concluded that the acquisition of this software was a worthwhile investment, and upon inspection, it contained no harmful programs. Team leader Zhang declared, "Gather all program developers to study this source code, striving to comprehend all its algorithms and mechanisms, and then integrate them into our current system development." Indeed, even with the assurance that this software harbored no threats, team leader Zhang resolved to draw inspiration from it to develop their own system. However, what he did not anticipate was that, in the days to come, programmers would incessantly refine their systems using algorithms, eliminating superfluous elements. Ultimately, they realized that the software provided by Ye Tian represented its most flawless and efficient form. The system they completed bore little difference from the original software. Thus, they merely encased the original program in a new shell. Even this encasement slightly impacted the software's performance. Returning to Ye Tian, one day, Wally suddenly remarked, "Boss, the supercomputer that previously attacked our official website has suddenly shown signs of activity." Ye Tian felt a surge of exhilaration. For days, he had been eager to uncover the identity of the individual or force that had hired Wang Li. He had come to suspect that Wang Li's company was indeed the organization behind the website breach. He had long sought to locate this organization, but thus far, the supercomputer was his only lead. It seemed the superior of the opposition had been intimidated, as they had not activated their systems for quite some time. Fortunately, after all these days, the organization could no longer maintain their composure. What are they up to now? Wally replied, they are currently infiltrating the server of a foreign company. Ye Tian instructed, keep a close watch on their movements. Once they acquire the information, they will surely transfer it to another device. I have no other demands. I merely wish to uncover pertinent information about their organization or pinpoint their location. I refuse to believe there are no clues whatsoever. After a while, Wally exclaimed, we have found a lead. They have transferred data to a new computer using a hard drive. This computer is connected to the internet, and we have confirmed their location, as well as retrieved some information from the device. In a small town in Europe, underground, a man gazed at the rapidly scrolling data on his screen, filled with delight. This task is so easy. Who would have thought there were such fools who store data on the company's server? It seems I can return to report early. With that, he unplugged the hard drive and took out his laptop from his briefcase, preparing to connect the hard drive. The technician, seeing this, rushed to stop him. Do not do that. Have you forgotten the organization's regulations? This poses a certain risk. The man scoffed. What risk could there possibly be? We have been in this business for so many years. Frankly, we have never encountered a formidable opponent. Do not worry. I will check thoroughly. Chapter 52. All captured. The technician pondered for a moment, shrugged, and ceased his objections. Originally, the data they had acquired was to be transmitted physically via the hard drive. However, they had occasionally cut corners by transferring it directly over the network. Although this carried some risk, they sometimes chose this method for convenience. After all, their current opponent was merely a small company. What capabilities could they possibly have to detect them? They likely remained unaware that their data had been stolen. The man powered on his laptop, first disconnecting from the internet, and opened a software program to conduct a comprehensive scan. He then plugged in a hard drive and performed another scan. See, this way it's foolproof, he told the technician. After that, he reconnected to the internet, located the employer's email, and sent the data package after encrypting it multiple times. Subsequently, he thoroughly destroyed and cleared the files for the hard drive and cache. Since it was a solid-state drive, once the data was completely erased, it could not be recovered. He then closed the laptop screen. However, they failed to notice that at the very moment his gaze left the computer, the files he had just deleted miraculously reappeared. Moreover, the email he had just sent inexplicably vanished, indicating it had not been successfully sent. In another company, an employee in the technical department was startled by the sudden sound of an alarm from his computer. He quickly checked to see what had happened, only to find an email awaiting him. He scanned the email carefully and opened it, revealing a video attachment along with a message. The gist of the content was that their official website's data had been stolen by a corporate espionage organization, identifying the culprits as XXX, along with their location, and that they were about to send the data to their employer. The sender claimed to be a bystander who could no longer remain silent, thus issuing a warning. The employee was taken aback and promptly summoned the security chief while notifying the company's manager. After reviewing the email together and opening the video, they witnessed the process by which the organization had stolen their data. The manager's expression darkened as he instructed the employees to check the server's access logs. They eventually discovered traces of the breach. Indeed, the company's data had been pilfered, and the methods employed were highly sophisticated, having gone unnoticed by them. If not for this mysterious individual's warning, they would have remained oblivious. The manager immediately called the police. Back in a mysterious small town in the underground estate, two individuals were conversing. With this task completed, I suppose I will take a break for a while. It's rather dull to stay here all day. Your work is so much easier. I, on the other hand, must operate the supercomputer, which means I can never leave, only half a month of vacation each year. But you earn much more, and it's far less risky. Just as they were chatting, they suddenly heard some commotion, and their expressions turned serious. They turned to the surveillance screen and saw a group of police officers preparing to enter the estate. Damn it, why are the police here? Well, I'll go greet them. As long as the machine isn't discovered, it will be fine. The man ascended from the underground passage to the surface, just as the police entered the estate and approached him, ready to apprehend him. Hey, what's going on? Why are you treating me like this? The leading officer scrutinized him with a stern expression, glancing at the documents in his hand. Indeed, you are called XX. We are here to arrest you. We receive a report that you're engaged in illegal activities here. This is an arrest warrant and a search warrant. He then ordered his subordinates to search the entire estate. Before long, they discovered the other individual and the supercomputer. The two exchanged glances and quickly grew confident, knowing that the data within the supercomputer had been preemptively erased, leaving no evidence behind. However, they soon found themselves dumbfounded as the police located the computer from which the data had been sent, discovering the incriminating information within it. This is impossible. How could this happen? This is a setup. The police, however, were uninterested in their explanations. The evidence was irrefutable, and they ordered their immediate apprehension. At Yishin Company, Ye Tian watched this unfolding drama remotely. Everything that had transpired was orchestrated by Wally, leading the police to dismantle this underground stronghold. Furthermore, this operation yielded additional insights, as they initiated big data analysis through the organization member's computer, uncovering other suspicious members of the organization. All this information was relayed to the police. It was believed that this organization would suffer a significant setback and, at least for the time being, would not be active. One lingering regret remained. He still had no clarity on who had hired Wang Li and her associates. However, upon reflection, he understood that apart from those major battery companies, who else might be interested in such technology? Returning to Apple Company. In recent days, the company's situation has deteriorated significantly, with its assets shrinking by 70, and the decline continues unabated. Currently, it relies on liquidating some assets to generate cash flow. The executives are increasingly anxious, silently hoping that the organization will soon achieve its objectives, even if it ultimately necessitates sharing this information within an alliance. They firmly believe that, given their foundation, they can still emerge as titans within the battery industry. On one fateful day, as he stepped out of his home, he retrieved a letter from his mailbox, only to be met with grave news. The correspondence, sent by a mysterious individual, was unmistakably a response from the organization. Enclosed was a check, refunding a 90 deposit, along with an explanation. It was then that the executive realized the organization had failed to secure the secrets of the bio-battery, and now had neither the time nor the inclination to attend to his matters, resulting in the cancellation of the deal. His heart sank. Subsequently, he convened with a group of industry magnates, subtly outlining the current predicament. It had become clear that acquiring battery technology through espionage was no longer feasible. After deliberation, it was agreed that only through such means could they safeguard their companies. Though they had hoped to resolve their issues within their tight-knit circle, they now found themselves compelled to seek assistance from the higher echelons of power, within an exclusive private club frequented by elites from various sectors in Europe and beyond. Entry requirements were stringent, necessitating recommendations from 2 existing members and approval from a committee. Only those who met their rigorous standards, possessing significant financial clout and influence, were deemed worthy. Additionally, members were required to pay exorbitant annual fees. However, the benefits were manifold. Membership granted access to the pinnacle of society's influential figures, including political and business elites, royal aristocrats, and world-renowned celebrities. This venue served as a space for socializing, relaxation, and business discussions. At that moment on the golf course, a few business elites were engaged in a game while conversing. Chapter 53. The Conspiracy Against Yishin Company. Before long, several industry leaders congregated on the golf course, all focused on the same topic. Cook from the fruit company, after a swing, remarked, "Gentlemen, I trust you have heard about the recent developments. All scientific endeavors aimed at cracking the bio-battery have failed. Moreover, I've been informed that many individuals from the XX organization have recently been apprehended, leaving the remaining members in hiding, unable to conduct their business as usual." Another magnate, intrigued by this revelation, inquired, "Is this the professional corporate espionage organization? How did it come to this? Is there a mole among them?" Cook responded, "No. Upon hearing this news, I reached out to their contacts. According to their analysis, a mysterious force has been targeting them, possessing substantial intelligence and dismantling many of their strongholds. Consequently, they're compelled to halt operations and completely restructure their organizational framework. It is said that the origins of this turmoil stem from a member's failure to adhere to protocol, resulting in a breach of information. However, that is not the focus of my discussion today. What I wish to convey is that this organization previously targeted Yishin Company, but not only failed to gain any advantage, but also saw all their bases in Daxia eradicated." Another magnate chimed in, "I have also heard this news. It appears that Yishin Company is far from ordinary, having not only invented new biotechnology." Observing the topic had sparked widespread interest, Cook asked, "So, what do you all intend to do about Yishin Company?" "We placed numerous orders merely to maintain the competitiveness of our products. We cannot allow a battery company to overshadow us. We must not have to consider their whims when utilizing batteries. The reason we have refrained from taking action against Yishin Company for so long was to await the outcome of our attempts to decipher their technology. Now that both our efforts and unconventional methods have failed, how do we proceed? Let us deliberate." The owner of GoGo Company, Sergey, asserted, "Indeed. While we are an internet company, I feel compelled to voice my perspectives regarding battery technology. It is of paramount importance to the Western technological landscape. The stagnation in our technological advancement has been, in part, due to a lack of progress in fundamental sciences, but a significant reason lies in the stagnation of manufacturing processes, with batteries being a major limitation. Once this barrier is lifted, it will be akin to turning on a tap, ushering in a new era of industrial growth. Therefore, it is imperative that we acquire and dominate this technology, ensuring that the reins of industrial development remain firmly in our grasp. Another magnate nodded in agreement. The mastery of battery technology must rest in our hands. I will not permit that Eastern company to monopolize it. They could demand exorbitant prices, profiting immensely, and the thought of our wealth flowing into their coffers is disheartening. Cook concurred. Indeed, by mastering battery technology, we can secure supplies at minimal cost, ensuring our supply chain's safety without having to defer to Yishin company, while continuing to lead in battery technology development. Otherwise, we shall forever remain in a position of catching up within the battery industry, akin to Dacia's current plight in the semiconductor sector. Moreover, it is crucial to note that Dacia now possesses leading battery technology, which will inevitably allow them to establish a robust supporting industry around it, posing a significant threat to us. The group shared their views, and Cook nodded in satisfaction. It appeared that their opinions were aligned. Thus, they would unite, leveraging their collective resources and influence to compel Yishin company to acquiesce. Later that evening, upon returning home, Cook dialed the number of an executive from Apple Incorporated. Almost immediately, the call was answered, suggesting they had been anticipating this conversation. The executive inquired, "Mr. Cook, what were the conclusions of your discussions?" Cook replied, "The outcome is exceedingly favorable. Rest assured, we are poised to take action imminently." The executive expressed his delight. "That is splendid news." "Thank you." Cook continued, "No need for gratitude. As I mentioned earlier, we were already inclined to take measures against Yishin company. However, as I previously indicated, once we acquire the technology, we shall share it with all battery companies, who will also be required to relinquish control. Our consortium will inject capital to assist you in exchange for equity. Would you be amenable to this arrangement?" The executive, after a moment's contemplation, responded, "Having chosen this path, I have indeed accepted this outcome. Though our stake may be diminished in the future, at least we can survive and avoid bankruptcy, and once we obtain the technology, our company shall rise to prominence once more. Moreover, as long as Yishin company cannot monopolize vast wealth, I shall be content." He understood that this was an inevitability. Having sought the assistance of these business magnates, it was only natural to offer shares in exchange. Even when the company acquired the technology, the majority of profits would still flow to these consortiums. Nevertheless, survival was preferable to ruin. Cook remarked, "That is splendid. You need not worry. Once you acquire the bio-battery technology, the market will be significantly larger than before. Perhaps the diluted shares you hold will appreciate in value several times over, even by dozens. Since we have invested, we will not stand idly by while the company falters. Our stake in your firm will undoubtedly become public knowledge, and in such a downturn, it will instill confidence in the shareholders. Furthermore, we shall release some information indicating breakthroughs in the research and development of bio-batteries, which will undoubtedly invigorate the stock market." On that day, Ye Tian engaged in conversation with Lu Ping in the office. Lu Ping's expression was somewhat grim as he stated, "Boss, we have been striving to expand into overseas markets recently, yet we are consistently met with obstacles. Either this aspect does not meet the requirements, or that side fails to comply with regulations. I suspect foul play, considering we have employed professionals who should have resolved these matters long ago. The Yishin hair growth solution has been mandated to undergo additional experiments and submit more reports, while many similar products face far less stringent scrutiny." Ye Tian was well aware that someone was indeed causing trouble. He inquired, "Which countries are primarily involved?" Lu Ping replied, "Countries with which we have amicable relations, as well as regions that are not economically advanced, have all passed. However, the United States and several European nations continue to impede us." Chapter 54. "Do you really think you can acquire us?" Upon hearing this, Ye Tian scoffed. It was hardly surprising. How could those Western nations permit us to enter their markets so effortlessly? Just wait, someone will come knocking soon enough. Indeed, a group of foreigners arrived unannounced at Yishin company. The leader, a man clad in a suit, shook hands with Lu Ping. "Hello, I am James." The executive director of Apple Incorporated. Lu Ping was taken aback. "I recall the board of directors at Apple being composed of different individuals." James replied, "That was in the past. Apple is now part of our consortium, and we hold a 60 stake. Lu Ping, intrigued, responded, "I have heard your company recently made breakthroughs in bio-battery technology. What brings you to our company?" James stated, "I am here because after our assessment, I have great confidence in your company and intend to acquire it. Name your price." A flicker of anger crossed Lu Ping's face as he replied, I'm afraid our company does not entertain acquisition offers. James nodded. Then we propose to invest in acquiring 51 of your shares. You must understand that our consortium possesses immense resources worldwide. Once we hold a stake, I assure you your company's future development will be smooth sailing. Challenges in entering overseas markets will be virtually non-existent. Lu Ping thought to himself that these individuals were indeed causing trouble. But did they truly believe they could coerce Yishin Company into submission? Such notions were utterly fantastical. He shook his head. Our company is wholly owned and will not go public. We do not require any external funding. As for our potential success in penetrating overseas markets, you need not concern yourself. If there is nothing further, please take your leave. James's countenance darkened considerably. Perhaps he had never faced rejection, sheltered as he was by his powerful consortium. Are you certain? I advise you to consult with Ye Tian before making a decision. The terms we offer are exceedingly generous, and this is a one-time opportunity. Should you miss this chance, seeking our investment later will be impossible. Lu Ping was disinclined to continue the conversation. There is no need for me to consult with Mr. Yi. I have full authority in this matter. The company's shares are not for sale. James replied, Mr. Lu, you may not be well acquainted with the international business sphere. I acknowledge that your company possesses two significant technologies with a bright future ahead. However, the situation is complex. Sometimes, mere technology is not sufficient to resolve all challenges. No major corporation operates on a 100 wholly owned basis. Alliances are essential to integrate resources and support one another for mutual benefit. Attempting to go it alone guarantees a lack of success. Countless companies are eyeing your company, eager to take a piece of the pie. Without adequate preparation, you may find yourselves devoured whole, regretting it far too late. Lu Ping replied calmly, you need not worry about that. Our company is well prepared to face all challenges. The outcome remains uncertain. Seeing that the conversation had reached this impasse, James could only leave with a parting remark, we shall see. Lu Ping reported the meeting's details to Ye Tian. Upon hearing them, Ye Tian nonchalantly stated, in the future, should such individuals return, simply show them the door. Do they truly believe that wealth can effortlessly purchase Yishin Company? Lu Ping nodded. However, we must indeed prepare for their impending retaliatory actions. Ye Tian replied, I suggest we refrain from futilely pursuing those markets for now. Let's leave them be. I have my own methods to deal with them. In due time, it will not be us seeking to expand into markets, but rather them imploring us to enter. Lu Ping recognized that Ye Tian's words were always grounded in reality. He did not merely speak empty threats that would ultimately lead to losses. Thus, although he was unsure of the source of Ye Tian's confidence and felt some apprehension about future developments, he chose to place his trust in Ye Tian. As he spent a day in solitude, a cold glimmer flashed in his eyes. Did they truly believe him to be an easy target? The previous incident involving an assault on his company remained unresolved, and now they could not wait to resort to plunder. Ye Tian intended to deliver them a harsh lesson. He turned to Wally and asked, have you thoroughly investigated this, James? Wally responded, James is affiliated with a consortium that owns companies including major international firms like Fruit and Guga, amassing significant global wealth. I have implanted a program on his phone, and based on our investigations of his prior movements, it appears he has convened with numerous business magnates, likely plotting against Yishin Company. Most of these business figures are from the semiconductor industry or related fields. Ye Tian suinted. Semiconductors, you say? I understand now. No wonder he possesses such audacity. He has a backing to rely upon. Ensure rigorous surveillance of their social circle. Document all companies or individuals harboring hostility towards Yishin Company. In the future, I will settle accounts with each of them. With Yishin Company gaining prominence, dedicated journalists now lingered in Nanfeng City, monitoring their every move to produce news at the earliest opportunity. This instance was no exception. The sudden visit of several foreigners to Yishin Company was reported by numerous journalists, and the backgrounds of these individuals quickly unveiled them as members of a well-known international consortium. The media analyzed the situation, speculating that these individuals might be seeking to acquire Yishin Company. Ye Tian had no intention of concealing anything, so the details of this meeting soon surfaced, sparking fervent discussion online. Could they truly be pursuing an acquisition? What was the reasoning behind it? Did Yishin Company truly lack funds? With monthly revenues in the hundreds of billions, it was laughable. What gave them such confidence? They had been rejected. There was no reason to worry that Ye Tian would be swayed by immediate gains. The company must not be acquired. This technology must not fall into foreign hands. It seems you possess a limited understanding of commercial matters. This time, it is evidently a mere test, indicating that foreign consortiums are poised to target Yishin Corporation. Caution is advised in the future. It has come to my attention that Yishin Corporation has faced continuous obstacles while attempting to penetrate several foreign markets, likely due to their interference. Once a domestic company masters core technologies, it invariably becomes a target for suppression. I sincerely hope Yishin Corporation can endure the challenges ahead. As anticipated by netizens, the forces began to act against Yishin Corporation. Chapter 55. Enormous fines. How audacious. On this day, the American Battery Association abruptly declared that, based on their investigations, Yishin's Super Bio battery exhibits monopolistic market behavior. Consequently, they resolved to prohibit Yishin Corporation from entering their market and imposed a staggering fine of $11 billion. Yishin Corporation would only be permitted to lift the ban upon payment of the fine and the sharing of their Super Bio battery technology with major battery manufacturers. Simultaneously, as if prearranged, other Western nations, including the UK and France, announced similar decisions. This cascade of news instantly sent shockwaves through the online community of the Great Xia. My goodness, the assault on Yishin Corporation has commenced with remarkable speed. An $11 billion fine? Such an astronomical figure. The total value of batteries sold by Yishin Corporation has yet to reach that amount. Are they out of their minds? What nonsense is this? Aren't foreign entities clamoring to purchase biobatteries? We are not coercing them. They could easily opt for conventional batteries instead. Where is a monopoly? It is one thing to prohibit market entry. They have persistently obstructed Yishin Corporation's overseas ambitions. Why impose such exorbitant fines now? Our sales elsewhere should concern them not, as we are not marketing within their territory. This is an egregious overreach. According to this standard, the company with the most advanced technology and highest sales would invariably be deemed a monopolist, resulting in fines without exception. How absurd. Profiting has become swifter than bank robbery. With so many world-leading enterprises technologically advanced for years, why have they not faced penalties? I have never seen ASML penalized. It is merely a case of double standards. When one's own technology lags and profits dwindle, to blame others for stealing one's livelihood is simply pathetic. If one cannot play the game, then perhaps they should just overturn the table. Yet the unfortunate truth remains. The rules are dictated by those with authority. Merely paying the fine is insufficient. One must also divulge their technology. I can only say, what an optimistic notion. I support the sharing of technology. Simultaneously, I demand that the Americans share all their top-tier technologies, including chip and lithography technologies. Will this not ultimately lead to a complete forfeiture of foreign markets? Perhaps it is for the best. The domestic market is already lucrative enough, and those unwilling to utilize advanced technology will only fall further behind. Had I known this, I would have preferred Yishin Corporation had been acquired from the outset. It appears they are on the brink of being crushed. Your thinking is overly simplistic. Even if that were the case, they would only impose more outrageous demands. Ultimately, they will strip you bare. Yishin Corporation must not yield. They must stand firm during this critical juncture. We must all rally behind Yishin Corporation, aiding them in weathering this storm. Upon learning of these developments, Yishin Corporation promptly convened a press conference. During the event, Liu Ping vehemently condemned the greedy practices of these Western nations, asserting that these actions are merely their attempts to plunder and suppress the technological progress of Great Xia. Yishin Corporation will categorically refuse to compromise. He further stated that such actions would only stifle their own nation's technological advancement. He declared on the spot that Yishin Corporation would never enter these countries' markets again and would no longer accept orders from them. This declaration incited a fervent response within the nation. From media outlets to individuals, there were widespread commendations for Yishin Corporation's stance. Team leader Zhang even took the time to call Ye Tian for a discussion. The higher-ups are indeed quite concerned about this matter, fearing that Yishin Corporation might buckle under pressure and relinquish their technology. However, it now appears that such worries are unfounded. Furthermore, they assured that they would provide maximum support to Yishin Corporation. Ye Tian conveyed his sentiments, asserting that he would not be defeated by such minor obstacles and that he had long been prepared for the current situation. He also indicated that new actions would follow to retaliate fiercely against those foreign consortiums. Team leader Zhang expressed great interest in the subsequent actions Ye Tian mentioned, but refrained from probing further, speculating that Ye Tian might unveil a new product. Ever since acquiring the Super Early Warning software, the higher-ups have conducted analyses on Ye Tian. The Super Early Warning software demonstrated Ye Tian's formidable software capabilities, sufficient to challenge the foreign technological hegemony in software domains, including search engines, databases, operating systems, and even industrial software. More importantly, the higher-ups were particularly intrigued by Ye Tian's ability to develop the Super Early Warning software in such a short span. given that coding the software source code would typically require about a year of continuous effort, and based on their analysis of Ye Tian's usual activities, he seemingly lacks the time to produce such a substantial amount of code. Thus, they concluded that Ye Tian must possess some unique secret, enabling him to develop such cutting-edge technology in a short period. Upon realizing this, the higher-ups decided to extend maximum support and protection to Yishin Corporation, fostering their growth and enabling them to generate more technology to elevate Great Xia's technological standing. Consequently, they expressed keen interest in the new products Ye Tian plans to launch and eagerly anticipate how he will retaliate against these Western nations. Back at the private club, the same group of individuals gathered to discuss the outcome of this operation. However, their expressions were far from favorable, for Ye Tian's resolute response had taken them by surprise. The stringent conditions they imposed were intended to force Ye Tian into submission, after which negotiations would become more manageable, leading to a more lenient arrangement that would ultimately benefit them. They envisioned obtaining not only battery technology, but also the coveted advanced biological technology they had long coveted. Yet, the current situation defied their expectations. Yishin Corporation's indifference to their threats was bewildering. Did Ye Tian not comprehend the power they wielded? Did he not desire to sell his products abroad and amass greater wealth? Cook remarked, "It appears Ye Tian is no ordinary individual. He is clearly not swayed by such tactics. Perhaps we have been too lenient in our punitive measures, failing to instill a sense of pain. We as consortiums have remained discreet for so long, and now even a small company dares to reject us. We must escalate our efforts, making it clear that their fate rests in our hands. Without our consent, their very survival could be at stake." The others exchanged glances, indicating their agreement to implement this plan. Initially, they had not intended for matters to escalate to this extent. The anticipated course was for Yishin Corporation to surrender their technology, thus allowing them to address their shortcomings in battery development and invigorate industrial progress. However, given Yishin Corporation's stance, they resolved to proceed with their plan. Chapter 56, An Unprecedented Suppression. On this day, the Rice Association and several European commercial organizations expressed their demands for major enterprises to cease the supply of raw materials and other related items to the Yishin Company. This included hair growth solutions, as well as raw materials used in bio-batteries and control chips employed in these batteries. Concurrently, various equipment manufacturers halted the provision of production machinery to Yishin Company, discontinued maintenance, and remotely locked the machines in Yishin's factories. However, these actions were not the most shocking. The subsequent announcement sent ripples of astonishment through the online community of Daxia. They declared that due to significant safety hazards associated with the super bio batteries, a worldwide ban on these products would be enforced. Furthermore, without thorough research on the specific microbial communities, the sale of hair growth solutions would also be prohibited. This ban extended not only to the regions of the aforementioned organizations, but also to sales within Daxia itself. No company or individual will be permitted to purchase Yishin's products. Failure to comply would result in being added to a blacklist. Entities on this list would be unable to conduct business in those regions or procure high-end equipment, chips, and raw materials. This measure was undeniably ruthless, aimed at severing any potential paths for Yishin Company, forcing them to either capitulate or face extinction. Initially, Yishin Company had thrived within the Daxia market, but now few local companies would dare engage in business with them. The fear of retaliation rendered the procurement of super bio batteries untenable, as any produced goods would struggle to find buyers. The news triggered an immediate outcry among netizens. What an absurdity! Why impose a ban on sales within their own territory? Must they bow to foreign powers, even while conducting business on their home soil? Such tyranny! What safety risks? Why not elaborate? Is it permissible to suppress cutting-edge technology on a whim? This was a blatant attempt to crush Yishin Company. What now? Was compromise their only option? Yishin Company promptly issued a statement of defiance, asserting their unwavering resolve against yielding to the conspiracy, pledging to continue their efforts and introduce more exceptional products for public anticipation. While their response garnered some support from netizens, a considerable number expressed pessimism, as they struggled to envision a path to recovery for Yishin Company. Concurrently, a deluge of negative commentary surfaced, accusing Yishin of ungratefulness, rejecting generous offers, and shunning international cooperation, leading to their impending bankruptcy. Entirely deserved, they proclaimed. This wave of negativity provoked a spirited rebuttal from Yishin supporters. Notably, Shiwei Company immediately condemned the international behemoths, affirming their steadfast alliance with Yishin and their commitment to continue procuring super bio batteries, regardless of external pressure. Conversely, Ye Tian Company, which had previously fawned over Yishin upon the launch of the super bio battery, hastily distanced itself from Yishin after the latter became the target of international scrutiny, canceling battery orders and issuing subtly critical statements. Within Yishin Company, Lu Ping wore a somber expression, while Ye Tian's face was a canvas of fury. Lu Ping remarked, "Boss, we can source alternative raw materials from within Daxia. A few companies are still willing to sell to us, as they only operate locally. Thus, we can maintain production of the hair growth solution. However, the batteries pose a challenge. They require control chips, although these chips are of the most basic variety. Currently, no company is willing to continue supplying them to us, having all received warnings from Rice. The chips we have procured can sustain us for a while longer, but without a solution, we may be forced to cease production." He was beginning to grasp the difficulties faced by Shi Wei in the face of a united front from these international giants, feeling utterly powerless. "Ye Tian duplive, no worries. Continue production as usual. Leave the rest to me. I assure you our company will outlast any international conglomerate." Lu Ping tentatively inquired, "Boss, can you resolve the chip issue?" Ye Tian smiled slightly. "That's a secret, rest assured." He continued, "As for the crisis we are currently facing, keep an eye on which companies are compelled to sever ties with us and which are deliberately seeking to undermine us with excessive demands. All of this must be documented." Although Lu Ping had great faith in Ye Tian's capabilities, he was acutely aware that this crisis was unlike any they had faced before. Moreover, this pertained to the chip industry. Without substantial investment, breakthroughs would be impossible even after decades of effort. Thus, anxiety gnawed at him. After Lu Ping departed, Ye Tian's expression darkened once more. Such underhanded tactics. It was evident that they had completely severed any semblance of civility, willing to obliterate high technology simply to suppress him. This latest assault, while manageable regarding other raw materials and equipment, since alternatives could be sourced locally and the factory equipment had already been synthesized and upgraded, was primarily centered on the chip issue and the lack of buyers for their products. Yet, Ye Tian remained unfazed. He was preparing to undertake actions that, if executed smoothly, would resolve both issues effortlessly. In a familiar venue, business magnates convened once more, their faces adorned with smiles as they clinked champagne glasses in celebration. Their plan had proceeded with remarkable success. Yishin Company was on the brink of bankruptcy. Clearly, their influence as giants remained intact, as smaller companies dared not defy their orders to purchase Yishin's products. Ye Tian's crestfallen face was already forming in their minds. Had they known this would be the outcome, they would have acted differently. Youth, after all, is often blind to the complexities of the world. Possessing technology does not guarantee its monetization, and solitary endeavors are ill-advised. They resolved to wait until Yishin was truly cornered before striking. They believed that by then, the company would be willing to sell its technology at a bargain. The group shared knowing smiles and drained their glasses. Meanwhile, Ye Tian arrived at his expansive laboratory, a premier facility established at his request, equipped with the most advanced apparatus available globally, spanning various fields. He entered a vast chamber where a singular machine stood, legendary in its reputation, the lithography machine. Chapter 57, Carbon-Based Chips. This was a DUV lithography machine, renowned for its significance. Presently, the mainstream lithography machines included the illustrious EUV lithography machines used for chips at 7 nanometers and below, while DUV machines catered to processes above 10 nanometers. Foreign entities had persistently prohibited the sale of EUV lithography machines to Daxia. DUV lithography machines currently fell into two categories, ASML and the Neon system. Moreover, domestic manufacturers had produced lower precision DUV lithography machines. In summary, this was the highest caliber of lithography machine available to Daxia. Before Ye Tian stood the lithography machine procured from the Neon Nation, costing a staggering 500 million. He intended to utilize it for synthesis. Ye Tian promptly unlocked the lithography machine in the store, only to discover that its displayed points amounted to merely 100 million. This stark discrepancy indicated that, according to the system's comprehensive evaluation, its actual value was significantly lower than the price tag. Ye Tian couldn't help but inwardly scoff at the audacity of these neon manufacturers. He directly topped up 1 billion and purchased 10 DUV lithography machines, subsequently placing them into the synthesizer and initiating the synthesis process. A radiant light flashed. Ding! Synthesis successful, yielding a level 2 item, a one-stop EUV chip factory. Ye Tian nodded in approval. Indeed, leveling up would lead to the EUV lithography machine. However, he was curious about the nature of this one-stop chip factory. Upon opening the details, his expression transformed into one of exhilaration. It turned out that this chip factory encompassed not only the lithography machine, but also integrated equipment for every step of chip production within a single apparatus. As is well known, the chip industry has developed an extensive supply chain over the years. It is not sufficient to merely possess a lithography machine to manufacture chips. Undoubtedly, the lithography machine is the most critical component. Chip manufacturing entails multiple stages, including design, production, testing, and packaging. Chip factories often require investments in the hundreds of billions, and that S in U.S. dollars. Constructing a complete chip factory involves various facilities, equipment supply buildings, production plants, auxiliary production buildings, and miscellaneous functional areas. The equipment supply buildings alone include electrical rooms, generator rooms, and wastewater treatment zones. The production facilities encompass clean production lines, air supply zones, and return air zones. Auxiliary buildings consist of storage facilities and the like. Among these, the clean production line is paramount, housing the most expensive equipment. Each silicon wafer processed along this line undergoes thousands of steps, necessitating a plethora of high-precision devices. The air quality standards required for the entire clean room are exceedingly high, with temperature and humidity needing to be meticulously regulated. However, possessing these features alone does not suffice to constitute a competent chip factory. The intricacies of chip manufacturing are exceedingly precise and influenced by numerous factors. The larger the factory's production line, the more time and effort required to adjust its precision. Only through prolonged adjustments and trial and error can a relatively high yield be assured. Thus, it is evident that establishing a chip manufacturing factory capable of commencing production demands substantial investment and a considerable duration for debugging. The one-stop chip factory before him had already integrated all the steps and optimized them to perfection. This was far more valuable than a mere EUV lithography machine. With this apparatus, constructing a chip factory would be remarkably convenient, obviating the need for hefty investments in various facilities and their subsequent debugging. Its footprint was also minimal, with reductions in labor and energy consumption to the bare minimum. Furthermore, upon closer inspection, Ye Tian noted that the technologies employed in this chip factory circumvented existing patents. From the system's perspective, the upgraded product had considered the optimal technological pathways, suggesting that there remained ample room for optimization within the current chip production processes. In summary, with this lithography machine, Ye Tian now possessed sufficient confidence to stand toe-to-toe with the entire Western semiconductor industry. Whether producing chips of his own design or engaging in contract manufacturing for other companies, he was more than equipped. Should he unveil this technology, the various schemes of Western giants would inevitably crumble, as their influence was predicated upon semiconductor hegemony. Ye Tian smiled with satisfaction. However, his aspirations extended beyond merely contending with Western titans. He sought to utterly dismantle their semiconductor dominance and obliterate the foundations upon which those Western conglomerates stood. Consequently, he reloaded 9 billion and procured 90 DUV lithography machines. After a period, the synthesizer revealed 10 one-stop EUV chip factories. He closed his eyes and clicked to synthesize. A dazzling light flashed. Ding! Synthesis successful, yielding a level 3 item, a one-stop carbon-based chip manufacturing factory. Initially, upon learning it was a level 3 item, Ye Tian felt a tinge of disappointment, as this synthesis did not yield a grand success. Moreover, the 100 billion item represented his synthesis limit, and he currently lacked the 1 trillion funds necessary to synthesize a level 4 lithography machine. He had anticipated that a level 3 item would be somewhat unremarkable. But upon reviewing the detailed introduction, Ye Tian was thoroughly exhilarated. A carbon-based chip. Indeed, it was the fabled carbon-based chip. The so-called carbon-based chip represents a novel type of chip distinct from traditional silicon-based chips, akin to a conceptual future chip type. It is widely acknowledged that the semiconductor industry has reached a state of stagnation. Once chip processes shrink below 3 nanometers, quantum tunneling effects emerge, leading to failure. Consequently, scientists have turned their attention to alternative chip materials, with carbon-based chips being the most promising. The performance of carbon nanotubes is remarkably impressive, with electron mobility 1,000 times that of silicon and minimal heat generation, allowing for further miniaturization of the process. Truly the perfect chip material. However, carbon-based chips are not without their drawbacks. Silicon-based chips have evolved over many years, culminating in a complete and mature technology and supply chain. Transitioning to carbon-based chips would necessitate a comprehensive exploration of the entire supply chain from scratch, demanding astronomical amounts of human and material resources. It is noteworthy that even slight improvements to existing silicon-based chip processes may require extensive validation. Establishing an entirely new system from the ground up especially one that is significantly more complex than the original, poses a formidable challenge, one that no company or entity currently possesses the audacity or resources to undertake. This has relegated carbon-based chips to the realm of academic research. Frequently, one hears of a laboratory at a university successfully fabricating a carbon-based chip, but such endeavors are often merely experimental in nature. Chapter 58. We can produce our own chips now, due to silicon's abundant presence in the Earth's crust. Along with mature extraction technologies, its overall cost is relatively low and sufficiently stable, rendering it the undisputed choice for chip materials from the outset. It is only now, constrained by physical limits, that attention has shifted to other materials. While scientists harbor great hopes for carbon-based chips, they're still far from achieving commercial production stages. The fabrication technology for carbon nanotubes is exceedingly challenging, with stringent requirements for the nanotubes suitable for transistors. Furthermore, the raw material needed for manufacturing carbon-based chips is graphite, which is considerably more expensive than that of silicon-based chips. Should this technology be successfully developed, it would deliver a dimensional reduction strike to silicon-based chips. Even carbon-based chips of equivalent specifications would vastly outperform their silicon counterparts, not to mention the potential for further miniaturization of their processes. Possessing such technology would undoubtedly disrupt the existing semiconductor landscape entirely. The sudden emergence of this technology before Ye Tian was nothing short of astonishing. Ye Tian meticulously examined the all-in-one carbon-based chip manufacturing facility, much like the all-in-one EUV chip factory dedicated to secondary products. This carbon-based chip manufacturing plant consolidates the entire production process of carbon-based chips into a singular, formidable machine. By simply inputting pre-prepared raw materials, it can continuously yield chips. However, unlike the secondary products, the aforementioned machine still housed a lithography system, making its production process largely akin to that of traditional silicon-based chip production lines. In stark contrast, this carbon-based chip factory entirely eschewed lithographic technology, opting instead for the futuristic method of 3D printing. Moreover, the final output is recognized by the system as possessing impeccable quality, representing the technical pinnacle of carbon-based chips. Henceforth, even if formidable powers were to invest decades into carbon-based chip research, the performance of the chips they produce could never surpass those manufactured by the all-in-one chip factory. Although this singular chip factory cost a staggering $10 billion, the technology and precision employed within far exceeded the practical limits of current craftsmanship. Consequently, even with knowledge of how to fabricate such a chip factory externally, there is currently insufficient technological support. Thus, Ye Tian could only procure secondary and tertiary chip factories from the system shop. Nonetheless, for the time being, this was more than adequate. The pricing was reasonable, and after reviewing the production capacities of these two machines, it was evident that their efficiency eclipsed that of major chip manufacturers operating dozens of machines simultaneously, both in yield and production speed. The secondary chip factory could produce 20 million chips monthly, while the tertiary factory could churn out an astonishing 40 million chips. These figures were truly remarkable. Ye Tian summoned Liu Ping, who, upon seeing the two colossal machines in the laboratory, curiously inquired, "Boss, what are these? Are they our next products?" Ye Tian repeated, "Weren't you always concerned that we couldn't procure chips for our batteries? Worry no more, for we shall now be able to produce our own chips." Liu Ping, taken aback, asked, "Are these two machines lithography systems?" Ye Tian shook his head, "Certainly not." Liu Ping's expression fell slightly. However, Ye Tian quickly added, "This is not a lithography machine. It is an all-in-one chip factory, of which lithography is merely a component." Liu Ping was utterly astonished. "Boss, you have actually innovated a lithography machine and integrated the chip processes into a single machine. This is extraordinary." To him, it seemed unfathomable. The development of both lithography systems and the entire chip production process typically necessitates a vast number of researchers, substantial funding, and decades of dedicated research to reach maturity. No one had ever encompassed all these processes within a single machine. Yet, Ye Tian had accomplished this feat. Was this still the intellect of humankind? Moreover, wasn't the boss primarily adept in biological technology? How had he suddenly ventured into lithography and succeeded at that? It was simply beyond comprehension. After a moment of reflection, Liu Ping furrowed his brow and remarked, "Boss, while it's clear we can now produce the chips needed for batteries, the foreign power suppression has never primarily been about our inability to acquire chips. Rather, it is about ensuring that even if we produce batteries, no one dares to purchase them. For once any company procures our batteries, they will be barred from sourcing high-end chips from those Western firms. Until we resolve this issue, we remain at a disadvantage." Ye Tian chuckled, "I am well aware of this. The consortium participating in the suppression controls the entire Western semiconductor industry. It is through this leverage that they maintain compliance from other companies. However, if we directly shatter their semiconductor hegemony and offer our self-manufactured chips to those companies they have threatened, wouldn't that resolve everything? Liu Ping frowned. But the chips those companies require are high-end, needing to be produced by EUV lithography systems, with precision reaching 3 nanometers. Can we produce those? He had never considered that Ye Tian's chip factory could manufacture at the 3 nanometer level, assuming it merely produced chips above 10 nanometers, similar to domestic semiconductor companies. After all, Ye Tian's sudden presentation of a complete chip production solution had already astonished him. He had not envisioned such high precision. Ye Tian smiled. You are entirely correct, and I have taken all these factors into account. Who told you my chip factory can't produce 3 nm level chips? What? Liu Ping stared at Ye Tian in disbelief, his mouth agape in astonishment, doubting the accuracy of his hearing. Ye Tian nodded. My chip factory utilizes extreme ultraviolet light, the chips produced by those EUV lithography machines. I can produce as well, and with superior quality, higher yield, and greater output. Liu Ping was utterly floored. The boss had evidently surpassed the technological barriers of EUV lithography machines. It is important to note that these are extreme ultraviolet lithography machines, the crowning jewel of industrial technology. Only ASML possesses the capability to manufacture machines of this caliber. Their technological dominance in this field is absolute. Moreover, such a level of lithography machine was not conceived by a single nation, but rather developed through collaborative efforts among numerous advanced countries, each contributing their most sophisticated technologies. An EUV lithography machine comprises as many as 100,000 components, some of which, such as the lenses, require skilled artisans from optical manufacturing giants to handcraft. No single country can independently manufacture a lithography machine. Even ASML CEO has stated that, even if the blueprints were made public, no nation could replicate the machine. For years, the Xia has invested countless resources, yet has yet to see hope. Now, Ye Tian had accomplished what many nations could only achieve through collective effort. Chapter 59. Who says I only have EUV lithography machines? Liu Ping regarded Ye Tian as if he were a creature from another world, scrutinizing him with renewed fascination. Boss, are you an alien? Suddenly, another thought crossed his mind. But those developed countries' lithography machines utilize numerous patents, which have consistently constrained our Xia, preventing us from manufacturing. If your machines employ those patents, will we not face a slew of lawsuits? Ye Tian raised an eyebrow and responded, Who said I used their patents? I have no interest in their low-end technologies. My chip factory employs a completely independent technological route, circumventing all patents, and is, in fact, more advanced. Liu Ping was once again filled with admiration. The surprises Ye Tian had bestowed upon him were simply monumental. Not only had he utterly transcended the technological blockade of lithography machines, but he had also adopted an entirely new technology. He clapped his hands and exclaimed, Boss, you are extraordinary. With this, the Xia has finally filled its last gap and has become a semiconductor powerhouse. Henceforth, we shall no longer fear being constrained by other nations. Each year, the Xia can save hundreds of billions of Mi currency, no longer needing to import expensive chips from those countries and allowing them to pocket the profits. We can even export chips to generate substantial profits, and at least in the realm of chips, we can stand shoulder to shoulder with the West. Ye Tian, upon hearing these words, let out a cold, disdainful laugh and retorted, You are mistaken once more. Who said I intend to merely contest them? My goal is to utterly obliterate their semiconductor industry and establish our own semiconductor hegemony. Liu Ping was taken aback, astonished by the grandiosity of his boss's ambitions. However, with our current possession of EUV lithography technology, we could at best stand on equal footing with them. The major corporations, after years of accumulation, enjoy advantages in market presence and networking that are not easily shaken. A gradual strategy is imperative. Ye Tian fixed his gaze on Liu Ping, offering a slight chuckle. This familiar gesture stirred something within Liu Ping. Could it be? Ye Tian continued. Indeed, who told you I possess only EUV lithography machines? I merely indicated that I have EUV technology, not that I lack superior lithography capabilities. Liu Ping abruptly stood up, his face a canvas of astonishment. This, could it be? Ye Tian did not elaborate further, merely gesturing towards the two machines in the laboratory. Do you see that large machine? I neglected to introduce it earlier. The smaller one is the EUV chip factory, while the larger one I refer to as a comprehensive carbon-based chip manufacturing facility. Liu Ping's mind was overwhelmed by the magnitude of this revelation. The mere mention of carbon-based chips was sufficient to daze him. He took a moment to compose himself, finally managing to articulate, carbon-based chips? Boss, am I hearing correctly? Have you actually made a breakthrough in carbon-based chip technology? Seeing Ye Tian nod, he exclaimed, all right, I retract my previous statement. You are not merely an alien. You are akin to a deity. This is astounding. In just a few days, while countless scientists toil over this technology, still in the experimental phase, you have brought it to fruition. Boss, may I indulge my curiosity? Given the unique nature of carbon-based chip materials, how exactly are they produced? Do they also require lithography machines? Ye Tian responded, at the level of carbon-based chips, lithography machines are no longer sufficient. This machine utilizes atomic probes, assembling one atom at a time. It is capable of producing chips at 0.1 nanometers, a feat unattainable by any lithography machine. Lu Ping inhaled sharply. 0.1 nanometers. Good heavens, that drastically reduces the process scale. The current limit for silicon-based chips is merely 3 nanometers, a reduction by a factor of 30. Moreover, I have heard that due to the properties of carbon-based materials, their performance surpasses that of their international counterparts by several magnitudes. This performance enhancement must be extraordinary. Such a chip, upon its emergence, would undoubtedly astonish the world. With the advent of carbon-based chip technology, those Western companies would indeed pose little threat. Then, boss, let us establish the factory immediately and hold a press conference. I can hardly wait to astound the world. Lu Ping exclaimed, imagining the dismayed expressions of the Western corporate leaders upon witnessing this development. Ye Tian nodded. The factory must be constructed without delay, yet the press conference can afford to wait. With such a formidable weapon, it cannot be simply released without careful orchestration. This time, I intend to orchestrate a grand spectacle that will leave those Western companies reeling. They conspired to annihilate Yishin Corporation, and now I shall ensure that they suffer significantly, dismantling the foundations they have built over decades. Lu Ping's eyes brightened. Boss, do you have a plan? I will offer my full support. Ye Tian smiled slightly. You should prepare for the construction of a new factory. The details will reveal themselves in due time. Naturally, the significant maneuvers of Yishin Corporation could not remain concealed from the outside world. News of the establishment of 2 new factories soon swept across the globe, eliciting confusion and incredulity. What is happening? On the brink of bankruptcy, yet they are opening new factories? I do not comprehend this. Have they failed to recognize their peril? It will be commendable to refrain from selling assets, yet they dare to initiate new factories? Are they expanding battery production? But have they not been barred from purchasing chips from any manufacturers? How will they increase production without chips? What will they do with so many batteries? No manufacturer is willing to stand against those Western companies. In the end, they will only find themselves with unsold stock. Speaking of this, it infuriates me. I had prepared to unveil a new bio-battery vehicle, but suddenly I am informed that there is no stock available, and the timeline for future availability is uncertain. Do they truly have surplus cash for this endeavor? Did I not hear that Shiwei Corporation insisted on purchasing super batteries? How could they possibly need so many? Their existing capacity is more than sufficient. Once again, the enigmatic consortium of business magnates convened. Cook's face was etched with confusion. Why has Yishin Corporation suddenly taken this course? I cannot fathom their reasoning. A colleague remarked, could it be that another company is purchasing batteries from them? Surely not. Which company would dare do such a thing? Do they not fear our retaliation? Cook scoffed. It seems there are still those who underestimate us. I observed that Yishin Corporation is thriving under these circumstances. I had thought they were on the brink of collapse, poised to capitulate to us. Should we not intensify our pressure upon them? Chapter 60, A Lifeline for Shiwei Corporation. Sergei from Gu stated, although I do not understand why Yishin Corporation has chosen to expand its production capacity ever since we began our campaign against them, there's been a steadfast supporter standing behind them. Cook nodded. You mean Shiwei Corporation? Indeed. They have consistently voiced their support for Yishin Corporation and have declared their intention to continue purchasing bio-batteries. Cook's expression turned cold as he replied. This old rival has clearly not learned their lesson. It appears we must teach them the meaning of humility. Let's make an example of them, demonstrating to other companies the consequences of opposing us. Remember our words, they must submit. Before long, news spread throughout the Great Xia. Given Shiwei Corporation's unwavering support for Yishin Corporation, the Semiconductor Association of Dami decided to escalate their offensive against Shiwei, prohibiting the purchase of many components that had previously been available. This news quickly incited outrage among netizens. What nonsense is this? Is Shiwei Corporation not suffering enough? These semiconductor giants are truly inhumane. Must they completely annihilate them? The crux of the matter is that Shiwei Corporation's support for Yishin Corporation is the reason for their plight, meaning they're merely victims of circumstance. They're merely waiting for you to extend your hand, establishing authority. What a tragic camaraderie. Even their mutual support incited hostility, ensuring they remain divided and unable to unite. Shiwei Corporation. Yudong was recently overwhelmed with tasks. Ever since the company faced collective oppression from Western semiconductor giants, he had not enjoyed a single restful night. The company's mobile phone division had nearly come to a standstill, relying solely on their stockpiled chips, which were now nearly depleted. Shiwei's market share in mobile phones had plummeted, devoured by rival manufacturers. Breakthroughs in semiconductor research and development do not occur overnight. In summary, nothing seemed to be going smoothly, and recently, they faced further pressure from those giants. All of this transpires solely due to the unwavering support of the Shiwei company towards the Yishin Corporation as they procure their batteries. Speaking of which, they share a mutual understanding with Shiwei company, as both have surmounted core technological barriers and faced relentless pursuit and blockade. Out of admiration and sympathy for the research-oriented Yishin Corporation, they have resolutely chosen to back them. Yudong internally cursed the semiconductor giants. Yet he could not alter the reality. As he contemplated how the company should respond next, his secretary entered the office. Mr. Yu, line 3 is Mr. Liu from Yishin Corporation. Yudong was somewhat taken aback. Why would Yishin Corporation be calling at this moment? Could it be that they wished to persuade him not to abandon their battery procurement? He answered the call. Hello, Mr. Liu. This is Yudong. Hello, Mr. Yu. The purpose of my call today is to arrange a meeting to discuss some business. Yudong inquired, somewhat astonished. What business? If it's regarding batteries. Our company will continue to procure them, so you need not worry. No. It's unrelated to batteries. It's something else that I believe Mr. Yu will find intriguing. In any case, let's discuss it in person at our company. This piqued Yudong's interest entirely. It was astonishing that it was not about batteries. He found himself pondering what business could possibly be at hand. Could Yishin Corporation have launched a new product? The efficiency was indeed remarkable. However, he did not believe that this new product would assist Shiwei Company in its current predicament. After all, he was solely focused on chips. After negotiating a time, he hung up and instructed his secretary to procure a ticket to Nanfeng City. At Yishin Corporation's laboratory, Yudong met Ye Tian. He quickly extended his hand in greeting. I never imagined I would have the honor of meeting the esteemed Mr. Yi in person. He was genuinely surprised that the legendary and enigmatic Ye Tian would personally discuss business with him, as this individual seldom made public appearances, dedicating himself entirely to research. This made Yudong acutely aware of the unusual nature of this meeting. Was there a significant development at Yishin Corporation? After some pleasantries, Yudong meticulously surveyed the laboratory. Upon noticing 2 large machines at the center, he could not help but inquire, Mr. Yi, what are these? Do they relate to the product you are about to launch? Ye Tian nodded. Indeed, and the reason I invited you today is that the product we are about to unveil is directly related to your company. Mr. Yu, may I ask how many Kirin 9000 chips your company has available? Yudong's expression soured. It was common knowledge that their company faced a chip shortage. It was rare for anyone to inquire directly, leaving him feeling somewhat embarrassed. Observing his reaction, Ye Tian quickly reassured him. Mr. Yu, please do not take offense. I'm not bringing this up to belittle you. I mention this because we might be able to manufacture Kirin 9000 chips for Shiwei Company. This revelation utterly astonished Yudong. What? Your company can actually manufacture Kirin 9000 chips? This is a 5-nanometer process chip. Are these machines photolithography equipment? Has your company overcome the challenges of EUV lithography technology? He found it hard to believe what he was hearing. Only someone in the industry like him could truly grasp the difficulty of such breakthroughs. The country invests hundreds of billions annually in research, yet progress remains elusive. Now, Ye Tian was informing him that their company had achieved this technological breakthrough in such a short time frame. He grasped Ye Tian's arm, exclaiming excitedly, Mr. Yi, please do not jest with me. If this is true, Shiwei will be saved, and our company will be eternally grateful. Ye Tian raised an eyebrow and replied, I assure you, it is indeed true. I never joke. Yudong covered his face, on the verge of tears. No one understood better than he did the immense pressure and humiliation he had endured during this time. It felt like a dream. Thank you, Mr. Yi. From this moment forth, Shiwei shall finally rise from the mire. We shall no longer have to fear the chip embargoes imposed by those companies. Although it may take you a few years to establish the chip factory and fine-tune the production lines, we can wait. Ye Tian chuckled. Who told you it would take years for us to commence production? Yudong questioned. Isn't that the consensus in the industry? Even with the lithography machine, A chip factory cannot simply be established overnight. The construction of a chip factory has exceptionally high requirements, and subsequent production lines must be calibrated. It would take several years to avoid issues with yield rates. Ye Tian laughed heartily. That may be true for the production processes of those Western semiconductor companies. But my technology does not necessitate such constraints. Chapter 61. The astonishing production process. Yu Dong felt overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information he was receiving today, struggling to digest it all. Mr. Yi, have you also improved the entire production process? Ye Tian confidently replied. Naturally, the existing chip processes are overly complex and entirely unnecessary. I have not only refined the entire process, but I have also integrated it into a single machine. What stands before you is a one-stop chip factory, encompassing all stages from design and production to testing and packaging. Simply by inputting silicon powder, photoresist, and other raw materials into the machine, we will yield mature and usable chips. I can demonstrate the production process for you right here. Yu Dong was filled with fervor, utterly captivated by Ye Tian's formidable research capabilities. The complete integration of such a complex chip production process would fundamentally alter the current model of chip factories. A factory would no longer require vast expanses of land or substantial financial investments. Observing the laboratory's environment, he asked, "Can production really occur here?" I thought a clean room was necessary, along with stringent temperature and humidity controls. Ye Tian responded, "Of course, production can occur here. The stringent requirements are primarily due to the fragility of the wafers, which cannot be contaminated. However, our entire production process is contained within the machine. It is entirely sealed, producing finished products directly. While my laboratory may not meet the high standards of chip factory, it is certainly sufficient for chip production." As he spoke, he approached the chip factory, where a touch display screen was located. The operation of this machine is entirely automated. Now, let us proceed step by step. Ye Tian selected the option to produce chips. The screen displayed an option to input a blueprint and select a preset template. I forgot to mention, this machine is equipped with templates for all architectures. Since we are unaware of the design specifications for the Kirin 9000, I will simply select a random ARM architecture. Ye Tian clicked on the preset template and subsequently selected the ARM architecture and 64-bit option on the following page. For the process node, he chose 3 nanometers, which represents the upper limit for silicon-based chips. Yu Dong was left utterly speechless. He had never encountered such an intelligent chip production machine. It could even select 3 nanometers. This level of sophistication had a built-in solution. It was worth noting that even the A16 chip from Fruit Corporation was only at a 4 nanometer level. Moreover, designing a chip typically requires a protracted period, yet this machine contained a 3 nanometer chip solution. At this moment, the screen prompted the user to input the raw materials step by step. Ye Tian sequentially fed pure silicon plates, photoresist, and various metals into the feeding port, and then selected the option for immediate production. The machine emitted a faint rumbling sound. 2 minutes later, a row of neatly arranged chips appeared at the output port. Ye Tian smiled with satisfaction. The production process had gone exceedingly smoothly. Donning white gloves, he picked up a chip, examined it closely, and handed it to Yu Dong. Yu Dong cherished it as if it were a treasure, scrutinizing the chip with great attention. His heart surged like a tempest. Previously, he had merely heard Ye Tian claim that he could produce chips, but now, witnessing the entire production process firsthand, he was utterly astounded by how raw materials transformed into installable chips in less than 2 minutes. His hands trembled uncontrollably. "Ye, Ye, may I take this chip back with me?" Ye Tian nodded. "Of course, you may take this entire batch. After all, this is the first batch produced by my machine, and it may hold collectible value in the future." His words would indeed prove accurate. Many years later, this batch of chips, independently developed and manufactured by Daxia, was cherished as a precious artifact and donated to a museum by the Shiwei company that had preserved them. At that moment, Yu Dong had no extraneous thoughts. His mind was solely occupied with the pile of chips before him. He had no time to marvel at Ye Tian's lack of trial production. Rather, he was filled with confidence regarding the chip factory. He said to Ye Tian, "Mr. Yi, if possible, I would like to return to the company first, and then we can discuss in detail. I apologize, but this batch of chips holds immense significance for us, and we wish to acquire all the information at the earliest opportunity." Ye Tian nodded, understanding Yu Dong's sentiments. It was imperative to take them back for extensive testing to assess the various attributes of the chips, thereby laying a solid foundation for their future collaboration. He stated, "Certainly. However, I hope you can keep our ability to produce chips confidential for the time being. The fewer people who know about the chips you take back, the better." Yu Dong comprehended the importance of discretion and nodded. He then carefully packaged the batch of chips and hurriedly departed. During his journey, Yudong had never felt time drag on so slowly. He incessantly urged the driver to accelerate. Finally, he returned to Shiwei Company. Upon exiting the vehicle, he rushed toward the laboratory, astonishing many employees along the way. What could prompt the typically composed Yudong to be in such a hurry? Coincidentally, the chairman of Shiwei Company, Ren Tianxing, also noticed this and furrowed his brow, following him. Upon arriving at the laboratory, Ren Tianxing intercepted Yudong. "I've been looking for you. There is something I need to discuss." "Why the urgency?" Yudong's eyes brightened upon seeing Ren Tianxing, and he excitedly exclaimed, "Mr. Ren, we have hope for Shiwei." Realizing he had spoken too openly, he quickly surveyed his surroundings, relieved that no one was paying attention. "Hey, little you, what's going on? Why are you so agitated today?" He did not take Yudong's earlier words seriously. Yudong replied, "Mr. Ren, trust me. I don't have time to explain everything right now. Just follow me, and you'll understand shortly. By the way, this matter must remain confidential. The fewer who know, the better." With that, he pulled Ren Tianxing toward the laboratory. Although Ren Tianxing found it peculiar, he chose to trust Yudong. They entered a laboratory where only one technician was present. Yudong asked, "Xiaozhong, are you free today?" "Yes." "Great. Please close the door and help me examine some samples I brought back. Be careful not to damage them." Xiaozhong looked at the box Yudong handed him with curiosity. "What is this?" Yudong responded, "Chips. I obtained them from a certain company. They're 3 nanometers level. Please check if they meet the standards. If they do, we will have a source of chips that is not constrained by Western semiconductor giants." The air fell silent. Chapter 62. These chips outclass the fruit, A16. Ren Tianxing's brow furrowed, and he admonished, "Nonsense. What chips? 3 nanometers? The fruit company doesn't even have 3 nanometers chips. Currently, only a few foundries with EUV lithography machines can produce chips below 10 nanometers. No other companies can achieve that. Little you, I think you've lost your mind." He sighed. "You've been with me for many years. We all want Shiwei to prosper. Now, with the sudden pressures mounting against Shiwei, we live in constant trepidation. I've seen the stress you've been under lately, and your sudden change is understandable. How about this? I'll grant you a few months off to recuperate, relax your mind, and return rejuvenated. This position will still be here for you." Yudong was momentarily taken aback, laughing and crying at the same time. "No, Mr. Ren, my spirits are perfectly fine. You must believe me. In any case, let us finish testing these chips, and you'll understand." Ren Tianxing remained silent, sensing Yudong's seriousness. Xiaozhong, seizing the moment, opened the box and was astonished to find a plethora of chips inside. "These are indeed chips." He took one and examined it under a magnifying glass, furrowing his brow. "Boss, this chip appears to be quite different from typical ones." Yudong's heart sank. "What? Is there a problem?" Xiaozhong replied, "No, it's just that the craftsmanship of this chip seems extraordinary. The packaging appears to be monolithic and more refined, unlike ordinary chips produced in typical factories." Yudong breathed a sigh of relief. "No worries. You don't need to concern yourself with that. It indeed did not come from an ordinary factory. Just check its performance, transistor count, and process, and see if it's usable." Hey, Tianing, intrigued, also began to see the situation differently. Xiaozhong proceeded to dismantle the chip's outer metal layer, revealing the transistors within, and peered through the microscope. Suddenly, he erupted in exclamation. "Wow!" Embarrassed, he quickly covered his mouth and continued, "This is incredible." Yudong eagerly inquired, "How does it compare to the Kirin 9000? Xiaozhong replied, "No problem. Under this magnification, the transistors are densely packed and appear very reliable. Of course, I will need to conduct further tests to ascertain the specific data. However, for my preliminary examination, its process is certainly no less than 5 nanometers. My excitement stems from never having seen such a perfectly designed chip. It's truly a work of art." Xiaozhong commenced further testing on the chip, now thoroughly intrigued and eager to uncover all its secrets in the shortest time possible. Meanwhile, Ren Tianxing and Yudong refrained from interrupting him. Ren Tianxing looked at Yudong with a mix of astonishment and excitement, but ultimately restrained himself from asking questions. After a lengthy testing period, Xiaozhong approached the two with an ecstatic expression, brandishing the report. "Leader, the results are all in. The data is astonishing. I can hardly believe my eyes. Just whose chip is this? It's remarkably powerful. The report confirms that this chip indeed utilizes a 3-nanometer process, and it is genuine. The transistor count has reached 20 billion. Do you comprehend what this signifies? Even the world's most powerful mobile chip, recently released by the fruit company, possesses merely 16 billion transistors. This implies that the performance of this chip unequivocally surpasses that of the A16. It is utterly shocking." One must realize that even chips based on ARM architecture are categorized by tiers. The Fruit Company has consistently maintained its self-developed A-series chips as the benchmark for mobile technology, exhibiting performance that is over double that of other chips, often leading by several generations over contemporaneous releases. Yet, here we have a chip that is even more formidable than the recently unveiled A16. This is simply unbelievable. Yudong's face flushed with excitement. Are you saying it is superior to the A16? Xiaozhang nodded and said, absolutely. Just the process and transistor count alone are overwhelming. But there's even more impressive news. Did I not mention earlier? I was astounded by the design of this chip. Upon conducting a more detailed examination, I discovered that its specific design is nothing short of extraordinary. The arrangement of the transistors is remarkably efficient and rational. This not only enhances utilization and elevates performance, but also significantly improves heat dissipation. Leader, from where did we procure this chip? Once it is released, it will undoubtedly dethrone the Fruit Company from its pedestal. Ren Tianqing also gazed at Yudong, awaiting his explanation. Yudong smiled and said, you would never guess. This chip is produced by Yishin Company, entrusted to me for testing by Ye Tian. Yishin Company has made breakthroughs in EUV lithography machines and the entire suite of chip production technology. What? Ren Tianqing's eyes widened in disbelief as he tightly grasped Yudong's arm. Are you serious? They manufactured a lithography machine? Aren't they a biopharmaceutical company? Yudong nodded. I witnessed it firsthand. This batch of chips was produced right before my eyes by Ye Tian, taking less than 2 minutes from raw materials to finished chips. He recounted his experiences at Yishin Company from start to finish. At this moment, Ren Tianqing was immensely excited. This is incredible. There is hope. Shiwei is saved. We have chips at our disposal, and we will no longer have to fear Western suppression. Yudong smiled in agreement. Yes, President Ren, we have finally reaped the rewards of our struggles. Ren Tianqing gradually composed himself and remarked, we must express our gratitude to Yishin Company. Their research and development capabilities are extraordinary. To have developed lithography technology in such a short span, Ye Tian is truly remarkable. One individual embodies the collective expertise of all semiconductor specialists in Daxia. Without him, we would not have awaited this day of resurgence. Let us proceed to Yishin Company right away to express our gratitude and discuss potential collaboration. With these chips, all our issues will be resolved, and reclaiming the top position in the mobile market will merely be a matter of time. Yudong agreed. Indeed, those semiconductor giants are truly short-sighted. Who would have anticipated that their suppression of Yishin Company would inadvertently lead to Ye Tian's development of lithography technology? If they were to learn of this, they would surely regret it. By the way, Ye Tian mentioned to me that the matter regarding the chips is to remain confidential for the time being, as he seems to have something he wishes to discuss with us. The three of them arrived at Yishin Company. Chapter 63. The 3nm chip is merely an amuse-bouche. Ren Tianqing encountered Ye Tian in the laboratory and promptly approached him, bowing respectfully. Mr. Yi, I express my gratitude for all that you have done for Shiwei Company and for Daxia. Henceforth, Shiwei Company will become a steadfast partner and follower of Yishin Company. Whatever requirements you may have, we shall fulfill without hesitation. This declaration astonished both Yudong and Xiaozhang. Such a commitment is no trivial matter, signifying that Shiwei Company would henceforth align itself with Yishin Company, positioning itself as a subordinate. It is worth noting that while Yishin Company shines brightly, it remains a relatively small entity, whereas Shiwei Company is undeniably a giant. Ren Tianqing's decision stemmed from his recognition of the potential embodied in Ye Tian. Not just anyone could develop such world-shaking technology in a short span. This includes the pinnacle of human ingenuity, the EUV lithography machine. Therefore, he believes Ye Tian's future is boundless, and the scale of Yishin Company in the future will be beyond the reach of Shiwei Company. Ye Tian smiled and replied, President Ren, you flatter me. I did not expect to have such an impact on you. I hold great admiration for you as well. For single-handedly transforming Shiwei Company into the world's leading communication enterprise. Not all. The two parties exchanged pleasantries for a while. Ren Tianqing rubbed his hands, gazing at the two large machines in the laboratory, and inquired, is this a one-stop chip factory? May I ask how many of these machines your company currently possesses? Ye Tian responded, for now, there is only this one, but its production capacity is absolutely sufficient. It can produce 20 million chips each month. Ren Tianqing was taken aback. This single machine can produce 20 million chips in a month? That is impressive, surpassing the output of several chip giants by a considerable margin. With a few more machines, we could satisfy the global chip supply. I wonder how many of these 20 million chips will be usable? Ye Tian confidently stated, of course, 100 will be usable. The machine I built has extremely high stability, and the process is more mature than existing technologies, yielding a 100 pass rate. At this point, Ren Tianxing could no longer contain his excitement. It is known that as the chip process shrinks, the yield rate significantly decreases. Previously, a certain foreign giant also produced 3-nanometer chips, but ultimately, less than half were usable, which greatly inflated costs, leading to the abandonment of that solution. He marveled again, impressive. Your company's technology is truly a dimensionality reduction strike. The stability of this output is astounding. In light of this, Shiwei intends to establish a long-term procurement contract. What would you consider a suitable price per chip? Ye Tian shook his head and replied, There's no rush. I don't handle these business matters. You can negotiate with Lu Ping. I only discuss technical issues. Now, I have a question for you, President Ren. Your company has faced suppression from Western semiconductors for many years. You must harbor resentment towards them, correct? Ren Tianxing paused, of course. I would love nothing more than to see them suffer. Ye Tian nodded and said, That's good. Even if you procure our 3-nanometer chip models, their sales can only be confined to the domestic market, merely breaking through their blockade without inflicting any real impact on them. The international market remains forever out of reach. They can still live unimpeded. Is that the outcome you desire? Ren Tianxing was somewhat perplexed and replied, Well, at present, we certainly aim to reclaim the mobile market, stabilize the company, and intensify our research efforts, battling them over technological patents. Mr. Yi, what do you mean? Ye Tian smiled slightly. If I were to tell you that I possess another formidable weapon, one that is dozens of times more powerful than the 3-nanometer chip, and that the adoption of your equipment would suffice to overturn the existing semiconductor landscape, utterly obliterating their foundation. What do you think? Ren Tianxing abruptly stood up, his gaze fixed intently on Ye Tian. Mr. Yi, are you serious? Given his understanding, Ye Tian would never deceive them with unfounded claims. Could it be? Ye Tian gestured towards the carbon-based chip manufacturing facility within the laboratory and said, Mr. Ren, you're already aware of the smaller machine, which is the chip factory. Have you ever wondered what this larger machine is? Allow me to enlighten you. The 3-nanometer chip we previously showcased was merely an appetizer. I have no intention of presenting existing technologies as groundbreaking advancements by our company. Every technology released by Yishin Company must be astonishing and unprecedented. This machine is a one-stop carbon-based chip manufacturing factory. As soon as the words left his lips, Ren Tianxing and his companions straightened up. Their faces flushed with excitement as they gazed at the machine. Ren Tianxing was nearly stammering. Mr. Yi, are you truly serious? Carbon-based chips, this is monumental. It equates to surpassing the current pinnacle of technology by 50 years. Ren Tianxing was utterly astounded. He believed he had already overestimated Ye Tian's R&D capabilities. After all, the breakthrough with the EUV lithography machine was already extraordinary. Yet now, Ye Tian had unveiled the technology for carbon-based chips. This was nothing short of madness, so surreal it felt like a dream. Beside them, Yu Dong chuckled bitterly, saying, Mr. Yi, I was foolish to treat the 3-nanometer chip as a treasure and rushed back to the company for testing. You called me here to introduce the carbon-based chip. He felt as if he had stepped into a wondrous realm, overwhelmed by the endless stream of advanced technologies Ye Tian presented. It was akin to attending a lavish banquet, only to mistakenly believe the feast was over after the appetizers, missing out on the true delights that followed. Ye Tian laughed lightly. No worries. You will be back here again. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhang felt nothing but excitement. As a tech enthusiast, he was eager to see just how remarkable the legendary carbon-based chip truly was. Finally regaining his composure, Ren Tianxing inquired, Mr. Yi, your company's carbon-based chip technology has matured, correct? Ye Tian affirmed, of course. If it couldn't be commercialized for mass production, there would be no point in even mentioning it. The carbon-based chips can be produced and marketed just like the 3-nanometer chips. Ren Tianxing felt a surge of joy and asked, what is the highest specification your carbon-based chips can achieve? How do they compare in performance to silicon-based chips? Ye Tian replied, the maximum we can reach is 1 nanometers, which is the ultimate limit for carbon-based chips. In fact, this represents the ceiling for chips in this form. Beyond this, we would be entering the realm of optical brains. Xiao Zhang gasped, 1 nanometers. That means significantly more transistors than current chips, resulting in extraordinary performance. Ye Tian confirmed. Indeed, we produced a chip comparable in size to the Apple A16, yet it boasts several tens of times more transistors, exceeding 500 billion. Furthermore, Due to the advantages of carbon-based materials, combined with our chip design, it outperforms the A16 by over 60 times, even with the same ARM architecture. We have optimized various games and productivity tools specifically for this chip and found it can completely replace x86 architecture processors in all application scenarios, becoming the mainstream chip. This diminutive chip surpasses the latest Intel flagship, the i9-12900KS, by more than 10 times, all while benefiting from the streamlined instruction set of the ARM architecture, ensuring exceptional stability. Most notably, regarding power consumption and heat dissipation, the carbon-based chip is significantly more energy efficient than conventional ARM architecture chips and generates almost no heat under normal usage scenarios. With its advent, the x86 architecture could effectively be relegated to historical obscurity. Yudong's heart raced at the implications. Xiaowei has always focused on products like smartphones and laptops, and he was well aware of processor performance. Generally, mobile processors constrained by size cannot compete with desktop processors, regardless of how impressive their benchmarks appear or how much they are optimized. Even Apple's M1 chip excels only in productivity. When it comes to playing large AAA games, they simply cannot hold their own, as the chip and system architecture are incompatible and performance falls far short of requirements. However, Ye Tian's invention of the carbon-based chip utterly shatters these barriers. A compact chip can now possess performance several times greater than that of desktop-grade processors. Thus, in the future, desktop devices can seamlessly adopt carbon-based chips with ARM architecture, allowing operating systems and game developers to create corresponding versions tailored for ARM. In summary, apart from low-end applications, carbon-based chips will completely replace silicon-based ones, unifying the entire semiconductor market. Yishin Company, capable of producing carbon-based chips, will emerge as the unparalleled deity in the semiconductor realm of the next era. The three approached the carbon-based chip manufacturing machine, marveling at it with envy. If only Xiaowei Company could have one of these. Ye Tian produced several samples of carbon-based chips and said, "Here, take these back and study them at your leisure." Ren Tianxing inquired, "Mr. Yi, what are the prices and production capacities of the carbon-based chips? Currently, we have only one manufacturing machine, with a monthly capacity of 30 million pieces. We have set the price at 4,000 per piece, an absolutely worthwhile investment. The production cost of carbon-based chips is significantly higher, requiring not only graphite, but also a 3D printing method that uses gamma-ray atomic probes to sculpt each chip meticulously. We have managed to control the cost to the limit, yet it still does not fall below 1,000 per piece. Considering that setting the price too high would hinder promotion and the replacement of existing chips, we decided on 4,000. Ren Tianxing and his colleagues did not haggle. They found this price very reasonable, even considering that if it were their own company that had invented the carbon-based chip, they might have set an even higher price. After all, it was an arduous task to develop the technology for mass-producing carbon-based chips, and it was only fair to seek profit. For Xiaowei, now that they finally had usable chips, they were not interested in negotiating. They just wanted to expedite the order process. Ren Tianxing stated, "All right, we accept this price. Let's sign a long-term supply contract. We wish to continuously order your carbon-based chips and request that your company also manufacture 5G chip modules for us." It is noteworthy that the primary target of the Western semiconductor giant suppression has been Xiaowei's 5G technology as it leads the world. Those Western behemoths had previously offered terms. If Xiaowei would abandon its 5G research and development, they could supply Qualcomm processors for their mobile products, but only with 4G modules. Yet Ren Tianxing had always refused to compromise. Now they could finally use their self-produced 5G chips in Xiaowei models. With the carbon-based chip as a formidable weapon, Xiaowei's resurgence to the pinnacle of the industry was a foregone conclusion. This time, they were determined to revolutionize the semiconductor market and exact revenge. Puis, en terre. I shall reclaim my territory one step at a time. Upon the conclusion of the meeting, Ren Tianxing and his two companions promptly returned to the Huawei company, immersing themselves in a flurry of industrious activity. The mobilization of such a vast organization from top to bottom signaled that Huawei was poised for significant developments. This immediately captured the attention of the media, who noted that the production lines of Huawei's mobile phone factory had resumed full operation, a spectacle not witnessed in years. It is worth remembering that Huawei had been struggling to sustain its mobile business with meager chip inventories. Why, then, was there a sudden shift to full-scale production? Had they resolved their chip shortage? The media swiftly began to leverage their networks to uncover the truth. However, Huawei soon dispelled some of the uncertainties. On that day, the company released a concept image of a new mobile phone via social media, accompanied by the words, "After enduring hardships, we remain true to our original intentions." The new Huawei Mate 60 will be unveiled on the 5th of next month. Don't miss it. Though it was but a succinct line, the implications were profound. Netizens, particularly ardent fans of Huawei, erupted in excitement, fervently discussing the announcement online. Wow, is a new phone launch on the horizon? Splendid. The king returns. I am utterly moved. Do you know how I've managed these past years? When it comes to buying a phone, I only choose Huawei, no explanation needed. Had the chip issue been resolved? Could it be that chip manufacturers were now able to supply them? Surely not. Just recently, it was reported that there would be a relentless crackdown on those supporting the Yishin company. Was it possible that they could no longer withstand the pressure and sought reconciliation with those titans, distancing themselves from Yishin in exchange for chip supplies? Impossible. Do you have any idea of the deep-seated enmity between them? Huawei would never compromise. So tell me, aside from those channels, where else could they source chip supplies? I suspect they merely released an image to whet appetites. The actual shipment is still far off. Regardless, I'm an Apple devotee. I only buy fruits. And I couldn't care less about Huawei's chip situation. Apple fans don't come here to gloat. Go away. Thus, news of Huawei's new phone spread across the vast expanse of Dacia and beyond, amidst a frenzy of discussions and skepticism. The media were relentless in their pursuit of further insider information. They staked out Huawei's mobile phone factory, attempting to corner company executives. Ultimately, they did glean some information. Indeed, Huawei had secured chip supplies, though the identity of the manufacturer remained unknown. The company was not merely putting on a facade. The production lines of the mobile phone factory operated around the clock, churning out box after box of phones, primed for release. Chapter 65. Immature technology? As a result, mainstream opinion gradually tilted towards the belief that Huawei had indeed acquired chip supplies. This ignited a wave of excitement within Dacia as public discourse, while simultaneously piquing curiosity about the mysterious chip company. After all, Huawei's demands would undoubtedly be high, with so many fervent fans to appease and critics scrutinizing their every move. Any subpar chip performance will be swiftly exposed by benchmarking enthusiasts. Which manufacturer could possibly produce chips that rivaled the Kirin 9000, developed with EUV lithography? Such chips would certainly fall within the 10-nanometer process range. In the eyes of many, only manufacturers equipped with EUV lithography could achieve this. However, there were only 3 foundries capable of such technology, all of which had blacklisted Huawei. Now, a new company had seemingly emerged, unaffected by the ban, able to produce chips for Huawei. Thus, its technology must be on par with those major manufacturers. Yet, they had never heard of this company's existence. Meanwhile, the presidents of Apple, Qualcomm, Intel, and other industry giants were engaged in fervent discussions. I see Huawei is merely putting on a show. How could they possibly obtain top-tier chips without our consent? Indeed, all global manufacturers capable of producing chips of that caliber are present in this room. It is inconceivable that anyone would secretly supply them. I suspect they are orchestrating some sort of deception. Another possibility arises. They are struggling to survive and have resorted to using low-quality chips from counterfeit devices, masquerading them as high-end chips to make one last financial grab. Are they really that foolish? Do you think their situation is that rosy? Let us not even discuss the past. Now they're foolishly supporting the Yishin company, and we have intensified our pressure. They're on the brink of collapse. Trust me, this will be their final celebration. Cook frowned and shook his head, stating, I have always believed they are not that naive. After all, they're a well-established company with a rich heritage. They can thrive on patents alone and would not resort to such actions. Thus, I contend that they are not lying. They have indeed acquired reliable chip supplies from an obscure semiconductor factory in Dacia. Sergey from Gyuk remarked, that poses a problem. Noticing the attention of the others, Sergey elaborated, this implies a shift in the semiconductor landscape of Dacia. One person nearby quickly countered, are you being overly cautious? I do not share such pessimism. To produce chips below 10 nanometers, one cannot do without EUV lithography. I am certain that even in 20 years, they will not be able to invent EUV lithography. Sergey shook his head. No, this is my intuition. You know, my ability to elevate Gyuk to a premier internet enterprise relies on intuition. Firstly, I concur that they have not surpassed lithography technology. Otherwise, it would not escape our notice. If they had, they would undoubtedly be making a grand announcement, as it would serve as perfect promotional material to boost industry morale. Nonetheless, I maintain that Huawei has secured reliable chip supplies. Cook interjected, isn't that contradictory? Sergalov, no. I believe that one of their chip manufacturers has made a breakthrough in technology, utilizing a novel process unknown to us. After all, even with EUV lithography, Producing 3-nanometer chips is not an instantaneous feat. You all understand that the extreme ultraviolet wavelength ranges from 121 to 10 nanometers, similar to TSMC. It is through subsequent research and exploration that they achieved a stable production line at 4 nanometers. This company may likewise be employing DUV lithography while employing some special process to surpass the 10-nanometer threshold. It is important to note that aside from lacking EUV lithography, their other technologies are quite mature. They could even manufacture DUV lithography machines themselves and achieve a chip process of 14 nanometers. Building upon that foundation to enhance the process further is not out of the question. However, Sergey's tone shifted, revealing a hint of mockery. Yet, such a process relies on clever shortcuts and cannot compare to chips produced with EUV lithography. The process is inherently more complex, and the quality and yield of the products are bound to present issues. A yield rate of 10% would be commendable. Consequently, the cost of such chips would inevitably be exorbitant. It is precisely for this reason that Huawei treats them as treasures, whereas we would deem them utterly worthless. I can assure you that in the future, their smartphones will undoubtedly be sold at exorbitant prices, and only their devoted fans will be willing to purchase them. However, this will suffice to sustain their existence. After all, their phones have always been priced artificially high. In due course, the external world will hardly notice the exorbitant costs they incurred in acquiring these chips. They will simply believe that they are no longer hindered by chip shortages. This, I presume, is the objective of the Huawei company, to convince us that they can procure chips just as well without our involvement, rendering our sanctions utterly ineffective. Consequently, we may lower our guard, lift the embargo, and they would have succeeded in regaining access to a relatively inexpensive supply of chips. The audience listened in stunned silence to this analysis. No wonder Mr. Sergey, reputed to possess an IQ of 200, could discern this. The reality is likely as such. Everything is merely a facade orchestrated by Huawei to mislead us into easing our stance. How cunning these individuals from the East are. Fortunately, Mr. Sergey has seen through their scheme. Cook remarked, so, in your opinion, we should remain inactive and not allow their plot to succeed? Sergey chuckled heartily, shaking his head as he replied, no. This presents us with an exceptional opportunity to thoroughly undermine Huawei, a chance to inflict significant damage upon them. Their current actions are nothing more than a cash burn, merely maintaining an illusion. Are they not preparing a stockpile, intending to launch a grand sale? Once their inventory is sold out, the cost will be passed on to the consumers. Thus, our objective should be to ensure their products do not sell. Let them languish in their warehouses, having wasted a substantial amount of capital, while we maintain our embargo, ultimately leaving them to face the bitter consequences. Sergey sipped his coffee, narrowing his eyes as if he could already envision Huawei's downfall. It is worth noting that Huawei will undoubtedly invest heavily in promoting their new devices, and at that time, millions will surely tune in to their launch event. It is also time for us to capitalize on this momentum and demonstrate the depth of our capabilities to the East. Chapter 66. Fruit and 3 Stars Collective Promotional Extravaganza. A subtle smile appeared on Cook's face. He had grasped Sergey's intentions. Indeed, while Huawei may appear to have risen from the dead in the eyes of outsiders, only we and they truly understand that this is merely a facade created through financial expenditure. If we seize this opportunity wisely, we can deliver a fatal blow to their cash flow. I propose that all of us present, manufacturers of smartphones, computers, processors, and graphics cards, conduct a collective price reduction extravaganza. Let us showcase our flagship products with unprecedented discounts. I firmly believe that with the powerful performance and quality of our offerings, now also considering cost-effectiveness, we will undoubtedly witness a surge in demand. Those seeking new smartphones and computers will find it impossible to resist our pricing. Even Huawei's fans, upon seeing such prices, will surely deliberate, for their new offerings will undoubtedly come at a premium. By merely sacrificing a fraction of profit, we can capitalize on this fervor and reap substantial rewards, while simultaneously ensuring that Huawei's new products languish in their warehouses. What else more? The profits relinquished now can be regained upon the release of our new devices, as we hold the reins of pricing power. Eventually, those who purchased Huawei's new products will realize they have been misled, discovering that the quality and performance of Huawei's smartphone chips are subpar, far inferior to our already released flagship products. At that juncture, the fans will undoubtedly voice their grievances, and Huawei's reputation will be irrevocably tarnished. Those present nodded in agreement, ultimately endorsing this strategy. Just 2 days before Huawei's smartphone launch event, the world's top brands, including Fruit and 3 Stars, simultaneously announced a grand price reduction promotional week in response to the affection shown by consumers in the East. During this week, all flagship products from these brands would be available at a 30% discount. This included the latest flagship smartphones and computers recently launched by Fruit and 3 stars, with even Nvidia joining the fray, offering a 30% discount on its graphics cards, including the 3090. This news sent shockwaves throughout the East. Exuberant netizens erupted in fervent discussions. What is happening? Am I dreaming? Aren't these brands typically frugal, reluctant to part with a penny? Has the tide turned? Are they all adopting the G approach now? My wallet is about to be emptied. A 30% discount. What does that even mean? Such an unprecedented occurrence. Fruit devices are renowned for retaining their value, with prices rarely dropping for years, especially the 3090, which has skyrocketed to exorbitant prices. Now it is being offered at a 30% discount. Can you believe it? What day is it today? No time to waste. I'm placing my order before stocks run out. Wow. The top-tier Fruit device is only slightly over 10,000. I would eat instant noodles for a month just to secure that. I suddenly realized a striking coincidence. Isn't tomorrow the day Huawei is launching their new device? These brands are collectively holding promotions today. Could it be a plot to empty everyone's wallets and discourage purchases of Huawei products? How tragic for Huawei. What have they done to deserve this collective ambush, facing an entire Western coalition? Shocking. Huawei, standing alone, has compelled these Western companies to collectively offer discounts. Folks, don't be fooled. We must retain our funds to support Huawei. Support them if you wish, but I've already placed my order for Fruit. After all, why not indulge for a high price? This is a calamity. Will Huawei still hold their launch event? If they proceed as planned, they will likely face a disastrous outcome. On merely the first day of promotions, the strategies of the various brands achieved unprecedented success. Their prepared week's worth of inventory was swiftly cleared, with a single day's sales equating to the typical figures for an entire month. The regional managers of the brands in the East were elated. Although they earned slightly less, their net profits remained astonishingly high. Now, netizens are anxiously observing Huawei's actions, wondering if they will cancel the launch event. Unexpectedly, Huawei offered no response. The promotional advertisements for the launch event remained active across social media. Finally, the time for the launch event arrived. Media stationed at the venue were astonished to see Huawei's staff and numerous distinguished guests arriving. Online, the live broadcast of the product launch commenced. Instantly, countless netizens flooded into the live stream. Among them were ardent fans of Huawei, curious to see how the company had extricated itself from its existing chip supply system, and others merely eager to witness the spectacle. These detractors were keen to observe the aftermath of yesterday's promotional events on Huawei's launch. In a live stream, the front row of couches was rapidly filled with messages. Support Huawei. At the same time, numerous eyes around the globe were fixated on this launch event. In a lavish room, many semiconductor and business magnates gathered before their televisions, accompanied by professional translators. Certainly, their expressions were remarkably relaxed and content, as they merely wished to witness the demise of the Huawei Corporation, an outcome they themselves had orchestrated. It was utterly satisfying. Sergei raised his wine glass, a carefree smile illuminating his face. Come, let us toast to victory. After the first toast, Cook chuckled. I never imagined that Huawei would possess such audacity, facing such circumstances. They dared to hold a press conference. The individuals nearby scoffed, questioning whether it was bravery or mere folly. They likely remained oblivious to the fact that their plans have been laid bare before us. Contemplating the conclusion they would face after today, I felt a fleeting pang of melancholy. One less punching bag in the future. The group clinked glasses once more and commenced, let us see, in the words of the great Xia, what exactly they have concealed in their gourd. At the press conference venue, the audience was a sea of faces, comprising distinguished figures from various sectors invited by Huawei Corporation. Among them were the leaders of major domestic smartphone manufacturers and titans of the internet industry, including Liu Ping from Yishin Corporation. Amidst a thunderous applause, Ren Tianxing ascended the stage, leaving the audience utterly astonished. As the founder of the company, Ren had always been the guiding force and had been in semi-retirement due to his advanced age. Moreover, he had never been one to concern himself with the minutiae of such press events. His personal presence at this gathering underscored Huawei's serious commitment to the occasion. Chapter 68. Productivity Triumphs Over High-End Desktop Machines. In a live streaming room, the comments erupted. I almost spat out my food. Mr. Run, at his advanced age, is still so humorous. This ISNT merely a discount for your assessments, is it? What a delicious irony. Making bold claims now, only to face awkwardness later. To be honest, I still cannot comprehend Mr. Ren's confidence. On stage, 3 devices had been meticulously prepared. Ye Tian announced. Although these 3 devices operate on different systems, it does not detract from the actual performance comparison. We will directly measure productivity. As the user experience with productivity software is exceedingly intuitive, something that software optimization cannot replicate. He gestured towards the Mate 60 in his hand, which has an exceptionally professional application rivaling desktop video animation software. The Alienware and Mac Studio were also top-of-the-line configurations, with the Alienware boasting the most advanced processor and professional graphics card, while the Mac Studio utilized the M1 Ultra chip, both equipped with the most sophisticated video animation software from their respective platforms. Let us compare speed, he declared as he launched the video animation software on all 3 devices. First, we shall test H.264 decoding. Ye Tian added 10 4K video clips to each of the software and initiated playback. The Alienware and Mac performed seamlessly, yet astonishingly. The Mate 60 also played smoothly. The audience gasped in surprise, and those with industry knowledge were thoroughly taken aback. The barrage of comments in the live stream exploded. Am I seeing this correctly? Is it a phone? How can it be so powerful? What does this mean? Can someone knowledgeable explain? Let me chime in. Decoding 10 4K clips simultaneously should far exceed the limits of an ordinary smartphone chip. How is it managing this? Wow, it's real. What chip is this? How is it so formidable? The Western giants watching from their screens now widen their eyes, their earlier disdain and mockery dissipating. They recognize the implications. This smartphone chip's performance was truly extraordinary, far from the low-end craftsmanship they had assumed. One exclaimed, impossible. This must be a ruse. The expressions on their faces darkened as an uneasy premonition settled in. It seemed the situation had spiraled beyond their control. Ye Tian continued, as displayed on the large screen. I trust everyone now has a preliminary understanding of our phone's chip. It undoubtedly surpasses any mobile chip, achieving desktop-level performance. Of course, this test is merely a warm-up. We have yet to reach its limits. Next, let's attempt to add 34K clips simultaneously. As he did so, the Mac began to stutter under the strain. The Alienware, despite its powerful multi-core processor and professional graphics card, managed to keep up, though its fans roared to life, creating an intrusive noise in the otherwise tranquil venue. In stark contrast, the Mate 60 continued decoding without a hitch, demonstrating no signs of lag. The superiority was undeniable. The livestream comments erupted once more. Wow, incredible. Is this really a phone? It has outperformed a Mac designed specifically for productivity. As industry professionals, our entire studio is left in awe. Shiwei is phenomenal. When a new model is released, I must purchase one. Unbelievable. I just ordered a Mac Studio yesterday, and now this? Is your face sore from the earlier comments? Quickly return it and buy the Mate 60. It's the way to go. I just want to know what chip this is. Why is it more powerful than desktop processors? Among the executives gathered before their screens, some had slumped to the ground, eyes glazed over, muttering impossible. The remaining faces were equally grim, clearly indicating a significant miscalculation on their part. The chip recently procured by Shiwei was not subpar. Rather, it was an enigma they could not grasp. The gravest concern now was to decipher what this chip truly was. They had come to realize the imminent threat it posed, a chip potentially capable of annihilating their standing. As the press conference unfolded, various explosive details were disseminated by journalists on the scene, igniting discussions across the internet regarding the formidable capabilities of the Mate 60 chip. The number of viewers in the live stream continued to swell. At the press conference, Ye Tian proceeded with a preview of H.265 material. The Mac faltered while previewing 24K clips simultaneously, and the Alienware managed to operate under heavy load but struggled. Meanwhile, the Mate 60 remained unfazed, completing its tasks with ease. Even as Ye added more materials, such as concurrently reviewing 40 H.265 clips, the Alienware succumbed, while the Mate 60 continued to perform effortlessly. The audience, now numb, could hardly articulate more than 2 words. Incredible. Recognizing that he had showcased enough, Ye Tian powered down the devices and stated, "Now, I trust that those present, as well as those watching from their screens, are exceedingly curious about what kind of chip this truly is that can achieve such feats." Surpassing the Mac Studio, widely regarded as a paragon of productivity tools, and even eclipsing the top-tier processors and professional graphics cards of the x86 architecture, the audience was all ears, aware that the main event was about to unfold. Ye Tian announced, "In truth, this chip is not a product of our own design like the Kira 9000. We, at Shiwei, have not yet reached such heights. It has been specifically designed and manufactured by another company, with us at Shiwei being the first to unveil it. We are immensely grateful to this company for their assistance during our time of need, and we have invited their manager to join us on stage. I believe that only they're deserving of showcasing the capabilities of this chip. Given the historical significance of this chip, if we were to present it ourselves, it would overshadow their company. The glory of this chip rightfully belongs to them. The remainder of this presentation will not be ours. We will invite their manager to personally unveil the chip and elucidate everything you wish to know. Finally, to dispel any confusion, the company that has developed this remarkable chip is Yishin Company. Chapter 67, The Most Dazzling Protagonist. Ren Tianqing's appearance on stage elicited astonishment from the audience, followed by an eruption of fervent applause. Without further ado, he expressed, "Thank you all for taking time out of your busy schedules to attend our Shiwei launch event. Today marks a significant day for us, heralding our rebirth from the ashes and a robust return to the mobile market. Due to well-known reasons, we have been in a state of limbo. However, just when it seemed all hope was lost, a supplier emerged, capable of providing us with chips. Hence, we are here today to unveil our new smartphone. Without further preamble, I trust that your interest lies in our new product rather than my motivational rhetoric. Let us delve straight into the main topic." A ripple of good-natured laughter resonated through the audience. Ren Tianqing withdrew a smartphone from his pocket, and, simultaneously, an image of the device appeared on the large screen behind him. The exquisite design and impeccable craftsmanship unmistakably indicated that this was a flagship product crafted with utmost care. He began his introduction, and the audience gradually comprehended that this smartphone boasted unparalleled specifications across every aspect. From a camera to various parameters, it surpassed previous flagships. Particularly captivating was the fact that the Shiwei phone was the sole device currently utilizing the Super Bio battery. Although many other manufacturers had also procured the Super Bio battery, recent sanctions rendered their phones obsolete. New devices on the market continued to rely on traditional batteries. After elaborating for a while, Ren Tianqing continued, "I sense your curiosity. Why have I spoken at length without mentioning the phone's processor? This is not an attempt to evade the topic. In fact, we intend to address the processor at the end, for it is undoubtedly the most resplendent star of today's event. Indeed, the other configurations pale in comparison. This is a groundbreaking future chip, and I assure you that after today, it will be the focal point of discussion in the global semiconductor industry." His words astonished the audience, and online viewers flooded the chat with excitement. Was it not true? Just moments ago, they were puzzled as to why he had yet to discuss the chip. The most resplendent star, they thought, is that an exaggeration? To convince everyone that their chip is on par with those from major manufacturers, they must resort to such grandiose claims. I am increasingly intrigued. The Western Titans watching the live broadcast exchanged glances, their faces betraying amusement. What audacity! They have the gall to inflate the capabilities of their custom-made inferior chip. How can they deceive their fans and us? The Daxiao people were accustomed to lying without a hint of shame. Back at the launch event, Ren Tianqing remarked, "After all this discussion, I know your primary concern is the phone's performance. I will not display the chip's parameters, for such information holds little significance. The experience of use speaks volumes." His statement incited a wave of derision from the online critics. Not displaying parameters? How can that be? How will we ascertain the chip's true performance? This is laughable. Clearly, the parameters are unsightly, and they dare not reveal them. Enough of this charade. It has been a farce from the start. I only trust parameters, as real-world experience can be optimized, but parameters allow for direct comparisons with other phones. The Western Titans watching the broadcast chuckled, their expressions growing more relaxed. Seemingly unfazed by the potential controversy his words might incite, Ren Tianqing continued, "I believe you may have some doubts after what I just said. Without further ado, I will demonstrate the capabilities of our new phone's chip through practical action. We have also brought along some other devices for a performance showdown against our phone's chip. Do you see the black cloth before you? Underneath lies the equipment we will use to benchmark against our new smartphone." Without waiting for the audience's reaction, he dramatically pulled away the cloth. The spectators, both in the venue and online, were instantly taken aback upon seeing what lay beneath the cloth: two desktop computers, one an Alienware machine and the other a Mac Studio from Apple. In a live stream, comments erupted. "What on earth? Why are there two computers? Aren't we supposed to be comparing performance? We're the other smartphones, right? Typically, performance comparisons involve flagship models from other brands. What purpose do these computers serve? Did the staff make a mistake?" Ren Tianqing chuckled, addressing the crowd. "You must think a mistake has been made, correct? Ordinarily, one would compare a smartphone's performance against other flagship models from different brands. Allow me to clarify, I am not joking. I intend to compare our new Mate 60 against these two computers. To compare our smartphone chip with those of other phones would be an insult. A wave of commotion rippled through the audience as they began to murmur among themselves. In the live stream, viewers expressed their disbelief. Is he dreaming? How can a smartphone chip's performance be compared to that of desktop computers? Typically, smartphone chips lag far behind even laptop chips, let alone desktop ones. Especially when pitted against the best like Alienware and Mac Studio. Who gave him the audacity? Isn't this an invitation for a direct defeat? Among the audience, only Lu Ping maintained a composed smile, confidently observing the unfolding scene. Not far away, Lei Mi from the coarse grain company furrowed his brow, deep in thought. He did not believe that Ren Tianxing would gamble with Shi Wei's reputation. In his mind, Ren was a wise and steady individual. Was he truly serious? But this is simply unbelievable. Ren Tianxing actually dares to compare the performance of a smartphone directly with that of a computer. On stage, Ren Tianxing remains unfazed by the commotion in the audience, commanding the staff to initiate operations without delay. He divides the large screen into 3 sections, each displaying the desktop of one of the 3 devices. Pointing to the 2 computers, he exclaims, by the way, I must express my gratitude to those Western giants for the special discounts they prepared for my press conference. Under normal circumstances, I truly believe these 2 devices are not worth their price. Fortunately, they're now available at a 30% discount. Testing them won't be such a financial burden after all. Chapter 69. Is Ye Tian the chosen one? When Ren Tianxing uttered the words, Ye God Company, the entire venue fell into a stunned silence. Moments later, a wave of astonishment erupted. The live stream chat reached unprecedented heights. What? It's actually Ye God Company. This chip was developed by Ye God Company. Not only that, it seems, according to his words, it is also manufactured by Ye God Company. A chip of this caliber must be produced using a photolithography machine, right? Did Ye God Company invent the photolithography machine as well? Goodness, Ye God Company is so formidable. No wonder it's Ye Tian. Having developed hair growth serum and batteries, now he's even producing chips. What is there that he cannot accomplish? Is Ye God Company planning to venture into the semiconductor industry? Wonderful. Our great Xia finally has a domestic semiconductor giant. Meanwhile, the Western giants watching from their televisions wore expressions of despair. How infuriating. It's actually Ye God Company. They have even surpassed the technology of photolithography. My God, what kind of enterprise is this? How could they achieve such accomplishments in such a short time? Why? Why is this news only now surfacing? This poses a threat to us. We must ascertain the level of their photolithography technology. No, the internal components of photolithography machines are exceedingly complex, mostly held under our patents. We must investigate whether they have employed any unauthorized parts. This is theft. On stage, Ren Tianxing stepped aside, joining the audience in applause as he welcomed Lu Ping to the stage. Below, representatives from various domestic smartphone manufacturers displayed looks of shock, processing the influx of information. Lu Ping approached the podium and stated, I would like to thank Mr. Ren for providing this platform to showcase our Ye God Company's chip. I will now present the detailed specifications of the Ye God chip. Indeed, this chip is officially named the Ye God chip, in honor of our esteemed founder, Ye Tian, and his contributions to the development of this epoch-making technology. The inception of this chip was prompted by the impact of the chip supply shortage we faced. In order to ensure our super biological battery had a chip to utilize, Mr. Yi had no choice but to embark on a long journey of research and development. Finally, perseverance paid off, and Mr. Yi successfully broke through the entire suite of chip technology. We, Ye God Company, can now declare that we possess a completely independent and advanced chip manufacturing process, freeing us from the need to rely on the West. Our great Xia has finally shattered the blockade of semiconductor technology and embarked on a path of self-reliance. The audience erupted in thunderous applause, with many industry insiders glistening with tears. Only they understood the arduousness of this journey. Now, at last, they had witnessed a breakthrough, delivering a tremendous surprise to all. Tears in my eyes. We finally have our own advanced chip manufacturing technology. From now on, we shall no longer endure oppression. I never expected the breakthrough to come from Ye God Company. Could it be that Ye Tian is the chosen one? How ironic that the photolithography technology developed to ensure the availability of chips for his batteries was born out of necessity, while the chips used in batteries are merely low-end. A case of using a cannon to shoot at mosquitoes. The lengthy research and development process has redefined the very meaning of length. Ye God Company's lengthy must have been merely half a month. So ostentatious. If those Western giants knew that their oppression was precisely what spurred Ye God Company to achieve this technological breakthrough, they would surely be filled with regret. Simultaneously, Countless news articles were printed by major newspapers, flooding social media. Prominent state media outlets promptly lauded the achievement, highlighting the difficulties and significance of the semiconductor industry breakthrough. Terms like Ye God Company, Ye Tian, and photolithography machines swiftly dominated Weibo's trending topics, firmly occupying the top 20 spots. Lu Ping continued, I trust that everyone has gained a considerable understanding of the Ye God chip's performance from the earlier presentation. Likewise, I know you're all curious as to why this chip boasts such formidable capabilities. Allow me to clarify some of the parameters of this chip. This is an ARM architecture chip, yet its absolute performance surpasses that of the most powerful desktop-class x86 processors by a factor of more than 10. This chip holds immense potential. The previous demonstration was hampered by system limitations and lack of optimization, which meant its performance had not reached its zenith. I simply wish to convey that this chip's performance is more than sufficient to meet the requirements of the majority of contemporary human usage scenarios. With it, personal smartphones, computers, and most productivity devices can finally be liberated from cumbersome processors and graphics cards. These remarks, unsurprisingly, incited further excitement among the audience. Indeed, based on the performance just showcased, it completely obliterates high-end desktop computers, which typically cost upwards of $50,000 to $60,000. This chip represents a dimensionality reduction strike against existing processors. Compared to the processors that have reached their technological limits, squeezing out every last bit of performance, this is a refreshing breeze, dramatically enhancing performance in one fell swoop. It's a ways to use the Ye God chip in smartphones. It could easily be employed in desktop computers, boasting performance that is not only significantly superior, but also compact in size. Did you not notice the crux? This is, astonishingly, an ARM architecture chip. This is simply unscientific, a reduced instruction set. When did ARM architecture become capable of completely eclipsing x86? Far away in the United States, Gates was abruptly awakened from his slumber by a phone call. Rubbing his bleary eyes, he glanced at the caller ID and, upon connecting, grumbled, Brad, you'd better have something important to report. I'm in the midst of a delightful dream. Brad, on the other end, was bursting with excitement. Oh my God, boss, something monumental has occurred, and you're still asleep. Wake up, turn on the TV. Everything is about to change. No dream compares to this. Our great opportunity at Waysoft is approaching. Gates mumbled an acknowledgement, turning back to his bed. Moments later, he shot upright. What did you say? What grand opportunity? Brad recounted the specifications of the Ye God chip. After listening, Gates exclaimed in disbelief, What? Did I hear you correctly? You're telling me that an ARM architecture chip has emerged, outperforming x86 flagship processors by a factor of more than 10? Yes, I'm absolutely certain. Open your computer, enter this URL, there's a press conference happening, and once you watch it, you'll be utterly astonished. My goodness, this is the most remarkable press conference in the past 20 years. It heralds a seismic shift in the Blue Planet's semiconductor industry. Chapter 70. The ambition of Waysoft Gates could no longer remain seated. He hastily donned his pajamas and rose to open his computer, seeking the link to the press conference video. At that moment, the half of the conference had already been translated by well-meaning individuals and uploaded to a video platform, garnering a plethora of views. After watching it, Gates stood up in astonishment, filled with fervent excitement, and began pacing around the room. He immediately contacted his secretary, demanding a ticket for the soonest flight. He was determined to journey to Daxia to negotiate a partnership with Yishin's company. Only he comprehended the monumental implications of such a high-performance ARM architecture chip, destined to become a future sensation for Waysoft. This brings us to Waysoft's obsession with the mobile market. Although they have long been the sovereigns of the desktop domain, the advent of mobile platforms saw their competitors, Android and Apple, swiftly seize a significant share of the market due to their early investments. At that time, Waysoft's understanding of the smartphone era was still limited to Windows Mobile. By the time they realized the shift, they had introduced Windows Phone, but its market share was abysmally low, leaving developers disinterested in nurturing an ecosystem for this system. Consequently, within a few years, they completely withdrew from the mobile operating system arena. Witnessing their largest rival, Apple, thriving in the mobile market, they could not help but feel envious. They attempted to develop an ARM version of Windows and tailored mobile chips specifically for Waysoft tablets, yet these efforts remained tepid at best. While the products were not entirely inferior, they certainly lacked any remarkable attributes, and their flaws were magnified. For instance, Waysoft had always concentrated on the desktop field, which naturally boasted a plethora of software. However, the ARM version of their system faced various compatibility issues, and the ecosystem was far from robust. Compounded by the inherent performance disadvantages of ARM chips, leading to a subpar user experience. Their product was an amalgamation that merely sufficed for everyday office tasks. In stark contrast, Apple boasted a formidable user base in the mobile sector, allowing for a seamless transition of their desktop platform devices to ARM architecture. Coupled with their cutting-edge technology and superior optimization, computers equipped with the M1 chip left an indelible impression, becoming synonymous with productivity tools. In a few years, it was anticipated that Apple would completely unify their desktop and mobile platforms, forming an immensely expansive ecosystem. Faced with such a premium platform, developers would be inclined to invest, ultimately ushering a plethora of mainstream software and games onto Apple's platform. This would pose a significant threat to Microsoft's market share. Regrettably, Microsoft's technological prowess was lacking. No matter the means employed, they could not win users over to their mobile platform products. If this continued, they would find themselves in a profound schism between desktop and mobile sectors, unable to unify, and their competitiveness would inevitably wane against Apple's resurgence. They might eventually become a company that, while retreating to the desktop domain, gradually succumbed to market share erosion. However, the current situation was markedly different. The Yishin chip had emerged, an ARM chip whose performance surpassed that of flagship desktop counterparts by several magnitudes. Coupled with its inherent energy efficiency, the x86 architecture would soon lose all significance. This revelation ignited a spark of hope within Gates. The timing of this chip was impeccable, aligning seamlessly with Microsoft's vision of gradually transitioning their systems to the mobile platform. As long as Microsoft, along with an increasing number of hardware manufacturers, adopted this chip for use in tablets, laptops, and desktop computers, the chasm in hardware would cease to exist. The next step would be to fully develop ARM Windows. As the Yishin chip gained traction in mainstream hardware, developers would confront reality. Their primary choice would still be ARM version Windows, allowing for the continuous enhancement of the ecosystem for this platform. Thus, Microsoft would achieve a grand unification of their desktop and mobile platforms, finally eliminating any inferiority in comparison to Apple. Perhaps they would even make a return to the mobile market, completing the last piece of the puzzle in hardware realm. The more Gates contemplated, the more fervently his heart raced. Meanwhile, at the press conference, Liu Ping remarked, "You must be wondering why, despite both being ARM architecture, the performance exhibited by the Yishin chip far exceeds that of Qualcomm and Apple's flagship chips. It is, quite simply, not of the same caliber." At this juncture, I shall unveil the secret. A hush fell over the audience as they leaned in, eager to grasp the largest enigma of this conference. The reason is that the Yishin chip is not an ordinary silicon-based chip. It is a carbon-based chip. Upon uttering these 4 words, the audience was enveloped in expressions of sheer astonishment. For a moment, they were rendered speechless, grappling with the enormity of this revelation. The executives of various domestic mobile and computer manufacturers were particularly astounded. Lamy from the Rough Grain Company nearly toppled from his chair. As realization dawned, he was gripped by immense regret. Previously, they had followed the footsteps of foreign companies, ceasing their procurement of super bio batteries. Had they continued purchasing batteries, they would have faced a supply shortage of chips. Unlike the resilient Xiaowei company, they could not afford to lose the mobile market. Doing so would leave them to weather the harsh winds of adversity. Had they known that the Yishin company could pioneer chip manufacturing technology, especially the fabled carbon-based chips, they would undoubtedly have refrained from emulating the West. They could have fostered a favorable relationship with Yishin, perhaps even becoming the first to debut the carbon-based chip. Alas, there were no what-ifs. He cast a glance at Run Tianxing, who was observing the conference from the side of the stage, wearing an expression of admiration. Ultimately, Xiaowei had triumphed, executing a remarkable comeback. At that moment, Lamy felt a profound respect for Ren Tianxing and Xiaowei's far-reaching vision. He resolved that, regardless of what transpired henceforth, he would cling to the leg of Yishin company. He would have to find an opportunity to mend the rift that had formed. Meanwhile, the aftershocks of the information regarding carbon-based chips continued to reverberate. The audience in the live stream had inadvertently exceeded 200 million, an astonishing figure. As the barrage of comments flooded in, "Wow, it's actually a carbon-based chip. No wonder the performance is so extraordinary. It belongs to a next-generation technology. And comparing it to silicon-based chips is simply unfair. Carbon-based chips. Our Dacia has achieved a remarkable leap. Who needs EUV lithography machines? Carbon-based chips are simply superior, ready to tackle all challenges." I wonder what expressions the executives of ASML are sporting now, having seen their previously monopolized technology suddenly rendered obsolete. For those with EUV lithography machines, come trade them for wash basins. They are outdated and no longer relevant. Chapter 71. at least a century ahead of the world. The journalists in the audience had never felt as exhausted as they did today. One sensational news story after another emerges, each capable of shaking the world to its core. My hands ache with fatigue, yet I must persevere in disseminating these revelations. Thus, Ye Company has just dominated the top 20 trending topics, only to be supplanted by a new keyword, carbon-based chips. In faraway places, those titans glued to their televisions have crumpled to the floor, their expressions grim, cold sweat pouring down as they find themselves at a loss for words. Returning to the press conference, Liu Ping continues. Due to the nature of carbon-based chips, they will not encounter the processing limits faced by silicon-based chips. The Ye chip employs a 0.1 nanometer process, and coupled with the exceptional properties of carbon materials, this has resulted in its unparalleled performance. However, this very characteristic of being carbon-based necessitates a complete overhaul of all existing production techniques. The challenges in developing carbon-based chips far exceed those of silicon. The mere realization of this 0.1 nanometer process is beyond the capabilities of EUV lithography machines. Consequently, after much contemplation, Mr. Ye opted to circumvent lithography technology altogether, ultimately choosing the path of 3D printing. By manipulating carbon atoms one by one using gamma rays, along with various other material processes, a complete chip was finally realized. Each chip is akin to constructing a house, where carbon materials are shattered down to the atomic level and then meticulously stacked with carbon atoms. At this moment, semiconductor experts worldwide are intently listening, striving to glean insights into the production of carbon-based chips. However, to their dismay, the techniques articulated by Liu Ping are rather commonplace. 3D printing is no longer an unfamiliar term. It is merely that utilizing this technology for chip production is still in its infancy. Nonetheless, Ye Company has perfected it to an astonishing degree, achieving picometer-level precision. It is worth noting that current 3D printers in the world operate at millimeter precision. Ye Company has single-handedly elevated this precision by a staggering millionfold. To professionals, this is utterly inconceivable. Indeed, the precision of this 3D printing technology sounds even more astounding than that of carbon-based chips. The live stream has ignited a barrage of comments. So, it's a 0.1 nanometer process. No wonder the performance is so explosive. Just the transistors alone have multiplied by dozens, not to mention the advantages brought by carbon materials. This process is simply outrageous. Ye Tian is nothing short of a deity. How is his mind structured? It takes a multitude of researchers' years to develop an entire chip production process, let alone a carbon-based chip with an unknown direction. Yet he has managed to research and perfect the entire process in such a short time and successfully commercialize it. This is nothing short of a miracle. No more words? Ye God is my only idol. His intellect surpasses Einstein's by 10,000 times. The technology of carbon-based chips will soon be exclusively ours. Without decades of investment, the West cannot reach this level. It's actually 3D printed. I can hardly express my excitement. Do you know how low the precision of existing 3D printers is? The error can reach millimeter levels, meaning they can at most produce millimeter scale chips. Whereas Ye God's 3D printer can produce at 0.1 nanometers. Compared to carbon-based chips, the technology of this 3D printer is even more breathtaking. If the former's technology is 50 years ahead, then the latter's technology is at least 100 years advanced. Yet, Liu Ping casually brushes over such groundbreaking technology. This leaves scientists around the globe in a state of shock, as the image of Ye Company becomes increasingly enigmatic. Just how many potent trump cards do they still hold? Liu Ping continues, holding up a chip between his fingers. The Ye chip not only far exceeds the productivity demands of existing usage scenarios, but also boasts remarkably low heat generation and energy consumption, making it a perfect chip. Its application scenarios are equally impeccable, suitable for installation in smartphones, tablets, laptops, desktops, and even supercomputers. Our pricing is set at $4,000 per chip, inviting all major manufacturers into SIA to procure without concern for our production capacity. Currently, we can produce 30 million chips per month, and I believe we can meet the demands of SIA without issue. Should capacity become insufficient, we will add more production lines. The era of unparalleled productivity brought by carbon-based chips has arrived. Let all manufacturers into SIA join us in this endeavor, so we may collectively reap the rewards and embrace a bright future together. We at Ye Company will continue to present more world-class technological breakthroughs. Farewell. The audience, moved by these words, rises to their feet, erupting into fervent applause, which continues for 10 minutes before gradually subsiding. Today is destined to be an unforgettable day for all into SIA. They engage in animated discussions filled with excitement. However, not everyone shares in the jubilation. Gates, watching the press conference from his computer, is initially ecstatic, gesturing animatedly, but his expression freezes when Lu Ping states that Ye God chips welcome procurement from major manufacturers into Xia. His face shifts from astonishment to dismay, and he grabs the interpreter he had summoned moments ago. What did you say? Repeat that. The interpreter, with a wry smile, responds, Mr. Gates. He said Ye God chips welcome procurement from major manufacturers into Xia. Gates' face transitions from surprise to sheer terror. Are you certain he only mentioned Xia manufacturers and not manufacturers from around the globe? Does that not mean Ye God chips are excluding foreign hardware manufacturers? I am certain, sir. Gates immediately becomes frantic, exclaiming, no. How can this be? We at Wei Yuan rely on Ye God chips to transition our platform. This is unacceptable. I must fly to Xia immediately. There's no time to waste. He promptly calls his secretary, canceling the purchase of a plane ticket and arranging for his private jet to be dispatched. If his private jet cannot arrive in time, he is ready to leverage all his connections, no matter the cost, to secure the nearest available aircraft, determined to reach to Xia and be by that man's side. Although the press conference has concluded, its reverberations continue to resonate. Journalists in attendance hasten to rise, intent on surrounding Lu Ping to obtain more first-hand information about carbon-based chips. Simultaneously, all the CEOs of the Xia as hardware manufacturers are also eager to engage Lu Ping in conversation. Chapter 72, Gates' Visit. However, Xia Wei had long anticipated such an outcome and had already arranged foolproof measures, promptly sending Lu Ping back to Nanfeng City via private jet. Regrettably, the journalists and CEOs must now hastily board planes to catch up with Lu Ping in Nanfeng City. At this moment, Ye Tian encounters an unexpected visitor at the headquarters of Ye God Company. The secretary knocks and enters, saying, Boss, Mr. Gates from Wei Yuan has arrived unexpectedly. Ye Tian is initially taken aback, but soon grasps the significance of the situation. The joint press conference between Ye God and Xia Wei has begun to create waves, and Gates has undoubtedly come for the chips. He had not intended to involve himself in corporate management matters. After all, he had hired Lu Ping at a premium for precisely this purpose. Upon reflection, the other party can indeed be regarded as a legendary figure. This time, driven by the matter of semiconductor chips, he surprisingly arrived in the great Xia within such a brief span, which demonstrates considerable sincerity. It would be prudent to meet him. He entered the reception room and encountered the fabled man. Gates appeared visibly troubled, yet upon seeing Ye Tian's arrival, a look of delight illuminated his features. He had presumed that, given Ye Tian's low-profile demeanor, he would refrain from such an engagement. Gates approached and grasped Ye Tian's hands firmly. Mr. Yi, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. I have long admired your work. First and foremost, congratulations on your company's overwhelming technological advantage in the realm of carbon-based chips. I have come today to discuss a business proposition. Ye Tian did not respond immediately. Instead, he scrutinized Gates' face and remarked, Mr. Gates, you appear rather unwell. It would be wise for you to return and rest. Gates, perceiving the unspoken refusal, grew somewhat anxious and replied, I am fine, merely exhilarated after an overnight conference. Unable to sleep, and hastily journeying to Great Xia, still adjusting to the time difference. However, I have witnessed what may be the greatest breakthrough in the semiconductor industry and encountered the legendary Mr. Ye Tian. It has all been worthwhile. Ye Tian felt a twinge of admiration. It was no wonder he once held the title of the world's richest man. His keen perception and decisiveness were indeed remarkable. Thus far, only Waysoft had taken the initiative to visit Yishin Company. Ye Tian stated, Mr. Gates, I have my suspicions regarding the purpose of your visit. What puzzles me is that you have long since stepped back from managing Waysoft. Why are you so invested in their business? Gates looked taken aback. I have never relinquished control over Waysoft. It is my creation, and I naturally care about its future development. If you refer to my exit from the board to focus on my philanthropic foundation, well, that is widely known to be a tax avoidance strategy. Ye Tian chuckled self-deprecatingly. You see, my understanding of business matters is rather limited. If you wish to discuss commercial affairs, you should consult Lu Ping, who should be back at the company shortly. Gates, sensing that Ye Tian was reluctant to delve into the topic of chips, interjected directly, No. Mr. Yi, please trust in my sincerity. For the sake of this discussion, allow me to continue. We are well aware of our company's situation and have developed an obsession with unifying the mobile and desktop markets. Until now, we have been hindered by the subpar performance of mobile chips, which has made this unification unattainable. However, your Yishin chip has emerged as the solution we have been yearning for, resolving all our issues in an instant. If the Yishin chip can be integrated into all devices running the ARM Waysoft system, then it will not be long before Waysoft achieves a formidable market share in the mobile sector, with a seamlessly integrated ecosystem across mobile and desktop platforms. Utilizing the same system. Ye Tian Sikit. Of course, I'm aware of this. Had you approached me for a collaboration earlier, I would have had no reason to refuse, as my intent was to proliferate carbon-based chips across all hardware domains, including your Waysoft hardware. You need not have come to discuss this. Yet, Mr. Gates, do you know why I was compelled to develop carbon-based chip technology? It was never my intention. The pursuit of such advanced technology is incredibly taxing and arduous. I had merely wished to profit easily from existing technologies. All of this was precipitated by the semiconductor consortium which you spearheaded. They abruptly severed the supply of chips used in my batteries and prohibited any company from purchasing our batteries. With no other recourse, I was forced to embark on an independent path of research and development. Once I successfully created the Yishin chip, I resolved that I would not allow foreign companies to reap the benefits of this technological leap in computing productivity. Thus, I regret to inform you that the Yishin chip will only be released in Great Xia, exclusively available to companies or individuals within our borders. Upon hearing this, Gates thought to himself, as expected, that is the reason. He urgently responded, Mr. Yi, this matter indeed reflects poorly on the Semiconductor Alliance. But you should not dismiss everyone outright. As long as you refrain from selling to the Semiconductor Alliance, other companies and individuals are innocent. Ye Tian Chaklet. You naturally wish for me not to sell to the Semiconductor Alliance, as your principal competitor, the fruit company, is among its leaders. This would allow you to surge ahead unchallenged. However, I'm afraid my decision will not change for the time being. I prefer my business operations to remain in a relatively stable environment, one not easily subjected to unwarranted suppression, where I can maintain sufficient control and security. Expanding our business abroad would only lead to constant anxiety, fearing that at any moment, an excuse could be found to dismantle it. I am not inclined to entrust my fate to others, so I must apologize. Seeing that he could not sway Ye Tian, Gates stood up hastily and exclaimed, But Mr. Yi, are you not interested in the vast semiconductor market abroad? Your company could potentially amass considerable wealth. Furthermore, if you were to venture into the foreign chip market, Waysoft would undoubtedly be your loyal ally, utilizing our extensive resources and connections to resolve any troubles you might encounter, ensuring you never face previous injustices again. Ye Tian merely smiled. Do you truly believe our company lacks financial resources? Each of our technologies has $1 trillion market potential. We can thrive splendidly in Great Xia. To be candid, I have no desire for wealth. Otherwise, I would have taken the company public and amassed a fortune. At this stage, I am solely interested in consistently pushing the boundaries of technological advancement. As I've stated, we have endured sufficient losses and only trust ourselves, requiring no allies. Please take your leave. Gates realized that no amount of persuasion would alter Ye Tian's stance, so he reluctantly departed. However, he resolved to remain in Great Xia, seeking connections within various departments in hopes of persuading others. Chapter 73. A dreadful downfall is the fate that awaits. Meanwhile, Lu Ping had been escorted back to Yishin Company. Upon their reunion, he began to lament, Boss, please refrain from holding conferences so far away in the future. I have never encountered such fervent enthusiasm, finding myself besieged and unable to move as though I were attending a rural market. It nearly drove me to despair. Ye Tian Chaklet. You must adapt for now. Soon enough, it will become familiar. In the future, every product launched by Yishin Company will generate such excitement. However, we should host our own conferences from now on. This joint launch with Xiaowei was merely to support them. They are the only company that has stood by us during these challenging times. And it was only fitting to allow them a moment in the spotlight as they make a strong return to the market, a gesture of goodwill on our part. Moreover, it is thanks to their hardware and specialized platform that we could showcase the formidable capabilities of the Yishin chip, which is mutually beneficial. If you find it too much to handle, I can have Xiao Li from the publicity department assist you in the future. Lu Ping responded, No way. I want to experience more of these groundbreaking moments that showcase epic-making technology. After sharing a lighthearted exchange, Ye Tian recounted the conversation he had just had with Gates, and they exchanged opinions. At that moment, the secretary knocked and entered. Boss, Mr. Liu, there is a gathering of domestic hardware company executives outside, requesting to visit you and discuss the Yishin chip. Lu Ping shrugged helplessly. Here we go. It seems we will be quite busy for a while. Since Ye Tian was still in the reception room, he decided to stay and observe the proceedings. Before long, a multitude of executives entered the reception room. Familiar faces that had graced the news now gathered in one place. Their surprise at seeing Ye Tian was palpable as they promptly congratulated him on his monumental breakthrough in the realm of carbon-based chips. Subsequently, Remy from the coarse grain company approached, a hint of embarrassment on his face, and said, "Mr. Yi, I am here to extend my apologies. I feel quite ashamed that we did not stand firmly by your side during your company's most challenging moments." Other brand representatives echoed his sentiments, expressing their regrets. Ye Tian waved his hand dismissively, stating, "There's no need for apologies, I understand. Under those circumstances, any business dealings with us would have posed a risk of supply disruption. You two were victims of the Western Consortium. I have never held any animosity toward you, as long as you did not take advantage of our plight during critical times. Moving forward, we should all strive together to contribute to the semiconductor industry of Great Xia." However, his expression darkened as he directed his gaze toward an individual in the crowd, saying, "I recall that during our time of oppression, there was a certain company eager to distance themselves from us, even going so far as to make disparaging remarks. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Yang?" The president of Mijiang Company, Yang, appeared visibly uncomfortable, retreating into the crowd. Upon hearing this, he reluctantly stepped forward, forcing a smile. "Mr. Yi, you are aware of the circumstances we faced back then. We were left with no choice. Thankfully, your technology proved formidable, allowing you to overcome this crisis. Please, have a magnanimity to forgive us. We aspire to capture the largest share of the computer market, and I trust you wouldn't wish to jeopardize that." Ye Tian's demeanor remained stern as he replied, "At Yishin Company, we operate on the principle of mutual respect. We may forego profit, but we will not forget grievances. I distinctly remember that you were the only company to take advantage of our misfortune, making numerous unflattering comments. Do you genuinely believe we had no recourse against Mijiang? Allow me to be clear. Yishin Company will not supply chips to Mijiang. You may leave now. Furthermore, I advise all present to refrain from being used as pawns against us. Otherwise, you may find yourselves facing a similar fate." A shiver ran through the assembled executives, relieved that they had not previously made disparaging remarks, as they could have found themselves in Mijiang's position. Yang, still attempting to salvage the situation, interjected, "Must it be this way? Is it customary in business to expel clients? Commercial matters are seldom black and white. I urge you to reconsider, Mr. Yi." Ye Tian resolutely responded, "There is no need for reconsideration. My decision is final. Mr. Yang, please vacate this venue. Yishin Company will no longer welcome representatives from Mijiang." Yang's face flushed with indignation. "How can you treat me this way, you impudent young man? You wish to expel me without a shred of courtesy? Have you contemplated the consequences of withholding supplies from Mijiang? An exceptional hardware company dominating the market could face bankruptcy due to your words. How many employees would be left unemployed? Can you bear that burden? I concede that you possess some technical prowess, but such arrogance is unwarranted. Do you have any idea of the connections Mijiang holds within the country? Our board members' families wield considerable influence. Do you grasp the myriad interests at stake?" Ye Tian merely chuckled in response. "Ah, so now Mr. Yang acknowledges Mijiang as a company of Great Xia. Why, during an interview, did you claim otherwise? Why offer extensive benefits in the rice market while neglecting the same for the Great Xia market? Was it not to siphon profits from Great Xia users only to subsidize those in the rice market? Frankly, domestic users have grown increasingly disenchanted with you. Yet you remain indifferent. You are merely a buy-and-sell enterprise devoid of innovation. A business must possess integrity. One cannot speak differently to different audiences. The heavens observe our actions, and I can only say your current predicament was predestined. As for your concerns about interests and entanglements, I am utterly unconcerned." With each word Ye Tian uttered, Yang's expression darkened further. He trembled with rage, his hand shaking as he pointed at Ye Tian. "You are infuriating." The other executives watched Yang with a sense of schadenfreude, having long harbored dissatisfaction toward him. As the largest computer company in Great Xia faced expulsion, it was advantageous for all present, making them eager to witness this spectacle. Yang muttered bitterly, "You'll regret this. I refuse to believe we are powerless against you. Such tyranny cannot continue." Yet beneath his bravado, a sense of dread gnawed at him, as he contemplated the repercussions of failing to secure Yishin chips. Without them, Mijiang's computers would lag significantly behind competitors in performance, and consumers would surely take notice. Mijiang's core business would be rendered obsolete, and as for himself, he couldn't foresee a favorable outcome. Chapter 74, Completing the Final Puzzle. After the representatives from Mijiang departed, the remaining executives began to engage more freely. Remy from the coarse grain company was the first to inquire. "Mr. Yi, may I ask if your company is open to chip foundry services?" Ye Tian was taken aback. "What do you wish to customize?" Currently, we only supply carbon-based chips through Yishin, and we are not accepting design foundry requests for other chips due to the tightness of our production line. However, we have developed a complete process for 3 nanometers silicon-based chips, which we can offer for foundry services, but only for high-end chips, as our company lacks the lower-tier DUV lithography machines. We have already provided foundry services for 5G chips to the Shiwei company. The assembly was not surprised. After all, Ye Tian had invented a 3D printer with micron precision, so the technology for EUV lithography machines could hardly pose a challenge for him. Remy continued, indeed, witnessing your breakthrough in carbon-based chip technology has solidified my resolve that Coarse Grain Company must pursue an independent research and development path. We wish to develop our own chips. Although we have attempted some R&D in the past, our technology was too rudimentary, yielding poor performance. Observing the pressure on Shiwei deterred us from continuing our efforts. Now that Great Xia possesses its own chip manufacturing processes, we are unencumbered and intend to restart our development, no matter how long it takes. We must have our own chips. Hearing this, Ye Tian found himself somewhat impressed by Remy. Nevertheless, he cautioned, the endeavor of chip development is not my concern. But I must advise you to think carefully. Carbon-based chips and silicon-based chips are fundamentally different. If you wish to pursue R&D, it will demand considerable time and substantial funding. My Yishin chips have already achieved the pinnacle of ARM architecture, down to 0.1 nanometers. No matter how you develop in the future, you will not surpass it. In my opinion, it lacks significance. Furthermore, designing chips necessitates EDA software, which is currently all from foreign companies, and their software is tailored for silicon-based chips, with a ceiling of merely 3 nanometers. It simply cannot accommodate the design requirements for carbon-based chips. If the EDA does not meet the necessary standards, you will forever be confined to designing 3 nanometer carbon-based chips, rendering the effort futile. Have you not observed that the newly launched products by the Autonomous Research and Development Entity, Hawaii Company, are all utilizing the LeafGod chip? Remy nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, his earlier excitement had clouded his judgment, and upon reflection, the conditions remain quite immature. The others exchanged glances, contemplating the implications of Leaf Tian's earlier remarks, which revealed yet another piece of intelligence. The LeafGod company possesses its own capability to design 1 nanometer chips through EDA. This is no longer a secret, as the announcement of the LeafGod chips manufacturing process at the press conference has rendered it nearly public information, though only specialists grasp the full extent of its significance. Subsequently, the course of events unfolded seamlessly. Executives from major brands did not hesitate, but promptly signed supply orders with Lu Ping. The highest volume of orders came from various smartphone and tablet manufacturers, nearly capturing 70% of the production capacity. Laptop and desktop manufacturers also made some purchases. Once these devices are released, they will be equipped with the ARM version of Windows, which, while not entirely compatible with various desktop software, poses some inconvenience for users, as the desktop domain predominantly relies on the x86 architecture. Most mainstream software and games operate on this architecture. Fortunately, the performance is sufficiently robust to compensate for some of these shortcomings, allowing users to install x86 architecture systems via emulators, albeit at a slight performance loss, still outperforming the current top-tier desktops. Additionally, the affordability of these devices renders them a veritable marvel of cost-effectiveness, destined to win user favor. It must be noted that although Waysoft did not reach an agreement with Leaf Tian, they still reaped substantial benefits. As more hardware equipped with ARM systems emerged, developers would inevitably gravitate towards this direction. This is unavoidable, given the widespread prevalence of their system, which supports nearly all mainstream software and games, creating an expansive ecosystem that is simply too vast to abandon. However, Leaf Tian bore no animosity towards Waysoft, nor did he harbor intentions to undermine them. Presently, supplying chips exclusively to Dacia manufacturers offers a significant advantage, enabling Dacia's hardware manufacturers to make inroads into international markets and secure a substantial market share for Dacia's hardware brands. This represents the greatest dividend he can procure for Dacia's autonomous brands. Moreover, he had another objective. Once all parties had signed the agreement, Leaf Tian spoke up. I have a proposal that I wonder if you all might find agreeable. Everyone turned their attention to him. Leaf Tian continued. Earlier, General Lei expressed the desire to design independently developed chips. While I do not concur with that notion, it did prompt me to consider another aspect. Perhaps it is indeed time for us to embark on independent research and development. That is the system and ecosystem. Do you not feel it is a pity that the LeafGod chip, being ARM architecture, is currently limited to applications in smartphones and tablets? given its formidable performance. It seems a waste that its application scenarios are restricted primarily to daily use and entertainment, with virtually no large-scale gaming or productivity tools. This amounts to a complete squandering of its tremendous capabilities. So why not take a step further and engage others in completing this final piece of the puzzle? Observing the contemplative expressions on everyone's faces, Ye Tian continued, "We all understand that hardware, systems, and ecosystems are indispensable. In the past, hardware was the most challenging to research, while operating systems that pursued an independent development path often failed to garner support from developers. Just look at Microsoft's attempts to penetrate the mobile market over the years. The ecosystem has always been a significant issue. Without an ecosystem, there are no users. These elements profoundly influence one another, making it difficult to align all four factors for independent development. Now that I have resolved the hardware concerns, I am confident that with such powerful hardware, users and developers will not turn a blind eye. This secures our ecosystem. It indicates that we possess a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to promote our independently developed operating system, regardless of how unfamiliar this system may be. As long as it is anchored to a hardware platform with a performance gap, it will attract countless users and developers. Do you not think it is time for us to completely break free from the constraints of the ancient Yishin platform and race ahead of Microsoft and the Apple platform to achieve unification across mobile and desktop platforms? I propose that all Dacia hardware manufacturers establish an alliance, pooling our collective resources to develop our own operating system. Chapter 75. The Visit from Academician Zheng in Truth. If Ye Tian wished to create an operating system, he could easily instruct Wali to craft a flawless system, even transplanting the entire global software ecosystem. However, he does not desire to pursue this path, at least not for the time being. Ye Tian envisions the Leaf God Company as an entity that continually transcends the current technological limits. He has no intention of allowing the company to spread itself too thin, traversing every avenue, leaving no paths for others to explore. Instead, he aspires to emulate companies like Apple, becoming an industry leader and a core player in the supply chain, facilitating the operation of a vast industrial network where everyone can profit together. Regarding the development of the operating system, it is merely a protracted, labor-intensive endeavor. Of course, a well-crafted operating system with a substantial ecosystem can indeed yield significant profits. Although Yishin is free to use, it still generates enormous profits from its ecosystem annually. Ye Tian's proposal stems from his awareness that Go is also calculating within its Semiconductor Alliance Consortium. While he has no grievances with Microsoft and could tacitly permit their system to run on hardware, running on G is absolutely out of the question. Although Go does not design or manufacture chips, its consortium members are intricately linked to the Semiconductor Alliance, making them a target for Ye Tian's retribution. This presents an opportune moment to decisively diminish their market share in Dacia's Anji sector. As the audience absorbed his suggestion, their astonishment gradually transformed into enlightenment, followed by excitement. Indeed, the landscape has been reshuffled. Why should we continue to appease Go? The flaws within the Anji system are glaringly evident, and I have long considered abandoning it. Previously, the ecosystem issue was insurmountable, but now, with such robust hardware, we can directly develop our own operating system. If users wish to utilize software from other platforms, they can do so within an emulator. After all, the performance is adequate. By uniting to promote a new operating system, developers will naturally begin to create native applications. In the future, whether on phones or computers, productivity and gaming software can seamlessly interact. How splendid would that be? Has Go not exerted its influence for far too long? Although it is an open source system, there have been persistent rumors of fees and restrictions on certain packages have further aggravated my discontent with them. Let's oust Anji and cultivate our own operating system. The crowd resonated with agreement, rapidly considering the various intricacies involved, and commenced discussions. Ye Tian suggested, I recommend that you collaborate with Hawaii Company. Did they not develop their own system based on Unix? Perhaps you could join forces to establish unified standards. As long as the underlying systems are similar, each manufacturer could implement different interfaces and functionalities, while software and applications could be universally compatible across these operating systems. This would yield the best outcome. Remy's eyes lit up. Indeed, what President Leaf proposed is correct. As long as standards are unified, the appearance of operating systems can vary from company to company. It seems we ought to seek more guidance from the Huawei Company. After all, they are pioneers in this field, rich in both technology and experience. Just as those individuals departed, the secretary re-entered and announced, Mr. Yi, another visitor has arrived. An academician by the surname Zhang. Ye Tian and Lu Ping exchanged a glance, and smiled wryly. Evidently, the influence of this carbon-based chip is immense, attracting a steady stream of visitors. Perhaps they would scarcely have time to dine. Nonetheless, as an academician, Ye Tian felt it appropriate to extend a modicum of courtesy. Before long, an elderly gentleman entered, impeccably dressed in a suit, his silver hair meticulously styled. He approached and firmly grasped Ye Tian's hand. "Mr. Ye, splendid to meet you. You have indeed accomplished something remarkable for our great Xia. Your presence is truly a fortune for us." He introduced himself. "I am Zheng Tianyao, from the Great Xia Parallel Computing Engineering Technology Research Center." Ye Tian suddenly recalled the name of this esteemed research center, renowned for its development of the illustrious Shenlong Zhiguang supercomputer, which housed over 40,000 domestically developed Shenlong processors. It has long been hailed as a national treasure, having dominated the global top 500 supercomputers list for 3 consecutive years, bringing great honor to Great Xia. However, with subsequent advancements from Neon and Dami, it has now fallen to 4th place, a decline influenced by embargoes. "It is an honor to finally meet you, academician Zheng," Ye Tian acknowledged, understanding the purpose of Zheng's visit. As expected, Zheng promptly stated, "Mr. Ye, I am here to inquire whether your company's 3D printers could manufacture processors with our exclusive architecture. After all, the processors we use in supercomputing are not ARM-based." Ye Tian replied, "Academician Zheng, if I recall correctly, the chips utilized in supercomputers differ from those commonly used in civilian applications, do they not?" Zheng affirmed, "Indeed. In the realm of supercomputing, due to the pursuit of stability and other specific requirements, we do not utilize conventional civilian chips. Moreover, the manufacturing process for supercomputing chips typically employs a 14-nanometer technology. To be candid, the Shenlong's performance has reached a bottleneck. We have yet to match Dami's progress in the E-level supercomputing domain. Coupled with the various pressures exerted by Dami in recent years, our progress has been exceedingly slow. However, upon witnessing your press conference on television, I sensed a glimmer of hope. The advantages of carbon-based chips as future materials are substantial, even without altering the original chip architecture. The properties of the material alone could significantly enhance performance. Additionally, due to considerations of power consumption and heat dissipation, the overall design of the supercomputer would become more streamlined, potentially reducing the proportion occupied by the cooling system. Thus, I wish to ascertain your production capacity and whether you have any surplus production lines available for us. I recognize this request may be somewhat untimely, especially considering your current flourishing business with the Yishin chips, which likely occupies all your production capacity. However, I beseech you to assist us. Great Xia urgently needs to catch up in the E-level supercomputing sector. The sooner we complete this work, the sooner our research can keep pace with international advancements." Ye Tian responded, "Academician Zheng, should there be any surplus capacity, I shall certainly assist you. However, at present, I believe it is unnecessary, as our company has not publicly announced that we also possess an E-level supercomputer, which we have yet to launch. We originally intended to release it alongside the Yishin chip. Therefore, your concerns are unfounded. In a few days, once we launch, I welcome all research institutions in Great Xia to procure it, undoubtedly accelerating our research and development progress." Academician Zheng was taken aback. "Mr. Ye, you have already developed an E-level supercomputer?" His astonishment was palpable. Was Ye Tian truly so formidable? Did he not require rest? Could this be the intellect of a mere mortal? From the establishment of Yishin Company to this point, what breakthroughs had they achieved in such a short span? Hair growth serum, biobatteries, carbon-based chips, EDA software, and even a remarkably sophisticated high-precision 3D printer. And all these innovations seemed to stem from Ye Tian himself, without any visible team. Now, he had even quietly invented an E-level supercomputer. It was well known that his team, composed of Great Xia's elite, had spent many years to achieve their own supercomputer's development. Ye Tian remarked, "Indeed, there is no significant technical challenge. It is merely a larger computer. Moreover, our supercomputer employs carbon-based chips, eliminating the thermal issues faced by other supercomputers. I designed a dedicated chip architecture and then stacked these chips infinitely to achieve E-level computing power." He continued, "Our supercomputer utilizes the same 1-nanometer carbon-based chip processor modules as the Yishin chips." Zheng, somewhat speechless, thought to himself how trivial Ye Tian made it sound. If creating a supercomputer were indeed that simple, what would that render his lifelong efforts? The disparity between individuals was exasperating. Zheng then inquired, "May I have the privilege of touring your supercomputer?" He still felt a twinge of disbelief, eager to point out the complexities involved in supercomputer design. Ye Tian nodded, "Certainly. Academician Zheng, please follow me to the laboratory. Upon reaching the laboratory entrance, Ye Tian requested, kindly wait a moment. He then entered the laboratory, heading to the area previously occupied by 2 chip factories and a 3D printer. Those machines had since been relocated to the chip factory. Ye Tian accessed the store, found the E-level supercomputer, and recharged his account with 500 million to purchase one. He then manifested it with a gesture. Afterward, he called Zheng inside. As Zheng stepped in the laboratory, he surveyed the surroundings. Where is it? Ye Tian pointed to a white, square object roughly the size of a van. This is it. What? You mean to tell me this is the E-level supercomputer? Zheng was taken aback. He had anticipated a larger entity, only to find this seemingly diminutive object before him. His expression was one of skepticism. Could such a small device possess such formidable capabilities? Ye Tian smiled. I assure you, it is genuine. As I have stated, the transformation brought by carbon-based chips to the semiconductor field is nothing short of epic. While the differences may not be stark in mobile phones or computers, they become exceedingly prominent in the realm of giant supercomputers. For equivalent performance, the volume can be reduced by dozens of times, and energy consumption and heat dissipation are exceptional, all attributable to the impeccable design. I am confident that in the E-level supercomputing sector, this will be the pinnacle. No future developments will surpass it. Zheng circled the supercomputer, his heart brimming with profound thoughts. He had no reason to doubt Ye Tian's words. He was living the experience of technological revolution within his own domain. Contemplating deeply, 3 words echoed in his mind. The tide has turned. He asked, Mr. Yi, you previously mentioned that you have achieved mass production and intend to launch soon, correct? May I purchase one now? How long will it take to produce? Ye Tian mused, perhaps merely a second, although it had yet to be officially released for sale. Since you are already here, you may proceed with the payment, and this machine can be taken home immediately. It is brand new, untouched, merely displayed here for demonstration. Academician Zheng's lips twitched. Ye Tian's tone resembled that of a salesperson promoting televisions in a bustling market. What is the price per unit? Zheng inquired. Ye Tian repeated. 50 billion. Zheng fell silent once more. It was not that he found it exorbitant. Rather, he deemed it astonishingly inexpensive. This was an E-level supercomputer, after all. Presently, only a single unit exists globally, and it operates on outdated silicon-based chips. This is a coveted treasure for every research institute in the scientific community. One would require several hundred billion to acquire such a marvel, and even then, it would be a mere aspiration. The fact that mass production has now been realized at a price of merely 50 billion left him with a singular thought, to buy. Acquiring it would bolster his research institute's projects and potentially allow him to develop his own supercomputer by leveraging its capabilities. If there were any downtime, he could even lease its computing power to interested parties. He promptly called all the higher-ups for consultation. Upon learning that Ye Tian had achieved mass production of the E-level supercomputer, they were taken aback. After a thorough discussion, they ultimately approved the funds. That very day, a specially designed truck was dispatched to carefully transport the supercomputer back to the research institute. Upon arrival, all the leaders, staff, and senior researchers gathered around this supercomputer in awe. A leader remarked, "The craftsmanship is impressive. I never expected an E-level supercomputer to be this compact. Shall we conduct a test?" The crowd buzzed with excitement. Thus, they powered it on seamlessly. Soon, a barrage of code appeared on the connected screen. The system did not employ a graphical interface. Instead, it required manual input through a command console. After listening for a while, academician Zheng exclaimed, "I cannot believe how quiet it is upon startup. It emits less noise than a refrigerator. Moreover, there are no signs of overheating. The cooling vents remain cool to the touch." However, the subsequent tests were of paramount importance. Performance was the crux of the matter. If it did not meet the required standards, all other features would be rendered moot. The testing personnel adeptly loaded the LinPack program, a globally recognized benchmark for assessing supercomputers and their floating point performance, utilizing Gaussian elimination to solve linear algebraic equations. In no time, a torrent of data streamed across the screen. Researchers watched in astonishment at its performance. The testing personnel, brimming with excitement, reported, "Leaders, we have achieved an astounding 100 quintillion calculations per second." This figure spoke volumes. It was unequivocally a genuine E-level supercomputer. The faces in the room radiated exhilaration. The leader declared, "Let us increase the difficulty to test its performance limits." Moments later, the testing personnel gasped, "We have reached 1,000 quintillion calculations per second." This was not merely an E-level supercomputer. It was 10 times more powerful. At this juncture, every face in the room was awash with astonishment. Ye Tian had merely referred to it as an E-level supercomputer, neglecting to mention its true classification as a 10 E-level supercomputer. Remarkably, even under extreme operational demands, the supercomputer maintained an impressively low noise output and remained within acceptable temperature ranges. Academician Zheng was utterly captivated. This was extraordinary. Chapter 77. Has Ye Tian become obsessed with wealth? Indeed, the advent of novel materials has profoundly disrupted traditional supercomputer design. With the advent of carbon-based chips, the development of E-level supercomputers has become remarkably straightforward. All the challenges previously encountered in the pursuit of supercomputers have been effortlessly resolved. In fact, this E-level supercomputer scale would still be considered medium-sized within the realm of silicon-based chips. Should the scale be further enhanced, performance could potentially multiply several-fold, if not exponentially. Such formidable computing power could address numerous issues that were previously insurmountable. At this juncture, the inspection of the machine's exterior concluded. One researcher, mouth agape in disbelief, stated, "Leaders, I examined the chassis and found no signs of welding or adhesive bonding. This supercomputer is likely manufactured as a single, cohesive unit. In fact, I am entirely at a loss regarding the manufacturing process. Only speculation remains. Due to the sealed chassis, internal components cannot be inspected. Yet we discovered that its outer shell exhibits extraordinary precision, with a margin of error not exceeding 1 nanometer. Academician Zheng gasped, "What? How is this possible?" It is reasonable to expect a chip's transistors to achieve a 3 nanometer process, as photolithography machines can reach such precision. However, to assert that such a colossal machine possesses an outer shell with an error margin of less than 1 nanometer is utterly unfathomable. This is trivial, as no one would concern themselves with the supercomputer's exterior precision. Moreover, producing such a high-precision shell incurs considerable costs. Unless for Ye Tian, this was merely a trivial feat, devoid of any complexity. Yet, our measurements confirm this. We have conducted several trials. Academician Zheng suddenly recalled the rumors surrounding Yishin's company, renowned for its ultra-high-precision 3D printers. And a chilling thought surged through his mind. Could it be that this entire supercomputer was fabricated entirely by a 3D printer, bypassing any assembly process, thus explaining the absence of any seams? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed, and he relayed his thoughts to the others present, who shared in the astonishment. At that moment, a young intern, visibly dissatisfied, remarked, "Isn't it absurd that Ye Tian can produce this supercomputer so effortlessly and still demand such exorbitant prices? It seems he has lost his mind over money." Academician Zheng furrowed his brow. This young man, possessing remarkable talent and previously regarded as a genius at school, often displayed an inflated sense of self-worth, frequently voicing disparaging remarks about things he deemed beneath him, and had never faced any significant setbacks. It was precisely his displayed talent that secured him an internship here. Just as Zheng prepared to admonish him, the intern, seemingly oblivious to the surrounding tension, continued speaking, convinced of the validity of his statements, and thus grew increasingly self-satisfied. Isn't it just a matter of utilizing 3D printing for integrated manufacturing? The materials consumed are merely ordinary, and yet he dares to charge 50 billion? This is nothing short of extortion. The fact that even the exterior, which need not be meticulously crafted, is produced with such precision indicates a complete lack of technical challenge, incurring minimal additional costs. Even if it were not entirely 3D printed, assembling each chip individually, the total value of the chips, as outlined in the documentation provided, amounts to just over 6 billion. How dare he demand 50 billion? He is merely riding the coattails of the carbon-based chip revolution, being the first to develop it, and thus feels justified in pricing it exorbitantly. We ought to have a serious conversation with him to see if we can reclaim some of that unjust enrichment. It could save us a considerable amount of funding. At this point, Academician Zheng's patience was on the verge of eruption, and he bellowed, "Enough! Do you think this is a marketplace where you can haggle over prices? Possessing advanced technology grants one the liberty to act as one pleases. If you possess the capability, feel free to invent carbon-based chips and assemble a supercomputer akin to this one. Are you aware of the immense utility that an exascale supercomputer holds for our nation? Its value far exceeds 5 billion. If a foreign company were to manufacture such a machine, not only would it be implausible for them to sell it to us, but even if it were priced at 10 billion, we would have no choice but to comply, for we are incapable of producing such machinery ourselves. I assure you, the higher authorities are aware that this supercomputer is available for merely 5 billion. They will undoubtedly allocate substantial funds to procure as many as possible. To make grandiose claims without having achieved anything is rather audacious. The intern, displaying a countenance of defiance, was swiftly escorted away by his instructor. His teacher approached, looking rather embarrassed, and apologized to everyone, explaining that this child had yet to experience the harsh realities of life and assumed everything revolved around him. Academician Zheng remarked, "Regardless of his talent, we do not lack such individuals in our nation. He is not to be permitted in my team again." After this brief interlude, the researchers gained a renewed appreciation for the supercomputer. "Leader, we have examined the data, and astonishingly, this supercomputer's energy consumption for identical computations is merely 1.5 times that of the predicted silicon-based exascale supercomputer. Moreover, the most significant revelation is that its overall efficiency has reached an astounding 98. What? Academician Zheng was once again taken aback. The performance of this supercomputer had once again surpassed his expectations. It is noteworthy that the operational efficiency of Shenlong's light is only 74, while the Tian's efficiency stands at a mere 55. As the performance of supercomputers increases, their operational efficiency typically declines. However, this remarkable machine maintains 10-fold exascale performance while achieving near-perfect efficiency. This is an extraordinary figure, indicating that the design of the supercomputer is impeccably flawless, capable of harnessing nearly the full potential of all its chips. The ability to orchestrate the harmonious collaboration of tens of thousands of chips is nearly an insurmountable feat. It is a mystery how Ye Tian managed to conceive such a design. No wonder he exudes such confidence, asserting that there is no need to provide contract manufactured chips at present. Even with carbon-based chips, it would take them 2 decades to design a supercomputer of this caliber. The investment in this supercomputer is undeniably worthwhile, greatly enriching the team's knowledge. It has become the aspirational goal for everyone in the team moving forward. Meanwhile, following the conclusion of the joint press conference, the Mate 60, the first and currently the only device featuring the Ye God chip, has suddenly become the focal point of global attention. Various online and offline platforms have been overwhelmed, all declaring that stocks are depleted. Chapter 78. The Greatness of Ye God Company. Despite the Mate 60's exorbitant price, which exceeds 13,000 due to the high cost of the chip, it has still sparked a massive buying frenzy. The reason is simple. This price is comparable to the top configuration of foreign flagship models, yet its performance surpasses them by several magnitudes. Furthermore, it is widely acknowledged that the era of foreign smartphones has passed, and that the summer wave phone symbolizes the future. Previous customers who had purchased numerous foreign brand smartphones, computers, and graphics cards during discount frenzy weeks are now hastily returning their purchases, leaving those brands in dismay. Although Summerway Company had made ample preparations, stockpiling over 4 million units prior to the launch event, they were entirely sold out within an hour following the press conference. Countless netizens lamented their slow response in securing a device and began eagerly anticipating the next release. The presale of the Mate 60 across major online stores broke records, ultimately exceeding 20 million units, a staggering figure. Many affluent individuals even proclaimed their willingness to pay a premium for the Mate 60, driving prices to astronomical heights just to be among the first to experience it. Not only in our nation, but the Mate 60 has also gained considerable traction abroad. Although it has yet to enter the overseas market, and Summerway's reputation internationally is less than stellar, this time, people are drawn solely by the allure of the Ye God chip. Other domestic manufacturers, witnessing this fervor, have become increasingly anxious, hastily designing new models equipped with the Ye God chip and launching extensive marketing campaigns. Factories have been working overtime to meet the demand. These promotions have similarly attracted a wave of enthusiasm. These manufacturers have completely disregarded the Semiconductor Alliance's warnings, opting instead to procure the Ye God chip and bio batteries in bulk. Overnight, nearly every notable mobile and computer company in our nation announced that their product lines would fully integrate the Ye God chip. Even server manufacturers have entered the fray, declaring their intention to introduce new ARM architecture servers. Users fortunate enough to purchase the device have immediately taken to the internet to boast about their experiences, sharing their usage feedback. Professional digital review organizations have also released comprehensive evaluations. The results indicate that despite the small screen and the scarcity of a mobile system ecosystem, when a desktop system is emulated, although performance is somewhat compromised, the overall experience still surpasses that of top-tier desktop computers by several times. Whether engaging in AAA gaming or utilizing productivity software, coupled with the remarkable endurance of the bio battery, many professionals have ceased bringing laptops on business trips, opting instead to manage everything with a single smartphone. Even during their daily tasks, they connect their phones to Bluetooth mice, screens, and keyboards through third-party tools, completing all professional work on their mobile devices. Among domestic manufacturers, Ye Tian Company finds itself in the most dismal position. Upon learning that they had been excluded from supplying the Ye God chip, the board of directors promptly dismissed General Yang and swiftly formed a delegation to visit Ye God Company, seeking a meeting with Ye Tian to express their apologies. It is a rare occurrence for all members of the board to personally visit a company. However, they were unable to set foot inside, and Ye Tian showed no inclination to negotiate. Even when they attempted to leverage connections to propose offering shares to make Ye God Company the majority stakeholder, it failed to pique Ye Tian's interest. This left them in a state of desperation. Without the Ye God chip, Ye Tian would soon find itself devoid of any competitive edge, inevitably facing extinction. Some board members with extensive networks grew frustrated and sought to apply pressure through influential contacts. However, their overtures were met with immediate rejection, and those approached distanced themselves from Ye Tian. Subsequently, these board members received stern warnings from certain mysterious entities, advising them against harboring ulterior motives. This left the board members utterly disheartened. When the outside world learned that Ye Tian had been denied supply, the company's stock plummeted to unprecedented lows, and all forthcoming product plans were indefinitely postponed. Netizens, upon discovering the full story, expressed their satisfaction, as they had long harbored grievances against Ye Tian for amassing wealth in our nation while turning their backs on it. At last, a formidable force has emerged to hold them accountable. During this period, another shocking event unfolded. The Ye God Mall suddenly listed an exascale supercomputer priced at $5 billion. Exclusively available for purchase by professional institutions in our nation, marking the second product launched on the Ye God Mall. This swiftly ignited a sensation. Netizens had never encountered such an exorbitant item being sold online, and its price starkly contrasted with that of the hair grow solution adjacent to it. Goodness, I had just seen an update notification from the Yishin Mall, so I clicked in to see if there were any appealing products, only to find this. That price is beyond my means. I must take my leave. Yet, astonishingly, some individuals have placed orders and even left favorable reviews. Impressive. Why would they push this to me? Is there some misunderstanding regarding my financial capacity? I fail to comprehend. What makes this so special? Why is it priced so steeply? Goodness, you genuinely do not grasp this? This is an exascale supercomputer, the most formidable machine in the world, of which only one exists currently in the hands of Demi. It is too unwieldy to compare with this. Our great Xia is also in the process of research and development, though we have yet to achieve success. The assistance provided by exascale supercomputers to scientific research and various challenges is monumental. Our university is contemplating the acquisition of one. In the future, we shall no longer have to queue for supercomputing resources for large projects. There is only one in the world. Shall we directly mass produce and wholesale it here? Hence, Yishin Company is indeed magnificent. The advantages brought forth by carbon-based chips are gradually becoming evident. In the future, the quantity and quality of Great Xia's supercomputers will far surpass the combined total of all other nations, creating an unparalleled impact on scientific research. This supercomputer has indeed become a sensation within professional circles. Various research institutions and universities have been fervently sharing the news, often accompanied by enthusiastic responses. With its launch, the Great Xia Parallel Computing Research Center also released a detailed usage report, extolling the supercomputer's performance, power consumption, and design in grandiose terms. The data presented in the article made professionals' eyes widen in astonishment. Ultimately, the article concluded that this is the most powerful supercomputer in human history, capable of generating immense value, truly worth every penny. Every research institution ought to procure one. This authoritative, semi-official promotional article, once released, caused a stir. Those research institutions, no longer hesitating, promptly visited the mall to place orders, and after conducting thorough tests upon receipt, they decisively left positive reviews. Even a mysterious organization has ordered 10 units. Chapter 79. In the future, they must heed their opinions in the realm of chips. Cook sat on a bench, suppressing the unease within him. So much had transpired recently, so much that it had become overwhelming, so much that he began to doubt whether he had inadvertently fallen asleep and awakened years later. The entire world had transformed drastically. The Yishin Company, which he had deemed destined for bankruptcy, had suddenly revived. The legendary carbon-based chips had actually emerged. Heaven knows how that company managed to achieve breakthroughs in the production of carbon-based chips. However, none of that mattered now. What was significant was that silicon-based chips had unequivocally become a relic of the past. Their company's products had lost all competitiveness. Following Yishin Company's announcement that carbon-based chips would only be made available for purchase by Great Xia, stocks of fruit and some four hardware companies began to plummet uncontrollably. Cook realized it was all over. Fruit had no hope of resurgence, as they had irreparably offended Ye Tian. Thus, they would never be able to secure a supply of chips from them. The Great Xia enterprise, Xiang, served as a prime example. The difficulty of developing commercial carbon-based chips was akin to an insurmountable mountain for Fruit. He finally experienced the sense of helplessness and despair that the Xiaowei company had faced when under their oppression. Had he known this day would come, he would never have chosen to oppose Ye Tian. But now, it was too late for regrets. At that moment, the door creaked open, and a woman in work attire stepped out, saying, "Mr. Cook, please come in. The inquiry meeting may commence." Cook took a deep breath, gritting his teeth as he entered the room. He sat down on a chair, facing three individuals who resembled interviewers. However, Cook understood that they were not interviewers. These three included the secretary of the Supreme Leader, a member of the Senate, and a representative from the military. They had summoned him to assess the implications of carbon-based chips and to determine the strategies to adopt moving forward. At this juncture, the assertive woman among them spoke. "Mr. Cook, we have called you here today because your company is a leader in the semiconductor industry, having designed the most outstanding mobile chips. Therefore, we believe your insights into this field will aid us in making informed judgments. Now, the first question, is the carbon-based chip as powerful as people claim? And does it possess any drawbacks? We have heard too many cliches and wish to hear your personal perspective." Cook took a deep breath, striving to appear more composed. "Madam, I can only say that yes, it is indeed extraordinarily powerful, even more so than what has been reported. Furthermore, its strengths extend beyond what has been publicly acknowledged. There are many latent advantages that have gone unnoticed." The woman's expression turned frosty, and she retorted without mercy. "Mr. Cook, excessively exaggerating the enemy cannot obscure your own failures." Cook shrugged. "I am merely providing an objective assessment, even if it is not the answer you wish to hear. Its performance surpasses that of the best silicon-based chips by several magnitudes, and its stability is likewise superior. The implications extend beyond mere daily applications. Most importantly, it revolutionizes scientific research. Clearly, the Yishin chip they have released is merely a minor endeavor. The real game changer is the chip they employ in supercomputers. Have you not noticed that Yishin Company has launched an exascale supercomputer? We painstakingly constructed one, and they have effortlessly caught up, even achieving mass production. Moreover, this is merely a preliminary trial. Should they choose, they could develop supercomputers tenfold or even 100-fold more powerful. Do you understand what this signifies? It means that in the realm of supercomputing, DMI will be utterly dominated in terms of both quantity and quality, and, at a certain point, they might control 99% of the world as computational power. Greater and more accessible computational power means that their research institutions will flourish, making breakthroughs in challenges we previously dared not even contemplate. The semiconductor field is the absolute core of all scientific research, which implies that they will henceforth drive the advancement of all technology through carbon-based chips. This is tantamount to a technological revolution. With carbon-based chips, the advantages that we in the West have painstakingly accumulated over decades will dissolve into thin air. Undoubtedly, the future leaders in the semiconductor domain will be Great Xia. In the future, we must heed their opinions in the chip sector, provided they're willing to sell chips to us. If we're perpetually unable to secure a supply of chips, the technological gap between us will only widen, ultimately rendering us incapable of even glimpsing their brake lights. The three individuals opposite him were thoroughly moved. Cook's high praise for carbon-based chips resonated deeply. Upon hearing Cook's words, they grasped the gravity of the situation, and their expressions began to darken. Another portly man inquired, "Mr. Cook, since carbon-based chips are so formidable, is it too late for us to enter the fray?" I recall, we had previously conducted relevant research. With our technical team and foundation, it should not be overly difficult to decipher this technology, correct? Cook shook his head. This was the most unacceptable aspect. We find ourselves utterly ignorant of the production processes for carbon-based chips. This realm is entirely foreign to us. The previous silicon-based chip systems hold no reference value. If we were to embark on research now, it would likely take us around 50 years to reach such a level. The stout man exclaimed, "How is that possible? Aren't we the most technologically advanced country in the world, boasting the greatest number of top-tier scientists? How can we be unable to produce even a single chip technology?" I recall that a laboratory had successfully manufactured one previously. Cook replied, "Sir, you may not grasp the precision required for 0.1 nanometers. In fact, The 3-nanometer chips we can currently produce are already at the limit. No matter how advanced the lithography machines are, they cannot shrink the process, let alone by several dozen times. That is sheer fantasy. Heaven knows how Ye Tian accomplished it. According to their claims, they utilized 3D printing technology, yet this technical route is far more challenging than lithography. With lithography, we can still see a glimmer of possibility. But producing chips via 3D printing is entirely beyond our comprehension. As for the laboratory you mentioned, it merely created a chip using some exceedingly complex biological methods. And its capabilities are nowhere near comparable to those of Yishin, not to mention that mass production is utterly unfeasible. To put bluntly, Ye Tian is a genuine genius. Without him, it would be absolutely impossible for Dacia to develop such technology. The three fell into silence upon hearing this. Chapter 80. Sergei's Beautiful Fantasies. The woman spoke up. Therefore, to maintain rapid technological advancement, we must acquire carbon-based chips. And, to obtain them in the short term, we must procure them from Yishin's company, correct? Cook nodded. I see no other possibilities. The stout man frowned, clearly discontent with this passive reliance. Is there any other way we could compel them to share their technology? After all these years of controlling high-end semiconductor technology, their production processes must inevitably be intertwined with ours. Perhaps we could leverage patents? Cook shook his head. Do not harbor such illusions. It is precisely our continuous suppression and restrictions over the years that have fueled their strong desire to develop their own technology. Frankly, they have long since freed themselves from many dependencies. Moreover, as I mentioned, they are employing 3D printing technology to produce chips, which is an entirely different approach from ours. Even if there were patent issues, do you think they would care in the face of such immense profits? Similarly, I do not advise trying to restrict their use of ARM architecture, Waysoft, Android operating systems, or EDA tools in an attempt to force them to yield. The first two are merely transitional for them, and if I were to prohibit their use, they would only seek to accelerate the development of their own chip architecture and systems. Do not doubt that with Ye Tian's capabilities, he could certainly achieve this. As for EDA software, we are already at a disadvantage. If they can design 0.1-nanometer chips, they must possess EDA tools that are more advanced than ours. Thus, we should pursue negotiations to obtain chip supplies rather than let our relationship deteriorate too severely. I believe Ye Tian would not forsake such a lucrative market. His current stance is merely one of waiting for the right price, perhaps desiring to monopolize the market for a time. When a moment comes, we will undoubtedly face many stringent conditions and be significantly gouged, yet ultimately, we will secure the chip supply. All of this is inconsequential. As long as we acquire carbon-based chips, allowing us to reap the benefits of next-generation chips and ensuring our overall technological development does not lag too far behind. We can gradually unravel the technology later on. The three nodded, understanding the course of action that lay ahead. Returning to Dacia, after some time of accumulation, major brand manufacturers seem to have reached a consensus, collectively launching devices equipped with Yishin chips. Consequently, those who have been eagerly awaiting the opportunity to purchase the Mate 60 finally found alternative options. With these manufacturers' collective launch, a shocking announcement reverberated across Dacia. The company led by Shiwei declared its collaboration with dozens of domestic hardware manufacturers, including Rough Grain, to develop a unified kernel operating system that would gradually replace the existing Waysoft and Android operating systems on current hardware. They welcomed all major global software and gaming companies to develop corresponding applications. This news quickly went viral on the internet. Wow! A collective effort to develop an independent operating system? The spring of domestic operating systems has finally arrived. This is fantastic. We can finally break free from our dependency on operating systems. In the future, all phones and computers will adopt the same operating system, with software and data being fully interoperable. Simply marvelous. I could even accept switching operating systems now, as long as there are emulators available to install other system software. After all, the performance is severely surplus, and no matter how one looks at it, it will surpass the previous machines. Don't be overly optimistic. Developing an independent operating system is not a novel endeavor, and it requires buy-in from software vendors. Countless foreign-developed operating systems have failed. The reason is that Android and Waysoft are too dominant. Challengers find it exceedingly difficult to shake their positions. Your perspective is quite outdated. Have you even considered the current era? I believe this is an unprecedented opportunity. The world's strongest hardware is ours. And all of Dacia's hardware will use an independent operating system. With such a vast market, do you really think those software vendors will not be interested? How absurd. This situation underscores the paramount importance of having a voice. How could we have dared to act like this in the past? The Android system has long outlived its usefulness. And as for Waysoft, how dare they suppress Yishin's company? I harbor no fondness for them. Without a doubt, Ye Tian is the driving force behind this initiative, aimed at retaliation. There's a saying in the industry now, do not provoke Ye Tian. Just look at how me and Waysoft have been taught a harsh lesson. These two brands will likely vanish soon. This news received widespread acclaim across the internet and from major media outlets. Even seasoned newspapers featured analyses on the front page discussing the positive implications of this event. Particularly astonishing was the announcement from various institutions and departments, pledging their unwavering support for the development of independent operating systems. They would prioritize the update and replacement of operating systems and develop corresponding applications in a timely manner. However, this news was less than delightful for certain individuals. Demi Sergey had just returned home, popped open a bottle of beer, grabbed a plate of peanuts, and prepared to watch his favorite sports match. Life was good. Recently, Yishin's company had indeed been thriving, and Sergey conceded that he had made a serious misjudgment. Fortunately, the entire affair had not significantly impacted his own company, as Gugu was not relying on hardware sales. They did not sell phones or design chips, with their core business centered around search engines and Android. His involvement in the Semiconductor Alliance was primarily due to the backing of the consortium. Thus, apart from expressing deep sympathy for companies related to chips, such as Waysoft and ASML, he continued with his own affairs. He even came to believe that the emergence of the Ye Divine Core was, in fact, a fortuitous development for Anji. Previously, Anji had suffered from abysmal performance due to the limitations of its system core, essentially functioning as a mere virtual machine, primarily catering to entertainment and daily applications. Large-scale games and productivity tools were practically out of reach, with scant-related software available. Conversely, the epic-making Ye Divine Core, based on the ARM architecture, heralded a boon for Anji. This effectively raised the upper limits of the system significantly, allowing for a broader array of applications, including large-scale games and productivity software. In the future, Anji could even venture into the desktop domain, thereby achieving complete dominance. After all, the only two competitive adversaries were Waysoft, which, despite having a system for mobile devices, possessed a woefully inadequate ecosystem that posed little threat, and the other, a certain fruit company, which had irreparably offended Ye Tian and would undoubtedly find itself estranged from the Ye Divine Core henceforth. This situation effectively cleared the path for Anji, signifying that the time was ripe for ascension. Chapter 81. The foreigners could no longer contain themselves. With this thought, Sergey could not help but chuckle. After all this time, it seemed that I alone represented the last vestige of dignity for the Semiconductor Alliance. Just then his phone rang. He glanced at the display. It was a call from his secretary. He felt a twinge of annoyance. Hello? What is it? Don't you know I'm off work? Bad news, boss. Daxiao's hardware manufacturers have collectively announced their intention to abandon Anji and are planning to collaborate on developing a new operating system. What? Sergey felt his mind whirl, his expression swiftly transforming from surprise to dread. No, how could this happen? How dare they? Yet, the more he pondered, the greater his fear grew. Indeed, on what grounds would they hesitate to change operating systems? All conditions had been met, making the transition entirely logical. He realized he had previously been too arrogant, unable to see beyond his own mindset, failing to anticipate this eventuality. Contemplating the potential chain reactions that Daxia's system change could trigger, he grew increasingly apprehensive that Anji might gradually fade into oblivion. Sergey promptly fainted. Meanwhile, Gates wore a grim expression. Following his last meeting with Ye Tian, which had yielded no agreement, he had returned home to reflect, opting for a period of inaction. He had observed that domestic computer manufacturers had begun releasing products featuring ARM and Waysoft, which he perceived as a veiled benefit for Waysoft from carbon-based chips. However, the news of domestic manufacturers collaborating to develop a system reignited his sense of urgency. This development meant that the vast hardware market in Daxia would gradually exclude Waysoft. If foreign suppliers continued to be deprived of chip supplies, Waysoft's grand plans would remain indefinitely postponed, potentially leading to its gradual demise. Consequently, he immediately reached out to certain high-ranking officials at DAMI and began visiting his various high-level connections in Daxia, attempting to elucidate the stakes involved. That day, Ye Tian was at home when he suddenly received a phone call. Hello, Team Leader Zhang. The voice on the other end responded, Mr. Lin, please refrain from calling me Team Leader Zhang. My duties have shifted, and I am no longer engaged in investigation for the Security Bureau. I am now tasked with liaising with you and conveying your opinions to the higher-ups. Ye Tian experienced a moment of clarity. Then I shall call you Zhang Daqiang. Or Old Zhang. No, wait, The old man in the dispatch room is also called Old Zhang. I'll stick with Da Xiang then. By the way, what is the purpose of this call? There was a pause on the line. It's about the carbon-based chips. Those foreigners have held back for so long, but can finally no longer restrain themselves. Many large foreign companies are lobbying the higher-ups, and in recent days, DAMES officials have also exchanged views with external parties. Their intention is to procure carbon-based chips. The higher-ups have asked me to inquire about your stance. If you disagree, we can drop the matter. Ye Tian understood the higher-ups' inclination was to let the Ye Divine core venture abroad, correct? Yes, this would not only generate substantial foreign exchange, turning into a trade surplus, but it would also allow us to exert complete control over the global semiconductor supply chain and narrative, paving the way for future advantages. Ye Tian nodded. I agree with all of this. I never intended to confine carbon-based chips solely to the domestic market. Such a restriction would hinder the development of carbon-based chips. We must expedite the iteration of our chips and eliminate the old order. However, previously, our production capacity was limited, and I had indicated that Ye Divine Company's products would not enter overseas markets. I also wish for Daxia manufacturers to enjoy a certain first-mover advantage. Zhang Daxiang replied, That is excellent. We will leave everything else to the higher-ups. We are sure to extract a significant advantage from those countries. Do you have any specific requests? Ye Tian responded, First, our company will not directly sell chips to foreign manufacturers. You may establish a dedicated import-export company, and you can determine the markup as you see fit. Second, I expect strict scrutiny of foreign companies purchasing chips. Those related to the Semiconductor Alliance must be excluded, and any purchasing company must not resell to others. Third, these foreign hardware manufacturers cannot utilize the Fruit or Anji systems. Fourth, we will only sell Ye Divine core chips, excluding other types of carbon-based chips, and we will not provide overseas OEM services. Fifth, E-level supercomputers are not included in the export range. Sixth, I hope we can officially commence chip exports 1 year later, allowing ample development space for Daxia enterprises. Zhang Daxiang readily agreed. I will convey this to the higher-ups. Rest assured, you will not suffer any losses. When the time comes, if there are other benefits to be had, we will share them with you. On that day, a series of impactful announcements flooded the media, sweeping across Daxia. Hundreds of foreign corporations jointly urged the Ye Divine Company to provide carbon-based chips. Simultaneously, senior officials from DAME voiced their opinions in various forums, asserting that the Ye Divine Company should lift regional restrictions on carbon-based chips, allowing all nations to benefit from a formidable next-generation hardware performance. This gradually evolved into a fervent global topic, garnering support from countless prominent figures. Ultimately, DAME secured an opportunity for negotiation. Online commentators buzzed with excitement. Goodness! Finally, it's our turn for others to beseech Daxia's companies to export high-tech products. This day has finally arrived, and it's immensely gratifying. Promise me, charge them a hefty premium and reclaim the profits they once usurped from us. Want something? Offer me high-end technology in exchange. Why should we export chips for their use? Wouldn't it be better to keep them for ourselves? Isn't that aiding the enemy? It's not as simple as you think. Even if we don't export, the myriad manufacturers in Daxia will undoubtedly need to sell hardware, meaning that foreign markets will inevitably utilize the chips. Exporting the chips can also accelerate the obsolescence of silicon-based chips, among other reasons. The negotiations commenced under the watchful eyes of the world. Initially, the foreigners attempted to adopt a tough demeanor, but they quickly realized that such tactics were ineffectual, as Daxia remained entirely unmoved. Regardless of their statements, the Daxia side consistently responded with a nonchalant, understood. We be purchasing chips or not? Such responses rendered their various strategies and rhetoric as futile as striking cotton, leaving them exceedingly uncomfortable. There is no way out. They truly have no cards to play, rendering this negotiation fundamentally unequal. The negotiation process unfolded as follows. We emphatically demanded that the Daxia side share their carbon-based chip technology and 3D printing technology, contributing to the advancement of global science and technology. We insisted that Yishin Corporation open up the purchase of 3D printers and E-class supercomputers. Furthermore, we requested Yishin Corporation to sell the chips utilized in the supercomputers. I beg you, all we desire is to acquire the Yishin chip. However, this would come at an additional cost. Chapter 82, The Nobel Prize and Concerns. Thus, the negotiations concluded with Daxia emerging triumphantly. The opposing party acquiesced to all of Daxia's conditions and even exchanged several technologies. A year later, a newly established state-owned company in Daxia would export the Yishin chip at a price 20 higher. The foreign counterparts finally breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, countless netizens in Daxia celebrated the victory. As this matter drew to a close, another sensational piece of news emerged, reigniting discussions among netizens. A small Nordic nation's Nobel Prize committee announced that this year's Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine would be awarded to Yishin of Daxia, in recognition of his groundbreaking research on highly customized microbial cultivation technology, which has illuminated the path for microbial studies and solutions to human diseases. Upon the release of this news, there was no surprise within the academic community or the global discourse, as this outcome had long been anticipated by all. Following the launch of the SuperBio battery, a prominent figure had publicly declared that if this year's Nobel Prize were not awarded to Yishin, it would be the greatest disgrace in the award's history. This scholar even asserted that Yishin's contributions warranted 10 Nobel Prizes. Yishin transitioned from invention to award in nearly a year, underscoring the magnitude of his technology. Setting aside earlier awards, it has been observed that for a considerable duration, scholars aspiring to receive the Nobel Prize must not only produce results of a corresponding caliber, but also endure a lengthy wait. Some scholars might wait decades before receiving their accolades. In contrast, Yishin accomplished this feat in less than a year, illustrating the significance of his achievements, which utterly overshadowed all competitors. Not granting him the award would suggest an underlying conspiracy. Remarkably, Yishin has never published any technical papers disclosing the intricacies of his biotechnological advancements. In such circumstances, the committee still insisted on bestowing the award upon him, highlighting the profound impact of his technology on reality. This announcement sparked nationwide jubilation in Daxia. Over the years, the number of Nobel Prizes awarded to Daxia has been scant, with each occasion becoming a focal point for the nation. The names of laureates are inscribed in textbooks, featured in college entrance examination essays, and various other platforms. Notably, this marks Daxia's first Nobel Prize in Physiology, signifying a groundbreaking achievement. The upper echelons of Daxia promptly issued congratulatory letters, while netizens inundated the comment sections of Yishin Corporation's social media with exuberant messages. So many joyous events lately. Congratulations. We've successfully secured our first Nobel Prize. I believe it won't be the last. Congratulations. Truly deserving. If lithium batteries can win an award, why can't bio batteries? Winning an award without publishing a paper, based solely on product performance. Impressive. By the way, is the award ceremony held on-site? It seems so. I have an ominous feeling. Could this award be a trap? No wonder it was awarded so swiftly. It seems rather unusual. What? Could there be a danger? Would they dare to do such a thing? What would they dare? Their reputation has long been tarnished. Seizing the opportunity while you are abroad, they could fabricate any reason to detain you or simply make you disappear, leaving Yishin to toil away in some unknown underground base. Just imagine the worth of the two technologies Yishin currently possesses. Not to mention, he is young and will undoubtedly create countless future values. If they can abduct Yishin, regardless of their current technological lag, they could catch up and thwart Daxia's continued resurgence. Let us not forget that our rapid development has relied heavily on Yishin. Wow, you're making me a bit fearful. Please don't fall for it. Perhaps it's best not to go, but not going would mean forfeiting this award, which is hard to let go. What is there to hold on to? Do you think someone of Yishin's caliber would care about a Nobel Prize? In the future, awards named after him will resonate globally. Indeed, once Daxia's technology flourishes, who will still care about the Nobel Prize? Don't go. As netizen discussions deepened, the comments section gradually shifted from congratulations to advisories against attending the ceremony. This matter soon caught the attention of mainstream media, leading to analyses in newspapers regarding whether Yishin should attend the award ceremony. International media also promptly recognized this news. However, as the story progressed, it morphed into a sensational headline. Shocking. Yishin may forfeit Nobel Prize for safety. Many abroad began to weigh in on the matter. Some believed Yishin's decision was prudent, emphasizing that such a scientist should not venture out casually. Others criticized him as a coward. The committee quickly issued a statement, asserting their commitment to ensuring Yishin's safety and reached out to the upper echelons of Daxia. The Daxia side merely stated that they would respect Yishin's wishes. Upon learning of this news, Yishin responded publicly, stating that he did not regard the Nobel Prize as a paramount goal in life and would approach it with equanimity. Moreover, receiving an award without any papers seemed irregular. It would be more appropriate to honor those nominees who had waited long for recognition. This news reached a mysterious military base in a Nordic country, where the commander, enraged, shattered his teacup on the floor. Damn it, he isn't taking the bait. Does he not have the slightest desire for the Nobel Prize? The meticulously planned operation had thus collapsed. They had originally intended to orchestrate a controllable aviation disaster during Yishin's flight, waiting for the aircraft to make an emergency landing at sea, after which they would eliminate all on-site witnesses and swiftly extract Yishin. Following that, their mission would be accomplished, and the most brilliant mind on this blue planet would be reduced to servitude for them. Now, before the plan had even commenced, it was already a complete failure. Returning to Daxia, upon witnessing Yishin's decision not to pursue the Nobel Prize, the authorities created a special award for him. Consequently, Yishin received the prestigious award for technological excellence in the grand auditorium of the capital from a prominent figure. Simultaneously, it was announced at the evening gala that he would be conferred the titles of academician and the Daxia Medal. The audience erupted into thunderous applause. What a monumental honor! A young man receiving accolades in a single night that would take other scholars a lifetime to attain. Henceforth, whenever Yishin's name is mentioned, it will be prefixed with the title of academician. During the celebratory banquet, Yishin mingled and clinked glasses with various luminaries. This rare opportunity allowed domestic elites to engage with him. Their brief exchanges revealed the vastness of his knowledge. There seemed to be nothing he was unaware of. With his expertise spanning numerous fields, each delving deeply, and even his proposed ideas left them in awe. At this moment, a man in his 60s approached, initially expressing, "Academician Ye, congratulations on attaining such numerous accolades at your age." After exchanging pleasantries, Academician Huang made a request to Ye Tian. I am overseeing a domestic astronomical telescope project, and to be frank, we have encountered some difficulties. The project has stagnated, and I seek your assistance. One of the lenses in the telescope, no matter how we process it, fails to meet the design specifications. If this component is subpar, the entire project will come to a complete standstill. Honestly, I am at a loss as to how to proceed. We cannot procure this lens from abroad, as they maintain stringent control over such advanced optical components, and domestically, we are unable to produce such items. I have heard that your company possesses 3D printers with submicron precision. Could you perhaps manufacture some lenses for us? Ye Tian inwided. Did you not consider this issue during the design phase? Academician Huang replied awkwardly. Initially, we underestimated its significance, focusing our attention on other aspects. Who would have anticipated that this lens would be the most critical component? No amount of polishing seems to achieve the required standards. Regrettably, it is too late for second thoughts. A substantial amount of time and funding has already been invested in this project, and we must swiftly find a solution, or else it will be a complete failure. Ye Tian felt somewhat conflicted. I shall return and give it a try, but I cannot guarantee a resolution. After all, our company has never ventured into the optical field, and our 3D printing methods are quite specialized, not typically suitable for areas beyond chip production. Upon returning home, Ye Tian pondered this matter. The recent invention of carbon-based chips had instilled a sense of pride in many, overshadowing the reality that the Daxia was comprehensively lagging behind the world's leading standards in numerous fields, with optics being one of them. Although it is often reported that Daxia's Tianyin telescope is one of only 2 in the world and currently the only one operational, it is essential to recognize that this is a radio telescope. In contrast, Daxia's optical observational capabilities remain significantly inferior to the most advanced levels globally. The disparity is likely beyond the imagination of many. To put it in perspective, Daxia's largest optical telescope has a diameter of 24 meters, whereas a telescope constructed in the United States in 1917 already boasted a diameter of 254 meters. This was over a century ago. In the civilian optical sector, Daxia can compete on cost-effectiveness, yet in the realm of cutting-edge research, it is entirely outclassed. All high-end testing instruments, experimental apparatus, materials, and processing equipment are imported. Many foreign optical lenses, such as those used in lithography machines, are crafted by renowned manufacturers through meticulous hand polishing. The domestic technology in this regard lags significantly. A critical factor hindering our optical development is the disparity in industrial manufacturing levels. The high-end equipment we produce is not on par with that of foreign manufacturers. The most significant impact here is attributable to machine tools, often referred to as the mother of industrial machinery, whose importance cannot be overstated. They are paramount in the manufacturing sector. Years ago, a certain major nation acquired several 9-axis CNC machine tools from Japan, significantly enhancing the performance of their nuclear submarines, which instantly placed the West in a passive position. This illustrates the profound influence of advanced machine tools on industrial development. Daxia's machine tool industry commenced relatively late, relying on the purchase of foreign machines for imitation. Consequently, compared to those nations renowned for their machine tools, our technology remains substantially behind, predominantly low-end. A plethora of essential industries still rely on imported high-end machine tools. Decades ago, in a bid to rectify the lagging machine tool development, Dacia vigorously attracted foreign investment. Yet the results were dismal. These enterprises garnered immense profits in Dacia, while tightly controlling the technology and continuously imposing a technical blockade against us. When Dacia was unable to produce 5-axis machine tools, these companies forbade us from purchasing them. However, once we succeeded in our own development, they promptly began selling them in Dacia at relatively low prices to undermine our independent research. As of now, Dacia has made commendable strides in the mid to low-end machine tool sector, achieving nearly half of the market share. However, the high-end machine tool domain remains entirely monopolized by foreign entities, with over 90 of instruments being imported. The machine tools produced in Dacia fall significantly short in terms of precision, stability, and longevity compared to those from foreign giants. The deficiencies primarily stem from our inability to meet the technical standards in critical functional components. Moreover, our designs lag decades behind the most advanced machine tools, rendering us unable even to glimpse the tail lights of our competitors. The myriad factors influencing a machine tool's performance encompass countless research domains. For instance, our deficiencies in materials science necessitate the procurement of foreign materials for many required components. A pivotal shortcoming lies in the disparity in CNC software. This aspect, falling within the realm of industrial software, is self-evident. Conservatively estimating, Dacia needs at least another 2 to 3 decades to bridge these gaps. Only then can we claim that our high-end manufacturing industry has reached a leading level. A thought began to take shape in Ye Tian's mind. If we could acquire top-tier machine tools, would it not significantly accelerate the development pace across the entire industrial sector? Dacia could transition to high-end manufacturing sooner, eliminating the need to wait several decades. With premier machine tools, Dacia would also navigate the realms of optics and astronomy with unparalleled ease, free from any constraining bottlenecks. He promptly contacted Zhang Daqiang. Brother Chang, I recall you mentioning that the equipment acquired from the recent negotiations includes a top-tier machine tool, correct? Zhang Daqiang responded, indeed. But they played a trick on us. This machine tool lacks CNC capabilities and several core components, rendering it essentially a scrap piece, albeit with considerable research value. Ye Tian inquired, could we have the machine tool transported here for reference? Zhang Daqiang, sensing the implication, replied, are you beginning to develop machine tool technology? That will be fantastic. If you succeed, the domestic high-end industrial sector will be immensely grateful to you. Absolutely, the machine tool is just sitting idle, and besides, you already have a stake in it. His efficiency was remarkable. Within an hour, the machine tool was airlifted to Nanfeng City and appeared in Ye Tian's laboratory. Ye Tian first unlocked in the store, revealing a cost of 30 million points. As a premier machine tool, this cost was relatively low, primarily due to its incomplete state, missing several vital components. However, Ye Tian was unfazed. He directly purchased 10 units and proceeded to click on synthesis. With a chime, the synthesis was successful, resulting in the acquisition of a level 1 item, LODTM machine tool. Ye Tian nodded, observing that the points required for the repaired item in the store amounted to 200 million. He scrutinized the product description and could not help but exclaim in awe. No wonder this is one of the world's foremost machine tools. It can achieve a component tolerance of 28 nanometers. This is nothing short of miraculous. With such advanced machinery at hand, it is no wonder that industrial development has progressed at such a remarkable pace. However, Ye Tian intended to take things a step further today. He procured 10 additional LODTM machines to integrate into the synthesizer and proceeded to initiate the synthesis. Ding! He successfully acquired a level 2 item, an omnipotent, ultra-high precision, large intelligent industrial mother machine. The staggering score of 2.5 billion points reflects the formidable capabilities of this machine. Its technological sophistication surpasses that of the level 2 chip factory Ye Tian had synthesized previously. Upon examining the detailed description, Ye Tian was thoroughly astounded. The power of this machine exceeded his wildest expectations. Not only did it encompass all functionalities of every type of machine tool available in the contemporary world, but the design of each component and every attribute surpassed even those of ultra-high precision specialized machines. With this equipment, all manufacturing bottlenecks currently faced by the Great Xia would vanish, and within the next 1 to 2 years, the standards of high-end manufacturing would be elevated several tiers. Had this machine been available earlier, researchers in Great Xia would have long since developed the EUV lithography machine. Casting a glance at the required points, Ye Tian decided against synthesizing a level 3 machine. The current machine was already sufficiently powerful. Moreover, this synthesis was distinctly different from previous ones. The primary materials he utilized were already at the pinnacle of machine tools on Blue Star. The resultant Level 2 machine had ascended several tiers in capability, providing Great Xia ample time to assimilate the benefits it would yield. Furthermore, this Level 2 machine was considerably expensive, far exceeding the cost of the most expensive machine tools on Blue Star. It was evident that a Level 3 machine would be valued in the hundreds of billions, rendering it unaffordable and unnecessary for their purposes. Ye Tian also believed that the future of manufacturing would inevitably transition towards 3D printing, perhaps in a scenario of abundant energy. Traditional machinery would be rendered obsolete. Future upgrades would lean towards 3D printing technology. Ye Tian located the lens processing data requested by academician Huang and input it into the omnipotent machine. This machine, being fully automated and intelligent, would autonomously analyze the data and perform integrated processing. After a brief period of subtle rumbling, the machine notified him that the processing was complete. Ye Tian employed laboratory equipment to analyze the fabricated lens, and the results were, unsurprisingly, flawless. After all, this was an ultra-high precision industrial mother machine, designed for crafting other high-precision machine tools. Its application here was merely a preliminary trial. Such lenses, if placed abroad, would typically require extensive manual polishing by seasoned craftsmen from large factories. He called academician Huang, who was immensely excited and expressed his gratitude, astonished that Ye Tian had resolved his conundrum in such a short span of time. After a brief exchange, he hurried back with the process lens. Ye Tian then contacted Zhang Daqiang to inform him that the machine could be retrieved. What? You finished the research so quickly? Indeed. Not only that, but I also repaired the machine. Please remember to transfer the repair fee. By the way, you should come over. I have a business proposition to discuss. When Zhang Daqiang arrived at the laboratory, he was struck by the sight of the machine, restored to its original condition. This was the most advanced machine tool in the world, and since its acquisition, a plethora of experts in the manufacturing field have been tirelessly studying it. Their consensus was that the machine's crucial core components were missing, lacking a numerical control system, thus limiting its use to reverse engineering, rendering it devoid of repair value. However, in less than a day since its arrival at Ye Tian's facility, it had been completely restored. One extraordinary technological feat. Zhang Daqiang held Ye Tian's capabilities in even higher regard. Impressive, he exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. By the way, you mentioned a business proposal. What is it? Ye Tian replied nonchalantly, it's nothing significant. While repairing this machine, I developed an even more powerful model with attributes exceeding tenfold. I firmly believe this will be the most formidable industrial mother machine on Blue Star. It has the potential to shatter all bottlenecks in the high-end manufacturing sector and elevate industrial development to unprecedented heights. Therefore, I plan to establish a specialized factory for producing high-precision instruments using this machine. However, our knowledge in this field is limited, and we lack resources and connections. Starting from scratch would be excessively slow. Considering its significance, I wish to collaborate with higher authorities to establish a machine tool factory, wherein I provide the mother machine and related technologies, while they supply the capital and coordinate experts and resources in this domain, facilitating a thorough overhaul of high-end manufacturing in a short time frame. Upon hearing the mention of tenfold, Zhang Daqiang could hardly contain his excitement. What? Tenfold? He was well-versed in the intricacies of power dynamics among the upper echelons and understood the immense strength of the LODTM diamond machine tool, which indeed represented the pinnacle of machine tool technology. The notion that Ye Tian had created a machine 10 times stronger in such a short period left him astounded. He comprehended the monumental impact that possessing such a machine would have for Great Xia. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately made a call to report the situation. The response on the other end was one of immense excitement, and they promptly decided to send an expert team to conduct an assessment. They were not surprised by Ye Tian's ultra-high precision machine. After all, how else could he produce such an advanced specialized 3D printer? Their excitement stemmed from Ye Tian's decision to share the technology in collaboration with higher authorities, which would undoubtedly bring countless benefits to Great Xia. Soon, the expert team arrived at Ye Tian's company. Among them were several familiar faces, individuals he had met at the award ceremony a few days prior. One particularly boisterous man approached, clapping Ye Tian on the shoulder. Academician Ye, why didn't you tell me about such a machine sooner? Just the other day, I was discussing the current state of machine tools with you, and you gave away nothing. Ye Tian replied, that was because I had not yet begun my research. It was precisely your insights that inspire me to delve deeply into the development of machine tools. It's not too late to find out now. The crowd fell silent, taken aback. Achieving such a significant breakthrough in the high-precision machine tool sector, which had perplexed all of Great Xia, in just a few days was indeed remarkable. Some individuals are simply born for research. Chapter 85. The error will not exceed 3 nanometers. After exchanging pleasantries, the eager crowd quickly gathered around to behold this unprecedented machine on Blue Star. It was a large workbench, equipped not only with various common functional components, but also several mechanical arms. Each mechanical arm comprised countless intricate parts, enabling them to perform any conceivable movement. Ye Tian elaborated. These mechanical arms can be utilized for ultra-precision processing of certain specialized components. They essentially fulfill the functions of various specialized machine tools. In summary, this machine can process any machinery and components. There is nothing it cannot handle. One expert furrowed his brow. Such flexible mechanical arms typically have difficulty maintaining precision, don't they? After all, with so many components operating simultaneously, the final error could compound significantly. Ye Tian remarked, under normal circumstances, this is indeed the case. However, my machine tool takes these issues into full account. It is equipped with countless high-precision ultrasonic motors that ensure stable transmission, ultimately controlling the error within an exceedingly minute range. The parts produced by this machine will exhibit an error margin of no more than 3 nanometers. What? The experts were collectively astounded. It is noteworthy that even the world's most advanced machine tools can only achieve an accuracy of around 30 nanometers. Ye Tian's invention has astonishingly reduced the error by a factor of 10, and the implications of this breakthrough are self-evident. It signifies that all future high-end instruments produced will surpass the finest international standards by tenfold, significantly enhancing competitiveness. Such a remarkable increase in precision will vastly elevate the quality and performance of the manufactured items. If applied in aerospace or military industries, it could lead to astonishing advancements, potentially accelerating the timeline for Dacia's manned lunar missions or the earlier debut of its 6th-generation fighter jets. The experts present gradually comprehended the attributes of the machine tool. Regardless of which feature was examined, each surpassed the pinnacle of global standards. Among them, a silver-haired expert was moved to tears. Master, do you see? Our Dacia finally possesses a world-class machine tool, and this time, it is others who are left in our wake. This glorious era has come to fruition as you wished. May you rest in peace. Soon, Ye Tian received news from Zhang Daqiang. The higher-ups would provide full support, whether in funding or manpower. A site for a new factory had already been selected and was rapidly under construction, set to commence operations within a month. A brand new state-owned enterprise was on the verge of being born. You need only supply the machine tools. Everything else will be taken care of, and you will receive a 50% share of the profits. Do you have any further requests? Ye Tian replied, none at all. This is sufficient. I am not in this for profit. After all the hard work to create this machine tool, selling it for just a small sum would hardly be worthwhile. I can sell more chips and batteries instead. I am fundamentally contributing to the manufacturing industry of Dacia. Zhang Daqiang nodded appreciatively. By the way, this machine tool will only be provided to machine tool factories for processing machinery. Be sure not to sell it to other enterprises or individuals. Additionally, the higher-ups wish to inquire about the price for 1 unit. They want to purchase a few for use in sensitive units. Ye Tian understood well that these machines would undoubtedly be utilized in national defense and aerospace sectors. Since it is a contribution to the nation, let us set the price at cost, 3 billion per unit. After the funds were transferred, a professional transport team was dispatched at lightning speed to the laboratory to retrieve several machines. The operation was substantial, with a specialized escort team, armed and vigilant throughout the journey. These machines were of paramount importance and could not be compromised. Back with Ye Tian, he received yet another piece of good news. For the first time in history, the Nobel Prize Committee had announced that he would not be required to attend the awards ceremony in person. They would come to Dacia to present the award to him. Ye Tian gladly accepted this honor and recorded a video speech for the occasion. When this news spread, it sparked fervent reactions in the public sphere. Wow, incredible. Congratulations. He truly deserves it. If the Nobel Prize were not awarded to Master Yi, it would seem arrogant. Such a monumental scientist deserves to have traditions broken. If they do not recognize him, the Nobel Prize will lose its authority. Clearly, they wish to ride on Master Ye's coattails. After all, he is destined to be immortalized in history. If they do not seize this opportunity now, the Nobel Prize is bound to decline. Meanwhile, since the inspection of the omnipotent machine tool's performance at Ye Tian's laboratory, the capabilities exhibited by the machines transported to the mysterious institution had thoroughly astonished the experts there, producing parts of unprecedented precision. Following this, the machine tool factory and company were rapidly constructed under the full coordination of the higher-ups, eager to capitalize on the benefits brought by the machine tools. All personnel, including talents, experts, senior technicians, and managers, were in place. They prepared to hold a press conference that would shock the world, announcing Dacia's achievements in the high-end machine tool sector to stimulate the domestic high-end manufacturing industry. This conference would not only showcase the existence of the super omnipotent machine tool, but would also unveil several flagship products, setting a promising tone for the factory's business. Since the arrival of the omnipotent machine tools, the factory's experts have begun to study the related technical materials provided by Ye Tian, striving to quickly assimilate the knowledge and integrate it with their lifelong learning to develop a machine tool that, while comprehensively inferior, would still surpass the current highest global standards. This would serve as the company's secondary flagship for domestic sales only. Additionally, they aim to develop another machine tool that matched the current highest global standards for external sales, intending to capture market share through competitive pricing and unrestricted distribution, thus dismantling the monopolistic advantages held by large corporations. It is well known that only a handful of major companies can produce the most advanced machine tools, which are sold exclusively to designated targets. Once Dacia's machine tools are released, a frenzy of international orders is sure to follow, with nations eager to acquire them to elevate their industrial capabilities. Consequently, those leading machine tool manufacturers and nations specializing in high-end manufacturing would simultaneously lose two significant advantages, facing a considerable blow. All high-end sectors conquered by Dacia would be reduced to bargain prices, disrupting these premium markets. This has become a well-established strategy. Simultaneously, these expert teams would optimize the designs of existing general-purpose and specialized machine tools, producing a substantial array of high-precision products, which would also be part of the factory's future business scope. The ability to accomplish so much complex work in such a short time leading up to the press conference was primarily due to the overwhelming prowess of the omnipotent machine tool provided by Ye Tian, coupled with the remarkably advanced and comprehensive materials he supplied. This material effectively served as a universal guide to machine tool manufacturing. Chapter 86: Evading Responsibility and Shame. One could say that the materials provided by Ye Tian represent the world's most advanced textbook on machine tool manufacturing. The detailed technical data and design principles within would astonish even the world's foremost experts. It encompasses everything necessary for machine tool production, including material science, design, software, and more. There are numerous novel concepts within. Certain sections leave one marveling at the ingenuity behind the designs. If we were to compare it to advanced mathematics, the current state of the most sophisticated machine tool technology might only correspond to the level of high school textbooks. It can be asserted that every expert who studies this book will undergo a complete transformation into a world-class authority. Recognizing the immense value of this material, the higher-ups immediately imposed restrictions, forbidding copying, note-taking, or any form of duplication. Learning must be conducted under strict supervision, and anyone studying it must undergo rigorous vetting. It is rumored that certain contents from this book may later be incorporated into higher education curricula. This is merely a manual of materials related to the omnipotent machine tool that Ye Tian replicated. Each time the experts reviewed a section, they reflected on the existing deficiencies of current machine tools and contemplated future directions for improvement. Thus, to be precise, they were not engaged in creative endeavors, but were instead transforming the knowledge contained within this material into new designs. Soon, one innovative machine tool after another was designed and manufactured. Simultaneously, in Han's kingdom, Yang Feng and Li Lei finally arrived at the Jite machine tool factory. They were there to purchase a high-end precision CNC machine. Both are the esteemed executives of a prominent domestic machinery manufacturing company. Through sheer technical prowess and diligent effort, they had carved out a niche for themselves in this field over the years. Although the machinery they produced could only be classified as mid-range, it represented the pinnacle of what they could achieve. Furthermore, their products enjoyed a commendable market presence domestically, capturing a significant share. However, they were not content to rest on their laurels. They aspired to elevate their enterprise further, gradually venturing into the high-end market. To ascend to this next level, it was imperative that they replace their existing equipment with more sophisticated machinery. Yet, the crux of the matter was that such high-precision machines were beyond their reach. Consequently, they found themselves at an impasse. However, a recent development reignited their hopes: the successful mass production of carbon-based chips by Yishin Company. In an effort to secure a supply of these chips, foreign entities engaged in negotiations with Dacia, ultimately reaching a series of agreements. One of the stipulations included the easing of restrictions on purchasing certain high-precision machines. This news was nothing short of serendipitous for the two men. Once again, they felt a swell of pride in being Daxia nationals and cheered for Yishin Company. The emergence of a world-class research firm could indeed spur other Daxia companies to reap greater benefits. Upon entering the company with their translator, they approached the front desk and stated, "Greetings, I have a prior appointment to discuss the purchase of a CNC machine. I'm also a long-standing customer. The machines previously used in our factory were sourced from here." The receptionist glanced at them and replied nonchalantly, "Daxia nationals?" Her tone, dismissive and somewhat condescending, left the two men feeling somewhat affronted. Nevertheless, they chose to endure it, reasoning that they were merely there to make a purchase and that other matters were inconsequential. Having encountered such scenarios before, they were well aware of the arrogance and condescension often displayed by foreign high-end manufacturers towards Daxia clients. This was hardly surprising, as they possessed the leverage, given Daxia's inability to produce such machinery, leaving them at the mercy of these foreign suppliers. After a brief inquiry into their status, the receptionist informed them, "The manager is not available. Please wait." She then busied herself with her tasks. Yang Feng, taken aback, inquired, "When will he return?" "There was an appointment scheduled. How could he be out at this hour?" The receptionist replied, "I do not know. The manager is incredibly busy and frequently travels, so his schedule is not fixed. You may have to wait a while longer." Exchanging glances, the two men resigned themselves to take a seat. Nearly an hour passed, and they approached the receptionist again, only to receive no further information. At this point, they sensed something amiss. The receptionist had not even confirmed the manager's absence, which felt like a deliberate evasion. Calming themselves, they pondered the situation and found it rather intriguing. They quickly reached out to some industry colleagues back home for clarification. Upon hearing their predicament, their contacts advised them to return. "You need not linger. I assure you that today, and perhaps for many days to come, you will not see that manager. However, if any prominent clients arrive, he will certainly materialize from some mysterious corner." Yang Feng es irritación flared. "Are you suggesting he is deliberately avoiding us?" The response was disheartening. "Not just you. All Daxia nationals wishing to procure high-end machines find themselves in the same predicament. Every factory operates this way. They do not outright refuse you, yet the machines remain perpetually unattainable, leaving you in limbo." Yang Feng's frustration boiled over. How can they treat us with such disdain? If they refuse to sell, so be it. How dare they breach their own conditions? The other end chuckled. What do they have to fear? They can always concoct a rationale, for they have not explicitly denied you. Of course, if the government were to procure, they would not dare to refuse, although they might still delay the delivery. Only those without connections are essentially barred from purchasing. Thus, the nominal opening of sales is merely a facade. It remains much the same as before. Many domestic entrepreneurs have suffered similar fates. You too should return promptly. After hanging up, Yang Feng and Li Lei felt a wave of humiliation wash over them. This mockery was far more galling than a direct refusal. They had never before harbored such disdain for these international giants. They felt a strong urge to utter fierce words, perhaps invoking the sentiment of 30 years of the rivers east and west, but ultimately they refrained. After all, they were adults, and such expressions would serve no purpose. Moreover, they understood that these machine tool manufacturers would likely continue to thrive for decades, while their own machinery factory would remain ensnared in the mid-range market, desperately seeking avenues for growth. The harsh reality of the world was unyielding. Only figures like Ye Tian, typically found in the pages of fantastical literature, could orchestrate astonishing technological turnarounds. On their way home, while packing up their belongings, they unexpectedly received a piece of news from their industry group. The announcement indicated that a newly established state-owned machine tool factory was set to open, hosting a grand launch event to unveil several outstanding machines. They specifically invited all manufacturing sector leaders from Daxia to attend. To their astonishment, they discovered that the promotional materials included a machine of the same type they intended to purchase. Chapter 87. The Heavyweight Tycoon. Is it Ye Tian? The two men exhibited no significant reaction. Although the emergence of a brand new machine tool company at this juncture was somewhat peculiar, given that many were flocking to the internet or other quickly lucrative industries, the manufacturing sector typically required decades of experience. Despite being a state-owned enterprise, they harbored doubts about whether the new company's products could meet their discerning standards. Moreover, Daxia had little to offer in terms of high-end machine tools. However, having just endured an unpleasant experience, the idea of supporting a new domestic enterprise dedicated to producing high-end machinery sparked a desire within them. They thought of it as an opportunity to lift their spirits. Soon enough, they arrived at the new machine tool company just an hour before the launch event commenced. Upon entering the venue, they spotted numerous familiar faces, including some industry heavyweights engaged in high-end machinery. The crowd gathered to share stories of their recent lackluster experiences in procuring foreign precision machinery. Everyone seemed to have encountered similar frustrations. Eventually, the conversation turned to the newly established machine tool company. Amidst the chatter, the reasons behind this sudden inception remained unclear. According to the brochure, the company manufactured a diverse array of machine types and operated within a broad spectrum of services. Everyone wondered why the government had suddenly opened yet another new company when numerous similar state-owned enterprises already existed. As curiosity permeated the atmosphere, the launch event officially began. This occasion was also broadcasted live online. According to the organizers, the purpose was to showcase Dacia's prowess in high-end machinery manufacturing to the world. However, due to the sophisticated and rather monotonous content presented, there was a scarcity of online engagement. Only a handful of experts and students from related fields seemed to take notice. The livestream audience barely numbered in the thousands. The host, standing on stage with a microphone and a beaming smile, proclaimed, "Welcome esteemed elites from various industries to our press conference today. Your presence is greatly appreciated. I assure you, this journey will not be in vain. You may even witness history in the making. Many of you might have experienced the predicament where your company requires specialized machinery of precise specifications, yet domestically, such machines are non-existent, forcing you to procure them from abroad, only to find that sales to our company are strictly prohibited. Even when machines are acquired, exorbitant repair costs and subpar service often follow when they malfunction. Trust me, after today, you will no longer be burdened by such issues. For our company has firmly established itself in the realm of high-end machinery." Upon hearing this, a ripple of murmurs spread throughout the audience, comprised entirely of industry professionals who were taken aback by the audacity of this newly established company. The host continued, "You must be wondering why a nascent company possesses such confidence. After witnessing the forthcoming presentation, you shall understand. Our firm is backed by prominent industry leaders who have invested in our technology, which is nothing short of extraordinary. Moreover, today, one such luminary is here in person to unveil our upcoming flagship product. Let's welcome him with a round of applause." As the audience clapped, speculation filled the air regarding the identity of this expert. Though there were many specialists in this field domestically, none had ever claimed to possess such top-tier technology. Soon, under the spotlight, a familiar yet unexpected figure emerged on stage, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Yang Feng exclaimed, "Is that Ye Tian?" Others chimed in, "What? It's Ye Tian? Am I seeing things? Isn't he from Yishin company? Isn't he involved in biology and chips? Why is he suddenly venturing into machinery?" Indeed, it was Ye Tian. The audience began to buzz with excitement. Li Lei remarked, "This is fantastic. Ye Tian is venturing into machinery, which means this company is a collaboration between him and the higher-ups. Given Ye Tian's involvement, the technology he provides is bound to be exceptional." Memories of the impact of carbon-based chips on the world flooded their minds. Could it be that the machinery produced by Ye Tian would also be unparalleled? The crowd's anticipation soared. Wonderful! Dacia now has access to top-tier machinery. We will no longer need to rely on foreign suppliers. I came at the right time. The machines listed in this brochure are exactly what our company needs, and I was worried about where to acquire them. Now, those concerns are alleviated. Yang Feng exchanged glances with his colleague. "Let us purchase our machinery right here. Produced by Ye Tian, it must be exquisite." In the online live stream, what initially seemed to be a rather lackluster event suddenly gained momentum with Ye Tian's appearance. News spread rapidly, and soon, major media outlets began to report on the event. Countless fans of Ye Tian, along with various institutions from both domestic and international realms, flocked to the live stream. I'm late. I missed the prime seats. What is happening? What product is being unveiled? Why is Ye Tian here? Could it be that Yishin company is releasing a new product? According to the title, this isn't a press conference for Yishin company. It's for a machinery company. Yishin is personally hosting the press conference? This is unprecedented. Who has such clout? I heard that the machinery technology is provided by Ye Tian himself. It's high-end machinery. Ye Tian is once again making waves in the machinery sector. I'm an overseas viewer. What has Ye Tian done now? Goodness, this mysterious figure from Dacia is innovating new technology once again. I hope the situation isn't too dire. Abroad, executives from leading machinery companies were resting when unexpected phone calls jolted them awake. After understanding the situation, their expressions turned grave as they hastily opened their computers. Simultaneously, they silently prayed that the products unveiled by Ye Tian would not surpass their capabilities. However, it was evident that the technology Ye Tian was presenting, especially as he personally led the press conference, was anything but ordinary. At the press conference, Ye Tian greeted the audience with a simple salutation. "Hello, everyone. I am Ye Tian, and I believe you are all filled with questions at this moment. Indeed, the technology of this company is provided by me. Recently, during my interactions, I discovered that there exists a void in the high-end machinery market in our country, where such equipment is predominantly imported and often inaccessible. Thus, I was inspired to fill this gap. After a period of research, I successfully developed a state-of-the-art multifunctional machine. Chapter 88, equivalent to Level 11 Machinist. This machine is of great significance, as it will greatly benefit Dacia's forthcoming high-end manufacturing sector. Such technology must be stringently regulated. And since this is a large-scale manufacturing enterprise, I deemed it overly cumbersome and not particularly lucrative, leading me to collaborate with higher authorities as a technological stakeholder. Hence the establishment of this company. The audience could hardly suppress their amusement. It was the familiar Ye Tian, his tone laced with an air of casual superiority. He spoke of having developed the pinnacle of machinery while seemingly dismissing the profits involved. Those in the mid to low-end sectors, who toiled tirelessly for meager earnings, found themselves overshadowed by his nonchalance. Simultaneously, they grew increasingly intrigued by the all-encompassing machine he mentioned. Ye Tian continued, "Now that the preliminaries are out of the way, let's officially commence the unveiling. I previously mentioned the multifunctional machine, which is our company's most prized possession, not for sale, but rather the foundation upon which all our derivative machines are built. The technology employed in all our other machinery originates from this multifunctional machine. I will now reveal its capabilities. I assure you, this is undoubtedly the most precise machine ever created by humankind to date." A sense of pride surged within the audience upon hearing this. Although Dacia had faced challenges in the high-end machinery sector, so what? The world's most exceptional and unique machinery was now a product of Dacia. As the executives of foreign corporations absorbed this news, their spirits gradually sank. Ye Tian rose and moved to the back of the stage, seizing a black cloth and dramatically pulling it away to reveal the true form of the object beneath. Before the audience stood an enormous, square workbench. "Behold our crown jewel, the super multifunctional intelligent, high-precision machining tool." The audience erupted in excitement, rising to their feet in unison, eager to catch a glimpse of the legendary top-tier machinery. Ye Tian proclaimed, "This machine features a groundbreaking futuristic design, and every single component within has been produced in-house, with no reliance on any external patents. It is, without a doubt, a fully independently developed and manufactured machine. It is well known that the primary reason our high-end machine tools previously failed to reach the world's most advanced standards was the subpar quality of critical internal components. Poor quality in these parts inevitably hampers the overall performance of the machines. Furthermore, the design and installation techniques of these machine tools were woefully inadequate. In response, I dedicated my efforts to research and development aimed at addressing the weaknesses inherent in domestic machine tools, ultimately transforming the situation. The lead screw of this machine tool is crafted from a newly developed steel material that impeccably meets our requirements, elevating the machine's precision to unprecedented heights. This steel not only boasts exceptional performance, but is also remarkably cost-effective in production and processing. We have also utilized this steel in castings, significantly enhancing the machine's stability. Additionally, the various motors we employ are specially developed ultrasonic motors, which maintain stability during transmission while producing minimal vibrations, further ensuring the machine's precision. It is noteworthy that the bearings within the machine exhibit spindle runout of less than 10 nanometers during processing and can sustain this level for decades. This revelation left industry professionals and viewers of the live broadcast in utter astonishment. What an extraordinary concept! The smaller the spindle runout, the greater the machine's precision. The spindle's vibration, developed by Ye Tian, astonishingly operates at the nanometer level, an incredible feat. Ye Tian continued, stating that the flawless design, combined with ultra-high precision internal components, has culminated in the creation of the world's most superior machine tool. Its operational lifespan can extend up to 20 years, with minimal variation in precision over the first decade. Furthermore, this machine tool is equipped with a high-precision robotic arm capable of executing unconventional machining tasks, maintaining the same level of precision regardless of the size of the object. It can replace manual labor, perfecting the grinding and correction of items to an exquisite degree. To put it humorously, it is akin to an 11th-level machinist. Every function you are familiar with in machine tools is present in this device, and it surpasses specialized machines designed for particular components and capability. Moreover, the numerical control system of this machine tool is also worthy of mention. It has been meticulously programmed by me to harmoniously integrate with every component's function. Most importantly, its software incorporates a plethora of intelligent coding, granting it a substantial advantage during processing. You need only input the design blueprint, and it can autonomously complete the entire integrated machining and assembly process. Having elaborated on this, how does it sound? Quite impressive, I trust. Now, let me address the question that concerns you the most. Just how precise can this machine tool's processing be? The audience present straightened in their seats, and experts watching the live stream displayed subtle shifts in their expressions. I shall reveal to you that this machine tool achieves processing precision of approximately 0.3 nanometers. The crowd erupted in astonishment, their faces reflecting sheer shock as they gazed at Ye Tian. Although they had surmised the machine's processing precision might be remarkably high upon hearing about the spindle's runout, the actual figures still took them aback. 3 nanometers. How terrifying. It is worth noting that the world's most precise diamond machine tools can only achieve around 30 nanometers. Moreover, such machines are prohibitively expensive and are not available for public sale, reserved solely for clandestine fields such as national defense and military industries. Yet Ye Tian has managed to elevate processing precision by nearly tenfold, truly staggering. With such a machine tool, not only will the high-end manufacturing sector of Daxiao experience a meteoric rise, but it will also significantly bolster Daxia's aerospace and military capabilities exponentially. Executives from leading machine tool companies across various nations, including Neon and Fanike, watching a live broadcast were struck by a wave of despair upon hearing this number. It was over. Everything was finished. If this figure is accurate, then these nations, renowned for their advanced manufacturing industries, would face a colossal setback. Given Daxia's historical strategies and the series of performance claims and advanced designs made by Ye Tian, it is undeniable that they would position their entire high-end machine tool products at remarkably low prices to capture the global market. This would spell disaster for these companies, as they could be outperformed by a competitor offering superior performance at a lower cost. Moreover, this is not the most alarming aspect. With the mass production of high-precision machine tools, Daxia would effectively transition into high-end manufacturing, inevitably encroaching upon the business domains of other developed nations. The most critical point is that possessing such an industrial marvel would elevate Daxia's already formidable military and aerospace capabilities to unprecedented heights, ultimately leaving others in the dust. At that moment, high-ranking officials from various countries, including Dami, finally grasped the content of the press conference. These leaders were fervently shouting, "I don't care what methods you employ. We must acquire the technology of this machine tool. If we fail to obtain it, Dami will become a second-rate nation." All heads of special operations agencies were summoned for an urgent meeting to devise a strategy. At the press conference, Ye Tian stated, "All right, I have essentially covered the attributes of this machine tool. However, do not be overly excited. This machine is for internal use only and is not for sale to the public. Of course, we do not mind demonstrating its capabilities. To truly evaluate the quality of a machine tool, it must be tested in practice. Today, we will use it to manufacture a mechanical component on site. As one of the crowning jewels of industrial technology, photolithography, although no longer the pinnacle, still epitomizes manufacturing prowess. Let us manufacture an EUV lithography machine right here." What? The audience below and viewers in the live stream could scarcely believe their ears. To manufacture a lithography machine on site? This was utterly outrageous. Such a complex device typically requires months to construct. Although lithography machines have lost some luster, they remain the hallmark of manufacturing excellence. Aside from Daxia, no other nation possesses the capability to independently produce lithography machines. Is this truly feasible? The titans of the machinery industry, watching the live stream, wore expressions of grave concern. They could hardly fathom Ye Tian's audacious proposal. They understood all too well what this meant. While machine tools are indeed capable of high-precision processing, the complexity of a lithography machine is unparalleled. It is simply not possible to fabricate it solely through machine processing in a short time frame. Numerous components necessitate manual production and assembly. If it could be manufactured on-site, this machine tool would attain legendary status. Ye Tian approached the machine tool, surrounded by an array of materials of varying sizes. The machine had already been programmed with the necessary blueprints and commands, and he proclaimed, "I will commence manufacturing immediately." As he engaged the control panel, the machine emitted a sudden sound and began its rapid movements. The mechanical arms deftly grasped one material after another, placing them onto the work table. Then, the work table sprang into action, swiftly employing various machining tools to commence processing. In the astonished gaze of the audience, the mechanical arms and work table worked in perfect harmony, efficiently collaborating. In a remarkably short span, hundreds of thousands of components, large and small, were manufactured one after another and automatically assembled. This lithography machine is crafted with such precision that every single wire and capacitor is produced on site. Except for a few specialized components and chips that require dedicated manufacturing, the process, albeit monotonous, captivated the audience. The glimmers of reverence in the eyes of industry professionals spoke volumes. If the earlier data had merely astonished them, the tangible application of this machine left them utterly in awe. This is nothing short of a miraculous tool in industrial production. It transcends the definition of a mere machine. It is, in fact, an all-encompassing intelligent automated production line. One single machine rivals an entire factory, and, astonishingly, it operates without the need for human labor. Soon, a brand new lithography machine emerged on stage. Had the audience not witnessed the manufacturing process firsthand, they would never have believed it to be produced on site. Ye Tian presented an array of instruments to scan and inspect the lithography machine. Splendid. All attributes meet the standards. This is a flawlessly crafted EUV lithography machine, ready for immediate production. This lithography machine could be stored right away. Furthermore, the design of this machine is unique to our company and is listed among the machinery available for sale to chip manufacturers worldwide. Perhaps some fortunate factory will acquire it, endowing it with considerable commemorative value. How impressive! I can't believe the lithography machine is actually produced on-site. What astonishing speed is this? With such a marvel, why should Daxiao worry about not standing at the pinnacle? I shall refer to it as the god of industry. Meanwhile, the CEO of ASML, who had been abruptly summoned from the land of giants to witness the live broadcast, fainted at the sight. Since the advent of carbon-based chips, their company had lost its former glory. The status of EUV lithography machines had plummeted, forever estranged from the manufacturing of high-end chips. Fortunately, a market for mid to low-end chips still exists, and the company has shifted its strategy to significantly reduce the price of EUV lithography machines for these chip firms. However, regardless of price reductions, the complexity of production remains a challenge, with the company managing only to produce a few dozen units per year. The production cost is also exceedingly high, thus keeping the prices elevated. Nonetheless, they have now lifted all purchasing restrictions and have designated several Daxiao chip companies as key clients, promoting their lithography machines daily. Now, when Ye Tian suddenly informed him that an all-purpose machine could manufacture a lithography machine in just 1 hour, it became evident that with such production capacity and low costs, they could swiftly dominate the global mid to low-end chip market. This was utterly denying him any chance of survival. At this moment, the audience at the press conference erupted into fervent applause. No one harbored doubts about the capabilities of the all-purpose machine. It undoubtedly stood as the strongest on Blue Star, far surpassing its closest competitor by several tiers. The executives in need of high-precision machines felt a profound sense of relief, convinced that acquiring the machinery their companies desired would pose no difficulty. Then Ye Tian remarked, "What do you think? Are you intrigued? Do not rush. Although this machine is not for external sale, our company has designed a sub-flagship machine for various practitioners in Daxia. As the name suggests, the sub-flagship is a version with specifications significantly reduced from the top-tier flagship. In fact, this sub-flagship machine is a complete replication of the all-purpose machine. In terms of materials, design, longevity, and stability, it is nearly identical, with the primary distinction being the processing precision, which has a margin of error of approximately 20 nanometers. However, this is already an excellent figure, entirely capable of meeting the demands of contemporary high-end manufacturing. This sub-flagship will be available to various manufacturing industry peers. But we have a stringent review mechanism in place. Only those who qualify may purchase it, and it is strictly prohibited from being exported abroad. Each unit is equipped with a locator that will automatically trigger an alarm if tampered with.